Ben Berquam.
Right up over this hill. We got armed cartel. I see him.
Live.
Breaking news right now here on Real America's Voice.
Unfiltered.
These people are domestic terrorists.
And unapologetic. We're here to take a stand for God and country. Let's feel good, doesn't it? America's Voice Live starts now. Welcome to America's Voice Live. I am Steve Gruber. Today it's Monday, the 28th of July. Thank you for being here, as always, on Real America's Voice, one part of your day. More evidence continues to come to light as we continue to see the crime of the century unfold right before our eyes. No doubt that the American people are waiting and hoping for some accountability for the Russiagate hoax brought to you by Hillary Clinton and the Democrats. More on that today. Also, President Trump recently met with European Commissioner Ursula von der Leyen, where they announced a trade deal between the United States and the European Union. I'll bring on an expert to discuss in detail what that means. It's a big deal. And then later, we'll discuss a Boston judge siding with Planned Parenthood to continue Medicaid funding despite the cuts in the big, beautiful bill. She says, nope, she's going to go ahead and block it. No surprise. Federal judges continue overreach, and hopefully they can be reined in as well. All that coming your way today. But first, we start here. The Democrat Party is setting dumpster fire after dumpster fire in this country, as you know, and the Trump administration doing its level best to put them out as fast as they can. But as they say, it ain't easy. Case in point, when it comes to the border, this should be the top story on all major news networks, but it's not. But you'll hear it here for sure, at least. Listen to this.
We just got information from an HHS official that shows that 13,061 unaccompanied minors have actually been located under the Trump administration. And ICE, we're learning, is also arresting some of the sponsors. 442 sponsors have been arrested for involvement in suspected child abuse or other crimes are being discovered. Now, the abuse is being determined through a multifaceted investigation if they do determine that sponsor was abusing that child. Now, they're using local police, CPS, federal agencies. They're all involved, according to HHS. Now, former special agents with Homeland Security investigations have explained to us that oftentimes these kids are left behind as payment. The parent is often promised by the cartel members that they will eventually be reunited with their child in the U.S. That child, sadly, is often recycled to help single adults enter the country illegally. Now, we know that 320,000 unaccompanied minors were essentially unaccounted for under the Biden administration. The Trump administration, they campaigned on it. They've been talking about it regularly. It's a priority for them to go and find these kids, but still just a fraction, Nicole, 13,000 out of 320,000 so far.
Yeah, there's more blood on the Biden administration's hands than we can even know. The Trump administration has located 13,000, as you heard, of these kids. But how many more are lost and lost forever, never to be found? It's heartbreaking. It's no wonder that the Democrat Party's ratings are in the dumps. I mean, it's awful. In fact, the latest Wall Street Journal poll finds that 63% of voters have a negative view of the Democrat Party, the lowest in more than 35 years. And even DNC Chair Ken Martin, he describes the party as hitting rock bottom. Here's what he said.
You know, it wasn't as a result of just one single election. I've seen for some years now us continue to lose ground with many parts of our coalition. And so it doesn't surprise me where we're at, but guess what? When you hit rock bottom, there's only one direction to go, and that's up.
Yeah. Here's the problem. They don't ever learn. They pretend to. They go on podcasts and talk about toughness. Here's Pete Buttigieg with Charlemagne. Oh, boy. Enjoy this one.
My biggest problem with Democrats is it's like everything they're saying now, you should have been saying 2-3 years ago. Like, we've been saying Democrats was cowards. So, yes, y'all should have been toughened up. You know, Jake Tapper with The Original Sin, and you read that book, and you see everybody knew that Biden was too old to run, but nobody said anything. But now everybody wants to speak up. His press secretary, Karine Jean-Pierre, saying she's an independent now. And, you know, I'm like, why weren't y'all saying this 2-3 years ago? All these things that y'all are saying, we the people had been saying.
I would say also that there are a lot of things we were fighting for then that we're fighting for now. The Medicaid stuff is a good example. The transportation stuff, right? I was, sometimes we were taking hits for people thinking we were caring too much about taking care of neighborhoods that were underinvested in or hurt in the past. I believed it was the right thing to do then. I believe it's the right thing to do now. But yeah, we have to show a level of toughness in order to be credible.
Yeah. They're not credible, they're not tough, and They don't learn their lessons. Instead, they open their summits with a talking panda head as an MC. I can't even make this up. They think this is what's going to woo the best and brightest of our nation. Check out just how empty this event is and how pathetic it is. Here it is.
What the is up? Let's go! So some ground rules. I don't think that this will be super necessary because you all seem really cool, smart, and hot. Who the are we? And why are we here in a panda head? I also have had a long-term feud with former presidential candidate Marianne Williamson because she sucks. Memes change people's minds. So what's a meme, huh? Come on, people. Look alive.
What was that? I assure you, no one in that audience felt alive. They even had Kamala Harris come out from hiding for the keynote address, by way of video at least, with some technical difficulties too. But it's not enough to resurrect this party. Why? Because Americans like you are watching every week as President Trump works overtime to put out these fires and these problems, these dumpster fires. They put them out and they start them, Trump puts them out. Someone on the Democrat social media team is getting fired because they posted this chart. Did you see this? As some kind of slam for high grocery prices. Look at this. That's a massive jump, right, in prices. The problem is that's when Biden was in office, and it just kept ballooning. Right after Biden took office, it shot up. I'm not sure how they thought they could put that one over on you guys when Trump's only been in office for 6 months. They quickly deleted the tweet after enough people pointed out how ridiculous it was, especially when the economy was doing better than the panicans ever predicted. So good that President Trump is floating the idea of a rebate for some of you. Hear this.
We're thinking about that, Axel. We have so much money coming in. We're thinking about a little rebate, but the big thing we want to do is pay down debt. But we're thinking about a rebate. That's a very good question. You just made a lot of news. We're thinking about a rebate because we have so much money coming in from tariffs that a little rebate for people of a certain income level might be very nice.
And that possibility of that kind of rebate is looking better than ever with all the money coming in. With President just now securing a historic deal with the European Union, bigger than ever, $1.35 trillion being invested into America. It is remarkable what he got. Listen to this.
European Union is going to agree to purchase from the United States $750 billion worth of energy, $750 billion worth of energy. They are going to agree to invest into the United States $600 billion more than they're investing already. So they're investing a large amount of money. You know what that amount of money is. It's very substantial, but they're going to invest an additional $600 billion. They're agreeing to open up their countries to trade at zero tariff. So that's a very big factor. Opening up their countries, all of the countries will be opened up to trade with the United States at zero tariff. And they're agreeing to purchase a vast amount of military equipment. We don't know what that number is, but it's the good news is we make the best military equipment in the world, so sort of you have to do that. I mean, until somebody tops us, which is not going to happen. We're way ahead of every other country in terms of the quality of the military equipment.
All told, $1.35 trillion, energy, military equipment, and so much more. Add that to what Japan is going to invest, $650 billion. You're at $2 trillion right there alone. Yeah, it's happening, and it's happening nicely. The European Union finished last year with a trade surplus of 50 million euros against the U.S. last year, but not anymore. We're getting our due, thanks to President Trump. And what did the EU get out of this? Ursula von der Leyen? No idea. You know who else is hopefully getting their due, thanks to President Trump? Well, the victims of the horrific Los Angeles fires. Another swindle. Yeah, people were swindled out of $100 million in charity aid that was supposed to go to them. California Congressman Kevin Kiley explains the problem. Here he is.
Mr. Speaker, I have asked Attorney General Pam Bondi to open an investigation into the fire aid concert that took place in the aftermath of the devastating Los Angeles fires. What has happened, what we have learned, is absolutely beyond belief. In the aftermath of these fires, which destroyed 18,000 homes and killed, tragically, 30 people, there was a fire aid concert in which a number of high-profile musicians generously agreed to perform, and people responded in an amazing way. Tens of thousands of people donated, raising $100 million for what they were told was direct relief for the victims. But now we've learned that this money didn't go to the victims at all. Instead, it went to nonprofits, some of which have nothing to do with fire relief, where they promote things like voting and civic engagement and multi-generational power building. Some of them aren't even located in LA. So I've asked the Attorney General to open an investigation in order to restore the intent of the donors, in order to make the victims whole and to bring accountability. I yield back.
So the money didn't even stay in California. It went God only knows where. The concert featured victims who shared their stories of loss and were led to believe that that money would be given directly to them. But they say they haven't received a dime, not one dime. Here's one of those victims.
Okay, so at this point, you're still, in the process of getting.
Still in the process of getting.
Did you think that you would actually get direct money?
I did, as with, I'm sure, most Altadenians and those in Pacific Palisades. They also pretty much, the fire aid was for us, so we figured that, where's the money? Where is it going?
Where did it go? Where is it now? Yeah, the Trump administration opening an investigation into the funds, with one civic engagement group already returning its portion of the proceeds after all the fuss. Good for them. Hopefully more will follow suit, but I'm not holding my breath. And that's not all Donald Trump is helping California with. His latest executive order on homelessness could be a game changer for the crisis of the not-so-golden state and elsewhere in the nation. If it gives state and local governments the power to clear encampments, will they do it? That's the power that's been given to them that are a threat to public safety in these areas, allowing authorities to commit homeless people who are deemed to be a risk to themselves or others for treatment. What an idea. Take people that are not having a good time or are suffering, put them where they belong. An important step to restoring public order. That doesn't mean jail. It means getting the help they need. States who take the initiative on cracking down on public drug abuse, squatting, sex trafficking will be prioritized for receiving federal grants that assist those endeavors. And other federal funding will be redirected from housing first initiatives to substance abuse and mental health services. In other words, drugged out homeless people aren't going to get keys to a brand new apartment that they're ultimately going to destroy before getting help with the substance abuse and the mental health. Get things in order. San Diego County Supervisor Jim Desmond says he thinks this is absolutely the right track. Listen.
I'm ecstatic. I mean, finally, we're going to get to the root causes of homelessness.
This executive order also calls for increased accountability in how the government provides and funds homelessness assistance and transitional living programs. That includes ending support for housing first policies, which the federal government says deprioritize accountability and fail to promote treatment, recovery, and self-sufficiency. Desmond hopes the state will back the federal government's approach.
I'm hopeful that the state of California and the governor say, hey, we'll take your help, federal government. We'll take your dollars. We'll build mental health facilities. We'll put in the right treatment centers. We'll change from a housing first to treatment and care.
Yeah, the Trump administration's efforts to secure our nation offer hope. Hope for those missing kids we talked about, hope for the economy, hope for the streets of states like California, while Democrats continue to flounder, proving once again that real action, not inclusive pandering, saves lives and livelihoods and neighborhoods, and maybe, just maybe, might save a country. We'll keep an eye on it for you. Coming up after the break, more and more evidence continues to come out on the Russiagate hoax that Obama and his Democrat posse seemingly orchestrated. I'll bring on a member of Congress to discuss what I call the crime of the century, and we'll discuss this brand new huge deal with the EU as well straight ahead.
Selling your home shouldn't be expensive or stressful. At Ideal Agent, we'll connect you with a top local agent that'll sell your home fast for top dollar, and all this for as low as a 2% commission.
Ideal Agent connected me with the best realtor in my market. and I saved $12,500 as a result of it, and I got more than my asking price.
Ideal Agent is available nationwide. There's no obligation, and best of all, our service is completely free. Call today or visit idealagent.com.
Are you disabled and can no longer work? This is an important message for you. Are you between the age of 45 and 63 and need help filing for disability benefits, or were denied by your insurance company or the Social Security Administration?
Call Premier Disability at 1-800-427-8055 now.
Whether you're a first-time filer or filed before and were denied, you'll pay nothing unless you are approved for benefits. Thousands of disability claims are unnecessarily denied each month.
Call Premier Disability at 1-800-427-8055 now.
Work with a team who will fight to get you the benefits you deserve, who understands the physical, emotional, and potential financial impacts, and will share their insider expertise. There are time limits to apply for benefits. If you are between the age of 45 to 63 and need help filing a disability claim, or filed previously and were denied, call our helpline now.
Rav Family, from the group who brought you the hit songs 81 Million Votes, My Ass, MAGA Nation, and Trader Joe, comes a brand new single. Daddy Trump is available everywhere, and we need you to make some noise. Go download it on iTunes, and let's run it up to #1 on the charts for President Trump.
So I just want to thank everybody very much. Thank you.
Get ready. You're about to get bombed by the truth bomber.
Didn't raise y'all, but I had to step up. Put the Ayatollah on a no-cap checkup. He calls me Daddy Trump. NATO knows what's up. Why they play pretend, I call they bluff. Kim and Vlad acting bad, throwing fits on the floor. BB screaming from the back, saying, Daddy, there's a war. I walk in like Sunday school.
All right, welcome back to America's Live. CIA Director John Ratcliffe teased critical new evidence in the long-running Russiagate hoax that was seemingly created by Barack Obama and his administration to destroy Donald Trump's administration and really undermine America. The new evidence showcases an intent by the Democrats to accelerate the Steele dossier into intelligence community assessments as the basis for Crossfire Hurricane, even though everybody knew it was bought and paid for by the Hillary Clinton campaign and it was completely untrustworthy. The Steele dossier was authored by ex-British intelligence officer Christopher Steele, funded by the Clinton campaign and the DNC through the law firm Perkins Coie. Secretary of Homeland Security Tulsi Gabbard has made referrals to the DOJ. She's actually the DNI, to be clear. Made referrals to the DOJ for prosecution, but many are wondering if we will see any accountability at all. Joining me now to discuss is Congressman Mark Harris of North Carolina. Mark, nice to see you again. Thank you for being here. I don't see how anybody can look past this now. This is clear. The Russia hoax was exactly what President Trump called it, a hoax put upon him by Hillary Clinton and her henchmen, and then by Barack Obama and his henchmen. It's been completely blown out of the water now. And here we are still trying to sort it out. But what I hear from people here is they want people to be held accountable, whether it's John Brennan, James Clapper, Andy McCabe, all of them. I don't know that you're going to get Obama held accountable, but the rest of them sure could be in some trouble here. Congressman, what do you say?
Well, I sure hope that all of this continues to build and comes to fruition, and that we do see some people held accountable. There do need to be people punished for this. I mean, it was the undermining of a presidency that we saw and are seeing all the documents that just kind of point to it and see and lay out how it unfolded. I mean, when you think about that, all the intelligence community had come to the conclusion that Russia somehow was unable to impact our elections. And then when you got to December 8th and then December 9th, that became very important dates when they all met together on, I think it was December 9th, with President Obama there in the White House. And all the players were there, from Brennan to Comey to Clapper, the whole 9 yards. And they determined and were told that they needed to go back and rethink this thing and turn it into something that everybody really understood and knew that it was not. And when you brought this to my attention just a couple weeks ago, Steve, when I was on your program and it was first beginning to come out, and you asked me, should this accountability be held all the way to the top? And I told you yes, that my position was follow the evidence. Whatever the evidence points to, we need to follow that evidence. Nobody is above the law. And it seems to be unfolding. And as you say, today, we have new information that is set up to be released that is going to continue to build this case.
Yeah. It does run all the way to the top. And the question then becomes, who was pulling the strings even after Barack Obama was out of office? That's the real question. Who was pulling the strings in 2017, 18, all the way up to the time that Mar-a-Lago was raided? If it's found that Barack Obama's back there pulling the strings, that's sedition. I mean, I don't know what else you would call it, Congressman. That is a crime. And because it went on for years, there is no statute of limitations. The other people clearly in the crosshairs, Brennan, Clapper, McCabe. I don't know what Hillary Clinton's culpability might be, but all of these people were in this mix. This, as Barack Obama said, flood the zone with sewage. Well, he did that, but some of it might be criminal, right?
Well, I think it certainly will prove to be, because at the end of the day, they continued to move this forward, put President Trump in a very precarious position, knowing that this dossier was just false in every respect, and then used it to do the things they did to General Flynn just a few weeks later, and put him in a unique position. So I think some folks have got to be called into account. I'm grateful that these documents are ending up in the Justice Department. This is an opportunity for Pam Bondi and her staff to really grab hold of this evidence and begin to let it proceed. So I'm going to be looking for action here as this thing continues to build.
Yeah, let me ask you about something here. A trade deal, a monster trade deal with the EU. I want to shift gears here a little bit. I don't know what Ursula von der Leyen got out of this. Because the way I read this, the percentage of tariffs on the United States goods going to the EU, zero. 15% tariff on EU goods coming into the United States. That's 27 countries. All told, we're selling them liquefied natural gas, military equipment. They're investing in the United States. I think the total deal is $1.35 trillion, if I'm adding this right. It's a remarkable deal where I'm not sure Ursula von der Leyen got anything out of it. But Trump got everything for America, it looks like to me. What do you say?
Well, I think it is a remarkable deal. And it shows once again that Donald Trump is indeed the negotiator in chief. He has shown us a real live action art of the deal. Some of the reports I've read throughout the afternoon is some of the folks over in Europe aren't real thrilled about it. But it seems the consensus is that this was the best we could do. I mean, this was the first time they really ran up against a president who took trade seriously and who understood that the United States has just been getting beaten year after year. And now he's not taking it anymore. He's standing up for the American people. He's negotiating these deals. And I think it is something that all Americans should be pleased with and thankful for. And I, for one, am grateful for yet another deal. And I think there are others in the pipeline we're going to continue to see. And I think it's an exciting time.
Real quickly, I want to ask you one thing. We talked about this just before you came on. I want to talk about the open Senate seat in North Carolina. Look, MAGA folks not fans of Tom Tillis. I understand that. But there's a chance that this seat's going to be Michael Whatley for the Republicans against Roy Cooper, the longtime AG and governor of North Carolina. It's going to be a real dogfight for Republicans to hold on to that seat. That could be a loss for the Republicans in the midterms, and that would be a terrible blow, wouldn't it?
Well, it would be a blow, but I don't believe it's going to be a loss for Republicans. I think that we're going to work hard here in North Carolina. This is going to be an election, quite frankly, that is going to be a continued mandate for President Trump. And look, when you look at the Democratic Party and you look at how leaderless they are, you look at how rudderless they are right now, you look at the fact that they really don't have issues. They can't get together on anything. And I really truly believe that this will be one of those elections that we know the issues and how conservatives are delivering. President Trump is delivering on his America First agenda. We've got a Congress that's working hard to make sure that agenda is moved forward. And I believe that when we come to these midterms, and including the Senate seat here in North Carolina, that the citizens in North Carolina are going to see an opportunity to continue moving in this America First agenda. They're going to remember which party made sure their taxes didn't go up significantly in the One Big Beautiful Bill. And they're going to remember who's serious about these rescission packages and cutting spending. And I just believe that when you put the Republicans versus the Democrats, it's going to show up in North Carolina.
Well, I think you're probably right. North Carolina's gone red in presidential races most of the time in recent years. So that's good. All right, sir, thank you so much as always.
Thank you for having me. It's a joy.
Always a joy to have Mark Harris here. All right, there you have it. After the break, President Trump and European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen have been talking massive trade deal. We'll see what it means after the break.
Being single for years, what would it do to you? Would it make you sad? Would it make you lose hope? Would it make you feel disconnected? I wouldn't know, because I'm using datemyage.com. Grab your phone or laptop. Go to Date My Age. Get started for free.
Join datemyage.com today.
Hey there. Hey. Hey there, how are you? I'm with Disabled American Veterans. I was wondering if you had a quick minute to thank America's veterans for their service and sacrifices.
Of course, why not?
Oh, sure. Absolutely. Sure.
All right, hey, well, come on in here. I'm just gonna hit record on this.
I would like to thank you from the bottom of my heart. I can't even think of the words to say of how grateful I am.
I just want to tell you guys how much you appreciate it.
But most importantly, I want to thank you for your courage and bravery.
Wow. Just thank you.
Someone here who'd like to say something to you.
Oh my God, you guys are awesome.
Someone has something they want to say to you.
Goodness.
How's it going?
Oh. So I just want to let you know how much you appreciate it. How much you appreciate it.
I just feel honored for everything you've done.
Thank you for myself. Thank you for everybody.
I get to live every day, in peace because of you.
A lot of people thank us, but we want to take the time to thank you, honestly, for giving back. And when you give to DAV, you are supporting veterans like Dave, myself. So thank you so much for your.
Thank you. You guys are amazing. Thank you. Thank you.
You can say thank you to our nation's heroes by calling the number on your screen right now and giving your monthly support of only $19.
Say thank you by going to helpdav.org right now and give just $19 a month. When you do, we'll send you this DAV t-shirt as a thank you and a reminder that you support those who serve.
Please call or go online to helpdav.org right now. Your support says thank you to our nation's disabled American veterans.
Well, President Trump's visit to Turnberry, Scotland coincided with an announcement of a new mega deal with the EU, slashing auto tariffs from 27.5% to 10% and the UK too, establishing zero tariffs on aircraft parts, chemicals, semiconductor equipment, and generic drugs. The agreement ends months of uncertainty, aims to protect hundreds of thousands of British jobs and boost UK competitiveness. The European Union also pledged $750 billion in strategic purchases, while companies plan to invest $600 billion during Trump's term. That's $1.35, roughly, trillion. Joining us to discuss this, the director of the Federal Budget Center at the Heritage Foundation, Richard Stern. Richard, nice to see you today. Look, this is a mega deal. This is an enormous deal, right?
Oh, absolutely. Well, and thank you for having me on to talk about it. Now keep in mind, none of this is a firm commitment. A lot of these are targets. So, the devil's always in the details about how much of this will really come to fruition. But at the end of the day, this moves Europe away from chasing, net zero, green new scams and buying energy from Russia, and moves them towards investing in the military, using American defense contractors to do it and buying good old-fashioned American energy resources.
Yeah, liquefied natural gas. It's remarkable that suddenly American gas is the best in the world, according to Ursula von der Leyen. It wasn't before, but it certainly is now. I mean, Donald Trump warned them time and again, do not rely on Russia for your natural gas. It'll come back to haunt you. And it did, right? So here we are.
Oh, absolutely.
Great news for American energy production and making America the number one producer of energy in the world. That's good news. And the military contracts, again, very good news. When you look at this, what's the best part of this deal that you've come to understand so far?
You know, it's hard to pick a favorite thing, but those are really my two favorite. You know, I think at the end of the day, as long as the tariffs we've got on the EU stand in the long run, that will harm American consumers and a lot of American manufacturers. But getting them to buy our energy, getting them to buy our defense material, frankly, going to zero tariffs on aircraft parts and a lot of these other things are used by American manufacturers, all of that means that you get back to a world where it's the most lucrative place in the world to build factories in the U.S. It gets back to a place where U.S. manufacturers can compete globally. Sure. So, it all works together. It's all the pieces of the jigsaw puzzle.
Yeah, so let me, I don't know if you have your calculator there, Richard, but you've got $1.35 trillion here from the EU. You got the deal that was made with the UK. You had north of $600 billion pledged by Japan here just recently. Okay, so there's north of $2 trillion in investment and guarantees to America. Where are the people who are telling us that the tariffs were going to destroy the country and raise inflation and wreck the economy? Because I don't hear them today. Do you?
Yeah. No, well, part of this again, right, is that I think a lot of people were looking at this, that the tariffs were the end goal. And, I think we can all agree, if the only thing you do is impose tariffs, that doesn't work. But what Trump was doing here is being the negotiator in chief. He was using the tariffs as a tool, as a weapon to wield in a manner that got us the things you really want. And we've been talking about that. They're buying our energy, our weapons, that they're pledging trillions of dollars of investment, that they're getting rid of their own trade barriers, expanding markets. Those are the things that Trump has bought here with the tariffs. And as long as you use tariffs to negotiate like that, the sky's the limit for how good a deal you can put together.
Right. So you look at it. The EU, the UK, Japan. I think we can deal with Vietnam and deal with Philippines. The list is growing by the day, it seems. This puts pressure on China, as far as I can tell. This puts pressure on Beijing. They have to come up with a plan now and deal with Trump because he's making deals with everyone else, and they don't want to get frozen out. I'll give you the last word on that. Where does this leave China?
I think you hit the nail on the head. They've spent 13 years trying to strategically build up trade regimes and alliances. Their goal has been de-dollarization and to box the U.S. out of global affairs. Trump is the first president to stand against them, to enact a counter plan, and this leaves them running because at the end of the day, who wants to work with them? Most countries want to work with us, and this is re-entrenching America as the center of global commerce, not China.
Right, and the de-dollarization has, at least at this juncture, largely failed. Richard, thank you for being here. Of course, we'll have you back as we learn more about these deals and see how they roll out and what parts of those deals are kept and what parts of those deals are forgotten over time. So thank you for being here.
Always a pleasure. Thank you.
All right. Now, if you're talking about back taxes and you're stressed about it, maybe you missed the tax deadline in April or your books just are a mess and you don't know what to do. Don't wait. The IRS cracking down. Penalties add up fast, 5% a month, up to 25% just for failing to file. But there is help. Tax Network USA can take the burden off your shoulders and stop the spiral before it gets worse. They've helped thousands of Americans, whether you're an employee, small business owner, or haven't filed in years, or you have messy books, no problem. They've seen it all and know exactly how to clean it up with direct access to powerful IRS programs and expert negotiators that are on your side. Tax Network USA knows how to win. You'll get a free consultation, and if they qualify, they may even be able to help you reduce or eliminate what you owe altogether. More importantly, they'll help protect you from wage garnishments or bank levies, so don't wait for the next IRS letter. Call 800-905-8000 or visit tnusa.com/RAB to talk to a real expert at Tax Network USA. Take the pressure off. Let Tax Network USA handle your tax issues today. All right, coming up after the break, federal judges continuing to overstep their authority, this time with one judge from Boston ordering the continuation of funding for Planned Parenthood by Medicaid. I'll have details coming up.
Thinking about Medicare? Think AMAC. Medicare can be complicated, but AMAC makes it simple. Our licensed agents provide free, unbiased guidance to help you find the plan that best suits your needs. But that's not all AMAC has to offer. AMAC is America's leading conservative advocacy and benefits organization, guided by the principles of faith, family, and freedom. So when it comes to Medicare and so much more, think AMAC.
Why aren't you getting results? Random workouts, overtraining muscles, completely missing others, wasted time. Don't do that. Do this. This is 25 Minute Speed Train. Follow me for just 25 minutes a day, 7 days a week, with minimal equipment, and get actual results.
Look at the definition. I didn't have these arms at high school.
Subscribe to Body in the next 24 hours for less than 50 cents a day and get 25 Minute Speed Train free at bodywithaneye.com.
This right here is confidence in a bottle. It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face. And what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes. And I did this to my father. We were at home, so we applied it to his under eye bags, and let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view, and now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 1-800-854-0295.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff, tense, or less active? Introducing the EasyWell Remedy Massage System, a triple fusion of therapeutic experiences. Full body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation and reduces inflammation. Infrared heat penetrates deep to reduce pain, soothe, and relax. The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 heated nodes mimics a professional massage. Plus, it's detachable for deep relief anywhere you need it. Experience the true remedy for your pain and stiffness. Call now.
Now, we have spent a lot of time recently talking about federal judges and their tendency to overstep their authority, especially when it comes to halting Donald Trump's plans as president. Happens time and again. Well, today, a federal judge in Boston, that is, Indira Tilwani, has ruled in favor of Planned Parenthood and has ordered that Medicaid reimbursements for these clinics should be valid. If the ruling stands, it would mean that Planned Parenthood would continue to receive your tax dollars, even though, let's see here, 220 members of the House and 51 votes in the Senate put it in the big, beautiful bill, and it passed. Tilwani further supported her ruling by stating that the court was not enjoining the federal government from regulating abortion and is not directing the federal government to fund elective abortions or any health care service not otherwise eligible for Medicaid coverage. This development comes after the one big, beautiful bill, like I said, made it to the president's desk on July the 4th. It's overreach by any measure. Here to talk to me about this is senior legal fellow at the Heritage Foundation, Zach Smith. Zach, welcome back to the program. I'm sorry, didn't the Supreme Court rule on this? And is this a class action lawsuit? And how does she do this when it has already passed the House, the Senate? Color me confused. Zach, help me out.
Well, Steve, thank you for having me on the program today. And you are absolutely right to be confused because, frankly, reading this decision, I'm confused as well. How a federal district court judge could think that it's appropriate to issue this ruling. You know, you talked about, we've seen a lot of egregious rulings over the past several months. Most of those have been pushing back against Donald Trump's executive orders, unilateral actions he has taken as president. There are many flaws with those judicial opinions that push back against those orders. But as you noted, this was a bill, legislation that was passed by Congress, signed by the president, and is now the law of our land. And essentially, what you have this federal district court judge in Boston saying is that now she, instead of Congress, controls the power of the purse. That is a horrifying scenario to be in. It's frankly absurd that she thought this was an appropriate opinion to issue. And I'm hopeful that the appellate courts, or if necessary, the U.S. Supreme Court, will very quickly rebuke her.
Well, here's my confusion. Furthermore, Zach, I know from reading what's going on around the country that Planned Parenthood offices have been closing. because they were no longer going to be funded and their services weren't going to be taken care of by the taxpayer any further. So what are they going to do? Reopen offices and hope that they get funding at some point? It seems a lot of things are just out of sync here. I don't know where this goes. I think it's outrageous to a lot of folks, especially when they know that the bill was signed by the president. What happens? Do they get money or do they not?
Well, this judge in Boston says that the federal government has to keep giving money to Planned Parenthood, even though our elected representative said that is not going to be the case any further. And I think it's important to recognize Medicaid is a program that splits funding between the federal government and the states. And as you mentioned, just last year, the Supreme Court said that state governments could stop funding their portion of Medicaid to fund abortions and other procedures at Planned Parenthood. Now, it's important to keep in mind, too, the one big beautiful bill does not mention Planned Parenthood by name. It sets out neutral criteria that if certain providers meet certain funding thresholds, then for 1 year, their funding will be cut. And so the idea that this is somehow targeting Planned Parenthood, that this is somehow a violation of the First Amendment, as this judge said, that this is somehow a bill of attainder, as this judge said, those are, to put it mildly, very novel legal arguments, again, that I'm hopeful the Court of Appeals or the U.S. Supreme Court will quickly bat down.
And how quickly might that happen, Zach? How quickly might we have resolution from one of these? I don't know which court it'll head to. I don't know which circuit that is. Is that the Second Circuit up there? Whatever it is, doesn't matter.
First Circuit.
How quickly? First Circuit
yeah,
up there.
It'll probably go up to
the
First Circuit Court of Appeals. You're probably seeing appeals right now going forward. A question is whether the court will stay this order on its emergency docket while the underlying litigation on the merits goes forward. But again, the idea that a federal district court judge is going to usurp the power of the purse for herself, order the United States to keep funding Planned Parenthood, even though Congress, the president, have both said that that should not be the case. That is a vast judicial overreach, and unfortunately, just the latest in a long string of judicial overreaches we've seen.
Yeah. Justice Samuel Alito said it was coming. He was right about it. Greatly appreciate it, Zach. We'll have you back as this progresses. If we get an answer, we'll have you right back on the program, sir. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Take care.
All right, don't go anywhere. America's Voice Live will continue after a quick break.
Hello, my friend. Pat Boone here. You know our country's under financial assault like never before. Our government has put us $34 trillion in debt. The interest alone's more than we spend on military defense. And what's worse, other countries no longer believe the U.S. is a safe place to invest. There's a growing international movement to dump U.S. dollars at a record pace. Some economists say this may signal the end of the dollar. Now, these countries are instead buying gold, and I'm suggesting you do the same. My friends at Swiss America have been helping Americans like you and me for over 40 years to buy physical gold and silver for delivery to our homes or held in our IRAs. I've trusted Swiss America for nearly 25 years now, and you can trust them too. So don't wait. Call or text the number on your screen today for financial peace of mind in these troubling times.
Rav Family, from the group who brought you the hit songs 81 Million Votes, My Ass, MAGA Nation, and Trader Joe, comes a brand new single. Daddy Trump is available everywhere, and we need you to make some noise. Go download it on iTunes, and let's run it up to #1 on the charts for President Trump.
So I just want to thank everybody very much. Thank you.
Get ready. You're about to get bombed by the truth bomber.
Didn't raise y'all, but I had to step up. Put the Ayatollah on a no-cap checkup. He calls me Daddy Trump. NATO knows what's up. Why they play pretend, I call they bluff. Kim and Vlad acting bad, throwing fits on the floor. BB screaming from the back, saying, Daddy, there's a war. I walk in like Sunday school.
Are you having trouble hearing your TV or listening to conversations in loud spaces? Then it might be time to consider Nano hearing aids. Nanos are FDA-registered OTC hearing aids. Don't be fooled by overpriced hearing aids. Prescription hearing aids could cost $3,000 or more. Nano hearing aids are now offering $100 off through this special TV offer. Call now and get 2 CIC rechargeable hearing aids for only $297. And if you're not happy, return them for a full refund.
I remember April 19th, 1995, honestly like it was yesterday. I was working in an NBC affiliate in Lansing, Michigan at the time. The only one in the newsroom at about 9 o'clock when the alarms all started going off because there had been a bombing in Oklahoma City. I was sent out to the desk to cover this story. A van parked outside the Alfred P. Murrah Federal Building exploded, containing a 4,800-pound ammonium nitrate bomb. Caused the loss of 168 lives. 850 people were injured. The main perpetrator identified and arrested was one Timothy McVeigh. You remember that, a U.S. Army veteran who, when questioned about his motives, expressed a deep anti-government stance due to the belief that it was overreaching, making the location the target of his attack due to it being a federal building. Now, while the official narrative is widely accepted, some have taken it upon themselves to dig further and find out if there were other factors or players involved, including the FBI. Join me to discuss this is former news director for America's Most Wanted and the author of Blowback, The Untold Story of the Oklahoma City Bombing and the FBI, Margaret Roberts. Margaret, nice to see you. Thank you very much.
Great to be with you, Steve.
How long have you been looking into the events of that day in Oklahoma City?
Amazingly, 20 years now, Steve. It's been
what is the
quite
biggest
an
development that
investigative
you have
journey.
found? Yeah, I'd say 20 years is a long time to dig on one story, but sometimes that's what it takes because you get a scrap here, a nugget there. I understand how that works. Been there myself, not for 20 years, but I appreciate the work it takes to get there. So what is the biggest development that contradicts the official narrative, in your opinion?
Well, you know, we remember this story as this case as an act of lone wolf terror. It's what juries were told by prosecutors. It's what the news media told the public. But it's not the truth. And what actually happened on April 19, 1995 was the result of an FBI sting operation targeting right-wing extremists that went sideways. Of course, no one intended that building to blow up, but the bombing conspiracy, the plot, was under surveillance by the FBI before that bomb ever went off.
So do explain an FBI sting operation that went wildly wrong. What do you mean by that?
Well, the FBI was watching a group of a terror organization, a neo-Nazi terror organization, well before the bombing. The ATF had an informant inside the bomb plot who was warning her handlers that the bomb was coming and that Oklahoma City was on a short list of targets. So instead of stopping the bombing, the federal authorities waited and disaster ensued.
Yeah, so what about, there were other people involved. Terry Nichols traced his heritage right back here to my home state of Michigan. There were other people involved. What do you see as the conspiracy today? What do you think in a nutshell, 30,000-foot view, what do you think it is? What do you think caused this to happen? Who was behind it?
Well, it eventually, and it did take almost 20 years, an FBI whistleblower, a top FBI spy, came forward in this investigation to reveal that the FBI created this neo-Nazi terror group known as the Aryan Republican Army, created it as a front group. The idea was to incite violence. And this top spy from that time, his name is John Matthews, reported that he worked for the FBI for 8 years in this capacity, infiltrating 22 groups for this infiltration program called PADCON. And that eventually he became disillusioned because for exactly this reason, that the program was inciting the violence that he had signed on to stop.
Right. Where do you think this will ever lead? I mean, it's 20 years in. You've got your ideas of what happened here, but how does it change history? Will anybody ever revisit it, Margaret?
Yes, this is a fascinating thread, and a lot of people don't know this, Steve, but the FBI collected surveillance videotape of the delivery of the bomb with Timothy McVeigh driving and an unknown perpetrator, never even identified, known only as John Doe 2.
Yeah.
They have surveillance videotapes, and the main character protagonist of my investigation is a lawyer who is suing under the Freedom of Information Act to force the disclosure of those videotapes. They would show who was on the ground exactly.
Well, Margaret, here's
with
what
Timothy
I want to do.
McVeigh.
I'm a little tight on time today. I want you to come back, and I want you to tell us who that lawyer is, if you can. I want you to tell us where the FOIA information takes us. I want you to come back and give us part 2. We've laid the groundwork here, but I want to know more. So, Margaret, you'll come back sometime soon. We'll do this again. All right. Thank you so much for being here. I greatly appreciate your time, and we'll talk again soon, Margaret.
Thank you.
All right. Now, as a continued divide between Trump and the Federal Reserve putting us behind the curve again, people ask, can the Fed take the right action at the right time, or are we going to be looking at a potential economic slowdown? And what does this mean for you and your money? Consider diversifying your gold through Birch Gold Group. For decades, gold has been viewed as a safe haven in times of economic stagnation, global uncertainty, and, well, high inflation. Birch Gold makes it incredibly easy for you to diversify some of your savings into gold. If you have an IRA or old 401k, you can convert that into a tax-sheltered IRA in physical gold, or just buy some gold to keep in your safe. You can do that too. First, get educated. Birch Gold will send you a free information kit on gold. Text America to the number 989898. Again, text America to 989898 and consider diversifying a portion of your savings into gold. That way, if the Fed can't stay ahead of the curve for the country, at least you can stay ahead of it for yourself. What makes America wonderful? We'll talk about that straight ahead.
US Med, a trusted supplier of diabetes equipment for nearly 30 years, has great news for people living with diabetes and the pain of regular testing. New Medicare and private insurance guidelines have expanded coverage for continuous glucose monitors, even for people not using insulin. The days of repeated, painful finger sticks are over. Now you can wear a continuous glucose monitor, or CGM, and eliminate routine finger sticks. US Med has the newest models of CGM, which are more accurate and convenient than ever. CGMs are shown to lower your A1C, increase your time in range, and reduce the risk of hypoglycemic events. Shipping is free, and will even bill your insurer directly. Don't spend one more painful day testing your blood sugar. Call now to get your continuous glucose monitoring system so you can take control of your diabetes and get back to enjoying life.
Call US Med now.
Be part of a historic event. Join Lech Walesa, Nobel Peace Prize winner and one of the world's greatest leaders, on his first ever grand lecture tour across North America. Meet the global hero who changed the course of history and inspired millions. Now, the greatest challenges of our time lie ahead. Walesa will take you behind the scenes of one of history's greatest turning points to draw lessons for a future we must build together. Register now at historyexplorer.com.
Selling your home shouldn't be expensive or stressful. At Ideal Agent, we'll connect you with a top local agent that'll sell your home fast for top dollar, and all this for as low as a 2% commission.
Ideal Agent connected me with the best realtor in my market, and I saved $12,500 as a result of it, and I got more than my asking price.
Ideal Agent is available nationwide, there's no obligation, and best of all, our service is completely free. Call today or visit idealagent.com.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff, tense, or less active? Introducing the Easy Well Remedy Massage System. A triple fusion of therapeutic experiences. Full body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation and reduces inflammation. Infrared heat penetrates deep to reduce pain, soothe, and relax. The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 heated nodes mimics a professional massage. Plus, it's detachable for deep relief anywhere you need it. Experience the true remedy for your pain and stiffness. Call now.
All right, what makes America wonderful? We do it every day in the hopes of putting a smile on your face before you go on with the rest of your day. Today's story comes to us from Central Florida, where the community rallied together to help a disabled landscaper after his equipment. Yeah, his equipment was stolen. Yeah, real nice people. Kyle Lukowski, owner and founder of Kyle's Lawn Care and Lawn Services, parked his truck with a hitch trailer for his Central Florida home after a long day's work, only to come back the next morning to find the hitch along with the equipment was stolen without a trace, all gone. Immediately, Kyle's mother, Jennifer Sexton, took to social media to tell her friends and family about the unfortunate situation, and her post was shared enough times that it eventually got a segment on the Fox 35 Orlando News, where it was seen by one Sean Beck, owner of ATH Trailer Sales. Beck describes how he wasn't able to let go of Kyle's story and decided to step up by giving Kyle a brand new custom hitch trailer complete with a lock in order to replace the one stolen. And what's more is that a GoFundMe campaign raised over $6,500 for Kyle, ensuring that he has more than enough gear to get a new mower, other landscaping essentials, and get back to work. We all fall on hard times, and while sometimes things seem hopeless, communities like the one that rallied around Kyle remind us that we have to persevere. Stories like this remind us of what makes America wonderful, and what is it? It's the people. People like you. All right, do you support President Trump's trade deal that sets a 15% tariff on the European Union? What do you have to say about it? Tim Schaefer writes, absolutely. The EU needs America, and it's about time they pay their fair share. Kudos to President Trump and his administration for putting America first. I couldn't say it better, my friend. Beef Sloan. Is that side of beef or hanging beef? Anyhow, Beef Sloan, yes, I trust President Trump and his strategy of putting America first, as you should. Stephen DeJean, reciprocal trade. That's what it's all about. What's fair is fair. Buddy Eskew shares this. I support any deal that President Trump's make that will give America more money. And Marcia Carroll Gunderson, yes, they charge us a lot more. Time for payback. That's right, Marcia. Greatly appreciate all your answers. Listen, the questions are out there every day on my social media pages. You can follow me on Twitter X, on Truth, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube. My gosh, pick one. I'm probably going to be there. And I'll have the question of the day for you. And you get a chance to be heard. So fill it out. Tell me what you think. You might see it right here on the program. Make sure you follow me, too. We're trying to build something here at Real America's Voice. And, well, the Gruber train's not so bad either. I'll see you tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. for the Steve Gruber Show. And then back here for America's Voice Live.
Why aren't you getting results? Random workouts, overtraining muscles, completely missing others, wasted time. Don't do that. Do this. This is 25 minutes speed train. Follow me for just 25 minutes a day, 7 days a week, with minimal equipment, and get actual results.
Look at the definition. I didn't have these arms at high school.
Subscribe to Body in the next 24 hours for less than 50 cents a day and get 25-minute speed train free at bodywithaneye.com.
Being single for years, what would it do to you? Would it make you sad? Would it make you lose hope? Would it make you feel disconnected? I wouldn't know, because I'm using datemyage.com. Grab your phone or laptop. Go to Date My Age. Get started for free.
Join datemyage.com today.
Hi, Chef Daniel Green here with Rice Robot, the 1, 2, 3 rice cooker. Watch, 1 add the white cup for rice, 2 add the blue cup for water, 3 click it and let Rice Robot perfectly cook it.
The secret is perfect cook technology for even cooking. Then Rice Robot senses when it's done, auto stops and keeps it warm to serve.
It won't burn, overcook or undercook, guaranteed.
Get the complete Rice Robot cooking system, all for just $39.99. Order now.
They tried to shut them up.
There's no guarantee to free speech.
They tried to cancel them.
Deplatforming works.
They even threw them in jail.
Peter Navarro,
Steve Bannon,
now in prison.
But they couldn't stop them.
It's not a prison bill that will ever shut me up.
They call them rebels.
Basket of deplorables.
They call them rogues.
They claim to values or religion.
And they say they're outlaws.
These are the kind of guys you like to smack in the ass.
War Room presents Rebels, Rogues, and Outlaws.
You set out to take Vienna. Take Vienna!
The national bestseller by longtime Bannon producer Dan Fluette. Take a journey through the pictorial history of War Room in a culture that celebrates the weak. Show your support by standing with the rebels. Go to doitfluette.com or scan the QR code on your screen. Use the code RAV20 for 20% off your order. Stand with the rebels and never back down.
Well, let's take a look at that bell. Where is that bell ringing? Seaport Entertainment. New York Stock Exchange on a Monday, folks. I'll tell you very quickly, very, very muted session again today. Another split session. Dow Jones a little lower on the day. NASDAQ a little higher on the day. S&P about flat. Again, people waiting. They got the good news, I guess it's called good news, out of the European Union. In Scotland, Trump and the EU signed a deal to have a 15% reciprocal trade going back and forth. Markets liked it at first. Overnight, it looked like it was going to be good. Kind of toned down all day because, again, August 1st, which is, I believe, Friday, is the day that the full boat, the massive tariffs go into play. Trump says he's going to negotiate right up into and through August 1st, so everyone's kind of on hold. Also, some major earnings this week. So expect today and tomorrow. Today was quiet. Tomorrow should be quiet as well, because Wednesday, a lot of, they call it the Magnificent Seven, the Apples and the Metas and the big tech stocks are going to report earnings Wednesday and Thursday, so look for some big movements Wednesday and Thursday. Crypto up a little bit from Friday. It was up a lot more at one point over the weekend. It hit 120,000, backed off a little bit. Bitcoin 118,000, Ethereum 3,800 almost, doing very well. Gold down a touch because people get feeling a little better about things. All in all, not a very bad day whatsoever in the markets. We'll keep our eye on stuff. All right, folks, my first guest is the good senator from Wisconsin who says the U.S. doesn't have a revenue problem. We have a spending problem. Here to tell us more, Senator Ron Johnson, by the way, the Republican from the great state of Wisconsin. Senator, yeah, no kidding, we got a spending problem. We certainly don't. I mean, you're taking whatever, $5-7 trillion in revenue and spending 7 and 8. Yeah, we got ourselves a problem. But we've never seemed to not have had that problem, have we, Senator?
Well, it was certainly under control tail end of the 1990s, where we had, I think, 3 years of budget surpluses. Now, we certainly starved the military at that point in time. This was before 9/11, so, I mean, the world has changed. But no, we've never had a process to control spending. We don't have a balanced budget requirement. I mean, I think all the states do. So they're elected officials in the states. They have to balance the budget. So they've got to figure out: do we have to raise taxes? Do we have to cut spending? Generally, because raising taxes is pretty painful. Thankfully, most states restrain spending. What's been happening as the federal government has grown and initiated all these programs, for example, like Medicaid expansion, which is really the addition of Obamacare to Medicaid. States now are literally designing their budgets, as well as healthcare providers are really designing their budgets around the federal largesse. This 9-to-1 match of for single able-bodied working age childless adults. Again, that was Obamacare, is just trying to incentivize more people to become dependent on government, move to a single-payer system. And unfortunately, it worked pretty well, and it's costing the federal government hundreds of billions of dollars that we don't have. So again, everything is tilted toward spending. Unfortunately, most of the public, the states, just view the federal government as just a fountain of unlimited wealth that we just keep throwing money their way, and we can't.
Senator, how is this going to work? So Donald Trump is collecting, literally tens, if not hundreds of billions of dollars in tariffs and fees and whatnot. And he recently said something to the effect of, well, maybe we'll send some money to the folks, write checks to taxpayers, people who are actually paying the taxes, not the other half of the country that's not. Does that can he declare that, or does it have to go through, the House and Congress first?
I think it has to go through the House and Congress. Presidents have acted, not just President Trump, and let the courts sort it out later. But the bottom line is we can't afford to do that. I guess I've had my thinking change as relates to tariffs. I was concerned about their inflationary impact. It doesn't really seem to have much of one. I'm certainly concerned about the supply chain disruptions of the generalized trade wars, but it looks like he's using his leverage, and I haven't tried to undermine that leverage to negotiate these trade deals to bring stability back. But bottom line is, if you had to design a tax to pay for all this spending, a tariff's not a bad one from a standpoint of it's a low rate, it's a broad base. That's generally what you're looking for in terms of revenue. But then it's also revenue that foreign governments and foreign companies pay part of.
Right, but in that case, then the money would go back into the general fund rather than checks to the folks. Otherwise, you're going to continue to run similar deficits, similar increase in debt, right?
Yeah, but again, my preference is reduce spending. I don't want to fund the deep state. It's not why I voted for Donald Trump. I want him to defeat the deep state, not figure some way to fund it. So again, we'll work, and these are the assurances I got during the the negotiations of the one big beautiful bill is start focusing on balancing the budget. President Trump has declared that as his goal. We are a long way from it, but I approach this like I did any problem in manufacturing. First, admit you have it, then properly define it. You have to look at the stark reality of where we are right now. Current CBO estimate for the next 10 years is about $26 trillion of deficits over the next 10 years. Yeah. Barring, again, that doesn't include tariffs. It doesn't include, stronger economic growth. It's only 1.8% growth. It doesn't include the benefit of economic growth.
We do understand that Trump and Trump world believes that with the big beautiful bill, the stimulus, we'll call it stimulus, will increase the growth up to from 1.7, 1.8, maybe up as high as 3%, which would take care of a lot of that. I don't want to haggle over that right now. So just because I want one more finance question from you, and then we'll move on to what you said, the deep state. Very quickly, the Genius Act, I believe that's the right name for it, went through the House, went to Senate. The folks like me are concerned that in the House they made sure there were provisions to never allow the U.S. government to have that cryptocurrency, to make a national cryptocurrency, right? Not nationalize the crypto world. There are folks who are concerned, like I am, is that it may be pulled out at the Senate level. What are your thoughts on it?
I do not believe we did that. The main reason I voted for it, the main sales point for the Genius bill was it backs up that cryptocurrency with a reserve, and those reserves are going to be U.S. Debt instruments. So it's going to help maintain the U.S. as the world's reserve currency, and that's vital. If we're $37 trillion in debt on our way to 60, the greatest threat we have is if we're no longer the world's reserve currency and we've got to borrow money on the same terms as everybody else, like Greece during their debt crisis. So again, the main reason, the main rationale for the Genius Act was provide greater stability for at least one cryptocurrency backed by U.S. government bonds that will keep the demand for those and maintain the U.S. as the reserve currency.
Very good. You put a lot of people's minds at ease, at least for now. You mentioned deep state. Tulsi Gabbard provided documentation proving collusion between President Obama, his administration, and the media. And I will add in there, a lot of this was on the basis of faulty evidence developed by Hillary Clinton as well. Sir, tell us where we stand. And here's my question. I'm just going to just ask you point blank. Are we going to see any perp walks?
Well, I hope there's a full-fledged conspiracy investigation here, which opens this thing up, for example, the Mar-a-Lago raid, so that we can indict someplace outside of D.C. John Durham was always famous for he wouldn't indict if he didn't think he could get a conviction. In D.C., he figured he probably couldn't convict any Democrats. So this needs to open up. I think the best venue to lay out this story, which I've known for quite some time. Tulsi Gabbard has given us more documentation, but the best way to lay this out for the public is in a trial format, where you can have the prosecutors day after day, week after week, just go through all the details of how this was really thought up by the Hillary Clinton campaign. She approved it. Our intelligence community got foreign intelligence that were aware of that. Brennan briefed President Obama on this. He knew it. Vice President Biden was in the room. So they all knew that the Steele dossier was a hoax. They all realized this was a political dirty trick, and that they ran with it. They kept pushing this false narrative, and then you of course had their co-conspirators in the mainstream media as well, because so much of this was known. We knew that the subsource, the main subsource for the Steele dossier was somebody the FBI was investigating as a Russian spy. We knew all this stuff pretty early on, and yet they continue with this turmoil through the 2020 election and literally to this day. These need to be held accountable.
Yes, and I'm not arguing with you because you're one of the good ones and you're one of the people on our side. But I look at a good friend of mine, Steve Bannon, who went to jail. Spent time in prison, right? He had to cut a deal to say he lied to the FBI or whatever the deal he cut was. Or Peter Navarro, another one who went to prison. Two conservatives and others. You don't see liberal Democrats going to jail for doing things that on the surface are a lot worse than what Bannon and Navarro did. And I think a lot of folks out here just want the Republicans, you sir, to get tougher on the other side. Not just investigate them, incarcerate them.
Well, again, my role is not to prosecute. But again, the problem is these wrongs occur in the D.C. district, which 97% of the jury pool votes for Democrats. Mm-hmm. And historically, you can't convict a Democrat. It's easier to convict a Republican. So you see that dynamic. That's why I say a criminal conspiracy investigation where you can bring indictments in a trial venue that would actually have a fair trial. So I'm all for that. I think I've thought people like Brennan and his henchmen have been criminals for quite some time because I've pretty well known the story. Now we're just getting documentation of it, and I'd love to see that documentation laid out in court. And yeah, I'd love to see people convicted. I'd love to see those people go to jail because what they put this nation through. Mm-hmm. I mean, orders of magnitude way worse than anything China or Russia could ever hope to achieve in terms of election interference and just the political turmoil. But again, the legacy media, they're the co-conspirators here. They're not giving back their polls.
I know you can't investigate, you can't incarcerate, but you can certainly refer the Department of Justice to, I don't know, I'd say Hillary Clinton, Barack Obama, I would say McCabe, I'd say Strzok, Page, I'd say Brennan, Comey, Clapper, send them all, lock them all up. Send them to Guantanamo Bay. I got to jump.
It's been referred, and let's hope they prosecute.
I got to jump. I appreciate your time, my friend, Senator Ron Johnson. Thank you so much.
Take care.
All right, folks, this is the continued divide between Trump and the Federal Reserve, putting us behind the curve again. Can the Fed take the right action at the right time, or are we going to be looking at a potential economic slowdown? And what does this mean for your savings? Consider diversifying with gold through Birch Gold Group. For decades, gold has been viewed as a safe haven in times of economic stagnation, global uncertainty, and high inflation. And Birch Gold makes it incredibly easy for you to diversify some of your savings into gold. If you have an IRA or an old 401k, you can convert those into a tax-sheltered IRA in physical gold, like I do, or just buy some gold to keep in your safe, like I do. First, get educated. Birch Gold will send you a free info kit on gold. Just text America to 989898. Again, that's the word America to 989898. Consider diversifying a portion of your savings into gold. That way, if the Fed can't stay ahead of the curve for this country, at least you can stay ahead for yourself. All right. Before we head to break, don't forget the podcast. But more importantly, I got Chris Cuomo coming up next, folks. We're going to have a deep dive into some really, really interesting politics, media, and more with, former CNN host Chris Cuomo will be here coming up.
He was only 47. Aneurysm. Did he have life insurance? Do you? No. You got to get on it. Check out SelectQuote. Trust me, the peace of mind, it's worth it.
Life insurance is too important to put off another day. That's why SelectQuote makes getting coverage you need easy, for less than $1 a day. Now get up to a $2 million policy with no medical exam and same-day coverage.
Oh. Hey, did you find the manual?
Yes, of course I found it. No, I need that.
Summon Dale.
Who's Dale?
A real human.
I'm Dale. American Home Show now provides video chat with live repair experts for home fixes over the phone.
Let's go fix that oven.
Okay, Dale.
I need my phone back.
Fix it over video chat with American Home Shield. Sign up today at ahs.com.
1 in 3 U.S. consumers have been a victim of identity theft, even when they did all the right things to protect their personal information.
I thought we did enough to keep a nightmare like this from happening.
Even if you take steps to protect your personal information, banks, hospitals, employers, and many government agencies all have your personal information too. And when they're exposed, careful monitoring of your accounts and credit won't be enough.
It's scary when you think about how easily this kind of stuff occurs.
And you might not find out until the damage is almost impossible to fix. LifeLock alerts you to the widest volume of threats others could miss, far beyond what you could possibly monitor on your own. And if you become a victim, a dedicated U.S.-based restoration specialist will fix it, guaranteed. Plus, all plans include identity theft restoration, guaranteed, or your money back. Call now or go online and use promo code NOW35 to save 35% off an annual plan for your first year. Enroll now.
There's nothing worse than losing your dog before their time.
That's why I created Dr. Marty Nature's Blend, designed to help dogs with everything from digestive issues to itching, even moving better.
Nature's Blend works because it's freeze-dried. So instead of destroying the nutrients with high heat, they all get right into your dog's body.
Take it from a veterinarian with over 50 years of experience saving dogs' lives. I have never seen a food make this much impact on a dog's health.
For a limited time, get up to 54% off Dr. Marty Nature's Blend, plus a free gift with our special TV offer. Call or go to drmartypets.com/TV.
All right, folks, maybe you weren't expecting this, but listen, he's a good guy. He's a good friend of mine. We came from probably opposite ends of the political spectrum at one point. Maybe we're meeting in the middle somewhere. Let's bring in the host of the Chris Cuomo Project on podcast and the host of Cuomo on News Nation Nightly at 8 o'clock. Chris, really good to have you, my friend. Thank you for doing this. Where do we jump in? Can we just jump in because the hottest topic right now, anywhere you go, Epstein this, Epstein that. Now I know President Trump wants to move on from Epstein. Half of MAGA wants to move on from Epstein. One of my dear friends, Steve Bannon and Charlie Kirk, who work here, they're ready to move on. The other half, Megyn Kelly, Tucker Carlson, want to know what's going on, want answers. Where are you on this, and what are your thoughts on Epstein and specifically how it's being played out in the media?
First, I'm a big fan of you, Eric Bolling. Come to you right from the kitchen table. Literally kitchen table. Why? Because no barriers to entry for you. You're a fair broker and you're a friend, and I'm happy to be on your show, and I'm happy for your success. The Epstein thing is tricky. Let's deal with the easy part first, okay? The left should shut the F up about it because they weren't into it when they had the ability to do something. They're only trafficking in it because it's bad for Trump, and that's not the basis that we need to get to a better place. Here's the problem with Epstein for the president, okay? He's right to be flummoxed by this, to not get it, because he wasn't really the one selling it. Did he sell it a little bit? Yeah, but he surrounded himself with people who cashed in on this. And the people who you mentioned who are still into it are only into it for one reason. They have this illusion of high moral ground because of kids being involved. But they're just doing this to drum up outrage. They're now just doing it at the president's expense instead of for his benefit. But remember, an opportunist, it's like the expression, a shooter's going to shoot. They shoot their shot. It doesn't matter who it's good for because they're just thinking about their bottom line. Here's the problem with this conspiracy versus others. High moral ground. And it's not about Trump. I don't believe there's anything in the files that show that he's a kitty toucher or a pedophile, or any other disgusting stuff that Epstein was absolutely about. I don't believe there's a client list. I don't believe that there's a connection to Eric Bolling or Chris Cuomo or Bill Clinton or anything. And if there were, Epstein would have spilled the beans to save his own hiney. And if you believe he was murdered and that's why he didn't spill the beans, I don't agree with you. And your theory has a problem because Ghislaine Maxwell is still alive. So if they were killing people who had something to say, she'd be dead. Oh, no, she's going to spill her guts now. No, she isn't. It's a ruse, what's going on, because people around the president made false promises about what Epstein was about, and now he's having to pay the price for that allegiance to these people. But I think they should release whatever they have. I think they should fight in court to have things unsealed. I think there is a risk that the government will get sued by people who will say that you are trafficking in things that you knew would hurt them and without legitimate basis. I think there's a risk of that, but that's what the president exposed himself to. But I also agree, Eric, with the basic assumption that, Charlie Kirk wants to move on because he's all MAGA. And this is bad for MAGA because it's creating a divide. I don't have that lens. I don't give a hoot if it's good for MAGA or not. I don't think it's good for us. This does not get the majority to a better place. It does not advance the interests of the majority.
I call myself an original MAGA. I think Steve Bannon is the MAGA true north. He says move on as well. So you're saying it's a MAGA that wants, yet there's factions of MAGA that say we need, part of the reason we're behind this whole Trump movement, America First, is because they put a stop to the pedophilia, a stop to harming children, some of the things that they've accused Democrats of doing. So I don't know it's fair to say Charlie and Steve want to move on because they're MAGA. I'm MAGA. I want to know more. I want to know more not because I think it's going to hurt Trump. I want to know more because I think there's a lot of people who should be in jail, and maybe not just Ghislaine Maxwell.
I think that that's a noble interest. I just think that it's been a false premise. I don't believe the DOJ lets powerful people go. I don't believe that. And I think our lived experience is certainly in recent years has shown the opposite. Lawfare is on the rise. I think conspiracies work very well off a nugget of truth and the power of the unknown. And this is no different. Yeah, sure, of course. If people were involved with pedophilia, I want to know. I just believe it's a false premise. So if you have it, great, put it out. Let's see it, prosecute them, great. The reason I'm saying that Bannon and Kirk want to move on is that this was good for them when it was playing to paranoia, playing to group grievance. Now it isn't because they're having to pay the price for it, so they want to move on. The problem is they created a demand, and the demand isn't going away. I just would say the people who want Epstein revelations most are also anti-vax, COVID conspiracy, measles vax creates autism, deep staters. I think there's a conflation of interests that, to me, is relevant also.
Okay. Dershowitz was on the show last week and created quite a stir when I asked him this. Roll a soundbite, team. Should Ghislaine Maxwell be behind bars?
She shouldn't be, but she is. She is really serving Jeffrey Epstein's sentence after he committed suicide. There was no one else to prosecute because there was no real information against anybody else. And so they went after her and they sentenced her to a sentence that would have been appropriate for Epstein, but not at all appropriate for her. And so she's appealing now, and I hope the appeal will be granted. She deserves to be out.
Why is this such a difficult thing to see, this list or not list? Or you're an attorney. I'm pulling out a soundbite because you're an attorney. What do you think of Dershowitz's assessment? Ghislaine Maxwell should be out of prison.
I think when Epstein's lawyer tells you there's no client list and says he wished there had been one because he wanted to separate himself as someone who was falsely accused. And let's be transparent, I love Alan Dershowitz. He's a mentor and a friend. So am I objective on him? No. Have I looked at the proof? Yeah, there's none. There's no way the accusation against him should have ever been levied. But let's put that to the side. He has an interest in seeing people who did bad stuff having the information come out to distinguish from his false accusations. So personally, he's got a good motivation. But as the guy's lawyer, he would have loved for there to have been a client list to help Epstein. And so when he tells you there isn't one, I think you should listen. I don't agree with his assessment of Maxwell, but I would defer to it because he is a far superior intellect on these things to me. And I'm not being falsely humble. I have him on as a better mind for a reason. He's a legend, and he deserves that distinction. However, having watched that trial, Eric, Maxwell knew a lot of dirty stuff, and she did a lot of dirty deeds to bring girls that had no business being around Epstein into his atmosphere. And I definitely think they were right to come after her. the nature of the sentence, you can feel any way you want. But again, we're left in the same place. Alan Dershowitz agrees with what I'm saying. If Maxwell had something to offer, she would have offered it by now.
All right. Well, let's move on to something else, Chris. I mean, you and I spent the better part of many decades in the media. Media is evolving. You know, the digital world is becoming more popular, actually overtaking a lot of the cable world's audience. But it's also becoming a little bit different in this. It bifurcated. It was far right, Fox News, Newsmax, others, and there's far left, MSNBC. You could say CNN if you want to or not. All of a sudden, Trump gets in 2.0. He sues Stephanopoulos and ABC. He wins. He sues CBS, wins $16 million plus another $20 million in advertising. They fire Colbert, possibly to get the FCC to approve a Paramount deal with Skydance. The media is evolving. Does Trump claim a victory for what's becoming the new media?
Victory, no. Credit, yes, he was a big boost to digital media. Democratization of media is a good thing, but a mixed blessing. I think ultimately it's a feature of our democracy, and it's a good thing. I think it takes time to shake out. More is not always better. The pod bros, I think, have traded in a lot of things that a legitimate media platform can't. And hot takes get policed. I have a boss. I have multiple bosses. I have lawyers. I have ethical standards. I have people who I have to be accountable to who can call me up and say, hey, on your show, you had Eric Bolling on, and you were a little more than aggressive when you cut him off, and you got to be careful about that. The pod bros don't have that. So there's oh yeah, it's unvarnished, it's authentic. It can also be wildly inaccurate, inappropriate, and counterproductive. Is it a win for Trump? No, not necessarily. And I don't think I would belittle his win by saying he won because of Rogan or the pod bros. It's not true. They were a reflection of why he won. They were not the reason that he won.
He took a victory lap on Truth Social for Stephen Colbert's firing, though. I mean, let's be honest. I think Trump would call that a win on his scoreboard.
That's fine. But Trump calling something a win and me calling a win are two different standards. But
fair enough.
Look, here's my concern. You said he won against ABC. He won against CBS. No, he didn't. He got paid by them because they were afraid of him. And I think it's really poor form. And I think having the FCC come out and approve the Skydance deal for Paramount right after they got rid of Colbert reeks to high heaven, and MAGA would go bat poop crazy if it were a D who were in the situation that the R is in right now in terms of muscling media to get paid out. Can you imagine if Biden had sued Fox? Can you imagine if Biden had sued Fox? And they just gave him.
Well, I mean, Newsom is suing Fox. Newsom is suing Fox. Yeah. Trump is suing Fox. I mean, it's a new world. All right, so we're gonna take a quick break and come back in 2.5 minutes with a little more Chris Cuomo, and we get into some really good stuff. Stick around.
Being single for years, what would it do to you? Would it make you sad? Would it make you lose hope? Would it make you feel disconnected? I wouldn't know, because I'm using datemyage.com. Grab your phone or laptop. Go to Date My Age. Get started for free.
Join datemyage.com today.
Hey there. Hey. Hey there, how are you? I'm with Disabled American Veterans. I was wondering if you had a quick minute to thank America's veterans for their service and sacrifices.
Of course, why not?
Oh, sure. Absolutely. Sure.
All right. Hey, well, come on in here. I'm just going to hit record on this.
I would like to thank you from the bottom of my heart. I can't even think of the words to say of how grateful I am.
I just want to tell you guys how much you appreciate it.
But most importantly, I want to thank you for your courage and bravery. Wow. Just thank you.
someone here who'd like to say something to you.
Oh my God, you guys are awesome.
Someone has something they want to say to you.
Goodness, how's it going? So I just want to let you know how much you appreciate it. How much you appreciate it.
I just feel honored for everything you've done.
Thank you for myself. Thank you for everybody.
I get to live every day, in peace because of you.
A lot of people thank us, but we want to take the time to thank you, honestly, for giving back. And when you give to DAV, you are supporting veterans like Dave, myself. So thank you so much for your.
Thank you. You guys are amazing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You can say thank you to our nation's heroes by calling the number on your screen right now and giving your monthly support of only $19.
Say thank you by going to helpdav.org right now and give just $19 a month. When you do, we'll send you this DAV blanket as a thank you and a reminder that you support those who served.
Please call or go online to helpdav.org right now. Your support says thank you to our nation's disabled American veterans.
All right, we're back and a little more with Mr. Chris Cuomo. Watch this. Chris, there's an important topic that I really want to talk to you about, and I cleared it with you prior because it's important because you're a friend of mine. You're a friend of mine. It's my notes. It's my notes. New York City Mayor, your brother. This guy Mamdani. Where in the world? Well, no. I'm saying Mamdani came out of nowhere. A socialist, like a legit, almost communist, coming out of nowhere. Takes the Democrat nomination. Where is the Democrat Party, my friend?
I don't know, and this is why let's speak some truth here that people in the audience and other opportunists can twist for advantage. I love my brother. I'm with him 100% all day long, just like you are with your family and most people who care about family. I was in no hurry to have him re-enter politics. I think he's given enough. I think it's too dirty, too manipulated. I did not want him to run as a Democrat because I think that party is going through reaction formation to MAGA and creating their own populist movement, which you're now seeing. You never mix up a movement with the messenger. Message comes first in politics, especially on the Democrat side. President Trump didn't create MAGA. He harnessed what was happening in this country. Same thing on this side. Yeah, Mamdani's a dilettante. Yeah, he comes from rich people. Yeah, he went to good schools. Yeah, he's not a real one as a socialist. Yeah, okay, fine. So what? The movement is still there. And it is as irrationally and outraged as I thought MAGA was. Because it's not that you're wrong to be upset about affordability any more than MAGA was right to be upset about a perceived openness and recklessness about the southern border. It's what are you going to do about it? The remedies are where I think this new populist movement that swallowed the Democratic Party in New York City falls short. Because just the word, let alone the ideas, socialism, you're going to take the means of production. You want to attack white neighborhoods. You want to attack rich people. You think that that's the language of a leader? I think that's crazy. The same way I felt that chasing out all migrants, that seeing everyone who enters illegally when it was basically permitted for so many years under the Democrats are all the same kind of threat is a mistake. And I think the majority agrees with me on both fronts. The majority is disconnected
I'm not sure,
from MAGA.
Chris. I'm not
disconnected
sure.
from whatever Mamdani.
I'm not sure. I think you're speaking absolute truth to everything we talk about, with the exception of that last line where you said you think the majority agrees with you not removing all the illegals that are here. I think that is the one thing that is, I believe it's either 55 or 58% of the population, a cross-section of the population, independent, Republican, Democrat, believe that removing all illegals is what they would prefer. And they believe Trump is doing the right thing by that. If I'm not mistaken, I'm pretty sure that that's where the polling lies in that. Here's the question, though. So you have an admitted socialist that's basically leading the New York City mayoral race. Now, let's game this out a little bit. Andrew Cuomo's in there, and he may be taking the vote away from Eric Adams, who would be the one that would be able to beat Eric Adams at this point. The question is, should your brother step down and let Adams go at it with Mamdani and hope for the sake of the country, certainly the sake of the city at least, we don't have a socialist in charge of the most powerful big city in America?
Well, look, I think, young isn't always bad, but having never run anything, being in your 30s, never even really having had a job, I think is a concern. But Mamdani has a movement behind him. And I think you got to address their grievance, and you've got to convince people who have a right and are right to be pissed off that you can do better for them. And that's the test for all of them, including my brother. I would offer this, okay? Obviously, I'm not objective. I don't cover the race on News Nation for this reason. But as a human being, I'm allowed to have my own opinion, right? I don't think two polling quibbles. One, I don't think you can show me a poll showing me the American majority wants all illegal entrants removed. They want dangerous ones removed. 3 in 4 of us say that, and it's the right position, in my opinion. I think the numbers drop precipitously when you put them all into the same basket. But let's put that to the side. For Andrew, I don't think you can show me a piece of polling, ask your guys to pull it, that Mamdani loses to Adams. I haven't seen it. I think Sliwa has a better chance than Adams of beating Mamdani if Andrew's in the race or not. Conversely, Andrew, I don't know how he wins with Adams in the race. And I don't know why Adams is the one who's given a clear path and not Andrew. Well, Andrew lost in the primary. But he was running against a movement that Adams started with his
it's just this, Chris. It's perceived as it's perceived that Mamdani is the radical, right? And that Eric Adams has become, for whatever reason, has become the moderate. And if Andrew and Adams are going to split the moderate vote, neither one of them can win if all 3 of the folks stay in the race. And that is the perception. That's my perception.
I don't think that's
final thought. I got to let you go. I know, but
I think that's the reality, Eric. I think you got it exactly right. I do not think Adams or Andrew wins if they're both in the race, and I think they're making a path for Mamdani. The question is, which one of them should be more entitled to run the race? And I think that's what the polling is going to have to suss out.
Got it. Chris Cuomo, really good having you on, my friend. And folks, again, we come from opposite ends of the political spectrum, but we met here on Bowling, and always good talking to you, my friend, Chris Cuomo.
I am a huge fan of yours. I don't have a lot of political ideology. I am here to test it. Not a Democrat, never been a Democrat, not a Republican, never been a Republican. My first vote ever, though, was for a Republican. 1988, I voted for President George Bush against Dukakis because I thought Dukakis was a poor man's Cuomo, poor man's Mario Cuomo. And I went to Yale, so I had an affinity to Bush. So that was my first vote. But if your name's Cuomo, I vote for you. Otherwise, I think the parties are the problem. And you are a fair broker. I don't care if we agree or not. You're coming from a good place, and I'm always a call away, and I wish you well.
Wish you well as well, my friend. And next time we'll talk about whether or not Elon Musk is right on bringing a third political party into the American political scene. Chris, good talking to you, my friend.
Take care, handsome.
Well, tell me what you think. Hit me up on the voicemail. You guys crush me with voicemails every day. I'd love to hear it. I think you're mixed on whether or not, you like the fact that I brought Chris Cuomo, the brother of Andrew Cuomo, who's running for mayor in New York City, brought him on the show. But I want to hear both sides. I want to hear everything, don't you? You make good judgments when you hear everything. You know where they're coming from. I'll bring him back. I go on his show. Bannon goes on his show. I mean, we have to have a political debate and dialogue in America. Still pick our side, right? I'm full-blown MAGA. All right, folks, watch this.
Through the 88 days, I lost 38.4 pounds.
My weight's down 20.4.
I did the 5-5-5 before, so I'm down about 60 pounds from there.
Come on, mighty man. That's
So-
huge. That's amazing.
Well, it was huge. This summer, we brought our grandchildren to the water park here locally, and walking up with the tube, I get about halfway up, and my heart felt like it was going to rip out of my chest. And we're just running up with them to the top of the hill and sliding down. I mean, what a huge difference. Be able to keep up with the 6-year-old.
Alrighty, folks. Summer is supposed to be a time for fun, being active, traveling, spending time with everyone, family. But for so many people, their health is holding them back. Let's bring in John Jubilee, founder of Energize Health, to discuss. John, good to have you back again. Tell us, how do we, by the way, do we do different things for hydration, cellular hydration, than summer versus winter?
Well, interestingly, it's not. You know what? Our body needs optimal intracellular hydration, Eric. And again, I love to remind people it's not from just drinking water. People hear that and they think, oh, I'll just go drink some more water. Well, it's not going to work, guys. It's just going to bounce off or just go straight through to your toilet. And it's going right there with all those expensive vitamins that you're taking as well. But look, you just heard a story about a grandfather. That's a grandfather who now he's running up and down water slide parks with the grandkids, lost 60 pounds of fat. So just imagine 10-pound bags of potatoes. That's gone out of the guy's body. And why? Because he chose to do something different so he could have something different. And so I want to encourage people that, look, if you're like me and you tried everything for 10 years, which I did, I tried everything for 10 years, nothing was sustainable. But guys, I did this in 1997. I'll do the math for you, 28 years ago. And since then, haven't had one medical doctor visit. You don't get sick when you have intercellular hydration. You have your optimal health. Your body's in homeostasis. But the cool side effects are what you heard Grandpa there. You get to lose all your fat, so your energy goes through the roof, and you get to enjoy summer how we're supposed to.
Yeah, so John, and sometimes when you hydrate, you don't necessarily lose weight, but you lose fat, yeah?
Well, it's exactly what it is. And by the way, look, come on, let's all get up real honest here. You know what? You're a truth teller, Eric. And so, guys, let's all be truth tellers. What's the first 10 pounds we lost on every diet that we've ever been on? We all did it together. We all lost water. We know it. We all lost water. That's all we lose when we go on these crazy diets. But at Energize Health, guys, we measure your hydration. We measure your skeletal muscle, your visceral fat, your subcutaneous fat. Listen, you can go look on our website at energizehealth.com. You'll hear people say, no, I gained 17 pounds of water. I gained 11.9 pounds of muscle. I lost 62 pounds of fat. Because we measure it. We measure it. And if nothing else that you do today to take an action, why don't you just call us? And we have no salespeople at our company. All we have is health experts. Right. Call one of our health experts. There's no charge for the call. Talk to them. For $99, you know what? We'll FedEx you a device that measures your intracellular hydration. Know what your hydration is. Because, guys, the key is when you get healthy, you never lose a drop of water. Right. You don't lose water. You only lose that on the crazy fad diets.
John, I got to jump. Really good having you on. John Jubilee, thank you. All right, folks, we'll be right back.
To avoid digital threats, just turn on NordVPN. Improve your protection against trackers, malicious websites, and malware-ridden downloads. Get the deal now.
It's just like our new house.
I hope you have an American Home Shield warranty. Leaky toilet? Fixed. Oven beyond repair? If AHS can't fix your covered item, then replace it, no matter its age. Sign up today at ahs.com.
Is your body ready for summer?
We're gonna build a body you can be proud of. You just give me 30 minutes a day for 21 days, and I promise you, the weight will come off.
This is 21 Day Fix, the perfect program to get you summer ready.
I am in perfect shape for my bikini.
I had that sexy little beef.
Get simple fitness, simple nutrition, fast results in just 21 days.
Get ready for summer with 21 Day Fix. This week, try it free at 21dayfix.com. That's 21dayfix.com.
Rav Family, from the group who brought you the hit songs 81 Million Votes, My Ass, MAGA Nation, and Trader Joe, comes a brand new single. Daddy Trump is available everywhere, and we need you to make some noise. Go download it on iTunes and let's run it up to #1 on the charts for President Trump.
So I just want to thank everybody very much. Thank you.
Get ready. You're about to get bombed by the truth bomber.
Didn't raise y'all, but I had to step up. Put the Ayatollah on a no-cap checkup. He calls me Daddy Trump. NATO knows what's up. Why they played pretend, I call they bluff. Kim and Vlad acting bad, throwing fits on the floor. BB screaming from the back, saying, Daddy, there's a war. I walk in like Sunday school.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff, tense, or less active? Introducing the EasyWell Remedy Massage System, a triple fusion of therapeutic experiences. Full body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation and reduces inflammation. Infrared heat penetrates deep to reduce pain, soothe, and relax. The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 heated nodes mimics a professional massage. Plus, it's detachable for deep relief anywhere you need it. Experience the true remedy for your pain and stiffness. Call now.
So, ever find yourself wondering what our nation's elected Democrats do to justify their salaries? Look no further than this lunatic, Eric Swalwell, who spent the weekend making weird videos in a gym. Watch.
I should be working right now. I should be at the Capitol. I should be in a suit. Instead, Republicans sent us home because they would rather stand up for Donald Trump than release the Epstein files and stand up for victims. We could be at Washington, D.C., lowering your healthcare costs, lowering your grocery costs, and restoring your rights. I should be working right now. Instead, I'm pumping iron at the gym.
I'm sorry you had to watch that, but I had to watch it, so I made you watch it as well. In case one clip wasn't enough to drive the point home, here's another should be working video from Eric Swalwell.
I should be working right now. I should be in Congress. I should be voting to lower your costs. But instead, I'm in a pool because Republicans sent everyone home because they don't want to release the Epstein files. We could be working to lower your costs, make sure healthcare is affordable, and make sure we're restoring the rights of everyone in our community. I should be working right now.
Another cringeworthy video. Doesn't this guy have anything better to do than to show his own whatever stuff off? Ridiculous. Another Democrat who barely ever works, Congresswoman Jazzy Jasmine Crockett, one of our favorites, had a public meltdown over redistricting in Texas. Watch.
That is what the law is. That is what the law is. So they want you to say, oh, it's all about partisan politics. Texas is a majority-minority state. They are trying to dilute the voices of the majority in this state.
See, that's the whole point. That is the law. You're allowed to redistrict. That's what this whole thing is, Jazzy Jasmine. You want to be president. We know you want to be president. That's how the rules work. You got to. Elections have consequences, and that is one of the. Besides judges, federal judges that are appointed by the ruling party, redistricting in the hands of people who hold the offices. Democrats continue to spiral, both mentally and numerically. The party of clowns is polling at an all-time low. And CNN's Harry Enton, their fact checker, was there to drop the hammer. Watch.
Dems, and let's look at their net favorable ratings. Whoa. Woof. I mean, my God, we mentioned CNN. We had that poll come out a little while ago on their net favorable rating. They were 26 points underwater. You think that's low enough? How about we go even lower? We'll go to this side of the screen. I'm going to walk over here. We go to the Wall Street Journal, minus 30 points, 30 points underwater. Their lowest on record. These polls have records going all the way back since the early 1990s. And when it comes to the Democratic Party's net favorable rating in both the Wall Street Journal poll and the CNN poll, the Democratic Party is breaking records in the way, Jessica Dean, you don't want to break records.
Keep it up. Keep these stupid ideas going. Keep Jazzy Jasmine Crockett. Keep AOC and Bernie Sanders flying around calling people out. Keep it up, folks. Democrats, lowest polling ever Omar Fatah just dropped one of the most deranged quotes we'll hear all week, hopefully, and it's only Monday. He thinks that Minneapolis didn't go far enough in dismantling the police department. By the way, let's not forget, Minneapolis is in the state of Minnesota, where the governor's name is Tampon Timmy Walls. But listen.
Have you seen any change in policing 5 years later since what happened to George Floyd that caused one of the great movements that we've seen in American history?
Unfortunately, no. The mayor has promised continuously to our communities that there would be real meaningful reform, and 5 years later, there is still no plan. Just last week.
This guy wants to completely dismantle the Minneapolis Police Department, which, by the way, Ilhan Omar, the congresswoman, decided to do that in 2020 as well. These clowns, these Democrats are unbelievable. You got New York, Mamdani, who's an admitted socialist, maybe even communist, who might win the city mayoral contest there. You got this guy who wants to win the mayor. Democrat cities are becoming, I won't even say the word, some S-holes. Jon Stewart just said that the Democrat Party is undemocratic. Somewhere in his rant, he makes a point, but try and see if you can figure this one out.
I've been shocked by how undemocratic the Democratic Party can be.
Tell me, what do you mean by, I don't disagree with you necessarily, but what do you mean by that?
By putting their foot on the scales to get, make sure that Hillary Clinton comes out of the thing, or make sure that, that they're listening to that anger.
Just wait till Tulsi Gabbard and Pam Bondi and Cash and Bongino start really digging into this investigation of Hillary, of Obama, of Clapper, of Comey, of Brennan, of McCabe. I can't wait to see what comes of that. And I just hope beyond hope that we get at least one, if not multiple, perp walks. Lock them up, as Trump would say, lock them up. 2.5 minutes. We have Bannon on the backside of this one.
Being single for years, what would it do to you? Would it make you sad? Would it make you lose hope? Would it make you feel disconnected? I wouldn't know, because I'm using datemyage.com. Grab your phone or laptop. Go to Date My Age. Get started for free.
Join datemyage.com today.
Hello, friends. Pat Boone here with a message from the past. Imagine the shock of reading tomorrow's newspaper and discovering the price of gold has doubled to over $1,000 an ounce. Sound impossible? Well, it's not. That's right. Back in 2006, my friends at Swiss America forecast gold prices would top $1,000 an ounce, and they were right. Today, several financial firms are forecasting $3,000 gold. Now, for over 40 years, Swiss America has helped folks like you and me purchase precious metals for home delivery and for our IRAs. So don't miss this opportunity again. Call or text Swiss America at the number on your screen now to receive your free portfolio review and a copy of The Timeless Truth About Gold and Silver. Learn for yourself how easy it is to safeguard your money. Call or text Swiss America today.
There's nothing worse than losing your dog before their time.
That's why I created Dr. Marty Nature's Blend, designed to help dogs with everything from digestive issues to itching, even moving better.
Nature's Blend works because it's freeze-dried. So instead of destroying the nutrients with high heat, they all get right into your dog's body.
Take it from a veterinarian with over 50 years of experience saving dogs' lives. I have never seen a food make this much impact on a dog's health.
For a limited time, get up to 54% off Dr. Marty Nature's Blend, plus a free gift with our special TV offer. Call or go to drmartypets.com/TV.
Hi, Chef Daniel Green here with Rice Robot, the 1, 2, 3 rice cooker. Watch, 1 add the white cup for rice, 2 add the blue cup for water, 3 click it and let Rice Robot perfectly cook it.
The secret is perfect cook technology for even cooking. Then Rice Robot senses when it's done, auto stops and keeps it warm to serve.
It won't burn, overcook or undercook, guaranteed.
Get the complete Rice Robot cooking system, all for just $39.99. Order now.
All right, let's bring in the guy, the man, the myth, the legend, Stephen K. Bannon. I think he heard his name maybe earlier with Chris Cuomo and I were chatting about MAGA and all things. And folks, let me know what you think on my voicemail. Just call me and we'll play some of them tomorrow. I know you're going to get lit up because Chris from CNN, but he happens to be, I disagree with him politically completely, but he's not a bad guy. Let's bring in Mr. Steve Bannon. Bannon, I had Cuomo on, and the folks are.
Hang on. You're booking like me. Why? How do I get on here when you're booking primetime, mainstream media, big hitting anchors, sir?
Aren't you on his show like once in a while? Can't you just say, Chris, I'm on your show? Just come on stop it. Stop it.
What are you talking about?
Before we get into it.
In a Rav afternoon show, you're booking Chris Cuomo? That's a big get.
Look at this. You see what this is?
You got a lot more stroke. You got a lot more stroke than I thought you had.
This is for Steve Bannon. When I buy T-shirts now, I buy a second one for Steve. I'm sending you this. You see what this says, Steve? It says Alligator Alcatraz, but even better, look at the back of this. This is yours. I'm sending it to you. Look at the back of that. How awesome is that?
Hang on a second. Yeah. We hold it. What?
Can you
hang
see
on
it?
a second. Let me see it. Get me. Oh, that's crazy. That's only Florida man. Only.
Nah, Bannon. It's on its way.
Have
to
I ever
Bannon
told you?
episode.
By the way, Bowling. Have I ever told you your Florida take on life is much different than your New York take?
What does that mean? Hey, I'm in God's country.
Bowling,
I'm in paradise.
Go back to Bowling on the 5 are sitting in for O'Reilly. I mean, he had the braces on. He had the $9,000 suits, the perfect hair.
Gotcha. But I always was MAGA. Remember how hard it was being MAGA in that 5 seat at the beginning when the little ones over the side, Gutfeld and Perino, hated Trump, and it was me, and they had the Bob Beckel, the old guy, who hated Trump, and poor Kimberly and I were just trying to hold the fort down for a while, but that was then.
This is how MAGA you are. Trump, we were up there in the transition. The president-elect talked to me, and we called you. I think you were in makeup for the 5 and said, you got to get over here right now. You're about to be made the Secretary of Commerce.
I did. True story. I got a call from Mr. Steve. And as you recall, Steve's number comes up banana because I don't want anyone to know Steve's calling me. So it's my code. It's Banana's my dog. But yeah, that was another day, another time. Hey, Trump got a nice deal with the European Union, huh? 15% unilaterally. Markets loved it. People love it. A lot of money.
Pretty amazing. And I think today Matt Bowl came on. 60% of the world's GDP now is under either heads of terms agreed, contract on commerce. In fact, we're starting the show, Eric, as soon as we get off, a bunch of commentators who are not friends of Trump and not fans of Trump really talking about they were dead wrong about him redoing the commercial relationships of the world. Of course, you've known him a long time. This is because he followed Lou Dobbs for 20, 30 years and really thought it through as Lou Dobbs did about trade and trade deficits being so trade deficits being so detrimental.
Me. Steve, I was questioning tariffs left and right. You can't argue with the scoreboard and new highs across all the markets. If he gets this, this idea of reducing or eliminating capital gains on real estate profits, it would be amazing. It'll be jet fuel to the economy.
Jet fuel. Be amazing. No, he's on quite a roll right now economically. Of course, there's some storm clouds. This issue in Ukraine, as we talked about in the morning show, and in Gaza. President Trump now, he has to pivot from doing these deals, the most significant trade deals in the history of the country. He's got to pivot back to keeping us out of the Third World War.
Why does he want to get, Steve, why does he have to tell Putin the timeline's reduced, ceasefire, or else? I just don't get it. He's got everything going for him. He's got the economy. He got the wind in his sails. 2026 is, 15 months away from that. Why is he messing around with Putin?
Well, he's been very focused on bringing peace to these areas. I think he wants ceasefires. He wants peace, whether it's Gaza, whether it's Yemen, whether it's Ukraine. And, he's hitting some speed bumps. This is obviously much more engagement than America First would like. But President Trump's got his own way of doing things, his own way of negotiating. Of course, remember, he started the trade deals with Liberation Day. Everybody was dumping on him except the hardest core MAGA. So I hope it works. I think, Eric, I mean, your thoughts, because you've traded this stuff before, it may be part of the EU deal. I think really guts a lot of the German and the EU's need for Russian energy. A lot of that's going to be purchased from the United States. Maybe he feels he's got leverage right now. He can go make the best deal possible.
Yeah, again, I didn't see the tariff thing coming. I just like the free markets. And by the way, just because I don't like tariffs doesn't mean I'm less MAGA, does it? Because I thought I was an OG. You're the Don of you're the true North MAGA, but I used to call me OG.
No. You're original gangster. But the trade part of it's key. But people have different interpretations of that. Hey, you were going to be Secretary of Commerce. You've been cutting tariff deals, trade deals in the first term. If you had come aboard. I didn't want. Hey, I don't want to say that Bowling said no. I'll stay. I'm anchoring the 5. I'm making the big bucks. I'll see you boys later. But we did need a voice over there. We did need a voice, and you were fantastic.
Let me distract you a little with the Alligator Alley T-shirt that's headed your way, Mr. Bannon. It's your show, my friend. I love you. I appreciate you spending some time with us and setting my true North.
I was thinking of you. We're using your cutting board. That's something that we'll show the audience that maybe in the weeks ahead. The Eric Bowling cutting board in the war room is being used actively. So
Excellent.
Thank you so much, sir.
And
Appreciate you.
Throw the axe at the wall, too, if you get mad.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate you. Okay, there's been a lot going on this afternoon. One thing is that there was a reporter that actually, I'll get to this in a while, a reporter that actually tweeted out when I was having a meeting. This was after Brian Harrison came on about the redistricting in Texas and not being off to the best foot. A reporter, and I'll pull it up here in a minute, tweeted out that Hakeem Jeffries was actually going to Austin, Texas, the state capitol, to make a presentation on Wednesday. That's how important the Democrats are. They view this redistricting or shutting it down. I'll get more to that. Big development out of the courts today about the Federal Reserve, also the trade deals, all of it. We got a great cold open. Let's go ahead and hit it.
You know, I always watch and see who buys the New York Post, because it tells me that people want an alternative to people like you or me. Or they want an alternative. They want the Trumpian view. And maybe they want to expose themselves to the Trumpian view so they can expose the weaknesses they've got. But also, to be honest with you, the country is moving towards Trump. I mean, these polls that come out and show him not doing well, I don't buy that. I think his strength is still greater than the Democratic strength. He is a stronger public figure than the Democratic people. I mean, Obama still has tremendous charisma, but Trump has strength. And I think that's what all voters look for. But they want a president who is a strong figure. And he's got it. And he can, it's just there. And half the country buys it. That's what I think.
Do you think he'll go for a third term?
No, the Constitution won't permit it.
On this deal, the European Union, this is a big win for the U.S. And if you look at where these was 3-4 weeks ago, you could see that there was a lot of hardball towards the end there.
It's a triumph of a lot of things. Certainly, the president ought to take a victory lap. I think it ends up being good for the European Union. It's a blow against the conventional wisdom, which, of course, in the last quarter saw a lot of this as disastrous. The markets see the fact of the deal and the ratification of trade and the expansion of trade as the most important thing. And number one. Number two, I think there's a situation here where, as you've alluded to in your questioning with Tyler, that the geopolitical element of this also remains front and center, whether we're talking about the continued interdependence of the U.S. and European Union economies, or whether we're talking about investments in the United States and purchases of military equipment. You're seeing a tightening of the alliance, and I think, frankly, an attempt by both parties to push back a bit against China.
But the weaponization of intelligence agencies to pull that off brings on an entirely different problem. And if the Democrats are found to have been guilty of this, really creating this story, that's not good. because you have a whole bunch of people skeptical about politics to begin with. And you got to remember, Trump is in office because he's considered the anti-politician. His behavior, his mannerisms, his language, his verbiage, his actions to some degree are very apolitical. It's not typically what you see from conventional politicians on Capitol Hill. And then when you think about how they went after him and they engaged in lawfare to take him down to 34 felony counts and convictions and all of this other stuff, they're going to say, see, he wasn't guilty of any of this stuff. They did everything they could to derail him from being the president because the mission was to keep him from getting back into the White House. It wasn't that he did this or did that. They're going to say it's all a hoax. They're going to bring up the Hunter Biden scandal with the whole laptop controversy. And they're going to say from 2016 to 2020 to 2024, each and every single time they were lying. And they were engaging in unsavory style behavior that adds credence to the argument that we've been making against them. There's no truth to any of this stuff. They just wanted to derail the presidency of number 45. And they wanted to big up Biden. And they're going to point out how when he was on stage, as one pundit said, looking like an elderly individual in a nursing home waiting for his applesauce. But they were talking about him like he was lucid and cogent and alert and all of this other stuff. They're going to point that out. See Jim Jordan on the air the other night? You see these reporters? I mean, they're not playing. This is not going away.
I remember along with probably most people, was saying at the beginning, by the 4th of July, somebody had a thing how the the economy was going to be tanked by then. And I was kind of like, well, that seems right to me, but that didn't happen. Now, it could happen tomorrow. I'm just saying. Yeah. That's reality. So let's work first from the reality of that, not from I just hate Donald Trump. Because that's boring and doesn't get us anywhere and leads you to dishonesty. Because the truth is, I don't know what his strategy is. But look, the stock market is at record highs. I know not everybody lives by the stock market, but I also drive around. I don't see a country in a depression at all. I see people out there just living their lives. And I would have thought, and I got to own it, that these tariffs were going to sink this economy by this time, and they didn't. So, how do we deal with that fact? Because that's the fact.
This is the primal scream of a dying regime. Pray for our enemies, because we're going medieval on these people. You're not got a free shot on all these networks lying about the people. The people have had a belly full of it. I know you don't like hearing that. I know you try to do everything in the world to stop that, but you're not going to stop it. It's going to happen.
And where do people like that go to share the big lie? MAGA media. I wish in my soul, that any of these people had a conscience.
Ask yourself, what is my task and what is my purpose? If that answer is to save my country, this country will be saved.
War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
It's Monday, 28 July, year of our Lord 2025. On the economic side, President Trump, as we have said from Liberation Day and for years and years and years before then about trade, protectionism, tariffs, all of it, really starting to get some momentum here and close big deals, fill up the Treasury's coffers with tariff money, and start to see investments and people bringing back high-value added manufacturing jobs here. So that's the economic part. Then you have a finance part. And breaking news today from federal courts about the Federal Reserve. James Fishback joins us. When we left you, I think on Thursday, James, Friday, you were getting ready to go to court. On Monday, you went to court. Give us some breaking news, sir.
Good afternoon, Steve. We just learned that Obama Judge Beryl Howell has not granted our temporary restraining order to force open tomorrow's Federal Reserve meeting. We did get two huge wins. The Federal Reserve asked to dismiss our case that was swiftly denied by a judge who was appointed by President Obama. So we were thankful for that. And the second win, and I couldn't even believe this, Steve, that it happened, but the Federal Reserve revealed something in open court that we didn't even know about. That legally speaking, tomorrow's Federal Reserve meeting is actually a joint meeting of two separate legal entities. The first of which is the Federal Open Market Committee, the FOMC, Steve, that sets the interest rates in the entire economy. The second entity is the Board of Governors of the Federal Reserve. Now, why does that matter? Why does it matter this joint meeting? Because the Board of Governors, their lawyers conceded in federal court today, is actually subject to the transparency mandates of public observation from the Sunshine Act. And so when you have a joint meeting between a entity like the Board of Governors that is subject and an entity that is not subject, the FOMC, the entire meeting becomes subject to the Sunshine Act. I looked to our counsel at our table in the court today, and we just could not believe that the Federal Reserve admitted that in open court, something that we were not even privy to, that these meetings are being held as joint meetings, which mean they are absolutely subject to the transparency disclosures of the Sunshine Act. Steve, you and the War Room audience knows this well. The Federal Reserve is among the most powerful economic institutions in the country, and without a doubt, it is the least transparent and least accountable. We are changing that. Today was a win for our fight. We had no illusions about how easy this would be, but we're not going to end the Fed in one day. And I'm grateful for our attorneys and our entire team at Azoria for the win that we had today in court.
James, I would actually argue it's one of the most powerful in the world, maybe the most powerful. But I want to just pull the camera back for a second on the case itself. You went in for a Hail Mary, a TRO to stop tomorrow or to make it transparent. You said she did not dismiss the case, which is what the Fed really wanted. Walk through what actually is your case. What is your beef? What are you trying to put forward to the federal courts that you want to achieve for the American people, sir?
Absolutely. Well, as you know, Steve, getting a TRO, a temporary restraining order against the federal government is very, very hard. Unless, of course, you're an illegal immigrant suing President Trump to stay in our country and to steal more from us. Right. It's very hard to do that, to hold the government accountable. But our case, Steve, is premised on a very simple theory. In 1976, Republicans and Democrats got together and passed something called the Government in the Sunshine Act, that recognizing the best way to bring accountability to our government is to illuminate the public acts of public men so we could all see what's going on. For the past 50 years, the Federal Reserve has decided not to adhere to the Sunshine Act. That means that the public, whether you're Republican or Democrat, could not observe the Federal Reserve's proceedings. They could not truly know why the Fed was doing what it's doing. One decision, for example, is why on earth the Federal Reserve is keeping interest rates and in turn mortgage rates near a quarter-century high, despite the fact that President Trump is delivering the lowest inflation in 4 years on top of trade deals that are delivering for American workers and businesses, on top of the fact that for the past 5 months, headline core inflation, headline CPI inflation rather, has come in better than expected, lower than expected. And so none of it makes any sense. The problem is that we can't understand why the Federal Reserve is making its decisions, because unlike the FTC or the FCC, the Federal Reserve is not listening to federal law and holding its meetings to public observation. You cannot criticize the federal government if you don't know what the federal government is actually up to. And so our ability to redress our grievances to the Federal Reserve and point out, I believe, there are obvious attempts to undermine President Trump and the 80 million of us who supported him in the last election, that is in itself an egregious violation of federal law. We cannot change course for the Fed and get them to bring down interest rates if we don't know what's actually going on behind the curtain. And so today was a TRO attempt to block tomorrow's meeting from being in secret. The judge did not grant that attempt, but also the judge did not allow the Fed to dismiss their case. That was swiftly shut down from a judge, of all people, appointed by President Barack Obama. And so I'm grateful for our hearing today, and let's see what happens. But we are very quickly reviewing our options, because we've got something here with this admission from the Federal Reserve, its own lawyer, that tomorrow and Wednesday's Fed meeting is actually a joint meeting between that and an entity that would be covered by the Sunshine Act, which would force it to be open to public observation and in turn, public criticism. No government institution is beyond reproach, and that's what we stand for at Azoria.
James, we got a minute or two here, and I'd like to just keep you over for a minute maybe on this answer. Correct me if I'm wrong. Didn't the government argue, or not the government, the Federal Reserve argued in trying to combat the TRO that your request to have this open and have transparency and have the American people view it would be detrimental to the task, the underlying task of the Federal Reserve?
They argued that it would cause, quote, irreparable harm to our nation's economy, end quote. Irreparable harm, Steve. The only irreparable harm that's being caused by any of this is Jerome Powell's Federal Reserve trying to use his awesome position to undermine the duly elected president of the United States. The only irreparable harm is keeping interest rates and mortgage rates by extension near 25-year highs, denying hundreds of thousands of Americans every single month their ability to buy a home. Steve, if you can't buy a home because you can't get a mortgage, you can't start or grow your family. What the Federal Reserve is doing is literally anti-American because it's stopping millions of our citizens from starting or growing their families because they can't get a mortgage. And as a result of that, they cannot get a home. And so this is about bringing real accountability. We did that first with our anti-DEI ETF, SPXM. We are doing that today with Azoria v. Powell. It is the first step in a battle, Steve. I got to tell you the truth. Your motivation, your words keep us motivated in this fight. The War Room audience keeps us motivated in this fight. It won't be easy, but I believe we will prevail and bring real accountability to this institution that has failed Americans for too long.
James, social media, where do people keep up with you, sir?
James Fishback, J_Fishback at X. And you can go to investazoria.com to learn more about our anti-DEI ETF. The ticker there, Steve, is SPXM.
Thank you, brother. Great job today in court. Short commercial break. Back in the War Room in just a moment.
A heart attack? Do they have life insurance?
No.
But we have life insurance. John.
I'm trying to find something we can afford.
Fortunately, in only a few minutes, SelectQuote found John a $500,000 policy for only $29 a month. And his wife Anne a $500,000 policy for only $21 a month. Go to SelectQuote.com now and get the insurance your family needs
at a price you can afford. SelectQuote. We shop, you save.
Yep, your worst nightmare. Your car broke down. Now you're worried if it's going to cost you a fortune in repair bills. Unless you already called CarShield, the legit #1 auto protection company in the country. When you're protected with a plan through CarShield, the process is smooth like ice and done in as little as 3 steps. 1. First, the tow truck takes your car to the shop. The cost of towing, covered when you got a plan through CarShield. Next, you probably need to get around while your vehicle's being repaired, right? 2. Plans through CarShield have rental car options too. Then comes the best part. 3. When you pick up your vehicle, you don't have a big repair bill to worry about. CarShield administrators get your covered repairs paid directly to the shop, so you're back on the road with no worries. Call now to get an affordable plan through CarShield for your vehicle before it's too late. When you call CarShield, whether you got a small problem like a power window motor that could cost a few $100s, or a big problem like an engine or transmission that could cost you thousands of dollars, you're taken care of. CarShield is the #1 auto protection company in the country, and their administrators have paid out more than $1 billion in auto repairs. That's billion with a B. CarShield is the choice that gives you the CarShield guarantee. Your rate never goes up, and your coverage never goes down, no matter how many claims you have. Look, it's inevitable. As your car or truck ages, the parts and components are gonna fail. It's not worth the risk. Call CarShield now.
Waiting until your car breaks down is too late. Call CarShield for coverage on up to 5,000 parts and get the CarShield guarantee, where your rate never goes up and your coverage never goes down, no matter how many claims you have. Call 800-653-8201. 800-653-8201.
Why aren't you getting results? Random workouts, overtraining muscles, completely missing others, wasted time. Don't do that. Do this. This is 25 Minute Speed Train. Follow me for just 25 minutes a day, 7 days a week. with minimal equipment and get actual results.
Look at the definition. I didn't have these arms at high school.
Subscribe to Body in the next 24 hours for less than 50 cents a day and get 25-minute speed train free at bodywithaneye.com.
Hello, America's Voice family.
Are you on Getter yet? No?
What are you waiting for?
It's free.
It's uncensored, and it's where all the biggest voices in conservative media are speaking out.
Download the Getter app right now. It's totally free. It's where I put up exclusively all of my content 24 hours a day. You want to know what Steve Bannon's thinking? Go to Getter.
That's right. You can follow all of your favorites. Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, Jack Posobiec,
And so many more.
Download the Getter app now.
Sign up for free and be part of the movement.
Don't Democrats, though, have to secure their base before they can secure the major election in the entire country?
They do, but this is a significant change from 8 years ago. The way the Democrats, broadly speaking, viewed Donald Trump 8 years ago was that he was an aberration, the way Joe Biden talked about, frankly, is that you beat him in 2020 and the Trump legacy is going to be erased. His style of politics is going to vanish. Republicans are going to have a fever break, as Barack Obama said, for quite a while, and the country will change. And they no longer think that. And they're not having a press conference and saying, we don't think this anymore. You're seeing it in these sorts of actions where there are tactics they admit Donald Trump uses very well that are not going to voters and showing them a chart that proves the Democrats are correct, that are grabbing attention, that are being insulting, that are being mean. I'd recommend reading that whole profile and everything else Elaine Godfrey writes. But some of what Crockett has done has been insulting in ways that Democrats usually apologize for, like calling Governor Abbott in Texas Governor Hot Wheels, and she didn't apologize. She kind of explained that she wasn't talking about his disability. But that is the sort of attitude the Democrats used to say, that's not us, that's Trump, we are a different party. Because they lost the last election to Trump, they don't have the confidence anymore that their style of politics is, one, going to win, and two, effective. That is slowly changing how they operate.
You have a couple things going on here. Number one, they are reaching all-time lows as far as the party goes in polling from the American people, I think in the mid to low 30s. So they're in a ditch, they're in a hole. However, they do have like Mondami in New York, and that's this new, even more radical, if you can believe it or not, even more radical than Obama, or kind of the offsprings of Obama and Obama's tenure. You now have what I call the red-green merger. Marxism, neo-Marxism with radical jihad, and you're seeing this sprout up all over. Other candidates are coming up. That's where they've got some momentum, and that's where they got some heat. Not to get majorities, but in these areas like in New York City, where he's running against a couple of candidates, this guy can, win with 40% or 44, 45%. At the same time, I think they're poised for a big win in Texas unless somebody gets their act together. I spent the afternoon with different people in Texas on this very problem, in that with the Democrats being shattered because they now realize that the MAGA movement is here to stay and only going to grow and get bigger. That's why President Trump's our leader, and one of the reasons I support President Trump for 28, and I think there's many different ways you can do that, is that this is a reformulation of American politics like 1932, and the coalition we're putting together is very broad and very deep. But they need a victory. And I think they're going to see a victory down in Texas, and people in Texas at the senior levels. And I'm talking Abbott and Patrick. And let's be blunt about these guys. On two big issues down in Texas. Number one, the impeachment of Attorney General Paxton. They were very weak until the War Room and other grassroots organizations got together and had a firestorm after the House impeached him. This is in the Senate trial. And even then, Lieutenant Governor Patrick was kind of trying to play both sides against the middle, or trying to have it both ways, until we helped create a firestorm with other folks. And of course, he was impeached, but he was not removed from office. And now he's up, 20 points in a Senate race in the early days of it, and raising a ton of money for the United States Senate against a rhino, one of the hardest rhino incumbents, Cornyn. The other was the border. I mean, everything Abbott did was just purely performative. If even that, we would have Todd Bensman on here. Remember, they'd be down there and taking the barbed wire down that we were trying to get up. That local sheriffs and local people were putting up. The Texas state authorities were horrific until we put the spotlight on, because neither Abbott or Patrick can take the heat. You put the spotlight on them, they're going to heave too. This situation and I think President Trump and other people associated with it are kind of banking these 5 seats. They're counting on these 5 seats. This is one of the reasons DeSantis jumped in here. DeSantis said, hey, this is politically, Abbott could be a competitor of mine. If he gets those 5 seats, or when he gets those 5 seats, I better be there too. He's up, he's come forward with 5 seats for redistricting. And now there's talk in Commerce and other places that, hey, maybe we just do a mid-decade census, because you can do it. Doesn't say you can't do it. You just have to do one every 10 years. You go back and do another one in 2030. Now, that won't help for 26. I think that would be too late. You need these redistrictings. And the Democrats smell blood. If you put the tweet up during these meetings I was having, a reporter down in Texas actually tweeted out, and I don't think we followed up. We haven't tracked down the news story, just the tweet, that Hakeem Jeffries is going to go and be in Austin on Wednesday. This past week, it's a 4-week special session, and they have all kinds of stuff to do, and they're in some bizarro fight on hemp and THC, and is the beer lobby supporting this because you're going to get liquid THC? Hey, that's just like vested interest. And with Patrick and Abbott's got one group of guys, and another guy's got the beer guys. That's all crap. Okay, that's all crap. You got the country on the line right here. They have other big issues in Texas, too, like property taxes, et cetera, but the country's on the line on this thing. And there's got to be some focus. I mean, senior-level focus. And Hakeem Jeffries going down there, they smell blood. The very first week, they've turned this over to radical Democrats, which I know your head's blown up. How could you have radical Democrats down in Texas? But you got a lot of them. And I'm talking from the Crockett School and farther left, the Mandami School. And you got folks down there, they're smelling blood, and that's why Hakeem Jeffries is not going down to help their cause. Hakeem Jeffries is going to go down to take credit for a scalp. Because he's a brother that needs some help right now, because he's taking incoming all over. But, hey, you don't really – the part of the party you represent is all the D.C., New York branch, and you guys are stiffs. And we need the Mandamis. We need the Crockett's. You just heard Dave Weigel right there. Dave Weigel has been following the MAGA movement, or the predecessor to that, the Tea Party movement, with Andrew Breitbart and everybody, I don't know, for 10, 12, 14 years. And he can see it right there. Hakeem Jeffries now – we haven't seen a follow-on news report, but there's something going on big in Texas. These Democrats, last week somebody told me they had 100 witnesses, constitutional, demographic, and what are they doing? They're calling the Texas legislature, and people want to see this. Oh, they're racist, they're nativists, they're all Trump. You can't rest on your laurels. One of the things about this process of history, it's active every day. Something's happening every day. If you want to get involved in this and say, hey, it's too much, didn't we win? A win is only another point on the board to go forward to another part of the process. Yes, President Trump won by 14 points in November. It was monumental. It was historic. It was fantastic. But you got the Soros kid, the punk, right? Uma Abedin's significant other. I think he's committed another couple of $100 million to go back into Texas, and they've done some smart analysis. Number one, they see there's an establishment down there that's basically the Bush faction, the same thing we fought at the border, the same thing we fought in the impeachment, are not Trump people. And they're sitting there going, if they're going to cause racist and nativist, maybe we shouldn't do it. Well, hey, the reason you won by 14 points, Hispanic American citizens are the ones that have your back. This is why more than ever we should be there trying to use any tool you can to properly represent the people. In my instance, they haven't put the maps out. I heard the maps are coming Saturday, and they could have a vote as early as next Tuesday, which would be in the beginning of the third week of this. Regardless, we got to see some maps. Now, I've already seen a proposed map or a first cover map from Ron DeSantis, and hey, the DeSantis of what they're talking about in Florida, man, they get rid of Debbie Wasserman Schultz and a whole Moskovitz and a whole bunch of them, right? Because the demographics have changed. The country's going through a rapid change from the pandemic. People are looking for freedom. People are looking for opportunities. Now, big tech is making investments in other places, and yes, it's drawn a lot of liberals and a lot of, as we say in Virginia, Yankees. But you got a ton of good folks moving to these places. So I'm fully supportive of a mid-decade census right now. That being said, you have in Florida, Missouri, Ohio, and Texas, I think 12 to 14 seats may be available. And that might be the difference. In Texas alone may be the difference in President Trump. They're trying to impeach him. Hakeem Jeffries ain't going down there for his looks. Okay, he's going down there to, one, put the shoulder to wheel, but also to make sure he gets credit for this. They smell blood. This is just like up here. I said today, I broke it today, that you can tell what the Senate's going to do. The Senate's going to drop a big, they're pretending right now, go home in the next couple of days and come back and drop a massive omnibus bill that the Republican senators have worked with the Democrats, and they're going to put it out in the third week of September and say, suck on this. We know the appropriations done. President Trump is on a roll, doesn't want to shut down his government. So this is what we got to keep the government open. At the same time, no rescissions. You heard today, I put up today early from the Hill. Oh, they're afraid of pocket rescissions. Why? Because it cuts spending, and they don't want to, they don't want to intimidate the Democrats. Well, hey, if we either run this deal or we don't. Also, they're taking off. We just this afternoon got the first federal judge, I think, confirm Emil Bovee in the next 24, 48 hours. But these guys are taking off. Mike Lee sat there and said, hey, we need 35 people confirmed. They got to stay here till they do that. My point is Johnson and Thune got to quit playing games, and we have to have a real recess. And let's have some recess appointments. That gives us a year, a mass confirmations, right? Or at least appointments that take a year, and then you can work through the system. President Trump needs his team. Look at the work they're doing with, really, as they say, as used to say in the Civil War, you're going into battle with one boot on. We're going to take a short commercial break. Take your phone out, Bannon, text Bannon, Bannon, at 989898. Get the ultimate guide, which is totally free, to investing in gold and precious metals in the age of Trump.
To avoid digital threats, just turn on NordVPN. Improve your protection against trackers, malicious websites, and malware-ridden downloads. Get the deal now.
Tired of the hassle and high costs of selling a home? We can help. At Ideal Agent, we'll connect you with a top local agent that'll sell your home fast for top dollar, and all this for as low as a 2% commission.
We got the top dollar for our house and the lowest commission that I could have imagined. The house sold in 2 days. It was so exciting for us.
Ideal Agent is available nationwide. There's no obligation, and best of all, our service is completely free. Call today or visit idealagent.com.
Hey, just want to say thank you for your service.
Yeah, sure.
I'm sure you've heard that before, but we want you to know that we understand the freedoms and liberties in this country are because of people like you who served and gave everything for the cause of freedom. We don't take that lightly. So thank you for everything you've done and sacrificed for us.
Thank you so much. That means a lot to me.
We're ready for our ticket.
It's been paid.
People thank me for my service all the time. But I want to thank you for being someone
worth fighting for. You make it all worth it. If you really want to thank me and other veterans like me, go to helpdav.org and support disabled American veterans. That is the best way to say thank you and keep our promise to our nation's heroes.
You can say thank you to our nation's heroes by going to helpdav.org right now, or call the number on your screen and give your monthly support of only $19. Your support lets our disabled veterans know you appreciate them and everything they have sacrificed for us. When you do, we'll send you this DAV blanket as a thank you and a reminder that you support those who served.
When you support DAV, you're showing veterans like me that you were worth fighting for.
Please call or go online to helpdav.org right now. Your support in this moment honors our veteran service.
The bathroom of your dreams is only a phone call away with BCI Bath and Shower. We can make your ordinary bath and shower extraordinary. This is not a cookie cutter design. This is a complete custom build that will fit your every need, and discounts for seniors and military.
Look, our audience knows this, thanks to you and thanks to Devin Nunes. Our audience is well aware of what took place here, but we want to see accountability. Many of the statute of limitations have expired. It's been almost 10 years for many of these folks who did this. But John Brennan testified to Congress, and so did Hillary Clinton, within 5 years. I think it was in 2020, and then again in 2021. Are those statute of limitations still live? Tell me if, in fact, we could see a criminal prosecution here, as you just the other day, 3 weeks ago, have in fact referred criminal referrals to the DOJ.
Well, Maria, so part of what came out last week was about how John Brennan, Clapper, Comey, they all pushed the known fake Steele dossier into intelligence community assessments and as the basis for Crossfire Hurricane and all that. But what hasn't come out yet, and what's going to come out, is the underlying intelligence that I have spent the last few months making recommendations about final declassification and sent that to the Department of Justice that will come out in the John Durham report classified annex. And what that intelligence shows, Maria, is that part of this was a Hillary Clinton plan, but part of it was an FBI plan to be an accelerant to that fake Steele dossier, to those fake Russia collusion claims by pouring oil on the fire, by amplifying the lie and burying the truth of what Hillary Clinton was up to. And you're right, Maria. John Brennan testified to John Durham in August of 2020. He also testified to the House Oversight Committee in 2022. Hillary Clinton testified before John Durham under oath in 2022. James Comey testified before the Senate Committee in September 2020. All of that's within the last 5 years. And much of that testimony is frankly completely inconsistent with what our underlying intelligence that is about to be declassified in the Durham Annex, what that reflects. And so, you know, Pam Bondi does have a strike force. It is a different Department of Justice, a different FBI, and an opportunity to look at how these people really did conspire to run a hoax, a fraud, on the American people and against Donald Trump's presidency. And so coming forward, we understand that they did this, but now we need to understand how they did this. And I think that's why you see the left losing their minds over this, Maria, saying, why are you spending time? This is vindictive. You're going back. This is Donald Trump, you know, seeking retribution. It's not. Donald Trump's election by the American people was a statement, Maria. They said to everyone, we know what you did to Donald Trump, and we reelected him because we know this was all fake. We know it was a hoax. Now we want to understand how you did it so that it can't happen again. And that's what this declassification process that we're undergoing right now, what's going on, why it's so important, and why there can be accountability and preventability to prevent these same people that did it in 2016 with the Steele dossier, with the Hunter Biden laptop in 2020 from doing it again in the future.
Accountability and preventability. That's John Ratcliffe right there. He also, one of the many buried leads there was he reconfirmed that there is a strike force at DOJ and the FBI now being put together under Pam Bondi to make sure we get from the information and the raw data to the perp walks, to the indictments. Eric Prince joins us. Eric, and you, Eric, you were a big target of this. In fact, I got to tell a funny story to start off. You're overseas somewhere, you're flying back. They tell you got to go to the House Intel down in the SCIF. And, you know, most of us got these lawyers, and we're like spending days and weeks going through everything. So we make sure that because they're going to try to get us some perjury traps. Eric Prince comes in, and this is when Paul Ryan took Nunes off and basically took Cash and Derek Harvey, who were the two senior staff guys, off, and let Trey Gowdy run it, who basically turned it over to Shifty Shift and Eric Swalwell. So it was a star chamber. Prince just shows up, gets off the plane, says, "Oh, they wanted to tell him." I said, "Well, you could delay that week." No, I'm just going to go over. You go over by yourself, and you get grilled for 9 hours, and they were none the wiser. Eric, they targeted you. How big a deal is this going after?
Steve, and Steve,
go ahead,
that was after 14 hours of flying coach back from the Middle East. So anyway,
unbelievable. Well, talk about that for a second. Well, you were targeted. Of course, General Flynn was targeted. I was targeted. There were tons of people targeted. But they were coming for the president. Today, this is just not about perjury. These guys perjuring themselves. This gets to the core of the deep state and how they essentially tried a coup d'etat against President Trump in his first terms, sir.
The whole Mueller investigation, it was such a weaponization of the security apparatus because the story they were trying to create, it was that I was there in the Seychelles creating a back channel to the Russians somehow to affect the 2016 election. But they ignored the fact that meeting happened in January when Trump had already been elected. And the fact that they leaked 4 months later all the intercepts, the illegal weaponization of the intelligence apparatus it's really disgusting, and there needs to be accountability because that's how a Stasi gets built, and that's the kind of stuff that kicks off a revolution because eventually people are not going to take that kind of abuse. So yes, there has to be accountability. And good on Tulsi for sticking her head above the parapet and saying this is wrong, and we're going to show that it's wrong. My concern about the DCI, about Ratcliffe, is where is the wholesale firing of the tens of thousands of extraneous nonsense employees at the CIA? That is the fastest organization that can be reformed in Washington because civil service rules don't apply. You could correct many of the wrongs of that place in a weekend by firing lots and lots of people.
Let's go to that because the CIA is and of course Ratcliffe there was throwing the FBI. It's interesting, he's throwing the FBI under the bus. So they want to put up kind of a smokescreen here. But let's go to that. The CIA was central, Brennan central, and people should know because it's an ongoing conspiracy. All this thing about statute of limitations, and you're going back years, it's active and involved today. What would be the Eric Prince plan if you want to start taking apart the deep state? Where would you start, Eric, and how would you start?
Well, there's such corruption and incompetence that is cloaked in overclassification. Tulsi Gabbard is right to declassify millions and millions of documents on this and let the bright light of truth disinfect the nonsense. Second, you have the same amount of actual case officers now as we did in the early 80s. But the fact is the administrative support staff and the analysts and all the other bodies that have made the intelligence community so obese, that's gone up like 6 or 8-fold. I would cut that so severely, people would be shocked. So yeah, you could do a 60, 70% headcount reduction in the CIA in a very short term, and the place would be much better for it. Because you'd actually have people that are focused on collecting intelligence, not process.
Yeah, it's not, well, one of the reasons it's bigger is what they're focused on collecting is here in the United States. They're like the Praetorian Guard. I mean, when you have this, what they call the interagency process, where you have the people seconded from all the different, and you had to go up against the Afghan thing, which I'll talk about in a minute. You have all the NSC, which, is 250, 290. Now, President Trump's cut it by at least a third. No, he's going to go for 2/3.
In the Biden era, the NSC had gotten up to like 800 people. It's insanity. The NSC should be 150 people. Cut the whole thing down to size, and we'll actually have a more responsive, effective, accountable government. When you have the CIA so big, when you give so many bureaucrats, so much power and so little accountability, what they say, the old saying, an idle mind is a devil's workshop. You've allowed people that are not mission focused to be focused on weaponizing their political, or using the whole apparatus as a weapon against their political opponents. That's exactly what we're going through right now.
Well, isn't that what they've done? I mean, isn't the growth in the CIA is for running the interagency process and making sure you have CIA affiliated people at the Pentagon, at the FBI, at the Justice Department. They can say DNI has 17 or 18 and the CIA is one of them, but the CIA, it's the CIA, the Federal Reserve, and CENTCOM are the three most powerful institutions in this city. Do you agree with that, sir?
Certainly the CIA has the unique authorities that it should be. Look, the CIA, we need actually a healthy, robust, clever intelligence apparatus, and we don't. We have, it's like The Office, that sitcom. And because you've hired so many unserious people into the process, and I just plead with the CIA leadership, please cut that place down to size, save the money, and spend it on actually collecting intelligence. Because if you don't come at the intelligence business with a bit of a criminal mindset, because you're inducing someone from the other side to sell out their friends or to sell out their country. If you don't come with that attitude, you're in the wrong business. And the kind of covert action that we should be doing against the Chinese Communist Party should keep them on their back heels so that DOD doesn't have to worry as much about a war starting. But instead, we have this apparatus that's come to behave more like a Stasi between an unaccountable CIA and an unaccountable FBI. I feel badly for Kash Patel and Dan Bongino trying to wrangle the FBI into compliance with actually the Constitution because of all the civil service rules that protect FBI agents. The CIA, however, doesn't have those civil service protections. That is a byproduct of the original 1947 Intelligence Act, intentionally to keep it a lean, responsive, capable organization, but it has become the opposite.
What would you tell, we got a minute here on this side of the break, what would you tell Ratcliffe today he should do?
Fire the bottom 40% of the people and unload most of the contracted positions as well. The fact is, during COVID, when only 20% of the building was showing up, the net collection and quality of intelligence went up substantially. What does that tell you? You have way, way, way too many bodies, way too many people with clearances, just way too much nonsense. And that's why any actual good intelligence also gets leaked, because there's just too many people that are in that circle of knowledge.
You mentioned that they had given you, I want the answer on the other side. We're going to go to commercial break, but you mentioned that 4 months after the fact they leaked the intercepts, they were, I guess, illegally taking on you. They leaked the intercepts to the media. To me, yes. In this entire process of breaking the deep state, we've got to go after the Langley Bugle, which is what we call the Washington Post here, the David Ignatiuses of the world. The CIA has many, many media partners that are even deeper than what you saw, the FBI going to Twitter. I mean, these are people essentially on the payroll that are basically CIA assets in the mainstream media that are there to suppress things on, the Warren Commission, everything the CIA has been up to. Eric Prince is going to be on the other side. He's been a target of this for years, and one of the smartest guys in national security and a big MAGA supporter of President Trump. Birchgold.com, they're still coming after the U.S. dollar de-dollarization process. Just put up a chart on Getter that shows how the Chinese Communist Party is not buying oil from us anymore. Natural gas, they're buying it from both Russia and the Persians. Birchgold.com/Bannon, the end of the dollar empire. Understand the de-dollarization process. President Trump does.
When the kids turn unholy, Harrelson's Own keeps my patience divine.
When work flies out of control, Harrelson's Own keeps me cool as a cucumber.
The device madness never ends, but Harrelson's Own keeps me zen.
Life can be chaotic, but Harrelson's Own CBD helps keep you calm through any storm. Harrelson's Own consistently delivers you full mind and body homeostasis. It's an organic, full-spectrum CBD and a refreshing oral spray. Our nano-emulsified technology makes it completely water-soluble, so your body absorbs it immediately. You'll start to feel it in seconds, not 60 minutes. It just makes everything feel better.
And it helps me just take the edge off. It helps me relax. It helps me be there with my kids.
I swear I'm like a mental ninja. Like nothing can throw me off balance.
No matter how many things come at me, I'm like, boom, handled, next. I'm like crushing it all day long.
Well, some people take it for a release from stress. Some take it to get rid of pain. Others just take it for general well-being. For me, Brett Harrelson, it just makes everything about my day a little better.
Give your life a boost.
It's just the best you've ever felt in your natural state.
My happiness in a bottle is the best.
So to sum it all up, you're going to feel the benefits quickly, love the way it feels, and like the way it tastes. Pay a fair price, and you're going to thank us for it. We are so confident you're going to be satisfied that we back every bottle with a 60-day, 100% money-back guarantee. Give Harrelson's Own a try, from our family to yours. Go to HO.com to order Harrelson's Own now. Yep, it's that easy. Just our initials, HO.com.
There's nothing worse than losing your dog before their time.
That's why I created Dr. Marty Nature's Blend, designed to help dogs with everything from digestive issues to itching, even moving better.
Nature's Blend works because it's freeze-dried. So instead of destroying the nutrients with high heat, they all get right into your dog's body.
Take it from a veterinarian with over 50 years of experience saving dogs' lives. I have never seen a food make this much impact on a dog's health.
For a limited time, get up to 54% off Dr. Marty Nature's Blend, plus a free gift with our special TV offer. Call or go to drmartypets.com/TV.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff, tense, or less active? Introducing the Easy Well Remedy Massage System, a triple fusion of therapeutic experiences. Full body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation and reduces inflammation. Infrared heat penetrates deep to reduce pain, soothe, and relax. The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 heated nodes mimics a professional massage. Plus, it's detachable for deep relief anywhere you need it. Experience the true remedy for your pain and stiffness. Call now.
War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
So, Eric, I'm going to get back to the deep state in a second, and maybe we'll do that at the top of the hour. Eric's going to stick around with us for at least part of the second hour. Eric, the Financial Times today broke an exclusive story that the president of Taiwan was going to stop in JFK and I guess switch planes, have a stayover, and the United States had canceled that. That's something we've been allowing the Taiwanese presidents to do, whether they're going to Latin America and stopping in Houston or in Dallas, DFW, or in Kennedy if they're going to Europe. But then moments ago, there was a leak of a senior official saying, hey, we're trying to work something out that's not 100% correct, and you're going to see something that's going to be, I guess, very positive in this regard. President Trump has alluded to the fact that he's got Besant over in Sweden right now, negotiating with the Chinese Communist Party for a couple of days, and they wanted to keep things on track. Your thoughts, sir?
Everything the Chinese do is all about slicing the sausage, all about advancing their purpose by the inch, by the yard, whether it's building islands in the South China Sea, doing border adjustments, stealing intellectual property, or constantly whining and bitching about anything to do with Taiwan. Yet, you know, they don't want the status quo. They want to constantly advance their position. And so the United States, at minimum, should say, F right off. Taiwan can stop here for fuel anytime they want, because that's been the status quo, and that will continue because we do like to trade with people that respect human rights and speech and votes and all the rest, and we don't like dealing with a Chinese Communist Party that is all about a centralized dictatorship. So we just need to be consistent with that. We need to stand up to all the money, the lobbying, the influence operations that they push and say, nope, Taiwan, carry on and continue. At the same time, from Taiwan, we need to lever them hard to replicate their chip fabs, their high-end chip production capability in the United States. That is in our strategic interest. in terms of Taiwan's defense, Taiwan needs to step up and spend money the right way, not the stupid way, on their defense. I understand they've just bought a bunch of Abrams tanks, and they're going to bury them along the beach as embedded pillboxes. I mean, it doesn't get any. Obviously, whoever's decided to do that has been paid by the CCP to fall down in the fight. So again, a home guard is the thing that would deter an invasion of Taiwan, because she cannot count on an extra 600,000-700,000 armed Taiwanese people that just say not today, and they stand up and they defend their neighborhood, their block, their district, and turn Taiwan into an urban Chechnya-like hellhole for the very untested Chinese military.
I think it was 12 years ago. Memory serves, 12 years ago, you came on Breitbart Radio when they had an incident in the East China Sea with Chinese fishing vessels and Japanese fishing vessels, and the Chinese said, we're cutting Japan off from rare earths. You came on and explained what rare earths are. The FT today this morning has a story, and Orrin Katz joined us about these high-end chips, I guess the second highest level NVIDIA sells. We've taken off some export controls. One of the reasons that's happening, of which we adamantly oppose, but one of the reasons it's happening, President Trump is having to balance the fact that the Chinese Communist Party has cut us off from the rare earths, particularly the processing and the magnets. Now, I understand a little bit that's coming back, but is that still a strategic weakness of us, not the supply chains, but the fact that they still do all the processing of rare earths, and we in the West has not really learned a lesson 12 years after they used it on the Japanese the first time?
Yes, that is a huge gap that we have. The Mountain Pass, which is the one functioning rare earth mine in America, the offtake from that mine actually goes to China to be processed. This is something where, the free market is great to a certain extent, but when you have a nation-state opponent that is subverting the free market in every way, they have subsidized and captured and dominated the processing of minerals, of rare earth minerals, to the point of more than 90% of the world's supply. And they've done that very much so to control that like a chokehold. So I would advocate for the U.S., almost like a Manhattan Project, to say we're going to build X, Y, and Z processing somewhere in the United States. It's kind of a lot of those processes are dirty, so fine. Put them in a remote spot, maybe in Utah at Dugway Proving Ground, where they've had chemical weapons testing, so you're never going to make condos there. Fine, that becomes the center of processing for rare earth minerals, and we carry on, and in a period of 4 or 5 years, we have taken that issue off the table completely. That's what we should be doing. Alas, we are not.
Eric, can you hang on for a second? I want to keep you for the 6 o'clock hour. It looks like President Trump has thrown down with Putin today and said, hey, look, I gave you 50 days. We're about 40 away. But upon further review, I think that should be 10 to 12. Also, he broke today publicly with Netanyahu and said, hey, used the starvation word, the S word about Gaza. So it looks like inexorably, and I understand the IDF and the Israelis may come back with a plan that even more aggressively goes after the Muslim Brotherhood. We'll talk with Eric Prince about that in a moment at the top of the 6 o'clock hour. Mike Lindell, it's been a great Monday, firing on all cylinders. The audience is jacked up, and one of the reasons they're jacked up is the special deal you're giving the War Room Posse, sir.
Absolutely, and we got a special place for you to get it, everybody, which is at my store or mypillow.com/war room. But what we're going to do with the percale sheets, this is the lowest price in history, any size, any color, $29.88. There's 1 day left of this, and you can only get it one place, and that's with the promo code War Room. If you go to mypillow.com/war room, we made it very easy for you now, and there it pops up. And then you're going to see that sale in the middle, that blowout sale for all my pillows. If you guys go there, this is going away too. And within the next 24 hours, $14.88 for the standard size pillows, Queens $18.88, Kings $19.88, using that promo code War Room. So this is, you guys, you got 1 day to get all these specials, but we got a new place for you to go, mypillow.com/war room, and we can give you all these exclusive sales that no one else gets. with the most sought-after promo code in history, War Room. Call 800-873-1062 and tell them that you're from the War Room Posse. You're going to get specials today no one else in the country gets. So you guys have been great, and it's always my pillow, and my employees always thank the War Room Posse. Promo code War Room.
Most powerful promo code in the business. Mike Lindell, thank you. Stick around. 6 o'clock is upon us, and so is our tour of the world.
Selling your home shouldn't be expensive or stressful. At Ideal Agent, we'll connect you with a top local agent that'll sell your home fast for top dollar, and all this for as low as a 2% commission.
Ideal Agent connected me with the best realtor in my market, and I saved $12,500 as a result of it, and I got more than my asking price.
Ideal Agent is available nationwide, there's no obligation, and best of all, our service is completely free. Call today or visit idealagent.com.
Is your body ready for summer?
We're gonna build a body you can be proud of. You just give me 30 minutes a day for 21 days, and I promise you, the weight will come off.
This is 21 Day Fix, the perfect program to get you summer ready.
I am in perfect shape for my bikini.
I had that sexy little beef.
Get simple fitness, simple nutrition, fast results in just 21 days.
Get ready for summer with 21 Day Fix. This week, try it free at 21dayfix.com. That's 21dayfix.com.
Hey, Real America's Voice family.
Are you on Getter yet? No?
What are you waiting for?
It's free.
It's uncensored.
And it's where all the biggest voices in conservative media are speaking out.
Download the Getter app right now. It's totally free. It's where I put up exclusively all of my content 24 hours a day. You want to know what Steve Bannon's thinking? Go to Getter.
That's right. You can follow all of your favorites. Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, Jack Posobiec,
and so many more.
And the best part?
You can watch Real America's Voice right there on Getter.
Live.
So join the conversation.
Hop on the Getter chat room.
Engage with patriots who are just like you.
Good morning, Getter friends.
We're breaking news, we're delivering the truth,
and we're doing it on Getter
every single day.
So don't wait. Download the Getter app now.
Sign up for free and be part of the movement.
It isn't just an app. It isn't just a social media platform. It's a community. Good evening, America, and welcome to the Monday edition. Yep, the last Monday of July 2025 of Just the News, No Noise. I'm your host, John Solomon, reporting to, as always, from the nation's capital and the wiretofishcoffee.com studios. You know, this Wire to Fish coffee is my favorite cup of coffee. I just had some before I got on air. You can go check it out yourself and also get a fantastic 10% discount and say thank you for their sponsorship of the show by going to fishcoffee.com and using the promo code Just News. It's that easy. All right, we continue to see major developments on the world stage. President Trump is still in the United Kingdom tonight, and his trip across the pond has already seen some huge successes, not the least of which is a trade deal with the European Union that will spell hundreds of billions of dollars in new tariff revenues and energy purchases from the United States. An incredible new addition to the bottom line of the U.S. government, a way to close that deficit, maybe start to take care of the Medicare and Social Security gaps that we've had for a long time. And just a little while ago, Senator Josh Hawley decided he'd like to take some of that revenue that the European Union is giving us and give it back in the form of rebates, an idea that President Trump first floated last week. This afternoon, the senator introduced that legislation to make that happen. Means you might get a check later this year from all this tariff success. All right, I want to deviate to another story. Lots of other news, and Amanda will get you caught up in a second. We continue to watch the Russiagate scandal, what I call the grand conspiracy, because it really is a 10-year conspiracy. Two major developments. We expect CIA Director John Ratcliffe to release new declassified documents in the next 48 hours. What is it going to show? My sources say it will show that the FBI knew full and well that when they started Crossfire Hurricane and began investigating that it was nothing more than a ruse approved and actually manufactured by Hillary Clinton and her campaign. That those documents will leave no doubt. We already knew that President Obama knew that. The question we had was, did the frontline FBI people know that? We're going to get that answer in documents that John Ratcliffe, the CIA director, expects to declassify as soon as the next 48 hours. And then on another front, everybody go to Just the News around 8:30 tonight, justthenews.com. We're going to have a great story by my colleague, Jerry Dunleavy. It's going to give you the real political beliefs, the real thoughts of the woman, the CIA officer who wrote the Russia intelligence analysis, the rewritten one, not the one that was originally produced for Obama, but the one Obama ordered, saying that Vladimir Putin was trying to help Donald Trump win the election. We now know that the conclusion was significantly challenged, and there's good reason to doubt it. This woman's political views, her thoughts on the Steele dossier, and a whole lot more will shock you, even though you've been shocked enough. We'll have all of those details around 8:30 tonight. Go to justthenews.com. You'll get to see that exclusive here before anyone else. All right, an extraordinary time to turn to my amazing colleague, Amanda Head, for more headlines. Amanda, you've been watching things today. What's on the top of your mind?
Yes, indeed. So, John, the president has made a lot of news while he has been over in the UK, and not just on trade. He also weighed in on the war between Israel and Hamas while meeting with UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer earlier today. And while the president is still backing Israel, he addressed the reports of aid failing to reach Palestinians in Gaza because of Hamas and the reports of starvation. Here is what he had to say.
We're also going to make sure that they don't have barriers stopping people. You know, you've seen the areas where they actually have food, and the people are screaming for the food, and they're 35, 40 yards away, and they won't let them because they have lines that are set up. And whether they're set up by Hamas or whoever, but they're very strict lines, so we have to get rid of those lines. But we're going to be getting some good, strong food. We can save a lot of people. I mean, some of those kids that's real starvation stuff. I see it. And you can't fake that.
And the president also brought up the Russia-Ukraine war, expressing his disappointment with Russian President Vladimir Putin refusing to come to the table to end the bloodshed in Ukraine. And President Trump said that he would reduce those 50 days that he gave Putin to reach a ceasefire. That's going to go down to about 10 or 12 days. This is after Russia is continuing their offensive into the country. But President Trump also had some good news, announcing today that he helped negotiate a ceasefire between Thailand and Cambodia. He posted on Truth Social that by ending this war, we have saved thousands of lives. I have instructed my trade team to restart negotiations on trade. I have now ended many wars in just 6 months. I am proud to be the president of peace. So, John, seems like the president is using his deal making for peacemaking.
I have to tell you, even the New York Times is starting to take note. They had an op-ed this morning. They said Donald Trump could win the Nobel Peace Prize if he does this. It's just what a difference a few months have made, and what a difference the world feels so different in just 6 or 7 months. There. Something that happened today that caught my attention, Amanda. The State Department put out a statement. It almost never does this, saying the United Nations is going to have a conference this week on a two-state solution. We are refusing to recognize it. We don't believe it's the right thing. This, of course, a couple days after French leader Macron said that he would recognize Palestine as a state. The State Department standing up strongly to those movements. Our first guest today, I'm sure, is going to have something to say about that. He's been to the region a lot. He knows it well. In fact, he's one of the first, I believe, meet with the Syrian leadership. He is an Indiana congressman and a good friend of this show, Congressman Marlin Stutzman. Congressman, good to have you on the show, sir.
John and Amanda, it's great to be with you. Thanks for having me.
It is great to have you on. There's a lot to celebrate in just the announcements that seem to come every few hours out of the Trump administration. This EU deal, big energy purchases from the United States, big tariff revenues, hundreds of billions of dollars. I'd like to get your reaction to it.
Well, first of all, I've said it many, many times, is that President Trump is the strongest diplomat. He's the strongest negotiator our country's had since President Reagan. And he, again, is just showing the ability to create these deals. And, one of the things, of course, we all know that America has the strongest military in the world, but I think sometimes we forget that we also have the strongest economy. And that can be used for good in these negotiations rather than just resorting to war. And so President Trump knows how to go into these countries and flex the muscle that the American economy has and pull these deals together. Now, this is going to give us some great access to the European markets. And it's also going to reset the trade policy that we have needed for a long, long time. We're a great country. We're a very generous country, but people are taking advantage of us. And President Trump is the first to say that for, as a president for many, many years. And now he's going around the world truly resetting the trade table that needed to be done for a long time that many of us didn't even realize how bad it was.
Yeah.
Well, and Congressman, there's something else in this that I think is actually good for the EU that not many people are talking about, and that is that a lot of the tenets of this agreement have to do with deregulating in Europe. And sure, that's great for the United States, that's great for our end of the trade deal, but isn't that also good for Europe?
Okay, absolutely. And, President Trump was also, one of the loud voices in telling Europe that they need to figure out their immigration policy as well, because they're seeing a lot of changes in Europe because of the immigration policy that these woke leaders in Europe have followed. And so, no, you're exactly right. While they may not always agree with this, I think in the long run, they're going to realize that, that reality, it will set in, and that good policy on energy, good policy on immigration, good policy on whether it's taxes and the economy, those are all good for them as well. And, we're seeing here in Northeast Indiana, where I'm going to have a job fair here later this week, and we've got 60 companies that are going to be there representing almost 2,000 job openings in Northeast Indiana. And I'm sure that's just the tip of the iceberg, because there's a lot of optimism right now in growth. A couple of factors that President Trump has addressed already is taxes, trade through tariffs, and that last piece that I think would make a big difference is if we would see an interest rate reduction coming out of the Fed. That would just really be a strong move for the American economy to take off even faster than what it is.
I think President Trump may have hinted that to the Fed chairman when he was with him. He seemed to be going in that direction. We'll see if we get that. Congressman, there's from good to Europe for good to Indiana. The Agriculture Department, we had Brooke Rollins on the show last week, moving bureaucrats out of Washington closer to the people they serve. Indiana farm country going to be the beneficiary of that. I'd like to get your take on that.
You know what? I believed in this for a long time. I was first elected to Washington in 2010 and just couldn't believe how big the federal government agencies are. And, here they are. They're all inside the bubble there in Washington, D.C. And being from a family farm and coming from business, you often think, where are these people getting their information? The best place they could possibly get it is actually out in the real world where things are happening. And that way they're communicating with agricultural leaders. They're talking with the farmers out on the farm and hearing what the needs are. So the fact that President Trump and this administration are actually doing this is remarkable. Whether it's Department of Energy, that needs to be the next one. Of course, the USDA, which is a large bureaucracy, that one definitely needs to be, kind of pulled apart and spread these people around the country. I think they'll serve the American people much better. And so it's a great move. And I know that Governor Braun here in Indiana is very excited to welcome them here.
I love that. Sir, on that topic, Appeal is a product, I believe it's a product of Bill Gates, but a lot of people are very upset about it because it has been, I believe, deemed to be certified organic, but we don't really know what's in it. I think 97% of the ingredients in it, we just don't know, and you have some legislation regarding that. Tell us about it.
Yeah, this is another great example, Amanda, of why we need these bureaucrats out in Indiana and across the country and other places. But, there's obviously an effort to make sure that our food is healthy and it's better for us, especially through this MAHA movement, which I'm a big fan of. And, I always was taught by my parents that, I am what I eat. And so, I couldn't just eat beef all the time. I had to eat my vegetables and fruits. But this particular product is we don't know what's in it. They're using it for primarily organic fruits and vegetables, and they're portraying it as a coating to help the shelf life of our tomatoes that would be organic, or apples and other products. And they got this through the USDA for approval as a fungicide, and so we don't know all of the chemicals and the product that's inside of this. And this was funded by the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation to this company. Again, it may be perfectly fine, but at the same time, we don't know. Right. And transparency is really key here. And I know that we've all had some suspicions of Bill Gates after the COVID vaccines and some of his comments around the world about vaccines and global population. And to me, when I heard about this, I felt like this is something really important that they needed to reveal on a label what actually was in this product. So we filed a bill and looking forward to getting some sort of notice in Washington on this, because it really is important, and it goes right along with RFK's agenda to make us all healthier, and knowing what is on these coatings really is important, especially when it comes to chemicals.
Yeah, no doubt. Transparency can be such a great solution for that. Sir, before we let you go, you are a co-sponsor for the Equal Representation Act, and it's a reminder that even though we've closed the border down pretty quickly, there are still big issues to be resolved, including making sure that sanctuary cities and states don't benefit by allowing illegal aliens into their community so they can be counted for census, representation, apportionment, federal funds. Tell us why this legislation is so important.
Well, we've watched over the last 4 years during the Biden administration this open border policy, and Democrats are even saying this out loud. We all know, and we all knew in our heart that Democrats wanted an open border because it would affect the elections one way or the other. And last week I saw that a Democrat made that comment out loud. And so I called my staff right away and I said, look, this is a real problem. Here they are saying that they want illegals to be counted in our census because it affects the way that the congressional districts are drawn up. And so there was already another bill that had been filed already. I wanted to co-sponsor that because at the end of the day, there's a lot to clean up when it comes to immigration. President Trump is doing it. The border is closed, 0 illegal crossings as of the month of June. And now, of course, they are going to try to utilize these illegals across the country to dilute the people that truly do have the right to vote in our districts. And so this is a big issue that I'm going to watch very closely, and we'll amend the bill if there's one that's amending, do everything I can to draw attention to this. And I think that the majority of Americans would support this as well, unless they're just simply going to be a partisan hat.
Yeah. So important. Common sense things. That's what you've been working on since you got to Washington. We're now getting it through Washington, which is, I think, welcome for the American people. Congressman, a great honor to have you on the show today. Thanks for joining us.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, I really enjoyed the conversation as always. All right, folks, we're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, we spoke to the chairman of the House Administration Committee. That's a committee that oversees election integrity. His name is Brian Stile. He's leading the Act Blue investigation. Also, he reacts to that revelation that the FBI didn't look thoroughly at the Chinese effort to influence the 2020 election for Joe Biden. We're going to cover all of that right after these messages. Hey folks, in today's world of misinformation and political spin, it's more important than ever to support organizations that put truth and values first. That's why I support and belong to AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens. They're the conservative alternative to AARP, and they're working to preserve faith, family, and freedom, 3 things that matter to all of us. AMAC members get valuable benefits, discounts on healthcare, travel, and health insurance, exclusive online resources, and a subscription to AMAC's beautiful magazine, one of the best reads out there for an informed patriot like you and I. And all of this is available for as little as $1.20 a month with a 5-year membership. That's what I have, a 5-year membership. Join me. Join the movement today. Visit amac.us/justnews and help AMAC protect America's future.
Friend, do you remember when it felt good to withdraw your cash from the bank to expand a business, go on vacation, or buy a new car? Well, today, withdrawing your own cash has become a very risky business, according to The Secret War, a shocking new research report. I just read it. And folks, I was amazed to learn why banks are now required to spy on us for the government and then report any suspicious or unusual behavior. I suggest you get The Secret War free. Just call the number on the screen, no charge, from the folks at Swiss America. And get this, did you know simply spending cash today may be enough to have you branded as a potential criminal? That's right. The new war on cash is really a war against all freedom-loving Americans. The Secret War is yours free, so call the number on the screen and you can tell them Pat Boone gave you the number.
Selling your home shouldn't be expensive or stressful. At Ideal Agent, we'll connect you with a top local agent that'll sell your home fast for top dollar, and all this for as low as a 2% commission.
Ideal Agent connected me with the best realtor in my market, and I saved $12,500 as a result of it, and I got more than my asking price.
Ideal Agent is available nationwide, there's no obligation, and best of all, our service is completely free. Call today or visit idealagent.com.
Hi, Chef Daniel Green here with Rice Robot, the 1, 2, 3 rice cooker. Watch, 1 add the white cup for rice, 2 add the blue cup for water, 3 click it and let Rice Robot perfectly cook it.
The secret is perfect cook technology for even cooking. Then Rice Robot senses when it's done, auto stops and keeps it warm to serve.
It won't burn, overcook or undercook, guaranteed.
Get the complete Rice Robot cooking system, all for just $39.99. Order now.
Welcome back, everybody, to Just the News, No Noise. While all of the Russiagate investigation information is swirling about, you may have forgotten about another very huge potential fraud investigation that's been ongoing surrounding Democrat fundraising platform Act Blue, who have been alleged to have received fraudulent donations from both domestic and foreign sources. So Just the News has been doing a lot of the reporting on this story since it first broke, and a few days ago, 3 House committees subpoenaed Act Blue CEO Regina Wallace-Jones for documents related to the investigation. So what are they looking for? Joining us now to discuss just that, the chairman of the House Administration Committee, one of the committees investigating this, Congressman from Wisconsin, Chairman Brian Stowell. Chairman, thank you so much for being here.
Thanks for having me on.
So I know from reading all of the investigating or all of the reporting at Just the News and everything that you've done, that you guys have already gotten a pretty substantial amount of information, but you obviously sought something more in this most recent subpoena. What were you looking for?
We want to ultimately get to the bottom of this to make sure that we can prove to the American people whether or not fraud is occurring, and actually put forward legislation to prevent fraud from occurring on any online giving platform. When we look at the security protocols in place at Act Blue, we know they were incredibly lax. This investigation started almost now 2 full years ago, and we continue now with more and more attention to it. You have been engaged in this from the beginning. We have now subpoenaed the CEO of Act Blue. We have questions that need answers. And at the end of the day, we want to be transparent to the American people about where the funds in American elections are coming from, and ultimately move forward on legislation that prevents fraudulent donations from coming either from non-citizens or from people who are simply trying to transfer funds in the name of someone else, which is what we call smurfing.
Yeah. Sir, early on, Act Blue gave you some documents. They were very troubling, I know, because it showed they were weakening their fraud prevention rather than increasing it during the 2024 election. Then they stopped and they said, well, we can't cooperate with Congress anymore because the Justice Department is looking at us. Is that a legitimate grounds for refusing to work with Congress?
Now, you can walk and chew gum. We have a legislative intent and a legislative purpose. We need to make sure that we have the laws in place in the campaign finance system that prevents fraudulent activity from ever occurring going forward. The Department of Justice has a separate calling. They may be engaged in any investigation where they believe a crime has occurred, and they're examining the evidence to determine whether or not they can prove that beyond a reasonable doubt. And so my investigation started 2 years ago with the goal of exposing what was going on and moving forward on legislation to get this right. We know billions of dollars moved through U.S. elections. We should be concerned of foreign funding at a period of time when we know our hostile countries around the globe, from Russia to Iran to North Korea to China, are clearly engaged and working to try to destabilize U.S. democracy. And so I think it's important we all remain vigilant. We move forward on legislative fixes. We introduced legislation last Congress. We will be introducing new legislation in the coming weeks or months that I think is going to be imperative that we move through Congress to actually prevent this from occurring in the future.
Yeah.
Well, and this is happening up against the backdrop of kind of a rejuvenation of the Russiagate story from 2016, because the world is now finally starting to realize who all was integral to the beginning of that. And Democrats at that time seemed so concerned that Russia was involved in our elections. They seemed so concerned that a foreign entity, an adversary, had their fingers possibly in our election. Do they seem concerned this time around that possibly foreign donations have been contributing?
We don't have nearly enough support. You're exactly right, but I'm not surprised to know that those on the left could be hypocritical in this regard. This is one of those things that really should cut across partisan lines and almost makes you question why it doesn't. We should be digging to the bottom of this. American people deserve to know that the funds inside U.S. elections are from who they say they are. And the protocols in place just don't guarantee that. If you look at the general commercial side, if you wanted to go online and buy an expensive pair of shoes, there's all sorts of security protocols in place to make sure that the person buying it is who they say they are. And the online donation side of this, the credit card name doesn't need to match the donor's name. Some pretty basic things that we know should be in place aren't in place. Act Blue, for example, wasn't even requiring the CVV, that 3 or 4 digit code on the back of your credit card, from being required when we began our investigation. And so at the end of the day, we need to get the laws in place that are right. Everybody, this should be a unanimous type vote when we come to the House floor. Yet we see time and again Democrats refusing to actually engage and dig in with us as to what is exactly going on.
So you talked about legislation, and you've shepherded 2 or 3 really important election reform legislations through the House already, the SAFE Act being among them. We recently got documents from DNI, Tulsi Gabbard, that showed in 2020 China was trying to create a scheme to bring fake driver's licenses in and then have people register and file fake mail ballots specifically to help Joe Biden. That's specifically what the intelligence report said. They found some fake driver's licenses that matched the scheme in O'Hare, and then the FBI stopped the investigation. In fact, it asked all intelligence agencies to destroy their intelligence on this and get rid of it. Pull it back. Don't let anyone know you've got this intel. Part of the ability of Congress to do its job is to get true information from the intelligence community, FBI, about these sort of threats. How concerned are you about what Tulsi Gabbard has released recently? And is your committee, as the Election Integrity Committee, looking at some of that?
The information that we continue to get is often concerning. We go back and examine the investigation that we had into Biden bucks, where Joe Biden effectively weaponized every federal government agency to the Democrats' political benefit. At that point in time, we were simply trying to get the executive summaries at each of the respective agencies, subpoenaing those documents that should be clear to the American people, and we were being stonewalled. So it's not a surprise that other individuals are finding areas where the Biden administration was engaged in political activity to the attempted benefit of the Democrats. The good news is we were able to overcome the best efforts of the left in the last election because Joe Biden's policies were that atrocious to the American people. We're able to get President Trump in office, Republicans in Congress, and we have an ability not only to uncover exactly what the Biden administration was doing during their 4 years at the helm, but we have an opportunity to put in place rules, laws, and regulations so that going forward, no administration would be able to do what the Biden administration would do. And I would say front and center, the Biden bucks example of how they weaponize federal agencies to the Democrats' political benefit is one of the biggest untold stories of the last election.
Yeah, no doubt.
Mr. Chairman, whether it is your SAFE Act or any of these state measures that have been put in place to fortify elections, Democrats seem to always have the same rallying cry, which is that it disenfranchises voters, it's racist. And yet right there in Madison, in the capital city of Wisconsin, the clerk there left. She went on vacation. Maribeth Wetzel-Bell left on vacation, and 200 ballots were uncounted. That to me seems like voter suppression.
The Wisconsin Election Commission just came forward with the report you referenced that lays out atrocious behavior by the clerk in Madison, Wisconsin. They were storing ballots and prepping for the election in an unlocked room. An individual was sleeping in that room after they got information that ballots had not been counted. There was no urgency. No one rang the bell. And as you correctly noted, folks went on vacation. This is an egregious abuse of the trust placed in an election official in the most liberal and progressive city in the state of Wisconsin. Many of our election officials do absolutely terrific work, and we need more people of integrity being willing to step up and serve. But we also have to call out when there are bad apples. And in this case, the WEC report, the Wisconsin Election Commission, lays out exactly what went wrong. And in the state of Wisconsin and as states across the country, we need to make sure that we have rules of the road in place so that these types of abuses never occur in the future. Again, the bottom line here is what we're trying to do is increase Americans' confidence in our elections, because I believe, and the data shows, that when Americans are confident in our elections, they're actually more likely to vote and participate when they know that only, but also all, legal votes are counted.
Sir, before we let you go, recently the Trump Justice Department sent a letter to Wisconsin and the Election Commission saying you haven't been complying with the election integrity laws that Congress already has in the book, and you have now put your future federal funding for elections at risk. I just want to get your impression that it seems like there's a new sheriff in town and they're starting to follow your lead in how they go about enforcing these agreements with the states.
Well, it's good to see a Department of Justice that's engaged in election integrity in the way that Pam Bondi and Donald Trump are. I think it's absolutely imperative that we provide more transparency to the American people as to exactly what is going on. I held a hearing just the other day as it relates to voter rolls, making sure that states are doing their job to clean up their voter rolls. And what we have is incident after incident, case after case, where states and counties are not doing the difficult job, or not even the difficult job, just doing the job of making sure that their voter rolls are clean. That's absolutely imperative, in particular in states that have universal vote by mail. So, for example, in the state of California, where they're mailing out ballots to anybody on the rolls, you have to have clean voter rolls. And so it's positive that the Department of Justice, under the leadership of Pam Bondi and Donald Trump, are actually taking this seriously. It's good for election integrity.
Yeah, no doubt.
Chairman of the House Administration Committee, sir, you are always doing such great work, and we very much appreciate you being here. Mr. Chairman, thanks so much.
Thank you.
All right, everybody. We're going to be back on the other side with a lot more.
Hey, it's a new day in America and a new administration in Washington, D.C. There's a lot of excitement and optimism about the future, but the reality is there's a lot of work to do as well, especially when it comes to fixing our broken healthcare system. The truth is that the forces that are responsible for breaking our healthcare system aren't going to simply go away. The challenges our system faces won't disappear overnight. Now more than ever, you need to be prepared. That's where the Wellness Company comes in. Their doctors are medical professionals that you can trust, and their line of prescription medical kits are the gold standard when it comes to keeping you safe and healthy, as well as your family. Whether it's the medical emergency kit, the contagion kit, the first aid kit, or the travel kit, these prescription kits contain an assortment of life-saving medications and guidebooks to assist in the proper use of these medications. From the flu to strep throat, from COVID to the bird flu, from a trip to the beach to a trip overseas, the Wellness Company has a prescription kit designed to keep you and your family safe. Make America healthy again. Start at home. Do your part and protect the health of you and your family. Go to twc.health/justnews today and order. That's twc.health/justnews and use the promo code JUSTNEWS to save 10% off.
Is your body ready for summer?
We're gonna build a body you can be proud of. You just give me 30 minutes a day for 21 days, and I promise you, the weight will come off.
This is 21 Day Fix, the perfect program to get you summer ready.
I am in perfect shape for my bikini.
I had that sexy little beef.
Get simple fitness, simple nutrition, fast results in just 21 days.
Get ready for summer with 21 Day Fix. This week, try it free at 21dayfix.com. That's 21dayfix.com.
Rav Family, from the group who brought you the hit songs 81 Million Votes, My Ass, MAGA Nation, and Trader Joe, comes a brand new single. Daddy Trump is available everywhere, and we need you to make some noise. Go download it on iTunes, and let's run it up to #1 on the charts for President Trump.
So I just want to thank everybody very much. Thank you.
Get ready. You're about to get bombed by the truth bomber.
Didn't raise y'all, but I had to step up. Put the Ayatollah on a no-cap checkup. He calls me Daddy Trump. NATO knows what's up. Why they play pretend, I call they bluff. Kim and Vlad acting bad, throwing fits on the floor. BB screaming from the back, saying, "Daddy, there's a war." I walk in like Sunday school.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff, tense, or less active? Introducing the Easy Well Remedy Massage System, a triple fusion of therapeutic experiences. Full body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation and reduces inflammation. Infrared heat penetrates deep to reduce pain, soothe, and relax. The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 heated nodes mimics a professional massage. Plus, it's detachable for deep relief anywhere you need it. Experience the true remedy for your pain and stiffness. Call now.
Welcome back, America. For the last several months, we tried to shine a light on the extraordinary situation in South Africa, a country that is so beautiful and it is so iconic in the world, but it suffers from an extraordinary threat to the liberty of its people. Joining us now, somebody who just wrote a brilliant report on what really needs to be done and just how bad it is in South Africa. He's the executive director of the think tank and advocacy group Lex Libertas. He is Dr. Ernst Roots. Doctor, good to have you on.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be on the show, and thank you for talking about this very important issue.
I read this report over the weekend after a mutual friend sent it to me. It is jaw-dropping just how far liberty has eroded in this great, beautiful country of South Africa. Tell us some of the things that most Americans may not know about how bad it is.
Well, thank you. It certainly wasn't fun to write the report, but I'm glad to hear that it's at least as we've seen this last week that we're able to shed some light on the crisis through this. So what we say in the report is that what is typically seen as the crisis in South Africa could be summed up in 3 categories. The first is a very destructive policy framework in South Africa with a government that seems to believe that race-based redistribution is the only road to prosperity, not markets, not property rights, not productivity or production, just redistribution according to racial lines. And then as a result of this, we have all these very destructive policy ideas, including the notion that private property has to, or the right to private property has to be eroded, that property has to be confiscated and so forth. So that's one aspect. Another aspect is just general state failure in South Africa. And we see that, for example, with skyrocketing crime rates, with more than 27,000 people murdered each year in South Africa, the murder rate at 45 per 100,000 per year. And we see it with just the collapse of basic services, such as electricity, the failure of electricity, government not able to provide electricity, the water crisis. For example, about 40% of water in South Africa is lost, what's supposed to be drinking water, lost due to theft or leakages. 46% of water is contaminated, and about 2/3 of water treatment facilities are on the verge of breakdown. So that's the collapse of the state. And then the third aspect is the targeting of minorities, the scapegoating, the blame shifting. And we see this especially with Afrikaners being targeted, or Western minorities, you could also say. We see this, for example, with this vast network of discriminatory race laws, 140 race laws on the books in South Africa at the moment, which, as far as we know, is the most race laws any country has ever had in the history of the world. So we have that. Then we have, when the government when they want to expropriate private property, they would say, rest assured, we're only going to take property that belongs to white people. Now, added to that, we have the threats. We have the farm murders that is either denied by the government or justified in some way. And then we have the chanting of kill the boer, kill the farmer by some of the most influential politicians in the country. All of these things added together, of course, provides a very grim picture of what's happening in South Africa at the moment.
Yeah. Dr. Roots, they typically say with economies, a rising tide lifts all ships, but not in an economy where you are manipulating policy, you are manipulating the economy like is happening there in South Africa. Is there a rising tide at all? Are anybody's ships being lifted? Because it seems to me that when you have an economy that is based off of race, no one's really doing well.
Well, in a certain sense, there is one section of the population in South Africa that are doing very well, and that is the politically connected elites, those who are senior members of the ruling party or who are friends with the ruling party. So they implement these race laws under the banner of Black Economic Empowerment, which is the South African version of DEI. Of course, Black empowerment sounds wonderful, but these laws don't do anything to empower Black people in South Africa. Instead, it traps them in a never-ending cycle of social grants, with almost half the population already on social grants in South Africa. So the consequence of these policies are that everyone's getting poorer, especially Black South Africans, except if you are connected to the political elite. There was one recent report that came out, or study, that found that, at least in South African currency, which is the South African rand, about 100 trillion South African rand has been redistributed or moved around over the last few years between 100 politically connected families. And you see that in South Africa. You see the politicians driving these expensive, luxurious vehicles, and while the population is suffering.
Doctor, I want to ask how much China is an instigator in this sort of tip towards socialism, this tip towards anti-Americanism, this tip towards a sort of reverse racism that we've seen where minorities are treated so badly in South Africa now. Tell us whether China's finger is in this drink right now.
Yes, well, I think people in America should not underestimate the role that China is playing currently in South Africa on a variety of levels. The first is just the Belt and Road Initiative of the Chinese government and its attempts to, you could say, strengthen its grip on the African continent,
right,
which of course would provide them with access to resources and so forth. Another is when these politicians in South Africa make these very utopian speeches, they would, especially the president of South Africa, they would then credit Xi Jinping of China, of course, for inspiring them to work towards a particular goals and so forth. Of course, then the South African government and the ruling party are still committed to Marxism and Leninism, and they believe that because China can do it, or if China can do it, or in as far as China can do it, then it can work in South Africa. So they see China as an inspiration in that sense. But other than that, and I think most importantly, also very important from an American perspective, is to understand that if South Africa collapses, if it becomes some form of a next Zimbabwe, it would lead to high levels of destabilization in sub-Saharan Africa, which of course would lead to destabilization of the African continent, which would certainly lead to waves of immigration into Europe and America. But it would also open the door for countries like China or other adversaries of the US to step in and to strengthen its grip on the African continent, which is, of course, a strategic place on the globe, but also very rich in resources and so forth.
Sir, I know the task is tall, the consequences are high, but I think you've created an extraordinary roadmap for people to understand what's really going on in this great country. For folks who want to read your document, what's the best way for people to get a hold of this report? We've put it up on Just the News.
Yeah, well, so as you mentioned in the beginning, I'm involved with a think tank and an advocacy group called Lex Libertas. It's the Latin spelling LEX, Libertas. .org.za. That's the website. People can find the report there. And of course, I would like to encourage people, if they want to be more involved, they can sign up to our newsletter, or they can sign up to contribute to the work that we are doing at Lex Libertas to work towards a more viable political dispensation in South Africa.
So very important. Dr. Ernst Roots, thank you so much for your time today. We look forward to having you back on the show real soon. Wow.
Thank you very much. I would love to come back.
That would be great. What a conversation. What a conversation. I think I really keep an eye on South Africa. I think it's one of the most important developments in the world right now. All right, quick break. When we come back, Dan Sanders revealed that he had been battling bladder cancer. We'll have Dr. Peter McCullough here to take a look at some of the latest stories about all the cancer. We're seeing it everywhere these days. Why? Why is it? Is there a higher rate? We'll ask the doctor right after these messages.
A heart attack? Do they have life insurance?
No.
But we have life insurance. John.
I'm trying to find something we can afford.
Fortunately, in only a few minutes, SelectQuote found John a $500,000 policy for only $29 a month. And his wife Anne a $500,000 policy for only $21 a month. Go to SelectQuote.com now and get the insurance your family needs
at a price you can afford. SelectQuote. We shop, you save.
Thinking about long-term care?
Think AMAC. Rosemark Advisors, the financial division of AMAC, specializes in alternative solutions for long-term care planning. We help AMAC members prepare for future healthcare needs without compromising their retirement goals or financial security. But that's not all AMAC has to offer. AMAC is America's leading conservative advocacy and benefits organization. So when it comes to long-term care and so much more, think AMAC.
Mama, look. It's just like our new house.
Warranty! I hope you have an American Home Shield warranty. Leaky toilet? Fixed. Clogged AC coils? Fixed. Oven beyond repair? Ta-da! If AHS can't fix your covered item, then replace it, no matter its age.
A warranty is smart.
Oh, a happy family.
Is that us?
Too much. American Home Shield. Sign up today at ahs.com.
Are you having trouble hearing your TV or listening to conversations in loud spaces? Then it might be time to consider Nano hearing aids. Nanos are FDA-registered OTC hearing aids. Don't be fooled by overpriced hearing aids. Prescription hearing aids could cost $3,000 or more. Nano hearing aids are now offering $100 off through this special TV offer. Call now and get 2 CIC rechargeable hearing aids for only $297. And if you're not happy, return them for a full refund.
Welcome back, everybody. We have seen recent reports for months about an uptick in rapid cancers. Even some high-profile celebrities have had some very scary run-ins with it. One includes NFL Hall of Famer Deion Sanders, who's only 57 years old. He recently underwent surgery to remove bladder cancer. So joining us now to talk about all of that, he is world-renowned doctor and chief scientific officer at the Wellness Company. He's also the author of the new book, Vaccines, Mythology, Ideology, and Reality. Dr. Peter McCullough, who always gives us the reality side of things. Thanks for being here, sir.
Thank you.
All right, Deion Sanders, 57 years old, bladder cancer. I think for a lot of us, we keep hearing this same refrain, and it's getting a little alarming. Are we just hearing more about it, or is it actually happening more frequently?
Well, I'm broadcasting from Dallas, and here in Dallas, we love Deion Sanders, former Dallas Cowboy, absolutely, two-way player, played baseball, incredible sports figure, incredible father and family man. He's been racked with COVID-19 vaccine complications from the very beginning. He had a family history of peripheral arterial disease. He previously had turf toe when he played, and so he had altered anatomy of his foot. He developed COVID-19 vaccine blood clots, arterial and venous, and several years ago, after he was pushing the vaccine hard, we know he took multiple doses. He nearly lost his leg. He had multiple surgeries. He made a docu-series on this. It's been absolutely tragic. He didn't put 2 and 2 together that the vaccines had promoted his lower extremity blood clot syndrome. And now we hear that he has severe invasive bladder cancer requiring a total replacement of the bladder. It's essentially unheard of. I've never seen that in my clinical practice in a man in his 50s. This is a very, very serious surgery. You have to take part of the colon, refashion the bladder, connect the ureters, the urethra. This is a big deal. It's actually a modern surgical miracle that he's had complete extirpation of the bladder. But we have to ask the question, why? And until oncologists and surgeons and the victims themselves, until they ask the question, could the COVID-19 vaccine be related to what we call a turbo cancer? That is a very aggressive cancer. We're not going to get a level set on reality. There are now thousands of papers pointing to the fact that the new genetic messenger RNA vaccines could promote cancer.
And despite that evidence, there is an extraordinary push to start developing the next mRNAs for anything and everything we can think of. Why is the industry so invested in something that has so many red flashing lights around it?
There was a paper published in British Medical Journal by Lalani and colleagues that really outlined a love affair that the biomedical community has had with messenger RNA. It goes back to the 1980s. Countries have invested tens of billions of dollars in this, maybe hundreds of billions. It's the pipe dream of being able to take the genetic code for any protein insert it in the body, and then have the body make that protein. It is, in a sense, a dream for cancer or for protein deficiency syndromes. But to unleash a vaccine where the genetic code for the potentially lethal and disease-causing spike protein, to have that be the first application has been a complete disaster. Now we see messenger RNA for respiratory syncytial virus not needed because we have an antigen-based vaccine anyway, and self-replicating messenger RNA vaccines in humans and in our pets. There seems to be a reckless abandon to advance this technology on humanity, on life in general. And I think we really have to throw up flags of caution right now. I personally think that all messenger RNA should be removed from human use, and it should only be used in the setting of research where people sign informed consent.
Dr. McCullough, we've had conversations with you about a lot of the disasters and issues in our healthcare system, the medical system, pharmaceuticals, and it all ties in together. If we removed pharmaceutical drug manufacturer ads from TV and therefore remove that power from them to advertise on these networks and therefore pull funding if they don't like what they're saying, how much of these problems would that solve?
Well, yeah, I think it would immediately bring fair balance to a report. So, the medical reporting division of any big broadcasting company is completely at the mercy of the pharmaceutical funding. So let's say a drug makes a particular blood thinner. If there was problems with a blood thinner, that company would now allow any medical report of something that went against their product on the platform. And the pharmaceutical advertising is very big during evening newscasts and adult programming. And it's far too influential. Only the United States and New Zealand have it. I think it should be removed. We should have, just like there's no tobacco advertising, we should have no pharmaceutical advertising. It's adding cost to prescription drugs. It's misleading the public. It's frustrating doctors. And it's actually, inserting bias into medical reporting for the entire channel.
So important. One last thing I want to finish where we started, and that is we talked about cancer. A lot of people are seeing some interest in what used to be a dirty word during COVID. Ivermectin, you said it, you got slapped around on social media, but it actually is showing some promise in many places. Tell us a little bit about its role in cancer research right now.
Multiple preclinical studies demonstrate ivermectin has anti-cancer properties, and it's a wonderful off-target effect of the drug, as well as antiparasitics like fenbendazole and mebendazole. Wellness company, we've combined them into a fixed product used for a parasite cleanse. Many use it off-label for anti-neoplastic properties, but there should be a strong signal, strong call from the National Cancer Institute of the National, the NIH, to actually study ivermectin and anti-parasitic drugs. They've studied statins. They've studied other repurposed drugs for cancer. Why are they delaying in studying ivermectin and antiparasitics like fenbendazole, mebendazole? There should be protocols. People should be in them. I would strongly support them. But in the meantime, people aren't waiting. They are frustrated on the NCI and the NIH. They're going to the wellness company for solutions.
Yeah, you gave them that freedom, which is really important.
Yeah. And I do wonder why, but I also assume that it has something to do with money and the fact that drugs like ivermectin are a lot cheaper. But Dr. Peter McCullough, you always have such great information for us, Chief Scientific Officer over at the Wellness Company. Thank you so much for joining us tonight. And for everyone in our audience, please go over to twc.health/justnews today and use the promo code JUSTNEWS. You're going to get 10% off on any order from the Wellness Company. That's twc.health/justnews. Use the promo code JUSTNEWS to save 10% on all of their great products. We'll be back on the other side.
Hello, my friend. Pat Boone here. You know our country's under financial assault like never before. Our government has put us $34 trillion in debt. The interest alone's more than we spend on military defense. And what's worse, other countries no longer believe the U.S. is a safe place to invest. There's a growing international movement to dump U.S. dollars at a record pace. Some economists say this may signal the end of the dollar. Now, these countries are instead buying gold, and I'm suggesting you do the same. My friends at Swiss America have been helping Americans like you and me for over 40 years to buy physical gold and silver for delivery to our homes or held in our IRAs. I've trusted Swiss America for nearly 25 years now, and you can trust them too. So don't wait. Call or text the number on your screen today for financial peace of mind in these troubling times.
Rav Family, from the group who brought you the hit songs 81 Million Votes, My Ass, MAGA Nation, and Trader Joe, comes a brand new single. Daddy Trump is available everywhere, and we need you to make some noise. Go download it on iTunes, and let's run it up to #1 on the charts for President Trump.
So I just want to thank everybody very much. Thank you.
Get ready. You're about to get bombed by the Truth Bomber.
Didn't raise y'all, but I had to step up. Put the Ayatollah on a no-cap checkup. He calls me Daddy Trump. NATO knows what's up. Why they played pretend, I call they bluff. Kim and Vlad acting bad, throwing fits on the floor. BB screaming from the back, saying, Daddy, there's a war. I walk in like Sunday school.
Welcome back, everybody. I want to start this final segment saying thank you to Derek Perry, a good guy with a gun in Michigan who stopped that stabbing perpetrator outside of the Walmart. That's what happens when good people have firearms and they can protect their communities.
You look at all the citizens involved, all the people that went to help. You see people putting tourniquets on, trying to save people. All those victims are still alive despite horrific knifings that they underwent through. Really a remarkable thing. And now today, just a few hours after that, you see the sad story in Reno where right in the morning as people were getting up, they're gunned down heading into a casino. Again, we don't know all the details here, but mental illness is definitely a big issue in Michigan. This guy had a history of digging up bodies and the court records. It's a really strange case, but all of the negativity and horrors aside, you see heroism. Everyday Americans are generous and good people, and they always rise to the occasion when there's a crisis.
Absolutely. Praise God for him, for Derek
Amen.
Perry. All righty. So on a more governmental note, Education Secretary Linda McMahon announced that on August 1st, this was a provision in the big, beautiful bill, interest rates or interest on student loans, it's going to kick back in. So people are able to go over to, I'm trying to remember the website, studentaid.gov, and they can find better options for paying off their student loans. But, you know, this is what happens when you have someone in office who like Joe Biden, who ignores the courts when they said, you can't do this. This is
ruled unconstitutional. They ruled it unconstitutional. They just kept it going. And it's such a slight to personal responsibility. And, you know, even though they're stuck reversing it and doing the right thing, which is popular, they're even trying to help these students find the best option, even in the transition period, which I think is a compassionate thing to do. But this is one of the many dark legacies of the Biden administration, and a silly one.
Yeah, there are three groups of people who it made me so mad for. Number one, veterans who paid off their school with their service. Number two, people who couldn't afford to go to college. They went to trade school. They became a plumber, a lineman. They bought a truck. They took out a loan to buy a work truck.
Probably
that loan
better
didn't
shape
get
than
paid
some
off.
of the ones that went to liberal arts college.
And number three, I won't say his name, but like our legal editor who took out student loans and then paid back every single dime.
Yeah,
those
that's what
people,
I did. That's what you did, I'm sure, too. I mean, if you give your word that you're going to pay something back, it's your honor, and you should do it. And Joe Biden, like so many things Joe Biden did, he disgraced the honorable thing to do, whether it was withdrawing honorably from Afghanistan or exempting people from their legal obligations. But the American people had the last word.
Indeed, they did.
They put Donald
All right,
Trump
so
in.
I grew up in the Little Mermaid generation, so I call her Queen Ursula. But Ursula von der Leyen, that 15% tariff rate is down from 30%. So that's great for the EU, but I did see a lot of EU ministers out there.
Oh my gosh.
Moaning and groaning and complaining. We got nothing. They got everything.
They may actually be right about that. Donald Trump made a pretty good deal for America there. I think the criticism in the European Union may be legit. Donald Trump made a good deal.
Here's the thing, though, for Ursula. I keep wanting to call her Queen Ursula von der Leyen. For her, she was stuck between a rock and a hard place.
Oh,
because
yeah.
if she let the 30% go in, she was going to get thrown out.
And also the
she
continent
might
would have
get
been
thrown
crushed.
Yeah, it would have been absolutely, devastating for her. She really, I feel for her. I don't think she had much of a choice. What would you have done?
I think if I'm Donald Trump, I make this deal realizing that she has that leverage problem.
Yeah.
He's so good. The art of the deal, which he used for business, is the art of the political deal. Now, he knows what everyone's weakness is, and he plays into it. So, all right, I got a question for you.
Uh-oh.
Does he or doesn't he? Does Bruce Pearl jump in and run for Senate?
I hope not. I hope not.
You're just thinking about your Auburn basketball
I know, it's very
team.
selfish. It is a very self-serving reason.
Yeah.
Listen, I love my country and I love Auburn both, and please don't make me choose.
I know, that's a hard one. I'll tell you what, he'd be a dynamic candidate. I watched recently one of his speeches on leadership. Man, he's got the leadership thing down, and Washington has so few leaders right now. I mean, Donald Trump, obviously, aside, but wow, he would just bring a dynamism here.
Let me tell you, when he first descended upon the beautiful plains of Auburn, Alabama, he went from classroom to classroom in my old stomping ground, the business building, and he did it in a lot of other departments as well. Nobody knew who he was. He had not built, he had no prior relationships, and he went into classrooms, those big auditorium classrooms, and was rallying students to come to the games. That's who he is.
He's talking to people in Washington right now. Hopeful signs that he might jump in. I mean, that might not be hopeful for you.
Oh,
Bruce,
give it a few years, okay? All right, that's all the time we have for you tonight. We'll see you back here tomorrow at 6 p.m. Eastern.
Selling your home shouldn't be expensive or stressful. At Ideal Agent, we'll connect you with a top local agent that'll sell your home fast for top dollar, and all this for as low as a 2% commission.
Ideal Agent connected me with the best realtor in my market, and I saved $12,500 as a result of it, and I got more than my asking price.
Ideal Agent is available nationwide, there's no obligation, and best of all, our service is completely free. Call today or visit idealagent.com.
Is your body ready for summer?
We're gonna build a body you can be proud of. You just give me 30 minutes a day for 21 days, and I promise you, the weight will come off.
This is 21 Day Fix, the perfect program to get you summer ready.
I am in perfect shape for my bikini. I had that sexy little beef.
Get simple fitness, simple nutrition, fast results in just 21 days.
Get ready for summer with 21 Day Fix. This week, try it free at 21dayfix.com. That's 21dayfix.com.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff, tense, or less active? Introducing the Easy Well Remedy Massage System, a triple fusion of therapeutic experiences. Full body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation and reduces inflammation. Infrared heat penetrates deep to reduce pain, soothe, and relax. The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 heated nodes mimics a professional massage. Plus, it's detachable for deep relief anywhere you need it. Experience the true remedy for your pain and stiffness. Call now.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to Stinchfield. We begin tonight with one of the most disturbing stories I've seen in a long time. The complete and utter moral collapse of America on display in Cincinnati. Over the weekend, there was a jazz festival there. Apparently, a few of the white jazz festival goers were nearly beaten to a pulp. In fact, they were beaten to a pulp. They were nearly killed. What I witnessed was the moral decay, no regard for human life amongst this group of black, quite frankly, thugs that attacked these white concert goers. We'll get into some of the reasons, but nobody, and I mean nobody, deserves this.
Sleep him again. Ooh, 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 ooh. I got that too.
Right there. Literally cold-cocked. Cold-cocked. And so as you look at him there, this wasn't the only incident. There was another incident. Now, unfortunately, the video that took the most publicity over the weekend was this man being surrounded by goons, dragged into the street, and stomped on. So what, folks, would warrant a response like that from the crowd? I can show you. It is about race. I believe that it's totally about race. No matter what started it, you cannot react by stomping someone on the head unless the person was trying to kill you when you were defending your life. We found video of the beginning of this, at least close to the beginning. If you take a look at this, the white gentleman you see there is now fighting and issues a slap. A slap to the black guy in the red shirt there, and that's when all hell breaks loose. Now, I want to tell you that by no means am I victim shaming it. I wish we could just play it instead of just the slap. Play the video, okay? Play the video of what happens afterwards. Because what I'm here to tell you is that though that white man didn't deserve to be nearly killed over this, you've got to understand that when you are with your wife, when you have a tactical disadvantage, and you do, being surrounded by dozens of goons to you and your wife, you cannot escalate things. In fact, when you escalate things, it's probably going to go south. Every Navy SEAL will tell you if you don't have tactical advantage, that is the time to retreat, and retreat quietly. Because not only did the husband get nearly killed by these animals, the wife did too. Watch this. They hit the wife. She goes flat to the ground and looks like she, folks, is out cold with blood coming from her mouth. So you've got to figure out a way to de-escalate situations when you don't have the upper hand, okay? Now, this never should have happened. Notice, no one called 911, no police anywhere in Cincinnati, and then you get the DEI police chief, she's a woman, in this liberal city of Cincinnati that cannot call out the animals on the street that were engaging in this violent behavior. Instead, she's got to placate them.
I don't care which side of the incident or the fight they were on. If they place their hands on somebody in an attempt to cause harm, that is unacceptable.
Well, what she's doing there is telling the community, oh, we're going to go after the white guy, too. Now, what do you say about the woman? She didn't do anything. What do you say about the first man we showed you who got cold-cocked? It doesn't appear he did anything. And even starting a fight doesn't deserve to be nearly killed and kicked in the face with a slap to the face that started it all. Now, she also makes excuses for the perpetrators. See, they can't be responsible for their own actions in a liberal city like Cincinnati or any other blue city. Somebody else has to be responsible for their actions. Listen.
Were some of these individuals overserved at some local establishments? It is clear to us that alcohol played a part, a significant part, in this incident.
Alcohol didn't play a part in that incident. A total disregard for human life played a part in it. No mothers in the household, no fathers around to teach young people the difference between right and wrong, and you have a total moral collapse of society on the streets in Cincinnati. You can blame it on alcohol, but I blame it on a lot more than that. And where are the mothers and fathers to scold these kids? And quite frankly, where are the police to get things under control? Turns out they only got one 911 call. That just goes to show you that nobody there cared about the victims. Was it because they're white they don't care about them? Or they just don't care about life? I don't know. You'd have to ask them. I certainly do have my suspicions, though. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to tell you what's going on here as we watch this. So there is good news to all of this, all right? Not everybody thinks like the police chief. Listen to Brother Dre of Cincinnati.
The bottom line is, man, I'm sick and tired of telling the city how to protect themselves and what you're doing with city leadership. You got one of the biggest events that come to Cincinnati and you don't have the right police in place. There should be at least 2 cops, 3 cops, 4 cops on every street corner.
And let me be clear. Brother Dre there didn't just call out city leadership. He called out the goons on the streets for engaging in violent behavior as well. Kudos to Brother Dre for all of that. Then, of course, you get the mayor of Cincinnati. This is a Tibetan individual. He issued a statement, didn't come out and speak about it. This is what he wrote. Let's be clear. Cincinnati is an inclusive city where all can come together to enjoy major events in our urban core. No, they can't. Not after witnessing what I just witnessed. They're not even close to doing that. J.D. Vance, our vice president, is from Ohio. He spoke out about this.
But the one part that I saw that was really gruesome is you had a grown man who sucker punched a middle-aged woman. And where I come from, at least, when you have a grown man who sucker punches a middle-aged woman, that person ought to go to jail for a very long time. And frankly, he's lucky there weren't some better people around because they would have handled it themselves. But if they're not going to handle it, the cops in Cincinnati, the law enforcement, you've got to prosecute people. We've had way too much lawlessness on the streets of great American cities.
Thank you, J.D. Vance. I will say, in a couple very small instances, I saw 1 or 2 people try to step in and help those that were injured. Only 1 or 2 people out of that pack of everyone, and only 1 911 call, and yet leftists in Cincinnati pretend that this is some kind of an isolated incident and that it just isn't that bad in Cincinnati. Well, the lies will no longer work on us. So how did I find out about the story? It wasn't the mainstream media that told me about it. I was perusing Instagram and X this morning, and I came across our good friends' Twitter site, investigative reporter and conservative influencer, Nick Sorter. And that's where I saw it all. Nick, welcome to the program.
Yeah, appreciate you having me, Grant. And, you know, without X, especially, because that's actually where the story originated, was, you know, people posting it on X outraged about the fact that it wasn't in the mainstream media. Nobody was talking about this mob. And let's say it as it is. It's not just a mob. It's a black mob that went after innocent white folks unprovoked. That's what happened here. And that's why you're not seeing it in legacy media, in mainstream media, because, you know, it's racist to call that fact out. You know what? But call it whatever you want to at this point. This has clearly become a massive problem that until we start talking about it, it's not going to be solved. I mean, this was an attack. You saw the woman laying in the street, just cold-cocked in the face, after just by walking down the street after a jazz festival. And there were no arrests. There were no the police weren't even they didn't even respond to the scene, you know, until Harmeet Dillon, the assistant attorney general, came out and said, no, we're monitoring the situation. If Cincinnati police doesn't act, then we're going to act on Cincinnati police. So, you know, then they sprung into action, and all of a sudden there are arrest warrants out now.
Harmeet Dillon, obviously, for those of you who don't know, runs the Civil Rights Division of the Department of Justice for Pam Bondi, and she said she would get involved. I'm not sure Cincinnati was going to act. They start placating the other side. Oh, we're going to go after everybody involved. I'm sorry. I agree you can't slap somebody in the face. I agree. That's out of line. But you don't get dragged in the street, beaten, stomped, and nearly killed for it. I don't understand the guy who got cold-cocked. I don't understand hitting a wife. And then I'm going to tell you what the vice mayor said. In fact, I'm not just going to tell you, Nick. I'm going to play the vice mayor. This is Jan Michelle. Listen to her excuse for it all.
More than 90,000 people come here. This is one of the largest music festivals in the entire country. But the conversation turns to this one incident, adults fighting at 3 a.m. This is not who we are.
Nick, it's more than adult fighting at 3 a.m. I'm sorry. People need to be scared to walk the streets in Cincinnati and so many other cities.
Well, yeah, I mean, you also have to think about it. There is a Soros-funded DA, of course, in Hamilton County, Ohio. I grew up in Kentucky, not far away from Hamilton County, Ohio. That's right there on the river. And it's gotten worse and worse and worse. These criminals have been enabled. They think they can get away with it and that they're not going to be, unless we keep up the pressure, Grant, the people that you're seeing in this video will be back on the street next week. And they'll be doing the same thing. There aren't any consequences for this stuff. And but in reality, if we weren't speaking out about it now, they wouldn't have been arrested in the first place. So this is not just a Cincinnati problem. This is a problem in blue cities all across the United States. This one is just getting a lot more attention because of how egregious it is. You're not going to tell me this is a fight. Just because if you're going to fight, go after the guy that slapped you, not some woman, his wife or whatever, and some other random guy walking down the street. They had nothing to do with it.
Yeah, absolutely right. Well, Nick, your Twitter page is so important because I get a lot of the information from there. The mainstream media is not doing the job. You and others are. Tell people where they can find you, my friend.
Yeah, I mean, they'll pretty much ban me on any other platform at this point for even talking about a story like this. So it's X at Nick Sortor, NickSortor. And I appreciate you, Grant.
All right. Absolutely, buddy. It's good stuff. Thank you for coming on. So, folks, I know all of you at home are going to somehow say, well, Nick and I, we're racist, MAGA bigots. No, we're not. The reality is we see what we see, okay? So a pack of black people attacking very few white people. I didn't make a rocket science to tell you what's going on there. So here's the proof that I'm not racist, because I love heroes no matter what color you are. And I think you can be law-abiding no matter what color you are. Take a look at this man. This guy is an absolute hero, and the mainstream media is not talking about him either. That is a good guy with a gun. He's a Marine vet, and he's a hero that stepped into action to stop and ultimately capture this deranged lunatic who stabbed 11 people at a Traverse City, Michigan Walmart over the weekend. How did he stop the deranged stabbing attempted murderer? He did it with his firearm and never fired a shot. Watch.
Drop it! Drop it! Call the police. Throw the knife that way! Throw it away!
Now, folks, those good Samaritans ended up taking the man who stabbed 11, say police, into custody. That man never fired a shot. And so congratulations to him. Here's the reality, though. This defensive use of a firearm without firing a shot isn't going to go down in any notebook someplace. It's not going to go down in any record. You'll never know how many times a gun was used without a shot being fired to save a life. That's the power of gun ownership, and we are grateful to that man for saving probably many, many others. All right, turning now to the Obama collusion takedown of President Trump, okay? The CIA director, John Ratcliffe, went on with Maria Bartiromo on Fox, who does an absolutely fabulous job, by the way. He says indictments are coming.
There is still an opportunity for indictments, potential prosecutions, accountability from those people who may have lied under oath, like John Brennan, James Comey, and perhaps Hillary Clinton.
Well, that's why I've made the referrals that I have. D&I Gabbard has made referrals. Yeah. And why we're going to continue to share the intelligence that would support the ability of our Department of Justice to make bring fair and just claims against those who have perpetrated this hoax.
All right. John Brennan then speaks out. Cut 22. Get this one ready, guys. You think the co-conspirators would lay low? Nope. The former CIA director was right in the middle of this setup job of President Trump that was unsuccessful. Goes on TV.
Well, I think it's a real mark of desperation that they have resurrected an 8.5-year-old intelligence community assessment, claiming that President Obama and national security officials were involved in this conspiracy, a cabal that was trying to undermine President-elect Trump. Nothing could be further from the truth.
Oh, everything's pretty darn close to the truth right now. So listen to me, John Brennan. It's not about the assessment 8.5 years ago. It's about an ongoing conspiracy that is going on to this day. In fact, your appearance on that TV show, in my opinion, is actually part of the conspiracy. What does that mean, Director Ratcliffe?
There is no doubt in my mind that the people that we just talked about conspired. They conspired against President Trump. They conspired against the American people. And so I'll leave it to Pam Bondi and our Department of Justice, Kash Patel, and our FBI to investigate the conspiracy to do what and what charges that they're capable of bringing. But again, I don't think statute of limitations are going to impact, because in a conspiracy, Maria, the statute of limitation doesn't start to run until the last act in furtherance of that conspiracy.
Folks, does that sound familiar at all? You heard it on this show. Why did you hear it on this show? Because we played you sound bites of our friend Mike Benz, who was directly spelling out a while ago of why the statute of limitations will not and should not be in place, because it is an ongoing conspiracy. He called it. In fact, I think they heard him. I want to bring in now former State Department employee, the man I'm talking about. He's the executive director of the Foundation for Freedom Online. Mike Benz is with us. Mike, welcome back.
Thanks for having me.
Mike, I think they're listening to you. What do you think?
I think they're in a lot of trouble. John Brennan has a whole lot of chutzpah to be out there saying what he's saying. We should be grateful, at least, that he has not flown to some non-extradition country. This is someone who was openly accusing Donald Trump of high crimes and misdemeanors and treason himself in 2018. I'm reading before me a tweet from July 2018 from John Brennan. Donald Trump's press conference in Helsinki rises and exceeds the threshold of high crimes and misdemeanors. It was nothing short of treasonous. Well, methinks the lady doth accuse of treason a little too much. John Brennan was the one, of course, whose handwritten notes on August 3rd, 2016, showed that they knew that Hillary Clinton, was the CIA director. The exact quote here: cite alleged approval by Hillary Clinton on July 28th, that was just 5 days earlier, of a proposal from one of her foreign policy advisors to vilify Donald Trump by stirring up a scandal claiming interference from the Russian security services. So that was the CIA director being apprised that the recent Secretary of State was going to gin up a fake charge of Russian interference. And then John Brennan goes back and stuffs the intelligence community assessment with a total BS predicate from the Steele dossier, the P dossier, against the open outcries of 20 different CIA and FBI officials. But I have a request to ODNI and to the Justice Department and to John Ratcliffe right now, which is that those handwritten notes from John Brennan, to me, seem like the most damning part of the entire Russiagate affair, because it shows not only did they lie and gin up the intelligence assessment about non-existent Russian interference against their own internal intelligence, but that they knew the whole thing originated from Hillary Clinton without evidence, and that Hillary Clinton had employed Christopher Steele in order to compile the Steele dossier, which John Brennan would then use. Now, when you look at the handwritten notes from August 3rd, 2016, the part of the text of which I just read to you, it is still 75% redacted. There are still giant black bars over everything that James Comey said in that meeting that are in John Brennan's handwritten notes, over 2/3 of what Barack Obama said in that meeting. I cannot for the life of me understand what could possibly justify, in the year 2025, continuing to redact perhaps the most bombshell document of the whole Russiagate affair.
So why do you think it is being redacted? You know, I've called out guys like Mike Pompeo and Gina Haspel and so many others that were there during the first Trump administration, that were really part of the cover-up when you think about it. So why would they still now be redacting all of this information we're desperate for?
Well, I think what was happening at the time was you had that exact wing of the GOP, which was so gung-ho about seizing Eurasia and war on Russia. Remember, at this time, we were still funding the Ukrainian military in 2019, 2020, years before the actual kinetic military conflict with Russia stepping into it. At the time, the GOP was trying to recover the fumbled football of a Democrat coup in Ukraine in 2014, which was assisted by the highest rank and file of the Republican foreign policy establishment, such as John McCain and company, who were on the ground during the Maidan Revolution. But I don't know what was in Mike Pompeo or Gina Haspel's heads at the time. We know that Gina Haspel formerly worked for John Brennan, so that's not a good start in this story in terms of Trump's first CIA. Mike Pompeo, and I'm not casting aspersions here, is my former boss, but the fact is Mike Pompeo has been in Ukraine for the past several months, campaigning for Ukraine to do the exact opposite of what President Trump wanted. I believe that Mike Pompeo also has some financial interests in Ukrainian telecom companies, or appears to be on the board there. There are some conflicts of interest in that Ukraine story, and certainly on foreign policy, there is very much a high degree of sunlight between what the president has wanted with peace and what the traditional Republican State Department line has been. And so I think perhaps in an effort to not collapse the pressure on Russia, there was an attempt to shield the Russiagate files. And I believe the time for that ruse to continue has come fully to an end.
I agree with you 100%. All right, real quick, because I'm almost out of time, but I'd be remiss if I didn't mention it. Dan Bongino said he's basically shocked to his core. I'm going to read you a little bit of his tweet that he posted, saying investigations continue, but if you could put up tweet 17 for the guys behind the glass, quote, "But what I have learned in the course of our properly predicated and necessary investigations into these aforementioned matters has shocked me down to my core. We cannot run a republic like this. I'll never be the same after learning what I've learned." This is a former Secret Service agent, a guy who was a New York City cop. He's seen an awful lot. Shock to the core is big. I had a friend of mine said, I wonder if this has to do with children, if it has to do with who knows what. You have any insight on any of this, Benz, or any reaction to it real quick if you can?
Well, Dan Bongino has one of the hardest jobs in Washington. I don't know anyone who's got a family or a mortgage who would happily swap places with the job that Dan Bongino has been tasked to do as Deputy FBI Director. We know that things came to a head earlier this month when Dan Bongino threatened to resign, apparently over issues around the Epstein files. At least that was what was publicly reported. It did appear that both Dan and Cash, as the FBI director, appeared to have a little bit more confidence about the handling of DOJ prior to the past few weeks when, for example, the original confidence level that was assessed about Epstein killing himself in prison appeared to be based on raw files that were going to be published showing continuous security camera footage of Epstein's jail cell. And then once that raw footage was put out, it turned out there was something like 2 minutes and 53 seconds missing. I happen to think that it's very likely that Dan and Cash did not know that at the time. Perhaps they were fooled by the Justice Department. Perhaps there are other elements of the Epstein case, as well as many others, that in the course of their investigations are simply shocking even to folks who are in the business of reporting shocking news. But whether that's what happened with January 6th, whether that's with Epstein, whether that's with all the various sting operations that were run from both the Biden FBI and stretching back, frankly, 70 years, as well as the FBI's own system for hiding documents. We know that it was Dan and Cash, who showed the Sentinel system blocking files.
Let's just call it a teaser, to say the least. I wish I had the whole show with you because I could literally spend it with you. Your insight's fabulous on all of this. Mike Benz, where can people find you real quick?
Find me on X at Mike Benz Cyber, also on YouTube.
Awesome. Thank you, buddy. Always good to see you. We appreciate it. All right, folks, the continuing divide between Trump and the Federal Reserve putting us behind the curve again. Can the Fed take the right action at the right time, or are we going to be looking at a potential economic slowdown? And what does it mean for your savings? Consider diversifying with gold through Birch Gold Group. If you have an IRA or 401k, you can convert that into a tax-sheltered IRA in physical gold, or just buy some gold to keep in your safe. First, educate yourself with Birch Gold's free info kit. Just text America to the number 989898. That's America to the number 989898. All right, President Trump keeps delivering win after win for the American people. We talk about the EU trade deal next.
A heart attack? Do they have life insurance?
No.
But we have life insurance. John.
I'm trying to find something we can afford.
Fortunately, in only a few minutes, SelectQuote found John a $500,000 policy for only $29 a month. And his wife Anne a $500,000 policy for only $21 a month. Go to SelectQuote.com now and get the insurance your family needs
at a price you can afford. SelectQuote. We shop, you save.
Tired of the hassle and high costs of selling a home? We can help. At Ideal Agent, we'll connect you with a top local agent that'll sell your home fast for top dollar, and all this for as low as a 2% commission.
We got the top dollar for our house and the lowest commission that I could have imagined. The house sold in 2 days. It was so exciting for us.
Ideal Agent is available nationwide. There's no obligation, and best of all, our service is completely free. Call today or visit idealagent.com.
This right here is confidence in a bottle.
Not only does it change you on the outside, but something in the inside, knowing that you're looking better.
It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt in my life.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Well, today we're going to see one for ourselves and let you be the judge. It's called Plexiderm, and lifestyle expert Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and you'll notice the model has bags underneath his eyes and some sagging, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face, and that's how easy it is.
All right, what's the active ingredient?
Okay, so it's silicates that are minerals found in shale rock, and what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes, and as little as 10 minutes, no prescriptions, and very little effort. Even watching the video, this is a real, it's a model, but it's a real guy with real bags underneath his eyes.
My real true opinion is holy words I can't say on camera. This is absolutely unbelievable. I mean, I could feel it just lifting my skin. It was amazing. It feels good. Feels great. Looks even better.
And I did this to my father. We were at home. So we applied it to his under eye bags. And let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view. And now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. He calls me every single month saying, "Hey, Annette, I'm out of Plexiderm. Please send me more." And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles. The way you want to do it is you want to have a clean, dry face. You use a small amount because it's so powerful. You have high school reunions, you have events you want to go to, you want to look years younger. This is it.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work for yourself after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 1-800-854-0295.
Welcome back, everyone. I think we ought to be calling him the deal maker in chief. President Trump goes to Scotland, makes a trade deal with the European Union. We are back on track, baby. We are winning.
$750 billion worth of energy, agreed to invest into the United States, $600 billion more than they're investing already. So they're agreeing to open up their countries to trade at zero tariff. For automobiles and everything else will be a straight across tariff of 15%.
Folks, honestly, it's not even a deal for the EU. I mean, yeah, they get access to America. 15% tariffs coming in. We send our goods over there, zero tariffs. They're going to buy energy from us. They're going to buy military equipment from us. We're winning. And the stock market's responding. The economy is booming. Remember what the Democrats said when President Trump first announced his tariffs?
Results will definitively be historically bad. He is crashing the economy in real time.
Donald Trump is teeing up a nationwide recession.
When Donald Trump is directly destroying the stock market in bursts of economic policy dementia.
This is economic arson. It's not a lightning strike. This is a guy setting fire to your savings.
No joke, folks. You watch this program, we don't have clips like that. There's no left-wing outlet that can play clips of me getting it flat-ass wrong. Well, they got it wrong big time. I want to bring in now Director of the Heritage Foundation's Federal Budget Center. Richard Stern is back. Richard, welcome back, my friend.
Well, it was a pleasure. Thanks.
All right. What do you make of this deal? As I said, it doesn't even seem like a deal. It's like we got everything.
Well, as you said, deal maker in chief. I call him the negotiator in chief. But absolutely. But, I think it's important to remember, we're asking, well, what's in it for the Europeans? You have to remember that their trade restrictions, their tariffs, are the hallmark of decades of their own special interests that have a corrupt connection and control over their local governments, over the EU government. So, in some ways, what Trump has done here is actually liberated the Europeans from their own lobbyists, from their own corrupt industrial ties to their governments, by getting them to remove those trade restrictions. They gets back to an economic regime that's good, obviously, for American producers, but it's also good for Europeans.
Yeah. How important is it, this energy deal, $700 billion worth of energy they're going to buy from the United States when it comes to China and Russia even, and cutting them somewhat out of the picture?
Oh, massive. Absolutely. The goal here is to box China out of global economic affairs, to reroute global commerce back through the United States where it belongs. And this is exactly what's going on. Look, Europe has been chasing these green new scams, chasing, renewable energy. They've had energy prices spike by more than threefold in some places in Europe. And where they're not using renewable energy, they're buying Russian natural gas and beholden to Russia and to Russia's master, China. So buying American coal, oil, and gas liberates them from Russia and China, helps our producers, and gets them back to having cheap energy. Frankly, it means that we can reindustrialize both the U.S. and Europe.
All right, I've got to believe that leftists are beside themselves that this is actually working. By the way, it was a leftist plan, really, tariffs. Most conservatives weren't for this. But even Bill Maher is, I guess he seems to be in awe here. Listen to this.
Look, the stock market is at record highs. I know not everybody lives by the stock market, but I also drive around. I don't see a country in a depression at all. I see people out there just living their lives. And I would have thought, and I got to own it, that these tariffs were going to fucking sink this economy by this time, and they didn't. So, how do we deal with that fact? Because that's the fact.
All right, we do broadcast over the air in some places. I want to apologize for the F-bomb that was missed to the FCC. A sincere apology on that. We will make sure that doesn't happen again. To everybody at home, an apology on that. That's Bill Maher for you. He tells it like it is, though. Did it surprise you, Richard, in some respects? I got to tell you, I was a little nervous, but I had great faith in President Trump. But, boy, this has exceeded my expectations.
So I want to be clear about this. I think tariffs seem like such an exotic thing because, it's been decades since the U.S. has really engaged in tariffs. I think the best way to think about them is that they're tools, they're weapons of war in some cases. And look, we've been at war. We've had fentanyl flying across the border, terrorists coming across. We've had countries ripping us off to the tune of hundreds of billions of dollars. So, if you wield tariffs improperly, it absolutely could have tanked the economy. It could have blown back on Americans. And, Trump is a great negotiator. So what happened here is you had a lot of analysts who saw tariffs and thought they're clearly going to screw it up and that things were going to go wrong. And what they misjudged was that Trump knows what he's doing, that he's a great negotiator, a great engineer at statecraft, and that he would use the tariffs to negotiate wins across the board in trade and outside of trade. And that's, I think, the thing that Maher and so many other people misjudged. They don't understand the dimensions that Trump was playing in.
Yeah, the deal maker. Boy, he really is. And he's a businessman, and he's got stones of steel to stand there, even when it doesn't look good at the moment, to stick with it. And it worked out. Richard Stern, thank you, as always. We appreciate you.
Always thank you for having me on.
Absolutely. You look at the EU deal, folks. I don't know. What they have? Nico Harrison negotiating? You know, that's the GM of the Mavs who traded Luka. I mean, Nico, go to the EU and negotiate deals for them. Don't negotiate deals for me and my Dallas Mavericks. All right, do you need the EB-5 visa program? Many on the right say we need to scrap it. I'll tell you why. We can have both the Trump Gold Card and the EB-5 program next.
To avoid digital threats, just turn on NordVPN. Improve your protection against trackers, malicious websites, and malware-ridden downloads. Get the deal now.
Yep, your worst nightmare. Your car broke down. Now you're worried if it's going to cost you a fortune in repair bills. Unless you already called CarShield, the legit #1 auto protection company in the country. When you're protected with a plan through CarShield, the process is smooth like ice and done in as little as 3 steps. 1. First, the tow truck takes your car to the shop. The cost of towing, covered when you got a plan through CarShield. Next, you probably need to get around while your vehicle's being repaired, right? 2. Plans through CarShield have rental car options too. Then comes the best part. 3. When you pick up your vehicle, you don't have a big repair bill to worry about. CarShield administrators get your covered repairs paid directly to the shop, so you're back on the road with no worries. Call now to get an affordable plan through CarShield for your vehicle before it's too late. When you call CarShield, whether you got a small problem like a power window motor that could cost a few $100s, or a big problem like an engine or transmission that could cost you thousands of dollars, you're taken care of. CarShield is the #1 auto protection company in the country, and their administrators have paid out more than $1 billion in auto repairs. That's billion with a B. CarShield is the choice that gives you the CarShield guarantee. Your rate never goes up, and your coverage never goes down, no matter how many claims you have. Look, it's inevitable. As your car or truck ages, the parts and components are gonna fail. It's not worth the risk. Call CarShield now.
Waiting until your car breaks down is too late. Call CarShield for coverage on up to 5,000 parts and get the CarShield guarantee, where your rate never goes up and your coverage never goes down, no matter how many claims you have. Call 800-653-8201. 800-653-8201.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff, tense, or less active? Introducing the EasyWell Remedy Massage System, a triple fusion of therapeutic experiences. Full body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation and reduces inflammation. Infrared heat penetrates deep to reduce pain, soothe, and relax. The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 heated nodes mimics a professional massage. Plus, it's detachable for deep relief anywhere you need it. Experience the true remedy for your pain and stiffness. Call now.
The bathroom of your dreams is only a phone call away with BCI Bath and Shower. We can make your ordinary bath and shower extraordinary. This is not a cookie-cutter design. This is a complete custom build that will fit your every need, and discounts for seniors and military.
All right, folks, I sense a little bit of a battle brewing in Washington. We've got a program called the EB-5 program. It means if you come in and you're a foreigner and you invest about $1 million, you can get status here in America, a green card for your EB-5 visa. You got to create 10 jobs, you invest $1 million, and it infuses lots of money into this country, billions and billions of dollars over the last decade or so. Now, Trump came up with the gold card. You invest $5 million, you get a pathway to citizenship, and you too get green card status. Here's the president.
We're going to be selling a gold card. You have a green card. This is a gold card. We're going to be putting a price on that card of about $5 million, and that's going to give you green card privileges plus. It's going to be a route.
It's a great idea, Mr. President. I love it. But here's my thought. Why do we have to scrap one, the EB-5, for the other. Why can't we keep them both? The thing that I like about the EB-5 is this infuses small business capital on the ground in local communities that employ Americans at no cost to the American taxpayer. And this is importing bright folks, wealthy folks, and folks we want here that have a penchant for freedom. We're not importing chaos, poverty, and criminals like Joe Biden. Well, I want to bring in with me now Manager Director of Pine State Regional Center, a Homeland Security approved EB-5 center. Rush Deacon is with us. Rush, welcome to the program.
Thank you, Grant. Glad to be here.
All right, so EB-5 was criticized early on. Some fraud cases had come up. 2022, Congress completely overhauls EB-5. How is it running since, Rush?
It's running great. I think, Chuck Grassley was the architect of that 2022, what's called Reform and Integrity Act. And integrity is a key word there because it really brought new accountability, new filing, new oversight, new audits, a lot of integrity to the program that had some problems in the past. And the other thing that it did that Senator Grassley was very passionate about was trying to spread the program to a broader area around the United States. EB-5 had been used in its early years primarily for real estate development and very much so in larger cities. But since the Reform and Integrity Act, they have new provisions that give incentives for investment in rural areas and high unemployment areas that has spread the love much more broadly across the United States.
All right, I've seen firsthand in rural areas. I'm in Dallas. You don't have to go too far outside of Dallas to see some of these opportunity zones and rural areas where EB-5 is working and employing Americans and middle to lower middle class Americans at that. I think one of the concerns, Rush, is, okay, well, say a terror group wants to pay $1 million and finagle their way in here, and now they got a visa. Do you see any evidence of that happening, and can we make sure with the EB-5 program that that doesn't happen, that we're just not selling access to America at a willy-nilly deal?
I've not seen any of that, and this is not the program you want to try to go through if you're a bad guy. I mean, you have very serious vetting that is done in the EB-5 program. The source of funds, the path of funds are vetted to make sure that it's a clean source of funds. And you go through background checks on the people. They have a 2-year process that USCIS sends them through in terms of the vetting of the investor, the vetting of the funds, and then the conditional green card period. So, no, it's very tight now. It's been tightened as to the integrity.
All right. I want to play a clip for you from Howard Lutnick. He's our Commerce Secretary. I have a lot of respect for this guy. I think he's a smart guy. I think they get it wrong here, though, and it's okay for us to, conservatives often, to disagree, and we could polish this up a little bit. But let me play this clip and then get you to respond to what he says here.
So the EB-5 program was really, you lend some money, but it was full of nonsense, make-believe, and fraud, and it was a way to get a green card that was low-priced.
So what do you make of what he says there?
Well, I think he was painting a broad brush on the program that, as it may have originally been carried out in previous years, but it, quite frankly, has been a wonderful boon to the economy. Stephen Moore Heritage Foundation and Unleash Prosperity called it the economic secret weapon for the United States in terms of the opportunities that it's brought. And it's very much a program that's been brought to modern times and modern vetting that makes it a good program for bringing in the best and the brightest.
Quite frankly, Rush, Howard Lutnick, I got caught drinking my water there because he was about to say they want to scrap the program. I don't understand anybody that comes up to that final conclusion, why you wouldn't just do both of them. Rush, I'll give you the last word.
Yeah, I think you see a lot of voices that have come out since then. I mean, Stephen Moore is one that published in the Washington Times, Mercy Schlapp, others that have talked about Gold Card is a great idea. It's a wonderful way to bring in more money, bring in more high net worth people, but you don't have to scrap the EB-5 program. They go well together. They have served different clienteles. One serves the interest of reducing the debt. The other serves the job of creating jobs for Americans.
Well, Rush Deacon, I appreciate you coming on and laying it all out for us. Thank you, sir. Keep us posted on how this goes.
Thank you, Grant.
Absolutely. You know, folks, listen, President Trump has secured the border like none other. We have the most secure border in American history. That's not just me saying it. That is the numbers literally telling us that story as fact. And so I love the idea of importing wealth, educated people, entrepreneurship, and those who love freedom and capitalism, as opposed to who Joe Biden tried to bring into this country. You all know who he brought in: MS-13 gang members, sex traffickers. Thanks, but no thanks. Let's do it this way, not Joe Biden's way. All right, don't let poor health steal your summer. We will learn how to protect yourself next.
Hi, it's Christina again. Is your shower trying to tell you something? Is getting in and out of the bathtub becoming a safety concern? Are you worried about the cost of a bathroom remodel that could go on for weeks and weeks? Well, now you can have a gorgeous new bath or shower that's safer at a price you can afford with a one-day jacuzzi bath remodel. And now they're bringing you this special TV offer. We're waiving all installation costs and postponing all payments for up to 1 year. Jacuzzi bath remodel has a design you'll love at a price you can afford.
Literally, they came in the morning, did the demolition, and installed our bathtub in 1 day. I definitely wish we called jacuzzi a lot sooner.
Okay, so tell me, what are the 2 most common reasons people are calling jacuzzi bath remodel right now?
Well, maybe they're just tired of the old, worn-out eyesore of a bath. Often they have dated colors, tiles that might be cracking and fading, or impossible to clean grout. Christina, did you know that the average shower has up to 300 linear feet of grout?
Honestly, I had no idea.
Yeah, that's a whole lot of scrubbing. So that's definitely one of the reasons people call. And you'll love that the new bath or shower just rinses clean and resists mold and mildew. Now, another big reason people call is they've been feeling uneasy stepping over that tub to take a shower. And we're here to help with a safer, more stylish shower that you'll love and is custom designed for you.
Every time I stepped over my old bathtub, I worried I might fall. I don't have those fears anymore. Jacuzzi Bath Remodel gave me a gorgeous shower that's safe too.
It was done in the same day. We did not have to wait. It is amazing.
Time is running out to take advantage of this special offer. When you call right now, we're waiving all installation costs with our Christina Across America offer, and no interest and no payments for up to 1 year. Call now to schedule your free, no-obligation in-home design consultation. You can create your new bath or shower customized just for you, installed in just 1 day from the most trusted name with Jacuzzi Bath Remodel. Call now.
It's never been easier. Get your free design consultation, schedule your 1-day installation, and start loving your new bath or shower right away.
You can go from this to this, and from this to this, or even from this to all this in just 1 day.
I did not like my bathroom before and was embarrassed by it. Yes. This is unbelievable. It is stunning. I can't believe it.
Time is running out to take advantage of this special offer. When you call right now, we're waiving all installation costs with our Christina Across America offer, and no interest and no payments for up to 1 year. Call now to schedule your free, no-obligation in-home design consultation. You can create your new bath or shower customized just for you, installed in just 1 day from the most trusted name with Jacuzzi Bath Remodel. Call now.
All right, folks, in my mind, the summer begins around, I don't know, July 1st, and you know, it ends probably September. So we're halfway through, okay? Don't let poor health ruin your summer. Watch this.
Through the 88 days, I lost 38.4 pounds.
My weight's down 20.4.
I did the 555 before, so I'm down about 60 pounds from there.
Come on, mighty man. That's huge. That's amazing.
Well, it was huge. This summer, we brought our grandchildren to the water park here locally, and walking up with the tube, I get about halfway up, and my heart felt like it was going to rip out of my chest. And we're just running up with them to the top of the hill and sliding down. I mean, what a huge difference. They'll keep up with the 6-year-old.
Well, of course, they're talking about Energized Health, energizedhealth.com. I lost 15 pounds in 2 weeks on that program. I was already in decent shape. I trimmed it up. I know people and have talked to them that lost 250 pounds on the Energized Health program. And I want to bring in now the founder of Energized Health, our good friend John Jubilee is back. John, welcome to the program.
Hey, Grant, great to be here.
All right, John, these results are life-changing. You know, you talk about grandparents who can't get to the top of a slide and all of a sudden they can, and now they're playing with their grandkids again. These are huge steps in the cycle of life.
Well, it is huge, Grant. And think about what he said. He lost 60 pounds of fat. 60 pounds of fat. So imagine, Grant, that would be like somebody carrying around 6 bowling balls, 6 bowling balls, literally just strapped to your belly every day of your life. Imagine how good that feels to get rid of 6 bowling balls off of there. Of course, he's running around like an energetic kid. He's running around like one of the grandkids. But think of the legacy, Grant, that he's creating for his grandkids, because they're not going to remember, oh, Grandpa could never play with me, Grandma could never. No, they're going to remember my grandparents are going up and down water slides with me, up and down hills and sliding down.
John, I think of it when you talk about the pounds. If I had to carry 15 or 20 pounds, 30 pounds around with me all day, I'm telling you, my back would be so sore. My knees would be so sore. Well, this is the equivalent of what's happening to so many people. I would imagine everything starts to give, but they can get it back, can't they?
Well, they really can. And Grant, you're right. When you talk about your knees would be sore, when it comes to a pound of fat is 5 to 1 on a joint. So 20 pounds of fat is 100 pounds of pressure on your knees, on your hips, on your ankles, on your shoulders. It's so debilitating. But look, man, I want to give some people some hope today. You know what? You guys know, Grant and I have, we've become dear friends, but we also have tens of thousands of people that became dear friends because we helped them get their health back and get their life back. And so I just encourage you guys, we have no salespeople. We have no salespeople at Energized Health. We just have health experts who talk to people in real words, and they help you identify what are your roadblocks, what's kept you from getting healthy, what's kept you from succeeding. So these are real people. Some of them, by the way, are 20 and 30-year nurses who, when they did this protocol, they said, oh no, I'm quitting that medical system. I'm going to come join the Energized Health movement because we really go to the root cause, get people healthy and transform their life. So guys, you're one decision away from changing your life. And so I'm giving you an invitation. Have a call with one of our health experts. Find out if this is for you, how you can get healthy at the cellular level. You could be that awesome and amazing father, mother, grandfather, grandmother, and you could change your legacy and you could live the real life that you have dreamed of living. Hey, if everything was possible, what would you do? What would you do? We just had a woman, Grant, a grandmother, who said it wasn't even on her bucket list to climb a mountain, and she climbed 8.5 hours straight up a mountain.
8 up a mountain. It's unbelievable. And this story is one after the other, these stories. And John, I'm going to pick up where you left off because I'm going to tell people exactly how they can find you. I want people to go to energizedhealth.com. I have not just gotten to be friends with John, but I'm friends with his wife, my personal coach that helped me through this process. As I said, lose 15 pounds in 2 weeks and keep it off, by the way. I know the people at Energized Health. I use the system protocol at Energized Health, and I'd be lost without it. I mean it, which is why I invite them on the program all the time. All right, so check out their masterclass that is on their website. It's free. All right, you got nothing to lose. EnergizedHealth.com. That's EnergizedHealth.com. Up next, Eric Swalwell wishes his name was Swalwell. He's such an embarrassment. Oh, boy. It's next.
He was only 47. Aneurysm. Did he have life insurance? Do you? No. You got to get on it. Check out SelectQuote. Trust me, the peace of mind, it's worth it.
Life insurance is too important to put off another day. That's why SelectQuote makes getting coverage you need easy, for less than $1 a day. Now get up to a $2 million policy with no medical exam and same-day coverage.
Tired of the hassle and high costs of selling a home? We can help. At Ideal Agent, we'll connect you with a top local agent that'll sell your home fast for top dollar, and all this for as low as a 2% commission.
We got the top dollar for our house and the lowest commission that I could have imagined. The house sold in 2 days. It was so exciting for us.
Ideal Agent is available nationwide, there's no obligation, and best of all, our service is completely free. Call today or visit idealagent.com.
There's nothing worse than losing your dog before their time.
That's why I created Dr. Marty Nature's Blend, designed to help dogs with everything from digestive issues to itching, even moving better.
Nature's Blend works because it's freeze-dried. So instead of destroying the nutrients with high heat, they all get right into your dog's body.
Take it from a veterinarian with over 50 years of experience saving dogs' lives. I have never seen a food make this much impact on a dog's health.
For a limited time, get up to 54% off Dr. Marty Nature's Blend, plus a free gift with our special TV offer. Call or go to drmartypets.com/TV.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff, tense, or less active? Introducing the Easy Well Remedy Massage System, a triple fusion of therapeutic experiences. Full body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation and reduces inflammation. Infrared heat penetrates deep to reduce pain, soothe, and relax. The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 heated nodes mimics a professional massage. Plus, it's detachable for deep relief anywhere you need it. Experience the true remedy for your pain and stiffness. Call now.
Rav Family, from the group who brought you the hit songs 81 Million Votes, My Ass, MAGA Nation, and Trader Joe, comes a brand new single. Daddy Trump is available everywhere, and we need you to make some noise. Go download it on iTunes, and let's run it up to #1 on the charts for President Trump.
So I just want to thank everybody very much. Thank you.
Get ready. You're about to get bombed by the truth bomber.
Didn't raise y'all, but I had to step up. Put the Ayatollah on a no-cap checkup. He calls me Daddy Trump. NATO knows what's up. Why they play pretend, I call they bluff. Kim and Vlad acting bad, throwing fits on the floor. BB screaming from the back, saying, Daddy, there's a war. I walk in like Sunday school.
Eric Swalwell, the guy who had sex with a Chinese spy, member of Congress, loves cringe, I guess.
I should be working right now. I should be at the Capitol. I should be in a suit. Instead, Republicans sent us home because they would rather stand up for Donald Trump than release the Epstein files and stand up for victims. We could be at Washington, D.C., lowering your healthcare costs.
All right, listen, bro, you're trying to look like a tough guy, strong man. You got 2 45s on each side. That's 135 pounds with a 45-pound bar. I could rep that out probably 50 times if I wanted to. Anybody who's in decent shape can push 135 around, okay? So stop trying to look cool. You're not cool. If you would like a competition of who can bench the most, I'm down for that. I don't know. I'd take Eric Swalwell on any day of the week. Stinchfield's Army rolls. See you tomorrow night.
If your TV sounds funny in the evening, you're watching live from Studio 6B on Real America's Voice.
All right, live from Studio 6B, 8 o'clock on a Monday, July 28th. Real America's Voice. Slick's here. He's going to do some sports. Delgado will do some news, but we have breaking news we're going to get right to, and that is we have an active shooter. Well, we don't know that he's active anymore. God willing, he's dead. But we'll bring you what we know going on in Midtown Manhattan right now. Police responded to 345 Park Avenue, right in the heart of Midtown. We have our local Fox 5 coverage up here now. We'll dip in and listen to a little bit of this, but active shooter was reported about an hour ago in Midtown Manhattan. And there's been a lot of speculation on, was he shooting from a building? Did he shoot and then go into the building? Well, there you go. So that's the first official thing I've seen on the screen. Lone shooter has been neutralized. And they believe he may have died from a self-inflicted gunshot wound. In the Blackstone building, which also houses the NFL headquarters as well. There's a picture that was released of this guy walking around in Manhattan. And Aaron, I don't know if you can switch off of that. We'll go back to that in a second if they get it. They've been interviewing people who are on the scene there, but this is the picture they put out of the guy they were looking for, and that's him wearing sunglasses, a bulletproof vest, and carrying what seems to be an automatic rifle. Ooh. Just out in plain sight there in New York City. And the word now is that this guy is supposedly dead. And whether that's from police or from himself, the reporting is that it may be self-inflicted, but we're not sure. But it does seem that this, right now, they're going on the premise that it's a single shooter dead by suicide inside the Blackstone and NFL headquarters building. Our own Charlie Kirk reporting tonight, at least right now on his X. The suspect barricaded himself inside and was found dead on the 33rd floor. At least one police officer and one civilian are in critical condition. I believe that number has gone up. I don't know about how many killed. It's still, but I believe the number of people involved is risen to around 6. And again, we have no confirmation on how the active shooter is now supposedly dead. But with the reporting is self-inflicted gunshot wound. 6 people shot is what I'm seeing. Suspect is armed with an AR. They're saying an AR-15, wearing a bulletproof vest. FBI, obviously, an overwhelming NYPD police presence. The mayor is there as well. Again, not to sidetrack this, but New York City, just in situations like this, remember the current guy who wants to be mayor, there would be 0 police presence because he doesn't want to have police in the city.
Good point.
So you might want to just remember that as we get closer to the election. If we can, Aaron, let's dip into the local Fox 5 and see if there's any other
danger inside, but as AP has reported, at least 2 people, including New York police officers, were shot on Monday in Midtown office building that houses some of the country's top financial firms and National Football League. That includes the National Football League. And police haven't immediately identified any victims, but we spoke with one of the witnesses here who says he saw some of those victims that were in a black BMW. I believe Sky Fox had some shots of that actual car, but he said he saw they didn't appear to be alive at the time when he saw after this shooting. He said about maybe early, once the shooting happened, he heard saw about 5 officers, and then from there, this is the scene you have. Dozens, I mean, you maybe even say hundreds are out here lining Park Avenue, and this is with a bunch of businesses, banks, firms, and like I said, including the NFL, and we spoke to some of those witnesses who just really honestly couldn't believe what they saw here, being this close to Park Avenue, here in Midtown, busy side of New York, police presence in this area, unlike anything they've ever seen before, Natasha.
Yeah, Kendall, I just can't get over that picture that we're showing of that suspect. He just seems to be walking with such purpose.
Police Commissioner of New York has put out an X as of about 9 minutes ago update. She says, at this time, the scene has been contained and the lone shooter has been neutralized. So that's what we know. As of right now, the lone shooter has been neutralized, and I'm assuming that the next job for the New York Police Department is to try to figure out very quickly if this is in fact a lone incident with some crazed lunatic, or is there something broader going on here that threatens Manhattan for the rest of the night? I'm sure they will work every active lead they can come up with to make sure that this is to make sure that the rest of Manhattan, which my wife and daughter are part of right now. Yeah. I spoke to both of them. They're fine. They're down on 36th. So they're about 20 blocks away from this craziness. But I'm sure that'll be the next job of the New York City Police to decipher if this thing is actually over here tonight. So craziness in New York City tonight, in a city that I spent the weekend, well, at least one day of the weekend in. And it is a far cry from the New York City I spent so much time in the 90s when I was in college at Hofstra University and playing music pretty actively on a nightly basis, and a lot of it in the city. Spent a lot of time in New York City, and what you see now, even on Saturday night when I went to the Garden to see Chris Stapleton, is just unbelievable compared to what it used to be. So we're going to monitor this. Slick's here. He's going to do some sports. Delgado will be here to do news. Maybe we'll dip in here one more time, Aaron. Let's just see what the reporting here is.
Shot himself on the 33rd floor. So you have to imagine that he was in the building for some bit. Are you hearing anything about that, Kendall?
Yeah, we don't know about how long the shooter was inside, but we did see some of the people that were standing here on the side worried about their loved ones because they work here close to where everything was happening. So if he was there in that same building, I couldn't imagine having a family member inside or worried about whether they're safe or if they're going to be okay with something like this going on.
Yeah, such a scary situation. We even talked to Matt Onimus, a Fox employee who was walking home.
Now, there's some other reporting tonight from the city that a couple others have been arrested. And again, I have no confirmation of this, but I'll just report what I see. New York City shooter has killed himself after barricading in a high-rise tower at 52nd and Park. Two others have been arrested by NYPD, including one man wearing a Palestine shirt screaming "Free Palestine," and then what looks like a woman also has been arrested. Multiple people have been injured, including a police officer. Here is the, well, they don't have, here's one guy who was arrested. And then second, she was also arrested by police tonight. So again, whether this is the lone gunman and neutralized or not, I would assume that would be what the New York Police Department is working on very, very quickly. And there's nobody better to do this job than the NYPD. God bless them all the first responders, as we do each and every night here. And again, not to sidetrack this from what the immediate situation is, but I hope New Yorkers remember a night in a situation like this where you see an overwhelming New York police response, the best in the business, there to try to figure this thing out and make sure the rest of the city is safe tonight. And the guy who's running to be the next mayor of the city wants to get rid of all of them. And on a night like tonight, I guess, well, I don't know what his plan would be. So that's what's going on right now in New York City. We'll continue to, obviously, any other news that comes out, we will obviously report it. But that's what we know as of right now. So 9 minutes past the hour on a Monday, live from Studio 6B. Slickster, how are you?
I'm doing good, Big D. Wow, the news is just so sobering. You know, you're having a good day today, great weekend, and then you see something like this and just sets it all back. And it's one of the reasons why, I just don't go into the city anymore. I haven't been in the city since pre-COVID. That's 5 years. Like, this is a guy that would get into the city at least, several times a year for shows and sports and what. No desire anymore. And that's really, it's an incredible shame. But it is the reality, Big D. It's just the value is just not there anymore to be in the city. You just never know when one of these unhinged people are going to just pop up anywhere between the protests and now the, shootings and God knows what else. And who knows what we don't know that gets thwarted every day, right? Bombs and things like that we don't even hear all about. So that's just not the place for me anymore. I know your family, you have reasons to be in there. They have to get in there for certain things, but it's just, God bless. I pray for everybody that goes into that damn city every day. I really do.
Well, and I did Saturday night, like I told you.
Yeah.
My wife's birthday was yesterday, 27th. But the 26th, we decided for her birthday, we were going to go see Chris Stapleton.
Yeah, how was the show?
There was some tickets left last minute.
Yeah,
we had no plans of going, honestly, even as of that morning. And then we had some tickets. A buddy of mine had some tickets that were still available. So we picked them up and we went. And the drive-in was actually fine. But, man, I'll tell you, you're right. You just get into Manhattan, and it does not resemble the place that a lot of us spent so much time in the early 90s, in the mid-90s.
I used to love that city.
Even into the early 2000s.
Yep.
When Rudy was in there.
Yep.
I mean, you didn't have any fear of walking around New York City. You just didn't see what you see now. First of all, it's impossible to walk anywhere without feeling like you yourself are smoking weed.
Oh, the smell is
you just
beyond,
can't get away from it.
Beyond,
it's just
beyond.
You can't get away from it.
Gross.
You look down to make sure you don't have it on you because it feels like it's coming up right underneath you all the time.
Yep.
And it's just not good. It really is just not good. But anyways, we went to the Garden to see Stapleton, which was, I was telling Aaron and Fran before, it was very interesting.
Oh, really?
Because I can't remember a concert I've ever been to that literally you just went in, sat down, and just listened. It was really all just about the music and his voice. The
no
songs
politics, none of that crap, right?
No, none of it. And forget that. There was just nothing.
Oh.
He just came out, stood in the exact same place, and just sang the song. No talking, no nothing. Nothing.
How was the crowd? Did they get up? Did they dance? Did they sing? No.
They sang.
Okay.
But it was very interesting. But I mean, he's got one of the great instruments.
What it should be.
He's got one of the great instruments, his voice. You just wonder how he can do that. I listen to him and think, how can he do this more than once a month? When you listen to his screeching and growling and it just seems like such a stress on his voice, but I guess not.
Come on.
He was fantastic. So, all right, 13 past the hour, live from Studio 6B. We'll continue to monitor what's going on in Manhattan, and we'll get to the show and to the news as well. Glad you're in on a Monday, brand new week.
When surprise breakdowns happen, American Home Shield will be there to fix or replace parts of the systems and appliances you rely on every day. They help protect your time and money by connecting you with qualified pros and helping pay for covered repairs or replacements. AHS offers flexible and affordable plans for every home. Sign up today and get 50% off. Visit ahs.com or call 833-PLAN-AHS for this limited time offer.
Is your body ready for summer?
We're gonna build a body you can be proud of.
You just give me 30 minutes a day for 21 days, and I promise you, the weight will come off.
This is 21 Day Fix, the perfect program to get you summer ready.
I am in perfect shape for my bikini.
I had that sexy little bee. Get simple fitness, simple nutrition, fast results in just 21 days. Get ready for summer with 21 Day Fix. This week, try it free at 21dayfix.com. That's 21dayfix.com.
This right here is confidence in a bottle.
Not only does it change you on the outside, but something in the inside, knowing that you're looking better.
It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt in my life.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Well, today we're going to see one for ourselves and let you be the judge. It's called Plexiderm, and lifestyle expert Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and you'll notice the model has bags underneath his eyes and some sagging, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face, and that's how easy it is.
All right, what's the active ingredient?
Okay, so it's silicates that are minerals found in shale rock, and what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes in as little as 10 minutes, no prescriptions, and very little effort. Even watching the video, this is a real, it's a model, but it's a real guy with real bags underneath his eyes.
My real true opinion is holy words I can't say on camera. This is absolutely unbelievable. I mean, I could feel it just lifting my skin. It was amazing. It feels good. Feels great. Looks even better.
And I did this to my father. We were at home. So we applied it to his under eye bags. And let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view. And now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. He calls me every single month saying, "Hey, Annette, I'm out of Plexiderm. Please send me more." And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles. The way you want to do it is you want to have a clean, dry face. You use a small amount because it's so powerful. You have high school reunions, you have events you want to go to, you want to look years younger. This is it.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work for yourself after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 1-800-854-0295.
All right, live from Studio 6B on a Monday, July 28th. And I wish we were coming to you and with happier times here, but a serious situation going on in Manhattan tonight, which seems like it's somewhat under control, but it's devastating consequences of what's happened tonight. We had this active shooter being described as a Middle Eastern man in a bulletproof vest who supposedly now the story is that he walked into this office building. There was a police officer in the lobby, and he immediately shot the officer. That officer has unfortunately died. Two police officers, including the one who died, were shot. The other one, I believe, is in the hospital, still alive. Others, I think 4 or 5 others have been either injured or shot. So the total, I think, is around 6. Including 2 officers. This is the
2 officers.
There's 2 officers. One has died. The other one was shot, and there's been civilians, 3 or 4 civilians involved as well. There's also been a few arrests that we have seen footage of, and they're using the word accomplices. I'm not going to confirm that because we don't know for sure if they are or not. That footage we just had up was the New York City Police Department supposedly going through the shooter's car, which is still, I guess, around 51st and Park. But yeah, that's what we know. So unfortunately, we learned during the commercial break that it seems like one of the officers shot has died. There's some video, I'm not going to show it, obviously, of the other New York City police giving CPR as that officer was pulled out of that building. And unfortunately, they were not able to save him. Former FBI agent Stuart Kaplan, a few minutes ago, says the New York City shooter may have been a former employee in the very building where he committed this atrocity. This because he knew exactly where he was going and he was immediately ready to take down the security guard. He seems he knew exactly where he wanted to be and where to go. This is former FBI agent Stuart Kaplan on Fox Media tonight. And again, the report is at least 6 people total have shot, 2 police officers, 1 officer dead. And that's what we know. And again, I'll say again, I think with 2 other people being arrested, and again, some throwing around the word accomplice, I think the New York City Police Department tonight will be trying to figure out if, in fact, this situation is what we see. what we know here, or is there something broader going on?
Let's hope it's isolated.
Yes, other people are now reporting that same thing about former FBI agents, saying he may have been a former employee, noting he knew the building very well, quickly targeted the security guard. And again, I use the term security guard only because that's what's written here. Some others have said it's a New York City police officer. I don't have clearance on what that is.
Well,
so
yeah.
But either way, we got to pray for New York's bravest and finest tonight, and all law enforcement, all emergency personnel, specifically those dealing with what's going on right here in New York City tonight. And quite frankly, after being there on Saturday, we should pray for them for what they deal with almost every waking moment of being in there, because it's, quite frankly, quite a disaster.
Yeah.
All right, so that's what we know. 21 past the hour. Yeah, that's.
It's like, where do we go? It's hard. Where do you go tonight?
It's hard to
get into other
doing
stuff.
Sports scores here, which normally we would be doing on a night like tonight when this is going on, and obviously we will. Okay, I'm not even going to run with this because we don't know that this is completely unconfirmed, but there's things coming out online about maybe the identity of this person and maybe his background. And actually, what I'm looking at now, which I'm not going to go through, but just is a picture of what could be a concealed firearms permit. And was he a member of law enforcement, not New York law enforcement, but maybe from another state? I don't know. So there's a lot floating around. But what we know is police officers dead at Midtown office building, several others shot. NYPD says lone shooter is dead. Has been ID'd as a 27-year-old man from Las Vegas. The scene is contained, building being cleared. Car of interest being searched, as we just showed you. FBI is on the scene and responding as well. And the ID'd is a 27-year-old man from Vegas. That's the first time I've seen that. And that actually goes along with the other unconfirmed picture that we see that's floating around online of a concealed firearms permit from Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department. And it has this person's name on it, which I'm not going to get into yet because we don't have this confirmed. But that is the maybe running suspicion as of now, which adds a whole level of complexity to this story. If it was a police officer from Las Vegas with a concealed firearms permit, I don't think either way that certainly doesn't cross over into New York City. But that's what we know. So
wow,
we will continue to track it here. Anything else being reported you see on Fox 5, Aaron? Same stuff. Okay.
Anything on that Reno shooting earlier today, that casino there, I believe it was?
I don't have anything in front of me, Slick, but obviously because I was not prepared to do a different show, then we got hit with this.
There was a shooting earlier today, I heard.
About a half an hour before we came on air, so. And other people, Roger O'Hanley, Rogan O'Hanley, I always call him Roger, I think his name is Rogan O'Hanley, DC Drano, as some others say. He says when Zohan Mandami calls for globalizing the Infada, supporting communism, defunding the police, targeting white neighborhoods, these are the monsters he wants to create, like the guy we see here today.
Yep.
CNN reporting on this tonight calls this suspect possibly white, quote unquote.
Great reporting.
After every report has described him, and the pictures show someone who looks a lot closer to somebody from the Middle Eastern than certainly white. But that's CNN for you. So, all right, that's what we know. So we'll continue to track it. I was thinking about President Trump today. I watched President Trump. A lot of what he did today over in the EU. And announcing this deal. And So I was thinking, 6 months into the second Trump administration, and we've pretty much heard it all. We've heard predictions of Wall Street's demise, yet the markets are shattering records, climbing to unprecedented peaks. We've also heard about the inevitable economic downturn. Well, that hasn't happened either. Now recession fears have plummeted to about 18% and continue on their way down. We also heard, of course, claims that President Trump's tariffs would be universally rejected. Well, the EU just signed on, alongside committing to $750 billion in U.S. energy purchases and $600 billion in investments flowing back to America. So I want to get into my thoughts on all of this, listening to the president today and listening to a lot of people talk about what this means and listening to Chuck Schumer say it's a bad deal for us. That's how I know it's a good deal for us. We'll do that when we get back. And we'll do some sports, some news, and we'll keep track of what's going on in New York.
It's Christina again. Is your shower trying to tell you something? Is getting in and out of the bathtub becoming a safety concern? Are you worried about the cost of a bathroom remodel that could go on for weeks and weeks? Well, now you can have a gorgeous new bath or shower that's safer at a price you can afford with a one-day jacuzzi bath remodel. And now they're bringing you this special TV offer. We're waiving all installation costs and postponing all payments for up to 1 year. Jacuzzi bath remodel has a design you'll love at a price you can afford.
Literally, they came in the morning, did the demolition, and installed our bathtub in 1 day. I definitely wish we called jacuzzi a lot sooner.
Okay, so tell me, what are the 2 most common reasons people are calling jacuzzi bath remodel right now?
Well, maybe they're just tired of the old, worn-out eyesore of a bath. Often they have dated colors, tiles that might be cracking and fading, or impossible to clean grout. Christina, did you know that the average shower has up to 300 linear feet of grout?
Honestly, I had no idea.
Yeah, that's a whole lot of scrubbing. So that's definitely one of the reasons people call. And you'll love that the new bath or shower just rinses clean and resists mold and mildew. Now, another big reason people call is they've been feeling uneasy stepping over that tub to take a shower. And we're here to help with a safer, more stylish shower that you'll love and is custom designed for you.
Every time I stepped over my old bathtub, I worried I might fall. I don't have those fears anymore. Jacuzzi bath remodel gave me a gorgeous shower that's safe too.
It was done in the same day. We did not have to wait. It is amazing.
Time is running out to take advantage of this special offer. When you call right now, we're waiving all installation costs with our Christina Across America offer and no interest and no payments for up to 1 year. Call now to schedule your free, no obligation in-home design consultation. You can create your new bath or shower customized just for you, installed in just 1 day from the most trusted name with Jacuzzi Bath Remodel. Call now.
It's never been easier. Get your free design consultation, schedule your 1-day installation, and start loving your new bath or shower right away.
You can go from this to this, and from this to this, or even from this to all this in just 1 day.
I did not like my bathroom before and was embarrassed by it. Yes. This is unbelievable. It is stunning. I can't believe it.
Time is running out to take advantage of this special offer. When you call right now, we're waiving all installation costs with our Christina Across America offer and no interest and no payments for up to 1 year. Call now to schedule your free, no obligation in-home design consultation. You can create your new bath or shower customized just for you, installed in just 1 day from the most trusted name with Jacuzzi Bath Remodel. Call now.
All right, 30 minutes past the hour, live from Studio 6B on a Monday, July 28th. Glad you're in, everybody. Brand new week. Slick's here. We will get to sports here in a little bit. Delgado's going to do some news. He's just running late. Aaron and Fran holding it down as always. A lot going on tonight as we come on the air. Obviously not expecting, but a gunman in New York City. About 7:30, I started to catch wind of what was going on. So we obviously have been covering that most of this first half an hour. We'll continue to cover it the rest of the night. If we get more information, we know a lot right now. And unfortunately, we know that the 2 police officers have been injured. One has died of his injuries. 3 or 4 other civilians have also been shot. Supposedly, there have been 2 other arrests. And again, people are throwing around the word accomplices. We don't know that for sure. But we know the gunman was found dead on the 33rd floor of the Blackstone building where he entered. And in that lobby, I believe, is where he shot the police officer who unfortunately then passed away from his injuries. Police obviously then worked their way through the building and found him dead on the 33rd floor, is the reporting that we have now. The mayor is on the scene, Eric Adams, and he put out this video just a few minutes ago.
Yorkers, this is Mayor Eric Adams, and I'm here at the scene of 51st and Park Avenue. Unfortunately, we had a shooting here where, with multiple injuries, the perpetrator, the known perpetrator, is neutralized at this time. Those who are in the building, we're asking you to remain inside as the officers are doing a floor-by-floor search. We believe, again, the perpetrator is neutralized at this time. We're going over to the hospital to speak with family and loved ones involved in this incident. We did have a shooter with multiple injuries at this time, but the perpetrator is neutralized.
So that's the mayor. Not a great update if you ask me, Mayor.
No.
Get your stuff together here before you go do that. But that's what we know as of right now. So, again, there is some other things online about this gunman, 27-year-old. And there's a picture of what looks like a Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department concealed firearms permit that, if this is correct, has been issued to this now dead slime ball. So we'll have to see if that actually gets confirmed, that that's his name, that's him, and that he did have a concealed firearms permit from the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department. So that is also floating around. So again, we'll continue to track this the rest of the night. Back to President Trump and his deal today, and we've heard all of the gloom and doom from all of the naysayers about all of this. And for years, the self-styled global experts, whether it's from the Davos technocrats to the London pundits to Ivy League economists, have all scoffed at President Trump, not only over his last 6 months, but with his overall vision, calling it crude, backward, and doomed, of course, to collapse. Well, instead, this transatlantic order, the transatlantic order, all of them, all of the globalists from Davos to every other part of the world, are now bending to the Trump blueprint. The July 27th US-EU pact, inked in Scotland, isn't a flimsy memorandum that should be up for endless debate. It's a bold recalibration of economic ties, a flat 15% tariff on most goods, diffusing threats of a steeper 30%, paired with a surge in European imports of American energy, and a hefty investments in sectors that Washington prioritizes: energy, defense, tech, and industry. Unlike the bloated trade deals of yesteryear, crafted to appease editorial boards, this agreement, the Trump agreement, was forged through raw leverage and delivers tangible outcomes. No token nod to climate goals, no nonsense like that, no flowery rhetoric about shared ideals, nothing. Just a straightforward deal rooted in America's strength and our clear priorities. Get it straight. The EU didn't sign this out of eagerness. It signed because it had to. The EU's concessions go beyond tariffs to the deal's core. Over the next 4 years, European governments and firms are set to funnel $600 billion into U.S. sectors championed by the Trump administration: chips, defense, R&D, critical minerals, and advanced energy systems. The once ridiculed America First mantra is now codified in concrete economic commitments. Predictably, the doomsdayers in the media are now backpedaling. Chuck Schumer is as well. The analysts who swore markets would tank under Trump's trade tactics now fumble to explain the Dow's all-time high, the continued surge. The economists who called recession a certainty quietly are now tweaking their little forecasts. The diplomats who warned of America's isolation now watch as allies, first Japan, then India, now the EU, align with Washington and align with Trump's terms. This isn't about ideology winning, it's about leverage prevailing. Europe craves American energy. It relies on U.S. security commitments. In a world fracturing into rival economic spheres, it needs access to a dollar-driven system shaped by rules it can't dictate, but must obey. President Trump saw this reality a long time before the elites all over the world wanted to admit it. Remarkably, in this deal, America gives up nothing vital. Domestic injuries remain shielded where it counts. The 15% tariff, though less than the threatened 30%, still exceeds pre-Trump levels. The investment pledges are locked in. And crucially, there's no return to the mirage of multilateralism. No WTO middlemen. No UN-sanctioned fine print. Just direct state-to-state bargaining grounded in the U.S. and Trump power. The pundits, well, they're still missing the point. President Trump doesn't treat diplomacy as a charm offensive. He sees it as a deal-maker's game. Pragmatic, not antagonistic, focused, not flamboyant. While European leaders lean on rhetoric, Trump wields costs, rewards, and consequences. It's not delicate, but he continues to deliver. The old elite preached that leadership meant compromise. Trump proves it means setting the terms. They insisted prosperity demanded global harmony. Trump showed it demands resolve. The evidence is undeniable. U.S. manufacturing morale is soaring. European capital is flooding across the Atlantic. LNG infrastructure is scaling up. Supply chains are realigning towards America, not by decree, but through market incentives shaped by strength. When President Trump calls this the greatest deal ever struck, that's not just swagger. It's a nod to what the establishment swore was impossible. And it's what he's achieved yet again. The critics laughed. Now they're scrambling to just catch up. All right, live from Studio 6B, 38 past the hour. Rick Delgado, welcome. How are you?
I am well.
How was your weekend?
Weekend was awesome, actually. So thank you for asking.
Okay, very good. Have you been following as we've been covering what's going on in Manhattan?
I've been following what's going on in Manhattan, kind of a unfolding as we speak, so to speak. I guess that's the best way to describe it. Definitely, what's the word I'm looking for? Scary.
Yeah.
And you know, when you think about it, when you think about how easy this guy walked in, holding that gun.
I know.
And kind of
walking with an AR-15.
The picture you had is unbelievable.
Yeah, just kind of strolling in.
Yeah.
All right, so now this is being reported, so we might as well run with it as well. Multiple outlets reporting it. This is, I guess, found or in the car, or found on the scene, or found on the guy. Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department concealed firearms permit. Shane D. Tamora is the dead piece of trash, rotten in hell shooter. And as I said, a New York City Police Department officer has lost his life tonight. Yep. Another is injured. But the reporter has been identified as Shane D. Tamora, a Las Vegas resident, who again was carrying a concealed firearms permit issued by the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department.
I know it's too early to determine what the motive was. I heard some people talking, and this sounds like it probably is. It's probably 70% that this seems personal. Like this guy went in there looking for someone in particular. Because it's just such a weird thing, especially now that you announced the guy's from Las Vegas.
Well, I haven't heard a lot about personal, but I heard some people think that he may have known the building because he obviously knew right away he was going to have to take out the security guard, as they say.
Mm-hmm.
Now, there's also been 2 other people supposedly arrested and people are throwing around the word accomplices, but we don't know for a fact that that's the case.
Right. Well, I think that's something I heard a security expert say that on the way in, saying that usually they go with accomplices first because they don't want to rule that out. You don't want to just focus on a single person. You want to make sure you're casting a wide net before you start to really focus in.
Yeah. Now, Pix 11 here in New York, which is another station, TV station, they're reporting 4 people now killed. So the number, we had 1 killed, 6 injured. Now they have 4 killed. Now, I don't know if that's an update from civilians who didn't survive their injuries or where they're getting that number from, but they're reporting 4 people.
Now, of their 4, does it state are they including the shooter or no?
It does not say.
And the police officer?
It does not say. So,
because the police officer, right? We think he may have passed.
We think he was the first.
That I think pretty much has been confirmed.
Right,
unfortunately, the first officer he came, or some have said security guard, at the bottom of that building, he shot right away. That officer did not survive. And there is video, like I said, certainly I'm not going to play it, of other New York City police officers giving what looks like CPR in the street after I think they got his body out of there to try to save him. But the word is that it didn't. So, so again, New York City shooting suspect has been identified as Shane D. Tamora, reportedly from Las Vegas. That's what we know right now. So, all right, let's take the break. We'll do some other news, some sports on a tough night right here in our own backyard. Live from Studio 6B. We're back right after this.
He was only 47. Aneurysm. Did he have life insurance? Do you? No. You gotta get on it. Check out SelectQuote. Trust me, the peace of mind, it's worth it.
Life insurance is too important to put off another day. That's why SelectQuote makes getting coverage you need easy, for less than $1 a day. Now get up to a $2 million policy with no medical exam and same-day coverage.
Hey, did you find the manual?
Yes!
Summon Dale!
Who's Dale?
American Home Show now provides video chat with live repair experts for home fixes over the phone. Let's go fix that oven.
Okay, Dale.
Sign up today at ahs.com.
Thinking about Social Security? Think AMAC. The AMAC Foundation takes the confusion and stress out of understanding Social Security's thousands of rules and regulations. Our nationally accredited advisors offer a personal touch that is unmatched. But that's not all AMAC has to offer. AMAC is America's leading conservative advocacy and benefits organization, guided by the principles of faith, family, and freedom. So when it comes to Social Security and so much more, think AMAC.
Rav Family, from the group who brought you the hit songs 81 Million Votes, My Ass, MAGA Nation, and Trader Joe, comes a brand new single. Daddy Trump is available everywhere, and we need you to make some noise. Go download it on iTunes, and let's run it up to number 1 on the charts for President Trump.
So I just want to thank everybody very much. Thank you.
Get ready. You're about to get bombed by the truth bomber.
Didn't raise y'all, but I had to step up. Put the Ayatollah on a no-cap checkup. He calls me Daddy Trump. NATO knows what's up. Why they play pretend, I call they bluff. Kim and Vlad acting bad, throwing fits on the floor. BB screaming from the back, saying, Daddy, there's a war. I walk in like Sunday school.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff, tense, or less active? Introducing the Easy Well Remedy Massage System, a triple fusion of therapeutic experiences. Full body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation and reduces inflammation. Infrared heat penetrates deep to reduce pain, soothe, and relax. The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 heated nodes mimics a professional massage. Plus, it's detachable for deep relief anywhere you need it. Experience the true remedy for your pain and stiffness. Call now.
The bathroom of your dreams is only a phone call away with BCI Bath and Shower. We can make your ordinary bath and shower extraordinary. This is not a cookie cutter design. This is a complete custom build that will fit your every need, and discounts for seniors and military.
All right, 13 to the hour, live from Studio 6B on a Monday, July 28th, Real America's Voice. Glad you're in on a, busy night, not a great news night, unfortunately, because of what's going on right here in our backyard in Manhattan, an active shooter situation we've been covering. And of course, this 27-year-old who's been identified as someone from resident of Las Vegas took his own life, which now there's a photo floating around of a picture of him on the 33rd floor dead.
Is there? Oh, geez.
And of course, this loser took the coward's way out is the quote on that picture of him with the rifle next to him and dead. But an officer has lost his life tonight, at least one that we know of, and there's other injuries. Another officer, I believe, is injured, and at least 4 or 5 other civilians injured in this as well. So we're still gathering information. Of course, the NYPD will be working this, obviously, all night, trying to figure out if this is a situation is over or if there's something broader here. Right now, it seems like it is what it is. And he has been identified. And there's now, of course, as social media only can do, immediate videos of the guy, even from high school football player.
Wow.
Of him floating around. High school running back 2016. And the NFL headquarters is in the building that he...
Yeah. Yep.
Oh, really?
Yes. Yeah. I saw that earlier.
So don't know if there's a connection.
Based on the pictures we see, he certainly is not a white man, right? Doesn't look to be that. No, CNN was on top of that one.
He's absolutely, he's black.
Yes, CNN.
African American for sure. And it's not, now that of course social media is doing its thing.
Yep.
I wouldn't even say the Middle Eastern description even fit. He's black. That's what he is.
And there are some reports that he could have been wearing a bulletproof vest.
Yes, that's been the report.
Yep.
I can tell you what he clearly is not. The CNN is using tonight is a white male. I can tell you that for sure.
Exactly.
So maybe they don't want to cover it now because he's not, but that's clearly not what he is. And again, I say that to people of New York City, the guy running for mayor would like to be sending in the social workers tonight. Remember that.
Yeah.
So
yeah, let's jump right on it.
All right, let's move on. We'll do some sports. We'll do some news. We'll continue to track this, as I've said all night. 11 minutes till the hour. Slick, let's do some sports. Sports is brought to you by Mike Lindell. LFSXP is the promo code to use. What's going on, Slick?
All right, baseball, Major League. Let's get to the scores. Big D, the Orioles right now lead the Blue Jays 10-4, end of 6. Top of the 9th, Tigers 5-1 over the Diamondbacks. No score, Rockies and Guardians in the top of the first. Seems to be a delay there. The Yankees trail the Rays 3-2 in the Bronx, end of 5. End of 6, Dodgers over the Reds 3-1 in Cincinnati. Braves 4-2 over the Royals, top of the 4th. Bottom 4th, Twins blanking the White Sox 2-0. Brewers over the Cubs 4-3, end of 3. Top of the 5th, White Sox lead the Phillies now 4-2. Cardinals blanking the Marlins 2-0 there, top of the 5th. Middle of the 3rd, no score. Nationals and Astros. Rangers and Angels coming up 9:38, first pitch. 9:40, Mets out in San Diego to take on the Padres. 9:45, Pirates are in San Francisco to take on the Giants. And the nightcap of them all at 10:05, first pitch is the Mariners in Oakland to take on the Athletics. I don't know if you guys heard this story, but this is actually from yesterday, but I wanted to get to this. Florida County School Board Chair deletes Facebook comment celebrating Hulk Hogan death. One less MAGA. Paul Boy of Breitbart. Sarah Rockwell, school board chair for Alachua County in Florida, publicly celebrated the death of famed wrestler Hulk Hogan due to his past support for President Trump. In a now deleted comment on Facebook last Thursday, following Hulk Hogan's death due to cardiac arrest, Rockwell said, "good," in response to the tragic news, citing his support of President Trump. It's disgusting.
Yeah.
Oh, did Hulk die? I didn't even know. Good. One less MAGA in the world, Rockwell said. Rockwell then followed up on the comment to say that Hulk Hogan worked with the McMahons to union bust professional wrestling. He's never been a good guy. I feel absolutely nothing about his death. Charges that Hulk Hogan worked to union bust professional wrestling stem from former wrestler turned governor Jesse Ventura. After Rockwell's comments went viral, she deleted them and apologized on a social media from her official school board Facebook account. A few days ago, I made a cruel and flippant comment from my personal Facebook account on a friend's post regarding the death of Hulk Hogan, she wrote. I deeply regret making the comment and have since removed it. I want to make it very clear that I never have and never will wish harm on anyone, regardless of whether we share political views. While I strongly disagree with some of the comments Hulk Hogan made, that is no excuse for my comment. She still had to get that in there, all right?
Yeah, of
Rockwell
course.
also apologized to the families and staff under her in Alachua County. They got to let her. They got to terminate her. I mean, that's ridiculous. I want to assure all of you that the best interests of our children in our public schools are at the center of everything I do as a board member. I mean, I got to read this. It's just so beautiful. I hope I have shown that by my record of advocacy for children, families, and staff members throughout Alachua, right? County. Again, I apologize for the hurt and distrust I have caused with my insensitive comment. I will continue to do the hard work of putting our children's and schools first. I hope that I can. I mean, this is absolutely crazy. I mean, you're in a position of leadership. How in God's earth do you make a comment like that? I mean, that public in writing, that's crazy. So
the only thing she's sorry is that it went viral and she actually got caught. Yeah. That's the only thing she's sorry, because obviously the second statement could have been the first statement, which still is not even that great, but at least it's better than the first statement. So she could have made the second statement the first statement, but she didn't. The first statement is what she truly wanted to say and did, and it went viral and she got caught and she said, oops. Oh, I made a flippant. I mean, come on, stop.
Yep.
Anytime you have to go that far to explain yourself, you really S the bed, as they say.
First of all, you never make a public comment on somebody that died, first and foremost. Any kind of comment like that, that's just not acceptable. And Auburn's Bruce Pearl needles Obama over statement on Gaza. Former President Barack Obama issued a rare statement on the Gaza situation on Sunday. Ryan Gatos of Fox News. Auburn Tigers men's basketball coach Bruce Pearl criticized President Barack Obama over the statement he made on the hunger situation in Gaza. Obama suggested aid must flow to Palestinians regardless of whether Israel can secure a hostage deal. Pearl, who is the chair of the U.S.-Israel Education Association, criticized the former president on Monday for failing to demand that Hamas return the hostages it has held since the October 7th, 2023 terror attacks. You gave billions to Iran and Hamas, creating this mess, and not one word from you calling for them to release the hostages, surrender, and end the war. Tell Hamas to, 1, quit stealing and reselling aid, stop attacking GHF workers who are feeding Gazans, leave an end to suffering, suffering, Pearl wrote on X. Obama made this statement on social media on Sunday in reference to reporting from the New York Times stating that Gazans are dying of starvation. Israel, which blocked aid to Gaza earlier this year, has recently begun to airdrop aid resources into the region, and its leaders argue reports of starvation are a false campaign promoted by Hamas. Reporting from Fox News, Trey Yinks has indicated that hunger is indeed spreading across the region. However, while a lasting resolution to the crisis in Gaza must involve a return of all hostages and cessation of Israel's military operations, these articles underscore the immediate need for action to be taken to prevent the travesty of innocent people dying of preventable starvation, Obama wrote. So aid must be permitted to reach people in Gaza. There's no justification for keeping food and water away from civilians, he added. President Donald Trump touted U.S. efforts to provide aid to Gaza when asked about the situation on Sunday while meeting with European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen at the time. He stated that Europe has not provided aid to Gaza. He also said that Hamas is stealing much of the aid being sent to Palestinians, and that's the claim that's being made. So very interesting. But Bruce Pearl, very critical of the former president, and rightfully so, because, of course, it doesn't say anything in favor of Israel, of course, as usual. That's a wrap in sports. Big D, right back to you.
All right, Slick, 5 minutes till the hour. Let's hit the break. Just texting with my wife, who, of course, is in Manhattan tonight. So let me get caught up with her, and then we'll come back hour 2. We'll start off with Rick Delgado in the news. Keep you up to date with what's going on in New York City. More sports, all coming up. Hour 2, right after this.
This right here is confidence in a bottle.
Not only does it change you on the outside, but something in the inside, knowing that you're looking better.
It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt in my life.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Well, today we're going to see one for ourselves and let you be the judge. It's called Plexiderm, and lifestyle expert Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and you'll notice the model has bags underneath his eyes and some sagging, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face, and that's how easy it is.
All right, what's the active ingredient?
Okay, so it's silicates that are minerals found in shale rock, and what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes, and as little as 10 minutes, no prescriptions, and very little effort. Even watching the video, this is a real, it's a model, but it's a real guy with real bags underneath his eyes.
My real true opinion is holy words I can't say on camera. This is absolutely unbelievable. I mean, I could feel it just lifting my skin. It was amazing. It feels good. Feels great. Looks even better.
And I did this to my father. We were at home. So we applied it to his under eye bags. And let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view. And now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. He calls me every single month saying, "Hey, Annette, I'm out of Plexiderm. Please send me more." And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles. The way you want to do it is you want to have a clean, dry face. You use a small amount because it's so powerful. You have high school reunions, you have events you want to go to, you want to look years younger, this is it.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work for yourself after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 1-800-854-0295.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a real voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered.
If your television sounds funny in the evening, you're watching live from Studio 6B.
All right, it is live from Studio 6B, Hour 2 on a Monday night. Glad you're in. Real America's Voice, Slicks doing sports. Rick Delgado's going to do some headlines here in a second. Aaron and Fran holding it down as always. Quick Hour 1 on a busy news night, obviously with the active shooter in New York City. In case you just woke up from a 4-hour nap or whatever, active shooter tonight in New York City. Shooter is dead, committed suicide on the 33rd floor of the Blackstone building, where he unfortunately went in and shot an officer in the lobby on his way in. And the officer has died tonight. There are about 4 or 5 others who have been injured, including, I believe, another officer. 2 people have been arrested, along with the shooter obviously being dead. Supposedly, again, word being thrown around as accomplices. We'll see if that is in fact the case. And the area is still on lockdown, obviously around 51st and Park, Lexington area. Obviously a very busy area for obviously people living there, but obviously businesses and a whole lot going on. Obviously, as all places of New York City, there's a lot going on. But that's what we know. The New York City has the shooter has been identified as a Las Vegas resident. And according to CNN, he's possibly white, which I can tell you that he's not. They found a concealed firearms permit issued from the Las Vegas Police Department on the shooter. That's also floating around. No motive yet. A lot of speculation on whether he knew the building, a former employee of the building. He knows somebody in the building. Was this, again, the NFL headquarters is in the building. Does it have something to do with them? It has nothing to do with them. Obviously, those will be the next things that will come out. Obviously, and I'm assuming in the next 24, 48 hours. But that's what we know. 27-year-old, obviously, again, committed suicide, took the coward's way out, shot himself on the 33rd floor. That has been confirmed. There's pictures of him now. So he is, in fact, dead on his way to hell. And that's what we know right now. So, all right. We'll track the rest of Hour 2, obviously, if anything else comes out. But we'll do some more sports. We'll get into some more stories. But right now, let's start Hour 2, since he was a little late.
I was a little late
tonight. What were you? Well, I don't even want to know.
He was taking an Navino bath.
I was going to say, I don't want to know. Yeah. With all the talk
real
about
bath,
your poison
baby.
ivy, I have no interest in what you were doing. I don't care. So.
No, I wasn't.
No.
No, it has
Delgado's in the tub.
It had nothing to do with the tub or my poison ivy or Naked Day or anything like that.
Naked Day?
No. It had to do with...
really, it's just so TMI. It's just
spare us.
Nobody cares.
People care.
No,
you know what? I think people do care because they wonder, hey, am I the only person in the world that does this? That would be a no.
Yeah. Thank you, Aaron. Yes. The answer is a quick yes.
No, it's not.
Yes. Okay. That's what everybody knows. So
anyhow,
let's do some headlines with Rick Delgado. What else is going on, Delgado?
Well, the greatest headlines in the world include something you already spoke about. You read the article regarding the new Donald Trump EU deal. Mm-hmm. And of course, it seems like everybody seems to be falling all over themselves, either in disbelief or just in appreciation. Mostly, though, I believe it comes from the left, the media, of course, just freaking out, really, because they're seeing things done that have never been done before. Oh, what is that? Well, politicians actually making a deal that benefits this country as opposed to their own personal pocketbooks. Here is cut number 4, a quick announcement as CNN announces the trade win for President Trump. Cut number 4.
The early reviews are in on the new trade deal announced with the European Union. The Financial Times says the deal marks a victory for Trump.
Yeah, and it must kill them to actually have to report on that. Speaking of which, CBS does the same thing. They have to report on it, too. They must be beside themselves having to give Trump credit for actually getting something done that every other president doesn't seem to know how to do. And that's cut a good deal for the United States. Here's cut number 5. Here's CBS. Cut number 5.
A major victory for President Trump that averts a painful trade war between the United States and the European Union. The two trading partners exchange $2 trillion in goods every year. CBS's Weijia Jiang is in Edinburgh, Scotland, traveling with the president. Weijia.
Good evening, Jerika. Heading into trade talks, President Trump set expectations for getting a deal done with the European Union, putting the chances at 50-50. And then after a meeting that lasted just over 1 hour, Trump announced they have reached an agreement.
It took 1 hour.
We have good news. We've reached a deal.
President Trump announced the news from his luxury golf resort in Turnberry, where he hosted the president of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen.
I think this deal will bring us very close together, actually. Sort of, it's a partnership in a sense.
It's a huge deal. It will bring stability. It will bring predictability. That's very important for our businesses on both sides of the Atlantic.
Yeah, for something that couldn't get done for decades, President Trump turns the screws, and within an hour, he walks away with a huge deal. And
I didn't think Ursula's shaped up against Trump.
Not very good. Yeah. As a matter of fact, all of them. And it was great that he was able to do this at his own golf club.
Yeah, sure.
He's like, you know what? Come to me. Let's talk.
Yeah, par for the course.
Matter of fact, did you see Chris Matthews? He's actually now, he looks completely disheveled, like he just stopped taking care of himself.
Chris Matthews. Rings a bell. But I can't.
Rings a bell. Well, maybe I'll show you a little clip. Maybe it'll jog your memory a little bit. Take a look at Chris Matthews here. Cut number 1, as he admits what the left hates to admit, and it's Donald Trump is killing it. Cut number 1.
To be honest with you, the country is moving towards Trump.
Oh yeah.
I mean, these polls that come out and show him not doing well, I don't buy that. I think his strength is still greater than the Democratic strength. He is a stronger public figure than the Democratic people. I mean, Obama still has tremendous charisma, but Trump has strength.
What?
And I think that's what all voters look for. But they want a president who's a strong figure, and he's got it. And he can, it's just there. And half the country buys it.
They hate admitting it.
Oh, wonder why he doesn't have a show anymore. Oh my God.
Can't imagine.
Thanks so much, Chris.
Again, getting something done that they said it couldn't get done, and that you had presidents like Biden, Obama, Bush, Clinton, all before him, never being able to get it done. Trump gets it done in an hour.
Did you hear Trump on the windmills?
Yes.
Did you hear this part of it? So I was doing stuff, but listening to this, and I went back and watched it online. Here is the Trump windmill rant that he went on about why these windmills don't work. Check it out from the press today.
And the other thing I say to Europe, we will not allow a windmill to be built in the United States. They're killing us. They're killing the beauty of our scenery, our valleys, our beautiful plains. And I'm not talking about airplanes. I'm talking about beautiful plains, beautiful areas in the United States. And you look up and you see windmills all over the place. It's a horrible thing. It's the most expensive form of energy. It's no good. They're made in China, almost all of them. When they start to rust and rot in 8 years, you can't really turn them off. You can't bury them. They won't let you bury the propellers, the props, because there's a certain type of fiber that doesn't go well with the land. That's what they say. The environmentalists say you can't bury them because the fiber doesn't go well with the land. In other words, if you bury it, it will harm our soil. The whole thing is a con job. It's very expensive. And in all fairness, Germany tried it, and wind doesn't work. You need subsidy for wind, and energy should not need subsidy. With energy, you make money. You don't lose money. But more important than that is it ruins the landscape. It kills the birds. They're noisy. You have a certain place in the Massachusetts area that over the last 20 years had 1 or 2 whales wash ashore, and over the last short period of time, they had 18. Okay? Because it's driving them loco. It's driving them crazy. Now, windmills will not come. It's not going to happen in the United States. And it's very expensive. And I would love to see. I mean, today I'm playing the best course, I think, in the world, Turnberry. Even though I own it, it's probably the best course in the world, right? And I look over the horizon and I see 9 windmills, like right at the end of the 18th. I said, isn't that a shame? What a shame. You have the same thing all over Europe in particular. You have windmills all over the place. Some of the countries prohibit it, but people ought to know that these windmills are very destructive. They're environmentally unsound, just the exact opposite. Because the environmentalists, they're not really environmentalists. They're political hacks. These are people that they almost want to harm the country. But you look at these beautiful landscapes all over the world. Many countries have gotten smart. They will not allow it. They will not. It's the worst form of energy, the most expensive form of energy. But windmills should not be allowed. Okay.
Yeah.
There
you
makes
go.
sense.
So,
baby Trump.
I said this on X. I think I listen more intently and learn more from the baby versions than the real versions. Why is that?
I don't know. Yours is very good too.
Yeah. You're actually very funny as a baby.
Yeah, you are.
As a grown human, not much. But as a baby, you're hilarious.
You are.
Well, that was
a
his
rant.
actual rant.
Yeah.
And he's right on the money.
And what's crazy is he's not wrong. I mean, it's funny. You ever see this series called Landman?
No.
With Billy Bob Thornton? Well, there's a great promo that they ran just before the show started where he takes one of these environmental girls out to take a look at, the oil rig and blah, blah, blah. She's complaining about this and that. He goes, those windmills you want to put up? Those windmills are going to cost way more than this. He runs down the entire litany of what those things cost to produce compared to what it costs to take the oil out. He goes, plus, you need this oil to produce that windmill. So he makes a great point. Whether it's, just because it's on a TV show doesn't mean he's not quoting some facts there. But it's just amazing that that these things they're such a pariah when you get down to it, when you start drilling down, as to what it takes to make them. It's amazing. Same thing with these, the electric vehicle batteries. The batteries themselves are, quite destructive when you try and build one of these batteries with all the carving into the planet that you have to do, and what it does to the environment is crazy.
Yeah. By the way, that was made by Diaper Diplomacy on X. So if you want to go follow him, I don't know if this is what he does with all different things or this is the only thing he does. Obviously, the name Diaper Diplomacy, at Diaper Diplomacy. He's the one who's responsible for making that great piece of Trump's windmill dissertation today, which, again, take the cute baby part away. He's right on the money. So
I love the cut to China.
13 past the hour, live from Studio 6B. More to do right after this.
They cut to China.
Are you disabled and can no longer work? This is an important message for you. Are you between the age of 45 and 63 and need help filing for disability benefits, or were denied by your insurance company or the Social Security Administration?
Call Premier Disability at 1-800-427-8055 now.
Whether you're a first-time filer or filed before and were denied, you'll pay nothing unless you are approved for benefits. Thousands of disability claims are unnecessarily denied each month.
Call Premier Disability at 1-800-427-8055 now.
Work with a team who will fight to get you the benefits you deserve, who understands the physical, emotional, and potential financial impacts, and will share their insider expertise. There are time limits to apply for benefits. If you are between the age of 45 to 63 and need help filing a disability claim, or filed previously and were denied, call our helpline now.
There's nothing worse than losing your dog before their time.
That's why I created Dr. Marty Nature's Blend, designed to help dogs with everything from digestive issues to itching, even moving better.
Nature's Blend works because it's freeze-dried. So instead of destroying the nutrients with high heat, they all get right into your dog's body.
Take it from a veterinarian with over 50 years of experience saving dogs' lives. I have never seen a food make this much impact on a dog's health.
For a limited time, get up to 54% off Dr. Marty Nature's Blend, plus a free gift with our special TV offer. Call or go to drmartypets.com/TV.
Rav Family, from the group who brought you the hit songs 81 Million Votes, My Ass, MAGA Nation, and Trader Joe, comes a brand new single. Daddy Trump is available everywhere, and we need you to make some noise. Go download it on iTunes, and let's run it up to #1 on the charts for President Trump.
So I just want to thank everybody very much. Thank you.
Get ready. You're about to get bombed by the Truth Bomber.
Didn't raise y'all, but I had to step up. Put the Ayatollah on a no-cap checkup. He calls me Daddy Trump. NATO knows what's up. Why they played pretend, I call they bluff. Kim and Vlad acting bad, throwing fits on the floor. BB screaming from the back, saying, Daddy, there's a war. I walk in like Sunday school.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff, tense, or less active? Introducing the Easy Well Remedy Massage System, a triple fusion of therapeutic experiences. Full body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation and reduces inflammation. Infrared heat penetrates deep to reduce pain, soothe, and relax. The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 heated nodes mimics a professional massage. Plus, it's detachable for deep relief anywhere you need it. Experience the true remedy for your pain and stiffness. Call now.
All right, 17 past the hour, live from Studio 6B. Sound like the blues. On a Monday, let me talk to you about our friends at the Tax Network. Tax Network USA, that is. If you're stressed about back taxes, maybe you missed the April deadline, or your books are a mess, don't wait. The IRS is cracking down. Penalties add up fast, 5% per month up to 25% just for not filing. But there's help. Tax Network USA can take the burden off your shoulders and stop the spiral before it gets any worse. They've helped thousands of Americans, whether you're an employee, a small business owner, or you haven't filed in years. If you're messy books, well, none of that's a problem. They've seen it all, and they know exactly how to clean it up. With direct access to powerful IRS programs and expert negotiators on your side, Tax Network USA knows how to win. You get a free consultation, and if you qualify, they may even be able to help you reduce or eliminate what you owe. More importantly, they'll help protect you from wage garnishments and bank levies, so don't wait for the next IRS letter. Call right now, 905-8000, 1-800-905-8000, 1-800-905-8000, or visit tnusa.com/RAV online, tnusa.com/RAV, to talk to a real expert at Tax Network USA. Take the pressure off. Let Tax Network USA handle your tax issues. Go right now online, tnusa.com/RAV, tnusa.com/RAV, or you can give them a call, 1-800-905-8000, 1-800-905-8000. Well, a new administration in Washington, D.C. has brought a lot of positive... Oh. I thought I had the wellness company, too, no? All right, very good. Okay, the wellness company is our guest
at
tonight.
9:30.
Live read, Damon.
Fantastic.
All right, very good.
Okay,
Damon. Past the hour.
Good teaser. Good teaser.
Good
Damon
tease,
needs a bigger font.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. My eyes are so bad. I have to make it like Biden font just to read these things. 19 past the hour, live from Studio 6B. Let's do some sports. Sports is brought to you by Mike Lindell. LFS6B is the promo code to use. If you want to shop at MyPillow, use that code at checkout. It'll give you a great savings on all the great stuff from Lindell. They have actually a special that they sent me. I think it's on their sheets again. You think I'd be prepared to have it in front of me? No, of course not. I do not have it in front of me, but I think it's a special on sheets. So, but everything there is seemingly always on a deal. Yes, it is the Giza sheets.
This delivery is like an unmade bed.
Did you say the Giza sheets?
Giza, no, not Geezer. I wasn't referring
Giza.
to you.
Those are in the nursing home.
Giza.
Oof.
Giza sheets. So all the sheets, the other ones too that I always mispronounce. Percale, is that how you pronounce them?
Percale.
Percale or percale?
Tomato.
Percale, I had it right. MyPillow is offering the Classic Collection for wholesale prices, only $19.98 for standard MyPillow. But it gets even better. For a limited time, they're going to offer the entire Classic Collection at wholesale prices. So I guess this is on the actual pillows. You can get queen size MyPillow for just $24.98. Upgrade to king for $29.98. Man, that's a lot less than I paid when I got them. $29.98 for the king size?
That's a steal.
Damn.
So, use promo code LFS6B. The Giza, any size, $49.98. And the Percale, any size, $29.88. So just a lot of great deals over there at MyPillow. So, Slick, what's going on in sports?
All right, Big D. Well, I was out Friday night, so I didn't get to do any rodeo. We want to keep up with the summer rodeo, so we're going to go to Utah, Salt Lake City, Utah. That would be Days of 47 Arena for the Utah Days of 47 Rodeo, which wrapped up last night. Now, each one of the winners in the finals picked up $18,000. Not bad, huh, for a couple of days' worth of work. Bareback riding. Final went to Wasey Shala, 90 points on P-Car Pro Rodeo's Night Faded. Steer wrestling, that went to Chance Howard, 4.1 seconds. Team roping, that would be for Shay Dixon Carroll and Levi Lord, 4.1 seconds. That Levi Lord is good, boy. He comes up all the time as a winner.
All the time.
Good Lord. Saddle Bronc, Sage Newman, 88 points on P-Car Pro Rodeo's Larry Culpepper. And tie down roping, that's Brushton Minton, 7.9 seconds. Barrel racing, that would be... That would be Carly Otero, 16.84 tenths. She picked up 18 grand as well. And last but not least, the granddaddy of them all, the bull riding. Hayes Waite, 93 points on Sankey Pro Rodeo's Phenom Genetics Magic Touch. Now, I don't know if you guys heard about Deion Sanders, but he disclosed what his illness was. There was a lot of talk about Deion not being ready this season and obviously going through some battles. Well, Hall of Famer Deion Sanders reveals he had bladder cancer. This is Dylan Gwynn of Breitbart. NFL legend and Colorado Buffaloes head coach Deion Sanders revealed to reporters on Monday that he's been battling bladder cancer over the past several months. Sanders also says doctors successfully removed the tumor and he is cancer-free. The details of the operation reveal that doctors removed Sanders' entire bladder. The cancer was detected during a routine vascular scan. My sons have not left my side since, Sanders said during the press conference. This wasn't easy. I think I dropped 25 pounds dealing with the catheter, dealing with going to the bathroom. I can't pee like I used to. It's totally different. In a video shot in early May, Sanders revealed that his health struggles had forced him to write a will. I had to make a will. You think he would have had a will, right? A guy like Deion Sanders.
You would think.
Sanders explained in the video, that's not easy at all to think that you might not be there, but you want to make sure everybody's straight. In all, Sanders has undergone 14 surgical procedures since 2021. One surgery, a procedure to repair a dislocated toe in 2021, led to the discovery of the blood clots in his femoral artery. The blood clots forced doctors to remove 2 of Sanders' toes. That's where things started with him a couple of years ago. Sanders, 57, recently signed a $54 million contract extension with Colorado. The Buffaloes opened the season on August 29th against Georgia Tech. Now, Deion Sanders, you think with $54 million contract, you'd have a will. But, more importantly, he is going to be on the field, Big D. He is preparing to play to coach Deion Sanders. So we wish him well and glad that he has found out what was wrong. Those bladder cancers are becoming more and more prevalent. I have 2 friends who have had similar situations with bladder cancer, and one had it removed and the other had just the tumor itself removed. So they've made great strides with bladder cancer. So good to hear that, and it's always good to report a good story, especially on a night like tonight. Big D, that's a wrap in sports. Back to you.
Well, I'm sorry for the sloppy transition here out of sports, but this story tonight keeps getting worse. We now have an update from Alexis McAdam, who is works, I believe, for Fox Digital or Fox News, reporting on the ground. Now, we've got an updated number. It seems that 4 other civilians have now been pronounced dead.
Mm-hmm.
Here is Alexis McAdams from a few minutes ago reporting from the scene.
So we're on the scene in Midtown Manhattan after 5 people were shot, including an NYPD police officer who was working off-duty security at a building right here in Midtown. So I'm just going to step out of the way and we're going to kind of show you what we're seeing. There are so many different groups that are out here from law enforcement, not just local, but state and federal as well. We know the FBI was called in after this shooting happened around 6:30 here in Midtown Manhattan. It's a huge high-rise building. What we know is this guy goes in, starts in the lobby, pulls out a gun, shoots that NYPD cop who's working security, okay? Then he goes up into the elevator. We're told by people who work there you don't need like the pass, I guess, to scan in and go up the elevator like some other buildings you do for security. Goes up to at least 2 other floors, opens fire, shoots 4 people. 1 person was working, I guess, was killed in the building. 3 others rushed to the hospital, and they didn't make it, according to NYPD sources. So our thoughts and prayers are with these 4 people. One of the things I keep thinking about is, I moved here to New York City for a job, and, so did a lot of these people, too, that are working, and their families are watching from home right now, hoping that their loved ones are okay, no matter what their age is. And so they're trying to wait for those updates. NYPD should give us those updates soon. We'll keep you posted.
Oof. So just a terrible we had heard that there was other, obviously, injuries, but certainly didn't know the directness of this guy going in and just blatantly shooting people in that building before he shot himself on the 33rd floor. So now we have 1 police officer and 4 civilians confirmed dead in this incident tonight in New York City. All right, we'll continue to track it, plus we'll do some more news on a Monday, live from Studio 6, please.
Only 47. Aneurysm. Did he have life insurance? Do you? No. You got to get on it. Check out SelectQuote. Trust me, the peace of mind, it's worth it.
Life insurance is too important to put off another day. That's why SelectQuote makes getting coverage you need easy, for less than $1 a day. Now get up to a $2 million policy with no medical exam and same-day coverage.
Why aren't you getting results? Random workouts, overtraining muscles, completely missing others, wasted time. Don't do that. Do this. This is 25 Minute Speed Train. Follow me for just 25 minutes a day, 7 days a week, with minimal equipment, and get actual results.
Look at the definition. I didn't have these arms at high school.
Subscribe to Body in the next 24 hours for less than 50 cents a day and get 25 Minute Speed Train free at bodywithaneye.com.
This right here is confidence in a bottle.
Not only does it change you on the outside, but something in the inside, knowing that you're looking better.
It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt in my life.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Well, today we're going to see one for ourselves and let you be the judge. It's called Plexiderm, and lifestyle expert Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and you'll notice the model has bags underneath his eyes and some sagging, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face, and that's how easy it is.
All right, what's the active ingredient?
Okay, so it's silicates that are minerals found in shale rock, and what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes, and as little as 10 minutes, no prescriptions, and very little effort. Even watching the video, this is a real, it's a model, but it's a real guy with real bags underneath his eyes.
My real true opinion is holy words I can't say on camera. This is absolutely unbelievable. I mean, I could feel it just lifting my skin. It was amazing. It feels good. Feels great. Looks even better.
And I did this to my father. We were at home. So we applied it to his under eye bags. And let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view. And now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. He calls me every single month saying, "Hey, Annette, I'm out of Plexiderm. Please send me more." And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles. The way you want to do it is you want to have a clean, dry face. You use a small amount because it's so powerful. You have high school reunions, you have events you want to go to, you want to look years younger. This is it.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work for yourself after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 1-800-854-0295.
All right, 30 minutes past the hour, live from Studio 6B. Harry on the highway must have snuck into the music.
Pinball wizard.
Sound like Harry was playing that one himself.
He was humming it. 30 minutes past the hour. Slick's going to do some more sports. Delgado's going to do some headlines. Aaron and Fran holding it down as always. We're continuing to follow what's going on in New York City tonight. If there's any new developments, we will obviously let you know before the end of the show. We just got that horrible update on obviously now 5 people confirmed dead, 4 civilians, 1 officer in New York City Police who was off duty but working as security in that building who was shot upon the assailant entering the lobby. So just absolutely horrific news tonight out of New York. We'll continue to follow it. But right now, please welcome back to the show the Chief of Disaster and Emergency Medicine over at the Wellness Company, Dr. Kelly Victory. Dr. Victory, welcome back to the show. How are you?
I'm great. Thanks for having me.
Always a pleasure to have you. Thanks for a few moments. Dr. McCullough, who we had on not too long ago as well, his Substack recently reported on a shocking study that shows that chemotherapy could have some very unintended consequences, including the possibility it could reactivate dormant cancer cells. And of course, I always thought of chemotherapy as kind of like breaking eggs with a hammer. It gets the job done, but there's a lot of collateral damage. What can you tell us about this study?
Well, this is a new study with some preliminary data indicating that chemotherapy, meaning cytotoxic chemotherapy intended to kill cancer cells, might in fact have the unintended consequence of waking up dormant, sleeping cancer cells elsewhere in the body. This is just one more way in which traditional chemotherapies can be toxic. The state of oncology treatment with chemotherapy really is far, far behind. Traditional chemotherapies are cytotoxic, meaning they kill the cancer cells. But as you said, they don't just kill cancer cells. They kill a lot of healthy cells in the meantime. And I think the thing we need to really be focusing on is the other huge array of medications that we know can treat cancer, kill cancer cells, keep them from replicating while not harming healthy cells. And that really needs to be our focus. Traditional chemotherapy is the proverbial, the cure is worse than the disease. You may kill off the cancer cells, but in the meantime, not only does your hair fall out and your skin deteriorate, but you can have lasting cardiac issues, neurologic issues, and other problems. And now we're finding out, on top of all of it, you might actually wake up cancer cells that were previously asleep or dormant.
Yeah. I just had this experience with somebody I've spoken to, and they called me to tell me that somebody I've known my whole life has colon cancer. And for me, my first reaction to the person who told me this was, oh, have they looked at ivermectin and fenbenzidol? And of course, their reaction was, I don't think their doctor even knows what that is or would even possibly prescribe that or even think about it. How do we get more people to have my reaction? Especially, obviously you can't expect big pharma when they look at their bottom line and pushing things like chemotherapies and other things as like the only thing you could possibly do to have a chance of surviving. How do we get people to have more of my reaction than the other one?
Well, it's really by talking about it in exactly platforms like these. You are 100% correct. Repurposed medications like ivermectin, fenbendazole, mebendazole, many others that are safe, have been FDA approved for use in humans for decades. They have the ability to kill cancer cells while not only not hurting other healthy cells, but while actually enhancing the immune function of the rest of your body. So ivermectin, for example, has been used in veterinary medicine to treat cancers for decades. We are now finding out that both fenbendazole and mebendazole are very good at doing the same thing. Part of the problem has been that, once again, where the money, follow the money. Unfortunately, oncologists make a lot of money on chemotherapy. It is the one class of drugs in which doctors are allowed to make a profit. And some studies report that oncologists on average make 55% of their income comes from the chemotherapy that they prescribe. So there's no wonder why they don't turn to these inexpensive, tried and true repurposed medications like ivermectin. We are finding we need to do more studies on it, obviously, but I think that at this point, it is hardly a long shot. The literature is replete with evidence that ivermectin in particular, along with fenbendazole or mebendazole, those two are also anti-parasitic drugs that have been used for many decades, both in the veterinary world and the human world, that together, those medications, even if you choose to take traditional chemotherapy, those medications have remarkable impact on not only controlling cancers, but actually curing them.
Yeah, and as we've talked with you on this show about parasite cleanses as well, and of course, I take ivermectin at least once a week, just because the research I've seen and some of the other people I've listened to, it helps with just overall inflammation in the body. And as we know, inflammation is really the cause of a lot of what affects people in a general sense, isn't it?
Absolutely. Ivermectin is it's a very good anti-inflammatory medication. It's also a strong antiviral, not just against COVID, but a host of other viruses, particularly respiratory viruses. And then I said, it has this anti-cancer property. So many people are taking it, as you are, in a prophylactic way. Yes, it treats parasites, and we are finding that more and more people actually have parasites that we once thought. But on top of that, the anti-inflammatory properties, antiviral properties, anti-cancer properties, and we are talking about a drug that has been FDA approved for use in humans for almost 45 years. It is over the counter in most countries other than the United States, and more states are lobbying to have it made over the counter in the United States. Several states have already done it successfully. So I think that you will see, as time goes on, more use of this very safe, very effective, no side effect medication like ivermectin for the treatment of inflammation, of viruses, and hopefully of cancers.
Yeah, we're speaking with Dr. Kelly Victory. She's the Chief of Disaster and Emergency Medicine over at the Wellness Company. And, of course, they're great prescription kits you can check out for any of the things we're talking about here. TWC.health/voice, TWC.health/voice, promo code VOICE saves you an additional 10%. Just finally, before I let you go, tick bites. This has been, from my understanding, one of the worst years on record for tick bites. What do you tell people who have been dealing with it or looking to prevent it? What works there?
Well, there are lots of topicals that can be applied to decrease your risk of getting tick bites, but the more important thing to do is be vigilant. I hike every single day. I live in northern Colorado. I hike every single day in the summer, and the first thing I do when I come home is I take off the clothes that I was hiking with, and I make sure that I don't have any ticks on my body. When you shower, do the same. Should you be bitten by a tick, there's no reason to panic, but you should take note of the date, so that if you develop any symptoms, you will know, wow, maybe this is related to that tick bite that I got some days ago, and have it noted on your calendar. Fortunately, we make available in our emergency kits and in our medical kits the antibiotics that you would need to treat a tick bite if you should become infected with something, so that you don't end up developing something like Lyme disease down the road, which could have long-lasting, devastating impact. So the most important thing about ticks is to be aware of them, to be vigilant when you are in tick-borne or tick areas where they are common, to check yourself and check your pets also for ticks on a regular basis. I check my Labrador retrievers every day or so to make sure that they have not gotten a tick embedded. And again, be aware of the date if you should get a tick bite, so that you are aware of any symptoms you might develop.
Dr. Kelly Victory from the Wellness Company. Again, you can go online, twc.health/voice, if you want to prepare yourself. If you are in an area, like she was just saying, with ticks, have it on hand. Be ready. twc.health/voice. Promo code VOICE saves an additional 10%. Thank you very much. We always appreciate you coming on, Dr. Victory. Thank you.
Thanks for having me.
All right, Dr. Kelly Victory from the Wellness Company there, Chief of Disaster and Emergency Medicine, with great stuff. And again, you can go to twc.health/voice. All right, let's do some more headlines with Rick Delgado. What's going on, Delgado?
All right, Damon, real quick. I don't know if you saw this disturbing video coming out of downtown Cincinnati from Saturday night. After a video of a brawl went viral on social media, police are now investigating the violent altercation involving multiple people. All the victims, or at least the two victims, appeared to be white people being attacked. According to Chief of Police Thiegett, the incident was a sudden dispute between individuals following a verbal altercation and was not connected, they say, to the Cincinnati Music Festival that was happening at the same time. According to the police chief, she is in complete disgust waking up to the viral video of the incident circulating online. The behavior displayed is nothing short of cruel and absolutely unacceptable, she said in a statement on Sunday. Our investigative team is working diligently to identify every individual involved in causing the harm. Again, the video has kind of gone viral over the weekend, and this just in from Vivek Ramaswamy, who spoke to the woman who was violently beaten in Cincinnati over the weekend. He posted this on X. Here's a statement. I spoke to Holly, that was the woman who was attacked, tragically assaulted in Cincinnati this weekend. She's a single working mom who went to a friend's birthday party. It's unconscionable that there have been no police present in that area Friday night. Hardworking Americans shouldn't have to worry for their safety when they have a good time in our cities. Holly's not a single local or state official and had yet... Holly said not a single local or state official has yet reached out to her as early as this afternoon, other than one police detective. So according to the police chief, they're beating down doors and they're going to make sure they try to get to the bottom of this. They've only spoken to one person has spoken to the victim, to one of the victims.
And the FBI has launched a probe tonight into this Cincinnati brawl where this black mob attacked this white couple, tourists. FBI agents are already conducting interviews with suspects. So we'll see what comes of that. Just a horrific story.
Just
that you'll hear nowhere because of the situation.
Yeah. Videos circulating online, like I mentioned, show the chaotic scene involving at least a dozen people. In one video, a few men can be seen standing face to face, having what appears to be a verbal altercation before one man seems to hit the other in the face, then sets off the full-blown physical altercation, again with the white couple being attacked. It baffles your mind of this mob mentality of some of the people out there.
And I hear people saying, "Oh, well, they may have said something first to them."
Who gives a crap?
Are you trying to justify what ended up happening?
Yeah.
Are you kidding me?
It's amazing. You ever hear of, turning the other cheek?
All right, we'll wrap it up for a Monday right after this, live from Studio 6B.
of the hassle and high cost of selling a home? We can help. At Ideal Agent, we'll connect you with a top local agent that'll sell your home fast for top dollar, and all this for as low as a 2% commission.
We got the top dollar for our house and the lowest commission that I could have imagined. The house sold in 2 days. It was so exciting for us.
Ideal Agent is available nationwide, there's no obligation, and best of all, our service is completely free. Call today or visit idealagent.com.
Yikes, leaky refrigerator coil card.
Oh no.
But your future is bright with an American Home Shield warranty to protect your covered home system. Don't worry, be warranty.
Don't you hate that dirty old hose? It kinks, splits, and it always leaks. And it's way too heavy to carry around. It's time to get the brand new Pocket Hose Copperhead. Just turn on the water and watch it grow to a full-size hose. It stretches and expands like a rubber band. Old-fashioned hoses get kinks and creases at the spigot, but the new Pocket Pivot swivels 360 degrees. Just connect to the spigot and watch it pivot. And when you turn off the water, away it goes, shrinking back to a pocket-size hose. And it makes it easy to carry and put away. Copperhead. It's the hose that grows and pivots, flexes, and sprays. It puts itself away for another day. The Pocket Hose is so unique and so innovative, it was awarded over 100 patents. Call or go online now to get the super light 25-foot Pocket Hose Copperhead today for only $39.99. But wait, order right now and you'll receive an instant $10 discount. So it's only $29.99. And it gets better. Order right now and get our copper spray nozzle with our exclusive thumb drive free. Simply use your thumb to turn it on or off. And with 10 unique patterns, you'll have a setting for every job. A $30 value. Yours free with every 50-foot Copperhead. Plus, Copperhead comes with a full 10-year warranty. It's that durable. That means you can order right now with total confidence. But this special offer is not available in stores or on Amazon. So order right here, right now. And with rising costs, this may be your last chance at this low price. There is a strict limit of 3 per order. So don't wait. Order now.
To order, call 1-800-957-6191 or visit getcopperhead.com. So call 1-800-957-6191 or visit getcopperhead.com. Order now.
The bathroom of your dreams is only a phone call away with BCI Bath and Shower. We can make your ordinary bath and shower extraordinary. This is not a cookie cutter design. This is a complete custom build that will fit your every need, and discounts for seniors and military.
All right, 13 to the hour, live from Studio 6B on a Monday, July 28th. Let me just once again wish my wife a happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
It was yesterday.
Damon's wife.
Oh.
My wife is in New York City right now, by the way.
Yeah.
Ah, man, Skinny Pop's killing me. I just spoke to her, though. She's safe back at the hotel.
Good to hear.
Good.
Behind doors for the night. So
Amen. You feel better
all
now.
good there. What was I saying? I don't know. I have no idea what I was saying before that. She's back safe.
Yeah.
In the hotel.
Happy birthday.
To my
Yeah,
wife.
so I want to wish her a happy birthday. We went to Chris Stapleton's Saturday night in New York City. He was I mean, as good as you can possibly sing, that guy sings. I used to think Carrie Underwood still is one of the great vocalists I've ever heard. Pure vocalist. But Chris Stapleton, in a different way, is right up there, man. Holy cow. That guy can sing. He can literally sing the phone book. He sang the introductions to his band when he introduced the band before he did Tennessee Whiskey. He sang it. Oh, my God.
Now, did you run into any viewers from the show?
No, not a one.
Not one.
Not a single
I did
one.
Friday night. I ran into viewers.
He runs into everybody.
I went to a concert. It was much smaller than the Madison Square Garden. It was over here on Long Island at a band shell in Copeg. And I ran into John and Jane, who watched the show. They came up to me, so I want to shout them out. They watch every night. Loved the show. They weren't watching, obviously, Friday night because they were at the show. But the wife spotted me. She goes, "That's got to be Slick Rick." Sure enough, they were such nice folks. So good to see them. Took a picture with them.
Well, you had the big hat on, so
I
of course they
had
noticed.
some kind of hat on, yeah.
Big hat. Big hat. He never shares the pictures, though, with us.
All right, let's wrap it up for a busy Monday. Obviously, most of this show we spent covering what's going on in New York City, and we will continue to cover that the next couple of nights as we get more updates on Motive and anything else that comes out. But let's wrap it up with some sports and some news. We'll start with sports. Sports is brought to you by Mike Lindell. Slickster, I know you have some other news tonight, breaking news tonight.
Yeah.
Oh, not good. What's going on?
Very sad news tonight. Boy, we're just a sad show in general tonight. Hall of Famer and beloved Cubs second baseman Ryan Sandberg dies at 65. ESPN News reporting. Ryan Sandberg, the Hall of Fame second baseman who spent all 15 seasons of his playing career with the Chicago Cubs, has died at the age of 65. It was announced Monday. Sandberg, a 10-time All-Star who was the National League MVP in 1984, announced that he had been diagnosed with metastatic prostate cancer on January 22nd of last year, 2024. The team said Sandberg died Monday at his home, surrounded by his family. Ryan Sandberg was a hero to a generation of Chicago Cub fans and will be remembered as one of the all-time greats in nearly 150 years of this historic franchise. Cubs executive chairman Tom Ricketts said in a statement, his dedication to and respect for the game, along with his unrelenting integrity, grit, hustle, and competitive fire were hallmarks of his career. He was immensely proud of his teammates and his role as a global ambassador of the game of baseball, but most of all, he was proud of Margaret, his children, and his role as a husband, father, and grandfather. He was a fan favorite in Chicago, hitting .285 for his career while amassing 282 home runs, 1,061 RBIs, and 344 stolen bases. After his playing career, he served as manager of the Philadelphia Phillies from 2013 to 2015, going 119 and 159. Sandberg was a fixture for the Cubs at spring training and Wrigley Field over the years, providing guidance of young infielders while being an ambassador for the team. He has appeared as a pregame and postgame analyst in various mediums as well. He was elected to the National League Baseball Hall of Fame in 2005. That's the greatest honor you can get in baseball. Sandberg is survived by his wife, Margaret, his children, Justin, Lindsay, Stephen, BR, and Adrian, and 11 grandchildren. So just really sad news tonight, Big D.
Yeah.
I wanted to get to that. So I want to wrap it up with that, with sports there.
All right, very good. Zohan Mondami, who wants to be the New York City mayor.
Oh, good.
Don't tell me he weighed in.
Has a statement out.
Oh, good.
As of 9 o'clock. I'm heartbroken to learn of the horrific shooting in Midtown, and I am holding the victims, their families, and the NYPD officer in critical condition in my thoughts. Grateful for all of our first responders on the ground. Interesting, coming from a man who tweeted, no, we want to defund the police. We don't need an investigation to know that the NYPD is a racist, anti-queer, and major threat to public safety. What we need is to defund the NYPD. But your deal with NYC mayor uses budget tricks to keep as many cops as possible on the beat. No to fake cuts. Defund the police. That was the same person at 9:32 p.m. back on June 28th of 2020 who wants to be the mayor. Tonight, he's grateful for all the first responders on the ground because, well, quite frankly, he has no choice but to be.
Right.
But that's not how truly he feels. He truly feels what he tweeted in 2020 because he wasn't running for anything back then. So, just an absolute lying fraud.
It's like that board member of down in Florida, right? The board member down in Florida who tweeted or responded to that social media post about Hulk Hogan.
Yeah.
Then they get caught and they're like, no.
I didn't defend anybody.
Magdalene, that wasn't me.
Yes, I would be harmful.
Oh, man. Ooh, call the FBI. I've been hacked. Idiots. They're just all liars. And you know what? That's why President Trump is able to get these deals done. Because he's not a politician. He doesn't care. He doesn't think about it like a politician, right? The reason why he's able to mash these EU leaders into what he wants is because they're idiots. They all play politics, and he comes in there and he plays business. Business is a lot tougher than politics because all these idiots just looking for, hey, how can I keep people voting for me? And ooh, I want to make sure I get taken care of. And how do I look good? He doesn't care.
No,
which is freaking refreshing. Anyhow. Damon, you want some more news before we close it up?
Yeah, let's wrap it up with news. And I just saw somebody say, everybody in New York City tonight is a sitting duck because of the stupid gun laws in New York.
Yep.
And the people in charge, and this guy would make it worse. So, all right, go ahead, Delgado. Let's wrap it up.
All right, some of the greatest headlines to close out the night. CIA Director Radcliffe is teasing more files on alleged Russiagate links to, wait for it, Hillary Clinton. Yes, it's all finally coming to light as CIA Director Radcliffe said on Sunday, plans to publicly disclose additional files that would allegedly help tie Hillary to the false claims of Russian interference in the 2016 presidential election. Radcliffe specifically hinted at the underlying intelligence referenced in the annex of the Durham report, which scrutinized probes into the Clinton versus Trump matchup and is currently undergoing a declassification process. Here is Jonathan Turley talking about that as well. The Durham probe annex. Cut number 6. Check this out. Here is Jonathan Turley, cut 6.
This Russian conspiracy to create this collusion narrative may be the single most impressive political hit job in history. But it took an all-on-deck effort. It took Congress, it took the administration, it took the media. They all had to do this. And not surprisingly, many of these same figures are just vehemently telling the public to look somewhere else.
Yeah, because they're afraid. What the intelligence shows here is part that it was Hillary Clinton's plan, but part of it was an FBI plan as well to be an accelerant to that fake Steele dossier, to those fake Russia collusion claims while pouring oil on the fire, basically, and amplifying the lie and bearing the truth of what Hillary Clinton was up to during the 2016 election cycle. So we'll see what happens with that. Again, more of those files promised to be debuted by CIA Director John Radcliffe later this week. So let's look forward to that.
All right. Well, obviously, thoughts and prayers, and we're thinking about everybody in New York City tonight. All the emergency personnel, NYPD, all the families of all the victims. Seems like right now 5 or 6 lives obviously completely changed forever. We're thinking about the New York City Police Department tonight, this officer and his family, and all emergency personnel, as we do each and every night on this show. Have a good rest of your night, everybody. Guys on the show, Aaron, Fran, thanks as always. Great job. We'll see you tomorrow night, hopefully with better news on a Tuesday right here live from Studio 6B.
Hi, it's Christina again. Is your shower trying to tell you something? Is getting in and out of the bathtub becoming a safety concern? Are you worried about the cost of a bathroom remodel that could go on for weeks and weeks? Well, now you can have a gorgeous new bath or shower that's safer at a price you can afford with a one-day jacuzzi bath remodel. And now they're bringing you this special TV offer. We're waiving all installation costs and postponing all payments for up to 1 year. Jacuzzi bath remodel has a design you'll love at a price you can afford.
Literally, they came in the morning, did the demolition, and installed our bathtub in 1 day. I definitely wish we called jacuzzi a lot sooner.
Okay, so tell me, what are the 2 most common reasons people are calling jacuzzi bath remodel right now?
Well, maybe they're just tired of the old, worn-out eyesore of a bath. Often they have dated colors, tiles that might be cracking and fading, or impossible to clean grout. Christina, did you know that the average shower has up to 300 linear feet of grout?
Honestly, I had no idea.
Yeah, that's a whole lot of scrubbing. So that's definitely one of the reasons people call. And you'll love that the new bath or shower just rinses clean and resists mold and mildew. Now, another big reason people call is they've been feeling uneasy stepping over that tub to take a shower. And we're here to help with a safer, more stylish shower that you'll love and is custom designed for you.
Every time I stepped over my old bathtub, I worried I might fall. I don't have those fears anymore. Jacuzzi bath remodel gave me a gorgeous shower that's safe too.
It was done in the same day. We did not have to wait.
It is amazing.
Time is running out to take advantage of this special offer. When you call right now, we're waiving all installation costs with our Christina Across America offer and no interest and no payments for up to 1 year. Call now to schedule your free, no obligation in-home design consultation. You can create your new bath or shower customized just for you, installed in just 1 day from the most trusted name with Jacuzzi Bath Remodel. Call now.
It's never been easier. Get your free design consultation, schedule your 1-day installation, and start loving your new bath or shower right away.
You can go from this to this, and from this to this, or even from this to all this in just 1 day.
I did not like my bathroom before and was embarrassed by it.
Yes. This is unbelievable. It is stunning. I can't believe it.
Time is running out to take advantage of this special offer. When you call right now, we're waiving all installation costs with our Christina Across America offer and no interest and no payments for up to 1 year. Call now to schedule your free, no obligation in-home design consultation. You can create your new bath or shower customized just for you, installed in just 1 day from the most trusted name with Jacuzzi Bath Remodel.
I just wish that my parents were rich enough for me to grow up into being a socialist, but that's an inside look at the Mamdani family. Also, President Trump's administration getting hit by another federal judge that threw out a case for sanctuary cities. We'll talk about that. And a good guy with a gun in Michigan. Fascinating story as it unfolded over the weekend out of there. I wonder how many libs are going to be reporting on that. All that and more coming up on this episode of Turning Point Tonight. My name is Jobob. Thanks so much for tuning in. Together, we are charting the course of America's cultural comeback. This is Turning Point Tonight. Now, we've got a lot to get to, and we've got a fantastic panel, but we have to talk about the biggest story, I think, of over the weekend, and that is President Trump getting negotiations done with the Euros, those Europeans over there, finally getting the trade deal done. Now, if you're on MSNBC or any of the other lib networks, you're probably going, well, Trump chickened out again. Remember that was that phrase that they had, Taco, Trump always chickens out, because for some reason they think that the number that you come in at the beginning of a negotiation is the number that you should always stay at. I think what I've taken away from this, and we can get into the nuts and bolts of this deal, which are great, but I'm sure you've heard a lot of that already. The biggest takeaway to me is that maybe libs have never negotiated before. Maybe they've never tried to sell anything on Craigslist or Facebook Marketplace. You know that you go in with a high number and then you expect to be the number to drop precipitously. If you're selling something and if you're buying something, you lowball them. That's what negotiations are. The whole thing here is when libs say, oh, Trump chickened out on his tariffs, I understand that as, well, you've never bought anything. You've never had to deal with a car salesman. You've never had to negotiate for anything in your entire life. And maybe that's the reason why they think this is a loss. Now, again, the particulars aside, the coverage of this sort of stuff, tariff-wise, has been fascinating. Let's bring in our fantastic panel. Mike Crispy is host of Last Call here on Real America's Voice. And Chloe Castillo is the founder of Make Music Right. Not again. There's no again on that one, but Make Music Right. Guys, thank you so much for joining us. Appreciate you taking the time.
Thank you for having us.
Now, before I get your thoughts on this, I want to play this Bill Maher clip specifically around tariffs. Bill Maher is a lib. I disagree with him on a lot, but he's at least sane and reasonable, I think, sometimes. Watch this clip regarding tariffs, and then let's talk about it in the context of this Euro deal getting done. Check it out.
I remember along with probably most people, was saying at the beginning, oh, you know, by the 4th of July, somebody had to think how the country was, the economy was going to be tanked by then. And I was kind of like, well, that seems right to me, but that didn't happen. Now, it could happen tomorrow. I'm just saying that's reality. So let's work first from the reality of that, not from I just hate Donald Trump. Because that's boring and doesn't get us anywhere and leads you to dishonesty. Because the truth is, I don't know what his strategy is, but look, the stock market is at record highs. I know not everybody lives by the stock market, but I also drive around. I don't see a country in a depression at all. I see people out there just living their lives. And I would have thought, and I got to own it, that these tariffs were going to sink this economy by this time, and they didn't. So, you know, how do we deal with that fact? Because that's the fact.
I wanted to play that. I know that was a little bit long, but I wanted to play it all the way to the end because he gets into, well, how do we deal with the fact that the facts aren't on our side, and turns out we're wrong about everything. Chloe, you know, this, again, I don't think libs have ever negotiated before because, at least for me, I'm not pretending to know what's going on inside President Trump's head. It seemed fairly obvious. Yeah, he's going to levy these massive tariffs in an attempt to get everybody at a more equitable situation regarding reciprocal tariffs. Is this that much of a shock to people?
I think it's hilarious that he had to, like you just said, actually flat out say, you know, how do we deal with the fact that, you know, the fact of the matter is this is not on our side, which is incredible to me that it isn't on their side, because to me, America becoming more prosperous is on the side of all Americans. So how that's not on their side is beyond me. So it's kind of funny. But, you know, no, it's not surprising at all. President Trump is a master negotiator. I think it should be no shock that he is, you know, leading our economy to a successful place again. And so as a young person starting out her life, you know, I'm 19 years old. It's wonderful to see America being made rich again. And I think that that's something we should all be celebrating.
Yeah, Mike, I think it's really funny because I saw somebody on X commenting on this, a lib saying, well, if this was his strategy, why didn't he tell us? Again, have you never negotiated before? You don't go to the used car dealer and say, "Hey, by the way, here's where I'm gonna settle at," and then go from there. This seems like common sense. Why is it ringing so hollow to so many libs out there who hate Donald Trump?
I think it's quite fascinating that the most logical person on the Democrat side right now is the guy who's, you know, sparking up a joint every time he goes on camera. Hilmar, yeah, bro, I can't believe the economy didn't get tanked, you know, as he puffs. It's like, come on. It's such a joke. We all knew this was going to come. He's like, I can't believe the market didn't crash. Come on. Every single time they've predicted the demise of the country with something that Trump would do, it always ends up getting better. Deport the illegals. What happened? His voter share with Hispanics went up. He said he wanted to have energy independence and unleash that in America. Did the world melt from climate change? No. Gas prices got lower. And now he talks about the tariff deals, and the Democrats are surprised. And you know, it's interesting. When I watched it happen yesterday, when Trump made these deals, I turned on CNN because I wanted to see how they would react to this. And it was amazing how on CNN, they're like, wow, I can't believe it. He made the deal. But this is going to hurt the feelings of the Europeans and might hurt future cooperation for Ukraine. That was their spin on it. And if that's their spin, if that's all they got left, we're doing great.
Yeah, I'm always just flabbergasted by the fact that they think if they hate something enough, that's a good enough argument. Just being angry isn't an argument, libs. Just because you hate Donald Trump doesn't mean he's going to fail. And clearly an example here. You know, rich people are a topic of conversation amongst the leps, and the libs, the left and the libs, the leps. That's a new terminology that I'll be using nowadays. But Chloe, you know, with all of this news swirling around Ma'am Danny being a total socialist there in New York City, turns out he's comes from a lot of money. How much money? I think we knew he came from money. I was unaware by how rich he was. All I've got to say is I wish my parents were rich enough for me to be a socialist, because that would mean I'm extraordinarily wealthy. Well, news is coming out about his wedding that happened in February in Uganda, where there were 20 armed security using cell phone jammers, super strict list. I mean, I don't know. I've been to my fair share of weddings. That's usually not the case unless the person is exceedingly wealthy. Chloe, why is it that all of the extremely lib, highly socialist people out there, especially in this country, happen to come from just an absurd amount of money?
Well, their playbook's socialist. I mean, there's nothing that differs from any socialist agenda ever in history than what these people are presenting to us. I mean, it's very obvious the man is a socialist, and it's sickening because honestly, I'm from Texas. I'm not a New Yorker, but I have grown to love New York over the past few months that I've been there. And I'll say it's absolutely sickening to see, the idea of the city going even further downhill from where it is now. And with someone like that in office, it's going to be, I don't want to say the fall of America. I think if Texas falls, we all fall. I think New York is already close enough, that we can still hang on here. But the point being is that, seeing New York, which is kind of like an image of Americanism, fall to a socialist Muslim is sickening to me. And so, I mean, I think it's very, very, it's not unusual for him to be a socialist and for him to be, exceedingly rich, but it's sickening. That's all I can say about that.
Mike, during that debate that they had, they all said what their rents were. And he was like, I live in a rent-controlled apartment and I paid this much. I'm not poor, thank God, but I'm also not rich. I see that as I'm a rich person, Ma'am Danny, rich person cosplaying as a poor person. And to me, I go, dude, use the money you have. What are you doing? This is crazy. I mean, do you think that sort of thing resonates with people? Is that why he's got so much traction? What's going on there?
Well, he's in the rent-controlled apartment in New York. And when I first heard that, I said, all right, this is some bum who's never had a job or, he's working. He came to the country and he's working middle income, trying to make it. He's a socialist. All right. And then I found out that he grew up and went to private school for $80,000 a year on the Upper East Side. And I said, he's stealing from the constituents that he says he wants to represent and help. He's literally stealing an apartment that should go to one of these people who are so desperately beat down that they want socialism. He should give up his apartment and go move in a $10,000 a month apartment on the Upper East Side where he belongs. It's a joke. And by the way, this wedding, okay, I bet you the food was really good. I don't know how the food is in Uganda, but I bet the food was pretty good. And I want to know if they all got equal socialist rations like they would at the government-run grocery stores that he wants to open up in New York City. Did they all get their little piece of bread and a little piece of chicken and bug-based pudding? Was it all equal? Was it socialist? I doubt it.
I think if it was a socialist menu there, nobody would have any food. They'd all be starving and probably very upset that, one, they had to go to Uganda, and two, there was no food. Guys, I got to keep this pretty quick for time purposes here. But the Trump administration had a case get thrown out on sanctuary city policy in Chicago. Federal judge said, appointed by Biden, said, no, you can't make the local law enforcement cooperate with ICE. Real quick thoughts, Chloe, what do you think about this?
Again, it's ridiculous. I think, ICE has every single right to be throwing out every single illegal immigrant in our nation. And so, it's so funny to me when the left comes at people like Trump and, other conservatives and says, who's going to scrub your toilets? And it's like, well, how racist can you get? And so I think seeing these kind of messages from the left and seeing how they value illegal immigrants should just be every other, it's a very well placed argument, I would say, to say that they have no place in America, especially if they're here illegally. We don't need them here to clean up after us. That's no reason to keep someone here. And so if they love America, get a citizenship, stay here. And if not, then we don't need to have sanctuary cities dedicated to them.
Yeah, sounds about right. Mike, I see the pondering hand of hopeful snark and sarcasm. Go ahead with your thoughts.
I'm waiting for a judge to say, these district judges, I'm waiting for them to say, you know what? Trump has to vacate office. I'm waiting for them to say, you know what? The trade deal is null and void. I'm waiting for a district judge to rule on anything at this point. Congress passes the one big beautiful bill. District judge steps in and said, no, we must reverse the one big beautiful bill. It's like everything that's ever been done in the history of politics and presidents ever is getting revoked by district judges. Have we ever seen anything like this? The answer is absolutely not.
It's ridiculous. Personally though, we had a vote in my household last night that our household will be a sanctuary from federal income tax. I'm hoping a judge sides with me on that because I shouldn't have to cooperate with the IRS, who just these mean people trying to take all my money, which actually is a thing that I may actually agree with. Chloe and Mike will be back after the break to discuss a whole lot more going on in the world, including that stabbing in Michigan and the guy who helped stop it. All that and more coming up after the break. Don't go away. We'll be right back.
Gotta admire
what you've been able to do, not to weaponize, but to organize on these college campuses.
At Turning Point USA, we've spent 13 years building the machine, and last year we saw it pay off. Our grassroots army is making a real difference. Help us keep the momentum going. Donate today and keep TPUSA strong on campuses across America.
And for a gift of any amount, you'll receive your Big Gov Sucks Cooler. Claim yours today.
Rav Family, from the group who brought you the hit songs 81 Million Votes, My Ass, MAGA Nation, and Trader Joe, comes a brand new single. Daddy Trump is available everywhere, and we need you to make some noise. Go download it on iTunes, and let's run it up to #1 on the charts for President Trump.
So I just want to thank everybody very much. Thank you.
Get ready. You're about to get bombed by the truth bomber.
Didn't raise y'all, but I had to step up. Put the Ayatollah on a no-cap checkup. He calls me Daddy Trump. NATO knows what's up. Why they play pretend, I call they bluff. Kim and Vlad acting bad, throwing fits on the floor. BB screaming from the back, saying, Daddy, there's a war. I walk in like Sunday school.
Welcome back to Turning Point. Tonight, we're together. We are charting the course of America's cultural comeback. Let's check in with Turning Point's White House correspondent, Monica Page. Monica, a lot's going on, especially internationally. There's outrage, fake outrage, whatever you want to call it, over the situation in Gaza. President Trump saying, a lot of different things on a lot of different fronts. Kind of fill us in the gaps on what's going on there and especially how it's being reported.
Sure, there's been a lot of sideline conversations aside from the huge trade deal overseas in Scotland that's been reported on. But a main topic has been about Gaza, specifically trying to work with Hamas. There's been, ceasefire deals happening for months, and all we need is Hamas to come to the table to agree on something. And unfortunately, the terror group really won't. So in turn, the president is kind of taking matters into his own hands and building what he calls a food bank in the region to try and get more aid over to the people that really need it, specifically those children. I'm sure we've all seen those really disturbing images of starving children in the region. But it's interesting because in the previous administration, a lot of the aid was stolen that we gave over to Gaza during when this war first broke out. We were sending over aid, and the aid was being stolen by Hamas primarily. They were really the perpetrators behind the reason why the people over there weren't getting what they needed. And of course, that pier that was built over there as well to help try and get aid into the region, and another way to help, ended up being a fluke and killed a bunch of people in the region as well. But essentially, the president is saying, I donate $60 million to get more aid in there. We're going to try and work with the best people possible in the region to try and get these people what they need, and hopefully keep Hamas out of the way and get this aid to the right people.
Yeah, it's really a tough situation to kind of report on because nobody likes seeing starving kids. Nobody is advocating for that. But at the same time, personally, when I looked at those photos, like, the lighting is really interesting here, and almost like they set up this photo op to drive home a particular point. But again, kind of a difficult needle to thread regardless. I think President Trump's doing his best he can. In the other front, there's more international news. There's Russia, Ukraine. There's Cambodia, Thailand, which seems like it kind of came and went. What's the news there?
Yeah, so the president is still trying to work between Russia and Ukraine, trying to broker a ceasefire deal. Of course, Ukraine is very excited about a potential of a ceasefire deal, but unfortunately, Russia won't really come to the table. Previously, the president gave Russia a 50-day time limit. Figure out a ceasefire in 50 days or less. Sounds good to us. But unfortunately, there hasn't been much progress made, the president said. So the president speaking today when he was with UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer and said, hey, listen, Russia, you are now limited to about 10 to 12 days from now, maybe less than 2 weeks, essentially, where you've got to come to the table. There's no progress being made. And if you don't, we will apply those economic sanctions, those tariffs, whatever that looks like. And separately, in a whole other situation, of course, President Trump being another peacemaker in chief, he got together with both the Cambodian prime minister and the Thailand prime minister, brokered a peace deal where there's not going to be any fighting anymore. This fighting was lasting, I'd say, about 5 days, and more than 300,000 people in the region were displaced. Dozens of people were killed in the process of this. And the president brokered this deal and essentially called these two prime ministers and said, hey, listen, I don't want to make trade deals with people who are going to kill each other. So that was all that was needed to be said over the phone. And the two leaders said, okay, peace deal, you got it. So that's really all it took, which is kind of crazy, Jobob.
Yeah, it reminds me of the NATO leader calling President Trump daddy, which is like, hey, yeah, kids, cut it out. Like, don't be doing any of this crap and screwing up everything else for everyone else. Wow, lots going on. We'll check in with you tomorrow. Monica Page, Turning Point's White House correspondent. Thanks for taking the time.
Thanks so much, you guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Libs have hit a 35-year low when it comes to approval rating, according to the Wall Street Journal's most recent survey. It wasn't since the 1990s, geez, maybe even late 80s, that libs were doing this bad in terms of public approval. Let's bring back our panel, Chloe Castillo, Mike Crispy. Guys, this I thought was really interesting. Chloe, this 63% of registered voters say libs aren't doing such a great job, view them unfavorably. Again, that is the lowest number in 35 years. To me, I'm completely and utterly shocked and confounded by this. That doesn't make any sense. They're doing so many things great, and everyone agrees with their policies, and nobody's jobs are getting stolen by illegals, and nobody's kids are trying to get transed by the woke public schools. How could this be happening, Chloe?
You know, I agree with you. I think the left has been doing a fantastic job this whole time, and any criticism against them is completely unwarranted. So, you know, but realistically here, I would say one thing that is very, very reassuring to me is the fact that these numbers are so low. It's fantastic. What can I say? But I will say that one thing I'd like to see an improvement on is the culture. And, you know, I'm always going to come at the culture standpoint, especially with music, from where I come from here. But I think that if we can really get Americans to understand the fact that the left is still, I guess, infiltrating our culture and our society through the culture, through the entertainment industry, that would put our nation in such a fantastic position for not only the leftists to be discarded when it comes to politics and policy, but also when it comes to culture. That is so incredibly important. And so I would love to see Americans really go ahead and ditch the left, say goodbye to woke Hollywood as soon as humanly possible.
Yeah, there's also a part of me that goes like, how is it only 63% of people that think they're abysmal and awful? Mike, this is what I thought was interesting. In that same survey, 46% of Americans approve of President Trump's job that he's doing at the moment. It was about 40% in the same survey this time in his first presidency, so a tick up. Some people who aren't familiar with polling might go, 46%, that's not very good. Actually, in presidential terms, that's really, really good.
Yeah, you know, we can't get anybody to agree on anything in this country. So the fact that nearly 50% of the public agrees that Trump is doing a great job, up 6 points from the last time, that means that obviously the MAGA agenda is breaking through. And it's breaking through because the fake news keeps doing the same stuff. The left keeps doing the same stuff. And people are like, all right, you tried this last time. You said that Trump was literally Hitler. You said he was colluding with foreign governments and this and that. And it didn't work. And so they don't have a new line of attack against him. So the more they keep doing the same old attacks, the more it keeps tuning out. And I think the more these new Democrats step in and step up, people like Jasmine Crockett to the plate, the more they hear that as the alternative, they go, all right, I think I'm going to go with Trump over people like Jasmine Crockett, who said yesterday at a press conference outside the Capitol, I'm standing in the way now. These days of the Republicans winning are over. I'm here. All right, Jasmine Crockett, take yourself and your fake hair out of here. Nobody's voting for you or your party.
Oh no, the conservatives will never recover from that sting by Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett. So over the weekend, there was actually there's a big story that I thought was going to be bigger. Really, I was getting updates on my phone. I believe it was Saturday that there was a stabbing at a Walmart. 11 people stabbed, which again is a horrible situation. But that story didn't really get as much coverage, and part of the reason why I think that is because of this video. Watch this and we'll discuss.
Drop it! Come here! Throw the knife that way! Throw it away! Throw it away! Hey, he hasn't dropped it! Put it down!
I think we understand the gist of it. That's about enough of that. That guy holding a gun there is a guy named Derek Perry, who, according to his family, is a Marine veteran, Marine veteran. Again, according to his family, and Well, a good guy with a gun stopped a bad guy with a weapon. Chloe, this seems like something that should get bigger news, but for some reason, nobody is touching it on your mainstream outlets. They were right on it at the very beginning, and now it's kind of petered out. Why do you think that is?
Well, we love our Second Amendment, and we know they hate it, and all they want, is for Americans to be disarmed and for the government to have complete control. And it's the same agenda they've had for decades now. And so they want to hush any story like this that is very obviously on the side of our Second Amendment, showing that indeed Americans do need to be armed on the day-to-day, and that it's incredibly important for us to have these sort of stories heard when it comes to good guy with a gun and, someone with a weapon who shouldn't have, had one and who was clearly hurting innocent people. I mean, so I think it's very obvious that, again, the mainstream media is going to do everything in their power to push these sort of stories down. It's very much so a pro-American story in a way. And I think that anything with that hint of American patriotism and, love of country and love of Second Amendment, they're going to do everything they can to stifle that.
Mike, this was a video that I think heartened a lot of people, and a part of it is happened to be a black guy. It doesn't matter to me. It shouldn't matter to anybody. Now, the way he was holding the gun was a little bit stereotypical, but overall, it was a good guy with a firearm that stopped a bad guy with a weapon from doing bad things. Shouldn't matter, but apparently the racial narrative is big in politics nowadays. Does it matter at all to you?
Of course it matters. The Democrat Party says that we're a bunch of racists. That's all they say is that we hate black people. So we're celebrating this guy. We don't care that he's black. We don't care what color he is. He exercises Second Amendment, and he was black, and it's great. The Democrats don't want that. They don't want people saying in black communities, oh, wow, look at that. This guy's a hero, and his values align with right-wing politics, Second Amendment, and saving people. So it totally matters. They didn't show the story, and they didn't make anything of it because he breaks the mold of what the Democrats want. Okay, they want their voters, the black community, to be kept in their box and to be kept in a state of affairs and believing that you shouldn't be able to carry a gun. Additionally, there was I believe it was in Cincinnati, where there was a music festival, and this group of rioters, these black rioters, attacked and very seriously, critically injured this white couple. Did that get any airtime? No. So the media, not Republicans, are the real racists.
Yeah, that's. That Cincinnati story is a horrible thing. I'm sure if people watching this network, they've seen it already. But hopefully justice is served there. But yeah, just overall, the whole race narrative is so ridiculous and so dumb. It just needs to go away. Good people and bad people exist, and that's what the country is made up of. Chloe and Mike, guys, thank you so much for joining. Really appreciate you taking the time.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Coming up next here on Turning Point tonight, we've got a fascinating clip from Alex Clark's Culture Apothecary podcast. Don't go away. We'll be right back after the break.
Got to admire what you've been able to do, not to weaponize, but to organize on these college campuses.
At Turning Point USA, we've spent 13 years building the machine, and last year we saw it pay off. Our grassroots army is making a real difference. Help us keep the momentum going. Donate today and keep TPUSA strong on campuses across America.
And for a gift of any amount, you'll receive your Big Gov Sucks Cooler. Claim yours today.
The poverty is unimaginable. There are people who are struggling.
This is where she washes the dishes.
If you're ever going to allow your Christian faith to rise and to do something for God's chosen people, now is the time.
This is the home of Galena. She's 96 years old.
This is what she had to eat for today.
She has one pot with water and wheat.
My father was killed by the Nazis, and I was an orphan. I didn't know about God. But now, in the cold, hungry nights, I pray for food to the God I've never known. There are good people that love you.
You see the tears. Scripture says joy can come in the morning, and you can be the reason.
Right now in Ukraine, elderly Jews are trapped in unbearable poverty. If you will bless these hurting children of Israel, you will receive God's blessing in return. Your urgent gift today of $25 will help rush a survival food box filled with life-saving essentials. Call, scan, or go online now.
I'm not exaggerating when I tell you, I don't know how much longer she could have waited for us to come.
I can't even grow my food anymore. What will happen to me? I'm doomed to starve.
Tens of thousands of elderly Holocaust survivors in the former Soviet Union are living in extreme poverty, hungry, and forgotten. But through the International Fellowship of Christians and Jews, we can bring them hope.
Eggs. It's my favorite food. May you be blessed.
You say to them, we see you and we're here to help.
Please don't delay. Call, scan, or go online now.
This right here is confidence in a bottle. It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face. And what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes. And I did this to my father. We were at home, so we applied it to his under eye bags, and let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view, and now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 1-854-0295.
Is childhood independence at risk for extinction in America?
Extinction? Maybe last gasps, yeah.
Last gasps.
Yeah.
How do you think we got here?
You have to start by looking at the media, which knows that if it bleeds, it leads. We all know that, right? And as the media became more intense in the 80s, we got cable television. Then obviously along came the internet. And stories that happen once, anywhere, anytime, that are horrible, get repeated over and over again. And it starts to feel as if it's happening all the time. And so part of it is the media. Part of it is a litigious society. You start thinking like a lawyer. Is this fair? Is this going to hold up in court? Is this safe enough? Experts are always telling you you're doing it wrong. I hope I'm not an expert. I hope I'm just like a normal person sent down from another era to talk to Alex. And you have a marketplace, which I'm happy I live in a capitalist country, but there's no dollar easier to get from any human being than the dollar of a parent that you'd worried that something terrible could happen to your kid and said, but wait, I have a cure, or I have a way of preventing that. But I think the overarching sort of meta problem is that we really think we can control everything. We can control everything that our kids are exposed to, see, hear, read, eat, lick, notice, and that we can control the outcomes if we just pay more attention, if we just watch every single thing they do. And I think that's the reason that parents are so nervous today, because we've tasked them with something impossible, which is making another person into exactly who you want them to be and keeping them absolutely safe from everything, from bullying to frustration to boredom to sadness to ever feeling excluded to ever having a sniffle. You can't do that. But because the promise is that you can, if you do this or work on this or buy this, then you start feeling like anytime anything bad happens to your kid, it's your fault. And that makes you terrified.
You are the queen of the free parenting movement.
Yeah.
What does that really mean in practice?
In practice, it means that people think I'm much more wild than I am. I wish they knew that I always say I'm part helicopter on my mom's side because I worry just like everyone else. The one thing I don't worry about, I guess, is strangers. And so maybe that's because I was a reporter for so many years here in New York City, going to every neighborhood and never doing sad stories, never covering, fires or things like that. I was always just meeting people. I would get off the subway and I wouldn't let myself get back on until I'd met somebody and found out their story and figured out something to write about. And in doing that, you really realize how trust makes sense, even though we're told not to trust. I think that the world is more interesting and actually you'll have a better life. And this is a weird tangent, I guess, but there's something called, I can never remember if it's primals or priors, but it's how you're raised. And people think that if you're raising kids to tell them, look, it's a tough world out there. You got to watch out for yourself. Don't be a patsy. Everyone's out to get you. Parents think that they're preparing their kids so that they won't be taken advantage of, so that they'll have a better life. But there was this one giant long-term study, like over the course from childhood to adulthood, that found that kids raised that way actually didn't have great outcomes. They were less happy in their marriages, they were less successful in their careers, and they had more psychological problems. And, there's a lot that goes on between childhood and adulthood, and God knows if it's just that. But it was interesting to me that the one thing that the parents thought that they were gifting their kids, this gift of suspicion and, get your hackles up, turned out not to be great. And I was just reading a novel by the guy who wrote Downton Abbey. One of the characters says, it's better to be gullible than to be suspicious. And I thought, isn't that interesting? Even gullibility, she's not saying trusting, she's saying like almost stupidly trusting or excessively trusting. And the book certainly proves that. And I think there's something wise to that. And we're in a culture that says, don't be trusting. Don't trust your kid. Don't trust your neighborhood. Don't trust the Uber driver. Pick up your kid from the bus stop every day. You can't trust your neighbors on that 3-block walk home. And I'd say that there's something life-giving about trust.
That is a very hard concept for a lot of parents today, I think, to find agreeable.
I know.
Because of just the state of where we're at.
I am keenly aware how hard it is to think that your kid can ever do anything on their own, safely or successfully, because we live in a culture that is sort of infusing the air with fear, and then you breathe it in. If we were on Staten Island, right now, it looks like it's clear, right? The air we're breathing doesn't seem like a giant dark cloud, right?
Right.
But if you're on Staten Island looking at Manhattan, there's a giant dark cloud. It's smoggy and gross. So I feel like in a way we're in this culture where we're breathing in the smog of fear and we don't see it. I was just watching an ad for one of the tracking apps, and it showed a mom fantasizing like, well, the minute you're out of my sight, I think of you being, murdered or kidnapped or chopped into pieces. They showed a lot of chopping into pieces. And this was sort of presented kind of funny, but kind of normal. And I'm not immune to fear either. I hate fear and I feel it nonetheless. But this was normalizing a level of fear for when your child just walks out the door to go across the street to the park or to go a couple blocks away to visit a friend. And I feel that's so unfair to us as parents to make us so scared about everyday activities. And I know that it feels natural, but I know that it's not natural because your parents, well, let me ask you a question. Did your parents think that every time you left the house, something bad was going to happen?
No. My parents, I actually brought this up to my mom. She came and visited me for Mother's Day. And I said, you were really lenient about me coming and going places, having sleepovers. I mean, I was always out of my house, going somewhere, playing outside all day long, had no idea where I was. And I said, have you ever thought about that you were really lenient? And she was like, no. Like, it was, I guess that wasn't something that she really worried about. But I'm also like, well, was that a cultural thing in the 90s that most parents were like that and now most are not? Or was my mom the exception? I don't know.
No, your mom was part of the social norm back then. My mom, a generation earlier, was too. When I walked to school in the morning, I'd go around the corner and she wouldn't see me until 3 o'clock or whenever I came home. And then I'd have my cookies and milk, God forgive me. And then I would go out and play some more, or I would go upstairs and read. But nobody thought that she was being neglectful. You didn't walk her to school. What about she had to cross the street? Yeah, I did. And the crossing guard was a kid because back then we trusted kids to stop the traffic. And then that became abnormal. And it's not because the world got less safe. It's because the world started feeling less safe. And I think it's for the reasons we were just discussing. There's so much more media. Law and Order hadn't been invented when I was a kid. I mean, it's like been the most seen show in the world. Yeah. When I was growing up, there wasn't cable television. That's how long ago it was. Once you had cable TV, then you had the 24-hour news cycle, which hadn't been possible until then. And so you have to fill up time with something bad that will keep people watching. And so some kidnappings got extremely publicized. That's when they put the pictures on the milk cartons. Have you heard of that?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. Okay. You're too young. You heard about it. You didn't see it. But today's parents grew up looking at those pictures And the terrible thing about that campaign is it said, missing, have you seen me? And you're like, oh my God, that poor kid. And it is too bad. But generally they were taken in custodial disputes between divorced parents.
Oh.
Or they were runaways.
Right.
And stranger danger today remains the least common crime. And so I actually want kids to be safe. And I have a really simple thing to teach kids if you're game.
Yeah.
Well, you know that most crimes against kids are not committed by strangers. They're committed by people they know. So if you teach them the 3 R's, this is going to keep them a lot safer than telling them don't talk to strangers. And the 3 R's are this. Recognize no one can touch you where your bathing suit covers. You can teach this to very little kids. It's like teaching them stop, drop, and roll for a fire. So no one can touch you where your bathing suit covers. Resist. Run, kick, scream. You don't have to be nice to adults. You don't have to be nice to anyone. If they're bothering you, you just get away. Make them feel it. And then the 3rd R, so that's resist. And the 3rd R is report. Tell me. Even if someone says this is a secret or I'm going to hurt somebody, nobody will get hurt. I won't be mad at you. Just come and tell me. So you're removing the molester's favorite friend, which is secrecy, and you're making it much more likely that they will be safe than telling them don't talk to strangers. Instead of telling kids don't talk to strangers, what I learned when I was writing my book, I didn't come up with this idea, is tell kids you can talk to anyone. You cannot go off with anyone. Because if they are scared or in trouble or need some help of any sort, you want them to be able to talk to, the guy across the street, or the other person on the sidewalk. No, I can't talk to you. No, you can. You just can't go off with them. And also kids don't know who's a stranger. You talk to the clerk at the store. Is that a stranger? Is that my friend? I don't know. So just tell them, talk to anyone. Don't go off with anyone. And
I like that.
Got to admire what you've been able to do, not to weaponize, but to organize on these college campuses.
At Turning Point USA, we've spent 13 years building the machine, and last year we saw it pay off. Our grassroots army is making a real difference. Help us keep the momentum going. Donate today and keep TPUSA strong on campuses across America.
And for a gift of any amount, you'll receive your Big Gov Sucks Cooler. Claim yours today.
A heart attack? Do they have life insurance?
No.
But we have life insurance. John.
I'm trying to find something we can afford.
Fortunately, in only a few minutes, SelectQuote found John a $500,000 policy for only $29 a month. And his wife Anne a $500,000 policy for only $21 a month. Go to SelectQuote.com now and get the insurance your family needs
at a price you can afford. SelectQuote. We shop, you save.
Don't you hate that dirty old hose? It kinks, splits, and it always leaks. And it's way too heavy to carry around. It's time to get the brand new Pocket Hose Copperhead. Just turn on the water and watch it grow to a full-size hose. It stretches and expands like a rubber band. Old-fashioned hoses get kinks and creases at the spigot, but the new Pocket Pivot swivels 360 degrees. Just connect to the spigot and watch it pivot. And when you turn off the water, away it goes, shrinking back to a pocket-size hose. And it makes it easy to carry and put away. Copperhead. It's the hose that grows and pivots, flexes, and sprays. It puts itself away for another day. The Pocket Hose is so unique and so innovative, it was awarded over 100 patents. Call or go online now to get the super light 25-foot Pocket Hose Copperhead today for only $39.99. But wait, order right now and you'll receive an instant $10 discount. So it's only $29.99. And it gets better. Order right now and get our copper spray nozzle with our exclusive thumb drive free. Simply use your thumb to turn it on or off. And with 10 unique patterns, you'll have a setting for every job. A $30 value. Yours free with every 50-foot Copperhead. Plus, Copperhead comes with a full 10-year warranty. It's that durable. That means you can order right now with total confidence. But this special offer is not available in stores or on Amazon. So order right here, right now. And with rising costs, this may be your last chance at this low price. There is a strict limit of 3 per order. So don't wait. Order now.
To order, call 1-800-957-6191 or visit getcopperhead.com. So call 1-800-957-6191 or visit getcopperhead.com. Order now.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff, tense, or less active?
Introducing the Easy Well Remedy Massage System, a triple fusion of therapeutic experiences. Full body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation and reduces inflammation. Infrared heat penetrates deep to reduce pain, soothe, and relax. The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 heated nodes mimics a professional massage. Plus, it's detachable for deep relief anywhere you need it. Experience the true remedy for your pain and stiffness. Call now.
Welcome back to Turning Point Tonight, where together we are charting the course of America's cultural comeback. As always, you can go to TPUSA.com, make any donation. I know you've been seeing the commercials. Snag that free cooler. It just makes sense. You want to keep your drinks cold, and if you don't, I don't know if I want to come to your barbecue. Honestly, I don't know if I want to be there drinking warm soda or whatever it is that you're not cooling in the free cooler that you'd get with any donation amount. Again, TPUSA.com. You're also going to find out about all of our fantastic events, including America Fest, which I know it's early. I recognize that it's not until December, but you're going to want to get travel arrangements and tickets done now because, one, they're significantly cheaper, and 2, you just want to have that on your calendar. Again, TPUSA.com. You can also email the show anytime you want, TPT@TPUSA.com. The TPT, Turning Point Tonight. See, it's an acronym there. TPT@TPUSA.com. You can email whether you agree or whether you're wrong. You can also send us some hilarious clips. I got this, not necessarily in the email, but through comments and messages about 1 billion times, I think, over the weekend. This clip that we're about to show you of just another kindly gentleman on a plane who, happens to be screaming some religious fanaticism. Watch this and we will discuss.
Going to bomb the plane! Dead to America, dead to Trump! Allah Akbar! Allah Akbar! Allah Akbar! Allah Akbar! Allah Akbar! Oh my God! Sit down. Don't move.
Now, I know what you're thinking. Well, that guy seems very dangerous and violent, and someone should do something about that. Now, I'm here to tell you that I walked around Columbia University one time, so I can tell you what's actually happening there. He says he wants a death to America. What that really is a protest, an attack against colonialism around the world. He says death to President Trump, and that is also a protest to the white heteronormativity of his kind. Again, these are just cultural things that different cultures say different things at different times. He says, I'm going to bomb the plane. I can only assume that means he ate curry the night before. And, well, that's that. That is, I think, genuinely what some libs would say. Like, when they say death to America, they don't actually mean that. When they say they're going to bomb the plane, it's just a different culture. Okay, fine. Let's just assume that it's just a different culture. I'm still going to tackle that guy because I don't want the plane to explode. Let's see what else is there, because about 1 billion of you sent me that video over the weekend, and I appreciate that. But I also, I'll tell you, I would have seen it if it wasn't sent to me. But I'm glad you did. I'm glad you're staying on top of things and sending along what you think is appropriate. Before we run out of time, let's watch this clip. The best defense against auto theft in the modern age, apparently, is a manual transmission. Watch this.
Hay que llamar policía.
I assume that her car was there, and I understand. I understand that getting your car blocked. But first things first, the stereotype rings true on so many different levels. A woman saying you have 30 seconds to move this truck, and I looked at the clock there. It was about 4 seconds, and then took action. In other words, my wife seems to be directly in line with the fact that sometimes women don't have a great concept of time. I'm just saying that. That's an observation I've made, and that seemed to be true in this particular video. And second, the audacity. I'm going to move this truck right now. Oh no, it's a stick shift. What do? I've never operated a clutch before. I'm not oh shoot, I stalled it. Like, how funny is that? You better adhere to my threats or else I'm going to drive your truck away, and then immediately stalls it. Isn't that indicative of the modern culture today? I would be curious, and I'd love to hear your thoughts via the email. Again, tpt@tpusa.com. What percentage of the upcoming generation doesn't know how to drive a stick, one, but two, has never even heard of a stick shift or a manual transmission? I would imagine that number is probably shockingly high. I don't think I would like to know the actual number. I don't know if it can be polled. If it is polled, send us the poll and that you know. I don't know, is it 90% of Gen Z / millennials don't even know what an a manual transmission is? Well, I just press the gas and the car goes. Because we're getting into an age where it's like, yeah, I press a button and the car just drives itself. So, geez. If you're going to make threats like that, at least know how to use the clutch. That is going to do it for us here at Turning Point tonight. Charlie is going to take us out with another fantastic clip of him. And this is actually the culmination of the Israel-Palestine debate from the Student Action Summit. So stay tuned for that. We will see you tomorrow, same time, same place. God bless America.
There's nothing worse than losing your dog before their time.
That's why I created Dr. Marty Nature's Blend, designed to help dogs with everything from digestive issues to itching, even moving better.
Nature's Blend works because it's freeze-dried. So instead of destroying the nutrients with high heat, they all get right into your dog's body.
Take it from a veterinarian with over 50 years of experience saving dogs' lives. I have never seen a food make this much impact on a dog's health.
For a limited time, get up to 54% off Dr. Marty Nature's Blend, plus a free gift with our special TV offer. Call or go to drmartypets.com/TV.
This right here is confidence in a bottle.
Not only does it change you on the outside, but something in the inside, knowing that you're looking better.
It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt in my life.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Well, today we're going to see one for ourselves and let you be the judge. It's called Plexiderm, and lifestyle expert Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and you'll notice the model has bags underneath his eyes and some sagging, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face, and that's how easy it is.
All right, what's the active ingredient?
Okay, so it's silicates that are minerals found in shale rock, and what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes, and as little as 10 minutes, no prescriptions, and very little effort. Even watching the video, this is a real, it's a model, but it's a real guy with real bags underneath his eyes.
My real true opinion is holy words I can't say on camera. This is absolutely unbelievable. I mean, I could feel it just lifting my skin. It was amazing. It feels good. Feels great. Looks even better.
And I did this to my father. We were at home. So we applied it to his under eye bags. And let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view. And now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. He calls me every single month saying, hey, Annette, I'm out of Plexiderm. Please send me more. And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles. The way you want to do it is you want to have a clean, dry face. You use a small amount because it's so powerful. You have high school reunions, you have events you want to go to, you want to look years younger, this is it.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work for yourself after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 1-800-854-0295.
All you got to do is listen. Yes, I have talked actually to families of people who have died in Iraq. You know what? Overwhelmingly, they're non-interventionist, anti-war people now. In fact, did you know that in 2008 and in 2012, Dr. Ron Paul got more money from active duty military than all the other candidates combined, including Barack Obama, because the active duty military are actually the ones who are the most hardcore anti-war.
Again,
so don't invoke them to try to sell another war.
But Dave, I'm going to follow up with a tough question. I want you to make the case, because I don't want to have you be able to get past this. You say Israel is not an ally. That is not an opinion that people hear a lot. Why is that?
Look, all I'm saying is Israel has at every turn, and look, again, when I say Israel, I'm talking about the government of Israel. I'm not talking about the people there. And I'm specifically talking about Benjamin Netanyahu and the Likud party, who have been in control for most of this time, for most of my lifetime. Yeah, and right, most of the 21st century. And so when I say they have been constantly pushing America toward more aggressive policies, toward getting in more fights. And just like I always say, if you went out to the bar every single night with your friend, and every night your friend's trying to convince you to get into a fight, and while you're beating a lot of people up, you're also taking a lot of wounds, and you're going to jail, and you're getting in trouble, you got to stop hanging out with that friend. And so I think that my position, I don't believe in wars of aggression and wars of choice. I don't believe in sanctions. I don't believe in that. We should be friends with Israel. We should trade with Israel and have a good relationship with them. But you know what? I also don't believe in welfare, and they shouldn't get another dime of U.S. taxpayer money, and they should not. So hold on. Their lobby should register as a foreign
That's a good
agent,
segue. Finish that.
And they should stop blackmailing our politics.
Got it. So back to Josh. Dave had some uninterrupted time there. Let's now address that because, again, there's a text chain. I have all the text to prove it. Everyone knew where this debate was going, right, Dave? There's been no surprises. Josh, you knew that there's some concerns, and Dave mentioned it, such as, I think you're saying AIPAC. Is that correct?
Well, the broader Israel lobby,
fine.
but that's certainly part of it.
Can you address this, Josh?
Yeah.
Because this is a question people are confused about. Take 2 to 3 minutes on this, and then build out the ally Israel at the end of it. But Josh, Dave is making a point I'd like you to respond to.
Okay, so first of all, I'm not a fan of AIPAC. I donated once to AIPAC, $54 like a decade ago, and I basically got swindled into doing it. So I'm not a fan of AIPAC. But AIPAC is not this nefarious boogeyman that Dave Smith and people make it out to be. It stands for America-Israel Political Action Committee. It is a group of Americans who place a premium on the U.S.-Israel relationship the same way that the NRA is a group of Americans who place a premium on the Second Amendment. I do too. I'm a concealed carry kind of guy myself. Same way that there are any number of other lobby groups that support any number of other things. By the way, there's also similar groups similar to AIPAC for American citizens who support U.S. relations with other foreign countries. Funny how these other groups never get brought up in this debate. For instance, anyone who's been to Glendale, California, you've probably heard folks in ANCA. That's the Armenian National Committee of America, a very loud, active group in Washington, D.C. Perhaps more nefariously, there is the NIAC, the National Iranian American Council. It's funny how in these debates, when you talk about various American citizens who get involved to lobby or to express their political opinion, as the First Amendment gives you the right to do, because they think that the U.S. national interest is served by allying with a certain country, it's funny, and perhaps a little worse than funny, how the whole register as a foreign agent talking point comes up only in one context and one context only, which is AIPAC. Look, the notion, Charlie, that AIPAC, which again I'm not a fan of, I have literally. I'm not a fan of AIPAC.
Why are you not a fan of it?
Yeah, I'm not a fan of AIPAC for the reason that I'm just about to give, actually, which is that AIPAC exists, their raison d'etre, their entire purpose for existing is to secure large-scale annual appropriations, currently about $3.8 billion annually, in U.S. aid to Israel. I'm not a particularly big fan of foreign aid in general, and I've been arguing for literally a decade that the U.S. should wind down foreign aid to Israel in particular. I think it actually is a bad idea for both countries.
Do we have agreement on that?
Yeah.
If you want to wind it down to zero tomorrow, we have agreement on that.
It can't be tomorrow.
But yes, I'd support winding it down.
So we have
too.
agreement on an end point?
Yes, sure.
Okay, keep going, Josh.
Yeah, so you obviously,
Oh, you guys are good people. They just cheered for agreement. I like this crowd.
That's the point. We're not here just to hurl insults. Yeah. You could do that online. This is here to actually have some sort of, we're a nation. These are our fellow citizens. We got to figure this stuff out. Josh, keep going.
Yeah, so you obviously can't do it tomorrow because that would be to betray an ally in the middle of a hot war. That would send a terrible signal to other allies, Saudis, Emiratis, you name it. So you can't do it tomorrow. But I do agree that you should have a game plan 5, 10, 20 years, whatever it is. I don't really care. Honestly, get a game plan in place to phase out this aid. It's not good for the United States. It's crony capitalism, Eisenhower defense industrial complex, Boeing, Northrop Grumman. All of that is totally true. And then from Israel's perspective, perspective, it's also bad for them too, because it makes them overly reliant. It actually ends up undermining the entire notion of Zionism, the notion that the Jews should control their own right to their own existence in their own homeland. It undermines Zionism in the long run itself. So it's actually bad for both countries. But Charlie, this notion that AIPAC is this big, powerful lobby can be dispelled with literally one anecdote. And I only need one anecdote to dispel this oft-repeated notion, which is the entire 2014 to 2015 Barack Obama-Iran nuclear debate. The fact that the JCPOA, Barack Obama's Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action nuclear deal passed, is literally the singular data point that disproves the entire alleged existence of the nefarious Israel lobby that controls all politicians there. They failed epically to get that passed. But I do have a question, Charlie, for Dave there, which is...
I will translate it.
Okay. Well, Charlie, I would be very, very curious, based on Dave's recent tweets about Donald Trump doing XYZ things, whether it's covering up for a pedophile ring or engaging in foreign wars, all on behest of a foreign power. Does Dave actually think that Donald Trump, J.D. Vance, and the entire Trump administration are literally bought off by the Jews? Is that actually your honest stance?
Okay, so what Josh is asking...
Well, yeah. Well,
is what he just said.
Well, it's always, look, all of this, I mean,
and
literally...
I do have a tough follow-up for you.
No, but
Please
I'm sorry, but just like everything you just said, like all of it, I just find to be like the cheapest debate tactics. First off, I never said anyone's bought off by the Jews. We're both Jewish, and that's a dirty little trick you play when I'm talking about...
I'm the only non-Jewish guy on stage.
I'm talking about a foreign... Yeah, I'm talking about a foreign government...
Gotta admire what you've been able to do, not to weaponize, but to organize on these college campuses.
At Turning Point USA, we've spent 13 years building the machine, and last year we saw it pay off. Our grassroots army is making a real difference. Help us keep the momentum going. Donate today and keep TPUSA strong on campuses across America.
And for a gift of any amount, you'll receive your Big Gov Sucks Cooler. Claim yours today.
The Charlie Kirk Show starts now.
We were able to make a deal that's very satisfactory to both sides. So it's a very powerful deal. It's a very big deal. It's the biggest of all the deals. It will be the biggest of all the deals. So we're very honored to have done so. And your staff has been fantastic, and they've worked together very long and hard.
And let's look at their net favorable ratings. Whoa, woof. I mean, my God. You know, we mentioned CNN. We had that poll come out a little while ago on their net favorable rating. They were 26 points underwater. You think that's low enough? How about we go even lower? We'll go to this side of the screen. I'm going to walk over here. We go to the Wall Street Journal. Minus 30 points. 30 points underwater. Their lowest on record. These polls have records going all the way back since the early 1990s. And when it comes to the Democratic Party's net favorable rating in both the Wall Street Journal poll and the CNN poll, the Democratic Party is breaking records in the way, Jessica Dean, you don't want to break records.
1 out of 4 of all home purchases in the last year were out of these firms like BlackRock that come in, and they are actually bidding out first-time home buyers and younger Americans that want to be able to have their slice of the American dream.
And kids and young people know about this.
They know about it, and they talk about it. In fact, when I do my campus tours, time after time they say, Charlie, when are we going to stop BlackRock from being able to come in and purchase homes in our communities? We need to increase the supply. President Trump is exactly right about lowering interest rates. That's going to unleash a lot of capital and have a higher incentive to build homes.
Will I do more aid? Yeah. The U.S. is going to do more aid for Gaza, but we'd like to have other countries participate. We're going to mention that to the European Union today. That's an international problem. It's not a U.S. problem. It's an international problem. And we're giving a lot of money and a lot of food and a lot of everything. If we weren't there, I think people would have starved, frankly. They would have starved. And it's not like they're eating well. But a lot of that food is getting stolen by Hamas. You know, they're stealing the food. They're stealing a lot of things. You ship it in and they steal it. Then they sell it.
We believe on a host of fronts. Chairman Powell has been too late, and the president is doing what the president should do, which is get out there and articulate the views on behalf of the American people.
There is no doubt in my mind that the people that we just talked about conspired. They conspired against President Trump. They conspired against the American people. And so I'll leave it to Pam Bondi and our Department of Justice, Kash Patel, and our FBI to investigate.
On immigration, you better get your act together. Or you're not going to have Europe anymore. You got to get your act together. And we, you know, as you know, last month we had nobody entering our country. Nobody. Shut it down. And we took out a lot of bad people that got there with Biden. Biden was a total stiff. And what he allowed to happen, but you're allowing it to happen to your countries. And you got to stop this horrible invasion that's happening to Europe. Many countries in Europe. Some people, some leaders have not let it happen. And they're not getting the proper credit they should. I could name them to you right now, but I'm not going to embarrass the other ones. But stop. This immigration is killing Europe.
It's only now, with Donald Trump having been reelected, that through D&I Gabbard, myself, Pam Bondi, Kash Patel, all of this intelligence, all of this evidence that's been hidden and buried from the American people is finally coming to light.
The European Union is going to agree to purchase from the United States $750 billion worth of energy. They are going to agree to invest into the United States $600 billion more than they're investing already. So they're investing a large amount of money. They're agreeing to open up their countries to trade at zero tariff. I think it's the biggest deal ever made. Thank you very much. Congratulations.
You're known as a tough negotiator and deal maker. What is in front and fair. And what is in front of us?
That's less important.
If we are successful, I think it would be the biggest deal each of us has ever struck.
Why aren't you getting results? Random workouts, overtraining muscles, completely missing others, wasted time. Don't do that. Do this. This is 25 Minutes Speed Train. Follow me for just 25 minutes a day, 7 days a week, with minimal equipment, and get actual results.
Look at the definition. I didn't have these arms at high school.
Subscribe to Body in the next 24 hours for less than 50 cents a day and get 25 Minute Speed Train free at bodywithaneye.com.
Rav Family, from the group who brought you the hit songs 81 Million Votes, My Ass, MAGA Nation, and Trader Joe, comes a brand new single. Daddy Trump is available everywhere, and we need you to make some noise. Go download it on iTunes, and let's run it up to number 1 on the charts for President Trump.
So I just want to thank everybody very much. Thank you.
Get ready. You're about to get bombed by the Truth Bomber.
Didn't raise y'all, but I had to step up. Put the Ayatollah on a no-cap checkup. He calls me Daddy Trump. NATO knows what's up. Why they play pretend, I call they bluff. Kim and Vlad acting bad, throwing fits on the floor. BB screaming from the back, saying, Daddy, there's a war. I walk in like Sunday school.
Every day, there's a battle for your mind raging. Information coming from every angle, with the will to deceive. Fear not. You found the place for truth. The voice of a generation that still has the will to believe in the greatest country in the history of the world. This is the Charlie Kirk Show. Buckle up. Here we go.
Okay, everybody, radio stations across the country, live here from the Bitcoin.com studio. Felt really good to be able to get an adequate amount of sleep this morning. This last weekend, I was honored to be a co-host, a guest host, you could say, on Fox and Friends Weekend. It was a tremendous experience. I just want to commend Charlie Hurt and Rachel Campos Duffy,
the two permanent hosts on the program. They were so welcoming. They were so kind. They're just wonderful people. And they were really just awesome to work with. And also the entire Fox production team, the producers. Just so you understand, you get up for this program around 3:45 on a Saturday morning. You get into the studio, you prep, they give you a whole pile of stuff you got to go through, and then you have to be interesting for 4 hours straight. And it seems like we did very well. I guess the ratings will come out later this week. And also I did it all on no caffeine, which is kind of the way that I'm doing things nowadays. So the phenomenal experience. And one of the moments that has really started to go viral and that was most important is where we contrasted the Democrat Party and their perspective on how to reach younger people, specifically with the Gen Z summit they did last week and what we've done at Turning Point USA. And the Gen Z summit that happened last week was a mockery. They literally had a guy in a panda suit on stage talking to like 200 younger Gen Z activists. You contrast that with the Turning Point USA Student Action Summit, which you obviously know what we do at Turning Point USA is the best of the best speakers, the best organizing, the best energy. It's second to none. From Pete Hegseth, the Kristi Noem, we had Tucker Carlson, we had Russell Brand. It was a phenomenal experience. And then, so you see, it's a really amazing transformation. The Democrats 13 years ago, their political events were cool and they were more uplifting and they were attractive. Why is it and how is it possible that we have this robust youth movement? Can we just get this picture up on screen? This is literally the Gen Z Democrat Organizing Youth Summit. Let me just show you this picture for those of you that are watching on live streaming or Real America's Voice. We'll put this picture up on screen. It's maybe like 150 people. Just to put this in perspective, our members-only lounge at the Student Action Summit, which is for only people that become members of the Charlie Kirk Show, members.charliekirk.com, is bigger than that. This looks like a dorm meeting. Maybe 100 students. And it's so interesting. I don't have usually I have a really good answer to things. That's why people tune in. And I'd love Blake's thoughts on this. How is it possible? And then contrast that with the Turning Point USA stuff. Just look at the images. I mean, it's remarkable. How is it possible that on the Democrat side, they raise billions of dollars, they have connections to Hollywood, they have tons of billionaire donors, that we're the ones that have these events with 7,000 students and we have young people from across America that are there. I mean, just look at just the production quality. Go back and forth between. So that's our Turning Point USA Student Action Summit, just one of our gatherings throughout the year. And by the way, we're drawing thousands of people on campus. Then contrast that with the Democrat Gen Z organizer one. Look at this one. How is that possible? Our stage crew is bigger than the amount of people at the Gen Z summit. And it wasn't like this was just some sort of afterthought. They had Kamala Harris there. They had Nancy Pelosi there. I mean, this was supposed to be their big summer organizing event. And look again at ours. They are floundering, but it's more than floundering. They're not even investing or trying. And I think the best explanation I have is that what we do is really hard at Turning Point USA. I wish I could take credit for it, but our team, they work nights, they work weekends, they take red-eye flights. It is the hardest working team in American politics. And I don't think the Democrats want to work that hard. I just don't. I don't think the Democrats want to go through the grit or the hustle or the 13 years of investment that we've put through. And that is just one event. This is Nancy Pelosi yammering about whatever. This is the officially sanctioned Voters of Tomorrow Summit. Look at this. And then you look at us. Everybody, for those of you that are looking for some good news right now, 13 years ago, it would have been the opposite. 13 years ago, Obama would have had gatherings like ours. 13 years ago, we were on the outside looking in. And now 13 years later, we are the ones that not just the better events, we have chapters, we're more viral, we're more online, we're not necessarily better funded. And that's the perplexing part of this. Where is all the Democrat money going? It's obviously not going for training and for activism. Just put this Gen Z summit up. This is the Gen Z voters of tomorrow. This is their big shebang. This is the big jubilee. This is the bonanza. And this is such an important point. A friend from Chicago just sent this to me. When I first started Turning Point USA and this movement was birthed, I used to look up to the Democrats. I used to look at the Democrats as a model. They're so well organized. They're in all of our communities. They're well financed. They're well funded. They do big events and they own culture. We used to look at the Democrats as something to try to defeat. And now 13 years later, I mean, this is pathetic. It is paltry. It's almost like intentionally bad. I mean, what is that, a bunch of tents or food tents? Now they're playing catch up to us. And guess what? I will outwork you. We will outwork you. That I guarantee. We are not taking it easy. We're doing more campus events this fall. We are going to wake up even earlier. We're going to be doing more events. We're going to be doing more activism. We're going to be doing more podcasts. We're going to be doing more interviews. We're going to be doing more social media views. We're going to be doing more TikToks. We're going to be doing more Instagram reels. It is a full out cultural investment. And meanwhile, you guys are talking about diversity as our strength. What is it? 2014 is calling Nancy Pelosi, and they want their talking points back. And you have to wonder, and again, I don't have a great answer to this. I'd love your thoughts, freedom@charliekirk.com. I have a feeling most of the audience is going to say the Democrats have stolen all the money. There's probably a lot of truth to that. But let's go to Cut 278. This is from my time on Fox and Friends. They show some of the clips from the actual event. So now those of you watching on television, you saw this, and we'll put this all on charliekirk.com if you're listening on radio. Look at the contrast. Do you want a positive, encouraging story? This happened just over the weekend, this Gen Z of Tomorrow Summit. Play Cut 278.
Tell us what's the difference between now and, say, the GOP youth movement in the past? What's changed?
Well, the biggest difference has honestly been President Trump. I mean, he has totally changed politics where now it's entertainment in the best possible way, where it's fun, it's boundary pushing. What we have brought into the political space is that we have made conservatism not just cool again, not just attractive again, but it's appealing. People want to join it. They want to be part of it. And this is one of the major reasons why President Donald Trump was able to win the youth vote in Michigan. He was able to win the youth vote in Arizona, my home state. President Trump did what was unthinkable 13 years ago. I mean, we've known each other for a while here. I mean, to think a decade ago that a Republican running for the presidency would be winning the youth vote is just an incomprehensible concept. Sure. And so we here at Turning Point USA, we're going to these college campuses. Our crowds are growing. Our support is increasing. And the data and the statistics bear that out as well.
We have outworked the Democrats the last 13 years. And that is why younger voters are substantially coming in our direction. We have to keep them there. We have to deliver for younger voters to stay there. It was a great honor to be able to share that on Fox and Friends weekend. But I think part of this also goes to we're entrepreneurs at Turning Point USA. We create, we take risks, we push boundaries, we come up with new programs, we find problems, and we come up with solutions. Maybe the Democrats are even more demoralized than we realized. And in some ways, they should be demoralized. This is a center-right country. And as long as we have fair elections, we are going to pummel you. We at Turning Point USA are still in startup mode. We're still pushing the boundaries. Email us, freedom@charliekirk.com. We'll be right back.
US Med, a trusted supplier of diabetes equipment for nearly 30 years, has great news for people living with diabetes and the pain of regular testing. New Medicare and private insurance guidelines have expanded coverage for continuous glucose monitors, even for people not using insulin. The days of repeated, painful finger sticks are over. Now you can wear a continuous glucose monitor, or CGM, and eliminate routine finger sticks. US Med has the newest models of CGM, which are more accurate and convenient than ever. CGMs are shown to lower your A1C, increase your time in range, and reduce the risk of hypoglycemic events. Shipping is free, and will even bill your insurer directly. Don't spend one more painful day testing your blood sugar. Call now to get your continuous glucose monitoring system so you can take control of your diabetes and get back to enjoying life.
Call US Med now. This right here is confidence in a bottle.
Not only does it change you on the outside, but something in the inside, knowing that you're looking better.
It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt in my life.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Well, today we're going to see one for ourselves and let you be the judge. It's called Plexiderm, and lifestyle expert Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and you'll notice the model has bags underneath his eyes and some sagging, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face, and that's how easy it is.
All right, what's the active ingredient?
Okay, so it's silicates that are minerals found in shale rock, and what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes, and as little as 10 minutes, no prescriptions, and very little effort. Even watching the video, this is a real, it's a model, but it's a real guy with real bags underneath his eyes.
My real true opinion is holy words I can't say on camera. This is absolutely unbelievable. I mean, I could feel it just lifting my skin. It was amazing. It feels good. Feels great. Looks even better.
And I did this to my father. We were at home. So we applied it to his under eye bags. And let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view. And now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. He calls me every single month saying, "Hey, Annette, I'm out of Plexiderm. Please send me more." And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles. The way you want to do it is you want to have a clean, dry face. You use a small amount because it's so powerful. You have high school reunions, you have events you want to go to, you want to look years younger, this is it.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work for yourself after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 1-800-854-0295.
100% American made. And darn proud of it. The Charlie Kirk Show.
Okay, everybody, welcome back. Email us, as always, freedom@charliekirk.com. We have so many emails coming in, freedom@charliekirk.com, about why are the Democrats trying to be this lackluster? Of course they're not, but we'll play a piece of tape in a second. I want to tell you guys about Y-Refi. Y-Refi helps make all this possible at yrefi.com. Call 888-YREFI34 or yrefi.com. Y-Refi, they are amazing supporters of the Student Action Summit, of our campus tour, of the most viral aspects of what we do at Turning Point USA are made possible thanks to Y-Refi. So go to yrefi.com, call 888-YREFI34. That is yrefi.com, YREFY.com. If you have private student loan debt, check it out right now. Or if you know someone that does, go to yrefi.com. Be right back. Oh, we still have 2 minutes? Oh, we're going through the clock. Got it. How about this? Yeah, this is a perfect opportunity to do this. Sorry, I misunderstood the time. It's great. Let's just play the entire hype reel. So for those of you that are watching on Real America's Voice, because we're only on Rav right now, listen. So you saw this little gathering. Show the picture one more time of the Gen Z thing. This is a perfect time to do this contrast. This is their little Gen Z. That we have more staff than they have organizers. And now play cut 51 as contrast.
Students every day are on the front lines, being smeared, being slandered, being canceled, being kicked out of classes, kicked out of fraternities, kicked out of sororities. These are the students that worked so hard to register voters this last election. These are the students that start these chapters. They are the vanguard for saving this country. This generation is the most conservative generation that we have seen in well over 50 years. There's something profound happening in this country. There's something that is deep, that is larger than what the media is covering. Youth delivered the White House for President Trump. We've been given this gift, and now it's on us. We have to execute.
My timing is all messed up. I'm used to Fox News cues. I'm kidding. So 2 days, 8 hours in that chair. Everything's all messed. I got to get back to the bells and whistles around here. Here at the Bitcoin.com studio, I have to play this. I got to get to immigration, but first, and then there's new Epstein stuff. We'll get to that. And there's all sorts of information that we're going to be covering. We have also the Gaza situation we're going to be covering up in the second hour. We have Bobby Kennedy joining us at the beginning of the second hour. So make sure this is appointment viewing today on the Charlie Kirk Show. So at the Democrat organizer event, this guy wore a panda suit. So you just saw a contrast to what we at Turning Point USA put on. Play cut 279.
What is up? Let's go! So some ground rules. I don't think that this will be super necessary because you all seem really cool, smart, and hot. Who are we? And why are we here in a panda head? I also have had a long-term feud with former presidential candidate Marianne Williamson because she sucks. Memes change people's minds. So what's a meme, huh? Come on, people. Look alive.
We have long said the left can't meme because the left can't tell the truth. Memes work when they tell the truth. Memes don't work when they are propaganda tools. The left can't meme because they cannot tell the truth because truth is not a left-wing value. Truth is against everything the left stands for. The left stands for propaganda. They stand for brute force. They stand for totalitarian tyranny, mask mandates, vaccine mandates, lockdowns, open borders. The entire left-wing worldview, the entire left-wing project is elementally at its core a propaganda project. Without propaganda, they would not be able to do this. And I said this on our program. If their victory was inevitable, their propaganda would not be necessary. Commit that to memory. Remember when we were in the bottom of 2022 and 2023? Remember when we were at the absolute rock bottom? Trump's home was raided. He was facing 700 years in federal prison, the doldrums, in exile. We were banned from everywhere. We were banned from social media networks. We were banned from X, from Twitter at the time. It was as low as it got. And remember, almost every day I said, if their victory was inevitable, the propaganda would not be necessary. Turns out we were right. President Donald Trump is in Scotland enjoying himself. I hope so. It's my mother country, and eventually I will return as a visitor. By the way, Scotland has completely lost its mind politically. The President Donald Trump, he signed a huge, massive EU trade deal, but we'll get to that as time goes on. I'm going to talk about that with Senator Rick Scott. Instead, I want to draw your attention to a very important statement. It is a statement being heard around Europe. And understand, one of the reasons why in Europe they're not able to stop mass migration is they don't have freedom of speech. When you don't have freedom of speech, you cannot challenge things that are going wrong if it's against the ruling orthodoxy. Play cut 243.
On immigration, you better get your act together. You're not going to have Europe anymore. You got to get your act together. And we, as you know, last month we had nobody entering our country. Nobody. Shut it down. And we took out a lot of bad people that got there with Biden. Biden was a total stiff. And what he allowed to happen, but you're allowing it to happen to your countries. And you got to stop this horrible invasion that's happening to Europe. Many countries in Europe. Some people, some leaders have not let it happen. And they're not getting the proper credit they should. I could name them to you right now, but I'm not going to embarrass the other ones. But stop. This immigration is killing Europe.
One of my favorite moments of President Trump, either at NATO or that ridiculous thing in Canada they did, the G7 summit, is President Trump is the unanimous leader of Western civilization. All these other leaders are just completely cowering to his will, bowing to his will. This is President Donald Trump around Keir Starmer, and I don't know who this woman is. Is that Keir Starmer's wife or something? Where President Donald Trump continues to ridicule the leaders of the West for allowing complete and total open borders. Play cut 272.
This is a magnificent part of the world, and you cannot ruin it. You cannot let people come in here illegally. And what happens is there'll be murderers, there'll be drug dealers, there'll be all sorts of things that other countries don't want. And they send them to you, and they send them to us, and you've got to stop them. And I hear that you've taken a very strong stand on immigration, and taking a strong stand on immigration is imperative.
Keir Starmer has not taken a strong stand on immigration, but if we're grading on a curve, the people telling President Trump that, President Trump's got a million things going on. It's not to blame him. The people telling President Trump are propagandizing him. No, Keir Starmer has been a disaster. The European project, they are losing Central European identity with Islamism and with third world migration. Europe is no more. It is a conquered continent. Senator Rick Scott joins us next.
Hi, it's Christina again. Is your shower trying to tell you something? Is getting in and out of the bathtub becoming a safety concern? Are you worried about the cost of a bathroom remodel that could go on for weeks and weeks? Well, now you can have a gorgeous new bath or shower that's safer at a price you can afford with a one-day jacuzzi bath remodel. And now they're bringing you this special TV offer. We're waiving all installation costs and postponing all payments for up to 1 year. Jacuzzi bath remodel has a design you'll love at a price you can afford.
Literally, they came in the morning, did the demolition, and installed our bathtub in 1 day. I definitely wish we called jacuzzi a lot sooner.
Okay, so tell me, what are the 2 most common reasons people are calling jacuzzi bath remodel right now?
Well, maybe they're just tired of the old, worn-out eyesore of a bath. Often they have dated colors, tiles that might be cracking and fading, or impossible to clean grout. Christina, did you know that the average shower has up to 300 linear feet of grout?
Honestly, I had no idea.
Yeah, that's a whole lot of scrubbing. So that's definitely one of the reasons people call. And you'll love that the new bath or shower just rinses clean and resists mold and mildew. Now, another big reason people call is they've been feeling uneasy stepping over that tub to take a shower. And we're here to help with a safer, more stylish shower that you'll love and is custom designed for you.
Every time I stepped over my old bathtub, I worried I might fall. I don't have those fears anymore. Jacuzzi bath remodel gave me a gorgeous shower that's safe too.
It was done in the same day. We did not have to wait. It is amazing.
Time is running out to take advantage of this special offer. When you call right now, we're waiving all installation costs with our Christina Across America offer and no interest and no payments for up to 1 year. Call now to schedule your free, no obligation in-home design consultation. You can create your new bath or shower customized just for you, installed in just 1 day from the most trusted name with Jacuzzi Bath Remodel. Call now.
It's never been easier. Get your free design consultation, schedule your 1-day installation, and start loving your new bath or shower right away.
You can go from this to this, and from this to this, or even from this to all this in just 1 day.
I did not like my bathroom before and was embarrassed by it.
Yes. This is unbelievable. It is stunning. I can't believe it.
Time is running out to take advantage of this special offer. When you call right now, we're waiving all installation costs with our Christina Across America offer and no interest and no payments for up to 1 year. Call now to schedule your free, no obligation in-home design consultation. You can create your new bath or shower customized just for you, installed in just 1 day from the most trusted name with Jacuzzi Bath Remodel. Call now.
Welcome back to this Real America's Voice News Break. Now let's hear what's in Vegas. President Trump is wrapping up his trip to Scotland with a visit to his golf course in Aberdeen. He's set to return home tomorrow, but first, he has secured a number of trade deals and allies on foreign policy. While meeting with British Prime Minister Keir Starmer this morning, the two leaders agreed on a path forward in Gaza that doesn't include Hamas in leadership or influence. But like much of the conversations the president has been engaged in this weekend, trade remains a key focus for him. One industry where the commander-in-chief isn't willing to negotiate is pharmaceuticals, though he does see a continued relationship with Britain on that front.
We want to bring a lot of the pharmaceuticals back to America, where they should be. If you look at COVID, it sort of taught us a lesson. We were getting our pharmaceuticals from other countries. We almost didn't make any. We used to make them ourselves, and we're going to want to be making a lot of them ourselves, all of them in a sense. But you also have a good pharmaceutical business. We'll be dealing with you on pharmaceuticals also.
And today's meeting with Britain's prime minister comes on the heels of the president reaching a multi-billion-dollar trade deal with the president of the European Union, Ursula von der Leyen. Under that agreement, EU member countries will not only open up to trade with the U.S. at zero tariffs, but also purchase $750 billion worth of energy from the U.S., along with investing another $600 billion more in U.S. goods and services than the union's current investment. The deal comes less than a week before President Trump's drop-dead date for the imposition of 30% tariffs in lieu of trade deals. Plus, for what feels like the very first time, one of the U.S.'s longtime trade partners is finally acknowledging what President Trump has been saying for years.
Indeed, it is about rebalancing. So you can call it fairness, you can call it rebalancing. We have a surplus, the United States has a deficit, and we have to rebalance it. You have an excellent trade relation. It's a huge volume of trade that we have together. So we will make it more sustainable.
The commander-in-chief also says the EU has agreed to purchase a, quote, vast amount of U.S. military equipment. That's a quick check of your headlines. We appreciate you being here with us now. Back to the Charlie Kirk
Show. The Charlie Kirk Show, where truth lives.
Okay, everybody, I want to tell you about one of our partners here. And then we have the great Senator Rick Scott. It'll be the second time I've interviewed him in the last 24 hours on different platforms, of course. Think about what we have here. Yeah, I want to tell you guys about TikTok. We have a lot of videos going super viral right now on TikTok, including a fun one of me being in the studio with my daughter yesterday. It was amazing. Right now, over 7.5 million businesses in America are thriving on TikTok, businesses that employ more than 28 million people. Behind the stats, it's the stories that really matter, like Dan O's Seasoning from Kentucky, who used TikTok to reach new customers and grow from a one-man show to a team of 45. Or Arizona Taco King in Arizona, able to employ over 28 people and pay them well thanks to the foot traffic TikTok brings in. Or She Mechanic in Georgia, who expanded her auto shop and hired new employees with the support she found on TikTok. Go to TikTokeconomicimpact.com. Their success means more jobs and more opportunity. One of the reasons why we've been able to kick the tail of the Democrats when it comes to younger voters is we embraced being able to go viral on TikTok. Go to TikTokeconomicimpact.com, TikTokeconomicimpact.com. Joining us now is Senator Rick Scott. Senator, you are flying banners urging New Yorkers who hate socialism to move to Florida. Tell us all about it, and good to see you again, Senator.
I see you did a great job this weekend. Yeah, the banner basically says this: hate socialism, so do we. All right, move to Florida. We don't believe in socialism. Think about it. The capital of the world, New York City, who's been built on capitalism, is now going to elect as socialists. This is the craziest thing in the world. We fight socialism in Florida. We don't want socialism. If you don't like socialism, get the hell out of New York. Come to Florida.
So, Senator, you are a phenomenal governor of the state of Florida and now a great senator. This is an interesting question that we in the Sun Belt wrestle with. So I live in Arizona, and we're going to try to turn Arizona the new Florida. We have a lot of work to do, but I think Andy Biggs is doing a great job. Andy Biggs running for governor of Arizona. But great. Senator, this is something that's an open debate. No, isn't he? He's phenomenal, and we're behind him 100%. And we'd welcome your support, too, in Arizona, behind him, and the president endorsed him. No, but Senator, this is an open debate, and I'd love your thoughts on this because you can see the actual data. Does migration to red states make the states more Republican and stable, or does that migration attract a lot of Democrats and destabilize those states? Florida has a unique perspective on this. What has the data and your experience showed here?
I started running for governor April 9th, 2010. At that point, there were 568,000 more Democrats and Republicans. And there was about a little less than 19 million New Yorkers and a little bit less than that Floridians. Take the 2024 race. All right, we're now up to 23 million. New York has stayed the same, about 19 million, but we now have 1.2 million more registered Republicans than we have Democrats. So what's happened is people that want our way of life, better jobs, better education, more public safety, they're going to move to Florida, or they're going to move to Arizona, or they're going to move to Texas. They're not going to stay in California and New York and Illinois, places like that. So my experience is you go tell people what you believe in, right? And those people are going to move there because of what you believe in. I go all over the state and people tell me, hey, I moved to Florida when you were governor because I knew I could get a job, my kids would get a great education, and you're going to make me feel safe.
And so I love that. Senator, do you think, and again, I hope all freedom-loving people come down to Florida, do you think, though, there's something unique about Arizona and Florida that might exempt Georgia from this? Because Arizona and Florida is a home of a lot of retirees, especially Midwestern retirees, that tend to come with a lot of assets and things that they want to conserve. I'm just interested in this whole idea of interstate migration. I think it's one of the more interesting stories of the last 5 years post-COVID, where people, again, elections are interesting, but migration in between states is actually more interesting to me because that's a true vote. I mean, it's one thing to fill out a ballot, it's another thing to fill up a U-Haul. Filling up a U-Haul is a much bigger statement of your values than just filling in a piece of paper whether or not you like Donald Trump. How do we then create policies? Because Georgia has not seen the same thing as Florida. Georgia has become more Democrat because it seems as if they're attracting more younger people, not as many retirees. What I'm getting at, though, is the Sun Belt has an opportunity to become the new the red wall of the country. Right. Senator, your thoughts on this? And Florida, you set this in motion. You deserve great credit. Senator, please.
I actually believe any of these states, if you have really good policies, and now you've got to have elected leaders that are going to go sell them and make sure people know what you stand for. But I actually believe you can recruit people to your state that believe in Republican values. But you've got to go, like when I was governor, I was constantly traveling the country, recruiting companies to my state and recruiting people to my state and recruiting tourists to my state. Because people come down to Florida and they want to come as tourists and they say, this is pretty nice. I feel safe here. Hey, I went and looked at the school. It seemed like a really nice school. People say good things about the education. So I think you've got to do the right things and you got to go sell those things. I think Georgia can be just as Republican as Florida is if they just keep selling the things that we all believe in.
Senator, we talked about this. Yes, thank you for that. And I totally agree. I do think Florida has to get rid of all this real estate tax and the insurance problem, which I'm confident hopefully Byron Donalds will do. But yeah, it's a huge problem. But can you comment on that? Why is it that Florida has this insurance problem? What would you do? I mean, you are a great governor. How do we solve the insurance problem? It's crushing middle-class people throughout certain parts of Florida right now.
Well, so I did it. When I became governor, there was a big state organized insurance plan called Citizens, and it was growing like weeds. And there was no accountability, and there was actually no real coverage because they had no money. What you've got to do is you've got to stop all the fraud. Don't allow there's trial lawyers that try to take advantage of the system by going through the courts. There's public adjusters that do that. And what you've got to do is, whatever their new gimmick is, you've got to constantly shut it down. You just have to, and you have to do it every year. There's some new gimmick they're going to try, and you do it because let's remember, insurance is a sharing of risk. So if you buy an insurance policy and it says, "Hey, my insurance company says I'm just going to cover this," and then they have to start covering something else, somebody's going to pay for all that fraud. And so that's what you have to do, and you've got to do it every year. I think since I left as governor 6.5 years ago, property insurance has almost doubled. Car insurance has gone up, and it's really just cracking down on the fraud. I think clearly this next governor's race is going to be, a big issue is going to be, who is going to fix the property insurance issue in Florida?
And look, I actually I've spent a lot of time in Florida. I know the area quite well. It's beautiful. It is in desperate need of that fix. So really quick, Senator, we talked about this yesterday on Fox and Friends Weekend. And I'll be very honest, and we're going to do a very fire tweet on this, and you've been great. This is not a criticism of you, Senator, but I am really fired up. I think it's inexcusable. I was a little more restrained yesterday on Fox and Friends Weekend because it's a weekend show on Sunday. I didn't want to, ruin people's day. It is a disgrace that we have well over 250 to 300 people of President Trump's nominees that are just waiting to get confirmed. This takes away the power of the incoming administration. It's maddening. And Senator, I know you're on the right side of this, but this is inexcusable. We are going to have midterm election problems if the Senate does not give President Trump a full roster confirmed by Labor Day. Recess appointments. Are you in favor of recess appointments? Are you in favor of making the Democrats sweat it out? Does John Thune actually want Donald Trump to have a full roster by Labor Day?
Well, I hope so. But look, we've got to get Trump's nominees through. Now, look, here's who's causing the problem. Let's remember who's causing the problem. The Democrats are causing the problem because they're slowing down all these confirmations. However, what can we do? Number one, we can cancel our recess and stay. We need to cancel our recess and stay and just grind out these confirmations and do it every day, 7 days a week until they get done. That's number one. Number two is we can go on recess and give the president the ability to do recess appointments. I think we have to go on recess for 10 days. We can do that and allow him to do the appointments. Now, the appointments aren't as long. It would be through the end of 26 is what it is. But if we can't get them all done, we ought to let the presidents do them. So we all have to stick around until either we get them done or the Democrats say we'll let you do these nominations either through a regular process or through the recess appointments. Now we can do the recess appointments ourselves by just basically going on a journey.
Well, and so, Senator, I agree partially what you're saying. Again, this is not a criticism of you. You're a phenomenal patriot. But yet we know what the Democrats are going to do. We know they're going to gum up the works. Why is it? I don't understand this. Why are you guys even contemplating a recess? The Democrats, they have fundraisers planned to go raise money to try to take back the Senate. The Democrats have vacations. They have Codels planned. Why don't you just say, John Thune should just come out and say, okay, we're going to work every day, every night. That will break their will within 2 days. You know that, Senator. These guys, they want to have their vacation in August. If you work one weekend, Amy Klobuchar will come begging you guys to just do what you want to do. All of a sudden, you're going to have Ed Markey and you're going to have Murphy and Schumer be like, all right, we give up. The idea of working a weekend in August for a Democrat is like a nightmare. And so why are we playing games with this? Enough of the higher body. It's time to go nuclear on this, Senator Rick Scott.
Start early, start voting early in the morning, vote late at night. Stay the weekends until we get them done. That's what we have to do. If we want to get these nominations, and if we don't, this is our power. Democrats can do whatever they want. What's in our power is we can stay. We can allow the president to do recess appointments. We got to do whatever it takes to get these nominations done.
Yeah, the problem with recess appointments is the House also has to adjourn and technically it can't have any sort of parliamentary business for a couple days. And the Democrats, right. They're very tricky. They're going to just have someone stay in town to keep the business going. So I don't even know. Forget recess appointments. The way, and again, it's the way to do this is you make the old crows. Of course, you make the octogenarians in the Democrat Party sit through a weekend and work till 1 a.m. and they will surrender. Break the will of the octogenarian oligarchy in the U.S. Senate. Final thought, Senator Rick Scott.
Charlie, however long it takes. If it takes 1 weekend, 2 weekends, we need to stay until we get it done. We've got to stay because Donald Trump cannot get his agenda accomplished if he doesn't get these nominations confirmed. And if we support his agenda, we've got to get these nominations done. So I'm going to stay as long as it takes to get his nominations done. I hope everybody does.
No, and you've been phenomenal. John Thune, I hope you're listening. People are watching very closely. President Trump ran on a record election, and he deserves a full roster. And they're like, well, the Democrats are gumming it up. Trust me. These 78-year-old senators in the Democrat Party, if they have to work a Saturday or 2 Saturdays in August, they will come running for a deal, and you will get hundreds of people confirmed. Senator Rick Scott, keep up the great work. Thank you so much.
All right, see you, Charlie. Great job this weekend.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm gonna just keep on going. You understand we have highly important positions that have not yet been confirmed. Because yes, the Democrats are gumming up the works. Well, why are we negotiating? Call their bluff. We're going to go work the entire month of August. We're going to start at 5 a.m. and we'll end at 2 a.m. How's that going to work out, Chuck Schumer? He'll surrender. He will fold like the French infantry. What do we have? ReliefFactor.com. If you guys want to get out of pain, go to ReliefFactor.com. Knee pain, back pain, joint pain, elbow pain. Check it out right now at ReliefFactor.com. 100% drug-free Relief Factor. So check it out right now at ReliefFactor.com. That is ReliefFactor.com. Knee pain, back pain, joint pain, elbow pain. So check it out right now at ReliefFactor.com. Work weekends. Sweat it out. Break the will of these political hostage takers, the Democrat Party. Be right back.
Don't you hate that dirty old hose? It kinks, splits, and it always leaks. And it's way too heavy to carry around. It's time to get the brand new Pocket Hose Copperhead. Just turn on the water and watch it grow to a full-size hose. It stretches and expands like a rubber band. Old-fashioned hoses get kinks and creases at the spigot, but the new Pocket Pivot swivels 360 degrees. Just connect to the spigot and watch it pivot. And when you turn off the water, away it goes, shrinking back to a pocket-size hose. And it makes it easy to carry and put away. Copperhead. It's the hose that grows and pivots, flexes, and sprays. It puts itself away for another day. The Pocket Hose is so unique and so innovative, it was awarded over 100 patents. Call or go online now to get the super light 25-foot Pocket Hose Copperhead today for only $39.99. But wait, order right now and you'll receive an instant $10 discount. So it's only $29.99. And it gets better. Order right now and get our copper spray nozzle with our exclusive thumb drive free. Simply use your thumb to turn it on or off. And with 10 unique patterns, you'll have a setting for every job. A $30 value. Yours free with every 50-foot Copperhead. Plus, Copperhead comes with a full 10-year warranty. It's that durable. That means you can order right now with total confidence. But this special offer is not available in stores or on Amazon. So order right here, right now. And with rising costs, this may be your last chance at this low price. There is a strict limit of 3 per order. So don't wait. Order now.
To order, call 1-800-957-6191 or visit getcopperhead.com. So call 1-800-957-6191 or visit getcopperhead.com. Order now.
The voice of generations is the Charlie Kirk Show.
Okay, everybody, welcome back. Email us as always, freedom@charliekirk.com. Let's play a little Amfest teaser, play cut 52. Okay, that is Amfest, amfest.com, amfest.com. So check it out right now, amfest.com. So please take a look at it right now, amfest.com, amfest.com. We have an amazing program coming up. By the way, before we go to that, can we invite John Thune on the show? Andrew, let's go through the official channels. Let's fill out the form or whatever. I'll get his cell phone. Let's get, by the way, it's not going to be all negative. There's been some good stuff he's done. It'll be fair. But come on, John Thune. Let's have John Thune. We'll blow through the brakes. I want to know why you're not going to break the will to create the Senate into a sweat lodge. The 85-year-old guys can't do it. Stay right there. Okay, everybody, welcome back. Email us as always, freedom@charliekirk.com. So this weekend, a lot happened, and I was trying not to just stare at my phone all day long. I do typically take a Shabbat, but it was obviously a work weekend with Fox and Friends weekend. Okay, so this last weekend, there was a Cincinnati Jazz Festival. I love jazz music, actually. Jazz is beautiful. I play a couple jazz instruments. So we don't know all the details here. But this appears, based on the video and based on firsthand testimony, that there was a bunch of thugs who were beating up and sucker punching people. This is called wilding. This is very common in the black community, wilding, where you kind of run around and you sucker punch people of a different race, usually white or Asian people. Happens a lot where young blacks kind of parole on the streets and they find, victims. And so this was happening at the Cincinnati Jazz Festival, as you can see on screen. a group of young thugs who happen to be black, and thugs can be any color, but in this case, these were black thugs, were wilding a white man. The brawl involved multiple individuals attacking a man and a woman, with graphic footage showing the man being repeatedly punched and kicked in the head, causing him to collapse. A woman who approached to check on him was also assaulted after being punched in the face. The incident took place around 3 a.m. on Saturday, following a verbal altercation. An anonymous witness reported the situation began several minutes before the fight was recorded. He returned approximately 15 minutes later with a group of people who were overheard making racial comments, escalating the situation further. So you won't hear any of this on the mainstream media, where a group of young blacks are hunting down whites in the streets of Cincinnati. Complete and total silence. So now it's time for us to move past talk. Now it's time for action. Look, I don't think we should have hate crime laws the way we have them currently on the books, but what is good for the goose is good for the gander. You guys are going to come after people for saying a bad word or for rolling an SUV truck over a gay pride flag. Okay, well, now it's time to play hardball. Welcome to the Trump administration. Following pressure from the Assistant Attorney General, Harmeet Dillon, Cincinnati police have just identified 4 suspects involved in the all-out assault. It is now time, in my opinion, for federal hate crime arrests for all of the black thugs that went after the white people at the Cincinnati Jazz Festival. Put cut 288 up on screen. This woman is lucky to be alive, as these blacks were prowling through the streets allegedly looking for whites to harm. The Vice President of the United States, to his great credit, is commenting on this. Of course, from Ohio, was a senator from Ohio. Play cut 286.
What I saw is a mob of lawless thugs beating up on an innocent person, and it's disgusting. And I hope every single one of those people who engage in violence is prosecuted to the full extent of the law. And they will be. They will be, so long as law enforcement in the state of Ohio takes their job seriously. I don't know how the fight started, but the one part that I saw that was really gruesome is you had a grown man who sucker punched a middle-aged woman. And where I come from, at least, when you have a grown man who sucker punches a middle-aged woman, that person ought to go to jail for a very long time. And frankly, he's lucky there weren't some better people around, because they would have handled it themselves. But if they're not going to handle it, the cops in Cincinnati, the law enforcement, you've got to prosecute people. We've had way too much lawlessness on the streets of great American cities. We have got to make great American cities safe again for families and children.
I'm going to go a step further. I'm not the Vice President of the United States, nor do I plan to be. And by the way, praise God for the moral clarity and hopefully the 48th President of the United States, J.D. Vance. But I'm going to go a step further. Federal hate crime arrests. Arrest these blacks for going after whites, if the facts bear it out. But it turns out, based on all, quote, overheard making racial comments, escalating the situation further. So therefore, there's witnesses that may say, hey, let's go after Whitey. Let's go after the white guy. We already know that there is a deliberate plan on white people in this country. And this is evidence, seems as if, now, again, I hate when people do this. I hate it, but it's true. You got to do it. Could you imagine a group of whites running through the streets and attacking blacks? I want you to imagine for a second if a bunch of whites were going wilding in the streets of the Cincinnati Jazz Festival after a little black girl. Put 288. I want you to now strip yourselves of how you have been brainwashed and propagandized. I want you to imagine that victim on screen was black right now. If that victim was black right now, it would be every headline, every story. I'd have to start with a denunciation of which it would be justified, even though I wouldn't even know anything about the white people that were there. The Department of Justice, in my opinion, should move rapidly. We need these black wilding thugs to be arrested for federal hate crime charges if the facts bear it out. And based on all information that we have right now, it seems that way. Set an example. Put them in jail for 30 years. You guys wanted to have these hate crime laws. Well, now it's time to use it against actual hate crime. Second hour coming up.
Rav Family, from the group who brought you the hit songs 81 Million Votes, My Ass, MAGA Nation, and Trader Joe, comes a brand new single Daddy Trump is available everywhere, and we need you to make some noise. Go download it on iTunes, and let's run it up to #1 on the charts for President Trump.
So I just want to thank everybody very much. Thank you.
Get ready. You're about to get bombed by the Truth Bomber.
Didn't raise y'all, but I had to step up. Put the Ayatollah on a no-cap checkup. He calls me Daddy Trump. NATO knows what's up. Why they play pretend, I call they bluff. Kim and Vlad acting bad, throwing fits on the floor. BB screaming from the back, saying, Daddy, there's a war. I walk in like Sunday school.
This right here is confidence in a bottle.
Not only does it change you on the outside, but something in the inside, knowing that you're looking better.
It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt in my life.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Well, today we're going to see one for ourselves and let you be the judge. It's called Plexiderm, and lifestyle expert Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and you'll notice the model has bags underneath his eyes and some sagging, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face, and that's how easy it is.
All right, what's the active ingredient?
Okay, so it's silicates that are minerals found in shale rock, and what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes in as little as 10 minutes, no prescriptions, and very little effort. Even watching the video, this is a real, it's a model, but it's a real guy with real bags underneath his eyes.
My real true opinion is holy words I can't say on camera. This is absolutely unbelievable. I mean, I could feel it just lifting my skin. It was amazing. It feels good. Feels great. Looks even better.
And I did this to my father. We were at home. So we applied it to his under eye bags. And let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view. And now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. He calls me every single month saying, hey, Annette, I'm out of Plexiderm. Please send me more. And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles. The way you want to do it is you want to have a clean, dry face. You use a small amount because it's so powerful. You have high school reunions, you have events you want to go to, you want to look years younger. This is it.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work for yourself after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 1-800-854-0295.
News Break. I'm Terrence Bates. You often hear about people talking about the fountain of youth. A fountain, of course, implies that there's flowing water or some sort of hydration. John Jubilee, the founder of Energized Health, says hydration at the cellular level is critical to living your best life. Here's one of his clients.
Through the 88 days, I lost 38.4 pounds.
My weight's down 20.4.
I did the 5-5-5 before, so I'm down about 60 pounds from there.
Come on, mighty man. That's huge. That's amazing.
That was huge.
John is here to explain the 5-5-5 challenge you just heard about. But John, I want to start with this whole idea of intracellular hydration. How do you get to hydrate the cells? It's not just drinking water.
Well, it's not, Terrence. Don't we all wish it was? You know, probably the last 10 years, we've all heard, drink your water, drink your water, drink your water. And Terrence, we're sicker than we've ever been. We're fatter than we've ever been as a nation. Obesity keeps climbing even though we're drinking the water. And, you know, the reason that's happening scientifically, Terrence, is our cells are hard as rocks. They're like a solid marble. So just think if you pour water, if I took this water and I poured it on a marble, it just bounces off. So none of that hydration is getting in there, Terrence. But the beautiful thing for 28 years at Energized Health is we take those marbles and open them up where they become porous like a sponge. Now the healthy hydration can flow like that fountain of youth. And when that happens, Terrence, some amazing things happen scientifically is it pushes all the toxins out of the cells and the inflammation out of the cells. And anyone that does some research will realize that the Mayo Clinic, they say that 99% of all disease in human bodies or pain or disease, the root cause is inflammation. So when you're pushing that out, a lot of great things happening. The body is becoming healthy. It is becoming youthful. It's becoming energetic, and some cool side effects like you heard, people losing 30, 40, 50, 60, 70 pounds of fat on the 88-day protocol.
How does one go about opening up those cells so that they can take in that water? How long does that process typically take? They say, John, it typically didn't take you overnight to get into the current situation that they're in, so you can't expect it to be overnight for you to fix it.
Well, it's really not, Terrence. And if you just think about, again, the word picture I gave everybody is, if you take a glass marble and you're trying to convert a marble to a sponge, depending on the level of cellular trauma, oxidative stress, oxidation that you have in your body, so there's some people that, they're reversing diabetes and high blood pressure in 28 days. Wow. But there's other people like me. I was bone on bone in both my knees. That was a 6 to 9 month, process to regenerate, cartilage. So it really just depends. But the great news is in 88 days, we can give people the roadmap. We can teach them the simple, scientific, sustainable steps. That's a lot of S's. Say that real fast. But we can teach people, Terrence, how to do this in just 88 days, which will take care of them for the rest of their life. And listen, we have lots of coaches that were in nursing 20, 30 years. They left those careers, Terrence, because we transformed their life, and now they became coaches with us, and they will help your listeners. They'll help you guys to have your best health and your best life for the rest of your life.
And this 5-5-5 challenge that you're doing can be a first step.
Well, it can absolutely be a great first step. And you could also talk to one of our coaches, but absolutely, you could register for one of the 5-5-5 challenges, or just go to theenergizedhealth.com and just speak directly with a coach.
John Jubilee, always good to talk to you, my friend. We appreciate the information you're always sharing with us.
Keep shining, brother.
All right, my friend. And remember, folks, 555 challenges. You can go there to that website and get more information, the my555challenge.com. Get more information and decide if you're ready to take that first step. Well, that's going to do it for us here on this Real America's Voice News Break. I'm Terrence Bates. We appreciate you being here with us.
He was only 47. Aneurysm. Did he have life insurance? Do you? No. You got to get on it. Check out SelectQuote. Trust me, the peace of mind, it's worth it.
Life insurance is too important to put off another day. That's why SelectQuote makes getting coverage you need easy, for less than $1 a day. Now get up to a $2 million policy with no medical exam and same-day coverage.
Don't you hate that dirty old hose? It kinks, splits, and it always leaks. And it's way too heavy to carry around. It's time to get the brand new Pocket Hose Copperhead. Just turn on the water and watch it grow to a full-size hose. Old-fashioned hoses get kinks and creases at the spigot, but the new Pocket Pivot swivels 360 degrees. Just connect to the spigot and watch it pivot. And when you turn off the water, away it goes, shrinking back to a pocket-size hose. And it makes it easy to carry and put away. Call or go online now to get the super light 25-foot Pocket Hose Copperhead today for only $29.99. Order right now and get our 10-pattern thumb drive spray nozzle free. Simply use your thumb to turn it on or off. There is a strict limit of 3 per order, so don't wait. Order now.
To order, call 1-800-956-8517 or visit getcopperhead.com. So call 1-800-956-8517 or visit getcopperhead.com. Order now.
Okay, everybody, welcome back. We're here at the mobilebitcoin.com studio. Joining us now is a phenomenal person who's doing a great job as Secretary of Health and Human Services. It's Secretary Bobby Kennedy Jr. Mr. Secretary, thank you so much for joining us today. You have some news to share. I just saw the tweet regarding the VICP going all the way back to the 1986 Vaccine Act. Mr. Secretary, please tell our audience about this breaking news.
Yeah, the Vaccine Injury Compensation Program, which was part of the Vaccine Act that was passed in 1986. And you know what happened back then, Charlie. The vaccine companies said they were getting sued at that point, and they were paying $200 in downstream liabilities, according to them, for every dollar that they made selling vaccines. And they went to Congress and said, we're going to stop making vaccines unless you give us immunity from liability. And Congress worked with the parents of vaccine-injured kids to come up with a solution, because the court solutions were not good for the vaccine-injured either, because they took so long. And so many of these parents are very, very desperate to get compensation and care for these, very, very needy kids. So they worked out a compromise solution where they would give the vaccine companies immunity from liabilities. So no matter how negligent they are, no matter how reckless, no matter how unnecessary their ingredients or their quality control, you can't sue them. But Congress made up for that by saying that we're going to create a compensation program and a procedure by which parents can come in and quickly, generously get compensation without having to go through this whole court process. So it was well-intentioned, and in that the tie was supposed to go to the runner. So if there was a question about whether the injury was vaccine-related or not, they were supposed to compensate the child. It's turned out to be, and at that point, under the original act, the children, if they didn't like the settlement they got from the vaccine court, they could go to a real court and vindicate their claim. What's happened is the act has changed, so you can no longer go to another court. It is your exclusive remedy, and they've made it. You're not suing the vaccine company that made the defective product. You're suing instead me, the Department of Health and Human Services. Mm-hmm. And we're represented by DOJ lawyers, so you're facing the deep pockets and the awesome power of the federal government. There's no discovery. They can't look at the vaccine safety data link, which is the attorneys are not allowed to look at it. And independent external researchers can't get in there. And that's the record, the data sets for all the vaccine injuries. The Justice Department attorneys have turned this into, historically, not under Pam Bondi, she's trying to fix this, into a very adversarial proceeding, so that on average, half the cases get dismissed. The average length of adjudication is 5 years. Some of these parents who are desperately needy to have care for their kids take 10 years. And these kids, some of them, it's $1 million a year to care for them. And so the system has been turned into this kind of morass where vaccine cases go to die. And most vaccine cases, particularly the serious ones, simply don't get compensated. They've also changed the rules to abolish vaccine injury by fiat. So they took the age-old definition of encephalopathy, which is brain injury, brain damage, and they made it so that there's no way that you can prove it. You have to prove your child lost consciousness for 24 hours and then was hospitalized, and then they have to jump through a bunch of other hoops. You can't prove it. So each case goes in and has to be proven like a regular court of law, and it's devolved into this very, very cruel, heartless system that is designed to deny vaccine injury and to deny compensation to people who badly need it. And we are about to fix all that.
And I want to get into the fixing, but just to reiterate it, immunity is a blank check to be careless. Look, I'm not a huge fan of all the trial lawyers or attorneys, but over time, they do make products safer, whether it be, faulty engines in cars or whether it be problems with food. Again, the over litigious nature of part of our society probably needs to be restrained. But when you have no capacity to be able to sue when a product is faulty, then it's just a blank check to be careless. And so, Secretary Kennedy, what are you doing to fix this? Because I know a ton of families that have submitted reports to VAERS, the Vaccine Adverse Event Reporting System, and for years and years they can't get any progress at all with the VICP, the Vaccine Injury Compensation Program. How are you fixing this? Because this is a broken system that overwhelmingly benefits AstraZeneca, Moderna, Pfizer, and Johnson & Johnson. Secretary Kennedy.
Yeah, I mean, those companies, we have a free market system in those countries, and part of that is that there's consequences if you make a bad product. And, vaccines are particularly exempt from that because there's no free market economy. Normally, if you get poisoned by Coca-Cola, you can stop drinking Coca-Cola. But if you get poisoned by a vaccine, your kids still have to take that vaccine to get into the school. If your doctor tells you your child will die because, you can look and see what happened to elder siblings. There's some kind of genetic vulnerability that's affected the older siblings. And the doctor wants to tell you your third child should not take this vaccine. He's going to be punished for that. And also the schools won't let you go to school no matter what. So in New York and California, there's not only no religious exemptions, there's no philosophical exemptions, but there also effectively is no medical exemption. So these kids, it's mandated, and because it's mandated, there's no market forces that tell you, that allow you, if you don't like the product, if you have reservations about it, you can't stop using it. You got to take it anyway. So the things and then, you have, of course, the mainstream media is bought and brain dead when it comes to these issues. They will not criticize, they will not report vaccine injury. The Congress is very with the so you have none of the market forces that apply and make other products safe. There is zero incentive for these companies to make them safe. And they don't get punished for it in the market. They don't get punished for it in the court. And so, what we're going to try to do is to make sure that the parents who do get injured get compensation, that they get it very quickly. And they get it without the kind of adversarial impediments that have now been erected over the past 40 years.
So Secretary Kennedy, I looked at some of these numbers previously. The counter argument is like, oh, this barely ever happens. Now, just in 2021, there were 1.3 million reports that came into the Vaccine Adverse Event Reporting System. Now, of course, there might be some people lying and there's some fraud or there might be other issues. So let's just cut that in half. That's 650,000 Americans that very well might have been harmed by a vaccine. How many people, Secretary Kennedy, do you think have legitimate claims? I know it's a tough question or approximation, but can you at least reiterate this is a major issue, potentially affecting millions of Americans that are ignored by their government? Secretary Kennedy.
Well, first of all, you should know that when somebody wins a case in the vaccine court, they're not compensated by the company that injured them. They're compensated from a trust fund that is endowed with a 75-cent surcharge on every vaccine. Oh, that trust fund is sitting there. It's got a couple of $2 billion in it. It's paid out to date about $5.6 billion. And 12,000 people have recovered. About 13,000 cases have been dismissed. But there's no advertising for this program. Doctors are not trained how to recognize vaccine injuries. So if your child gets a allergy, for example, or asthma or seizures when they're 4 or 5 years old, there's no way that your doctor is ever going to say, hey, that might have come from the vaccine. I'm going to report it to VAERS. So there's chronic undercounting in VAERS. You said 1 million
That's
cases.
Right.
Well, in 2010, CDC did a study of VAERS, and what they found in their own study is that fewer than 1% of vaccine injuries are reported. So most people who get a vaccine injury don't even know it. And they never report it. And there's a lot of penalties against doctors who do report them. It's time consuming. They're not compensated for the time. They get medical boards frown on them for doing that. And they're not trained in medical school to recognize the injuries.
Secretary Kennedy, hold right there. We have you for about 2 more minutes. Stay right there. We'll be right back going through the breaks here live on A Real America's Voice and Salem Radio Network with Secretary Bobby Kennedy. Stay right there. Back in 5 seconds. So, Secretary Kennedy, what do you say to those who just say this is just more anti-vaccine propaganda and that this will only further deteriorate people's trust in vaccines?
What I say, my job as Secretary of HHS is to restore trust in the vaccine program so that parents know that we're telling them the truth, that we tell them the things that we know, that we tell them the things that we don't know, and we tell them the things that, are both good and bad about vaccines. Vaccines are very, very useful in many cases, but they do cause injuries occasionally, and we need to be frank about that, and we need to have compassion toward the children who are injured. We can't gaslight the parents. We can't gaslight the children. We can't marginalize and vilify the doctors and delicense the doctors who report injuries. We can't punish and retract articles by the scientists who document those injuries. We have to start being honest again with the American public. And my philosophy is that public health officials should never lie. They should never, Anthony Fauci used to talk about the noble lie. He would tell people things to get them to do things that were good for them. Well, we're going to start trusting the American public, that they're the best judges of what's good for them, what's good for their kids, and what they need is good information that they can believe, and not information that they've been fed by public health agencies to try to manipulate their behavior.
Secretary Kennedy, we have to let you go. Thank you so much for all of your leadership and your courage on this. Any final thoughts, 1 minute remaining on this major announcement?
We're a nation of compassion. And, my uncle helped write this bill. And during the Senate debate, he said, in America, we are not going to ignore people who are left behind. We're not going to try to advance an agenda or advance the American people by leaving the vulnerable, the injured behind. Every child who takes one of these vaccines is entitled to compensation if they get injured. And we need to, as a nation, commit ourselves to compensating them justly, generously, and quickly.
Secretary Kennedy, thank you so much. You're welcome anytime. And thank you for doing what you said you were going to do. Thank you so much, Secretary Kennedy.
Thank you, Charlie.
Email us freedom@charliekirk.com and subscribe to our podcast. I want to tell you very quickly about YRefi. YRefi is amazing. They help you with private student loan debt. Go to YRefi.com. That is YREFY.com. If you guys are suffering from private student loan debt, you guys should check it out right now. 888-YREFI34 or go to YRefi.com. Major supporters of Turning Point USA, significant supporters of our program and of all of our campus tour, the Student Action Summit, and more. So check it out at YRefi.com. That is YREFY.com. Call 888-YREFI34 or take a look at it right now at YRefi.com. Email us, as always, freedom@charliekirk.com, and subscribe to the Charlie Kirk Show podcast page. We have some very exciting stuff coming up in the next few days. Really great guests. We're going to dive into, in depth, we're going to dive into the Gaza story. Are we being lied to? Is this a media propaganda thing? All weekend, the networks were covering Gaza, 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 Gaza. And so we're going to ask in a very analytical, fair, truth-seeking way, what is really going on in the Gaza Strip? Additionally, we are going to talk in a second here, why are so many people going back to church? It is a beautiful thing and a beautiful sight to behold. And so we're going to cover that in just a second here. Subscribe to the Charlie Kirk Show podcast. Also, I'm wearing the Rush Was Right shirt in honor of El Rushbo on the EIB network. You guys can get that shirt at charliekirkshowstore.com or just charliekirk.com and click on the show tab, charliekirk.com. Be right back. we're only playing that beautiful music of Rush Limbaugh because I am wearing the shirt in honor of Rush. We never would take that amazing music from Rush. Oh, that song brings back great memories. Whenever that song would play, you knew that the doctor of democracy, with one hand tied behind his back just to make it fair, was going to break down the news of the day, and he would tell you when to worry. And remember, El Rushbo never told us to worry. Remember, he said, I'll tell you when to worry. Oh, I remember many a time driving on a freeway. I would delay donor lunches by 20 minutes just to hear the opening of what Rush has to say. I would delay, I got to hear what, because whenever there was breaking news, whether it be the Kavanaugh stuff, the Russia stuff, Trump's election, it was appointment listening. What was the great El Rushbo going to say at 12 p.m. Eastern? So for that, we have the Rush Was Right t-shirt. You guys could check it out at charliekirk.com. This weekend, we covered the story on Fox and Friends Weekend. Gen Z and Gen Alpha are coming to Jesus in massive numbers. They don't want fluff. They don't want a watered-down gospel. They want tough, honest truth. One of the reasons I think this is happening is that young people have father hunger. Many Gen Z men especially were raised in homes without strong fathers or any dads at all. The church has a vision and has a reality of a loving yet authoritative father. This is such an important point. Father hunger is one of the reasons why, even though God the Father could be, quote unquote, gendered either way, is described as a father. Because young men, if it was the Heavenly Mother, young men would not resonate the same way. Young men are more likely to take orders from a masculine figure. You know who taught me that is the great Dennis Prager. That is his point. Young men are also seeing through the woke mirage. Gen Z men, as they are super online, they want to try to find a place that is rooted in eternity, rooted towards heavenly orientation. They want to look up. Almost every generation until Gen Z has become less and less religious. And Gen Z is bucking the trend. And make no mistake, post-COVID, there's so much bad came out of COVID, but God will use something evil for good, as he beautifully says in the scriptures, Genesis 50:20. I will use the enemy meant for evil, I will use for good. Romans 8:28, which is God will use all things for good for those who love him. All things. And we are now in this moment, this incredible moment, where millions of young people are giving their life to Jesus. One of the top songs out there is a song by a very impressive young man, Forrest Frank. People love this guy. And he is a Christian music artist. He actually shared our video from Fox and Friends Weekend of me and Allie B. Stuckey. And Forrest Frank, if you listen to his music, the theology of Forrest Frank's movement is terrific. It's very good. I was even listening with an analytical eye. I said, okay, is this going to be a little bit kind of like narcissism, me, I'm going to get rich with Jesus? Nope. His number one song is Your Way is Better. It's all about how Jesus has a way. And the profundity of what Forrest Frank is saying in that song is very, very significant. It goes back to what C.S. Lewis would talk about, which is the Tao. It would talk about how there is a way, that there is a certain path for us that is above just the temporal experience. The theology and the actual wording of the songs is terrific. And the music of it, Gen Z just seems to really love. So the top music right now is Christian music. Young men are going back to church. Young ladies, we need a little bit of help with. But young ladies, they have to shed themselves of the Jezebel spirit. They have to. The Jezebel spirit has just infected an entire generation of young ladies. And they need to, this is one of the reasons why I talk about why Mary, the mother of Jesus, is so important to crush feminism. Feminism has done such damage to these young ladies. It's just beyond, it's very, very difficult to summarize that in a short period of time. But we're seeing the music revelation and the Renaissance and the church Renaissance. It's a beautiful thing. And even if you are listening to this and Jesus Christ is not your Lord and Savior, you should be cheerleading people to go back to church. You should want people to go back to church. You should want people to go back and believe in a higher power. You should want the values of the Bible, which is what built this entire civilization. The 10 Commandments, the Sermon on the Mount. Love your neighbor as yourself. Love the Lord your God with all your heart, soul, strength, and mind. Those are the ideas, the principles, the bedrock of Western civilization. And young people are embracing it in a record and historic way. We'll be right back.
Don't you hate that dirty old hose? It kinks, splits, and it always leaks. And it's way too heavy to carry around. It's time to get the brand new Pocket Hose Copperhead. Just turn on the water and watch it grow to a full-size hose. Old-fashioned hoses get kinks and creases at the spigot, but the new Pocket Pivot swivels 360 degrees. Just connect to the spigot and watch it pivot. And when you turn off the water, away it goes, shrinking back to a pocket-size hose. And it makes it easy to carry and put away. Call or go online now to get the super light 25-foot Pocket Hose Copperhead today for only $29.99. Order right now and get our 10-pattern thumb drive spray nozzle free. Simply use your thumb to turn it on or off. There is a strict limit of 3 per order, so don't wait. Order now.
To order, call 1-800-956-8517 or visit getcopperhead.com. So call 1-800-956-8517 or visit getcopperhead.com. Order now.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff and less flexible? Do you have trouble sleeping? Are you less active than you once were? Introducing the EasyWell Remedy Massage System that combines the incredible effects of vibrational therapy, targeted deep tissue shiatsu massage, plus soothing infrared heat. A triple fusion of therapeutic experiences delivering health-boosting treatments to your body. Full-body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation, bringing relief to joints and muscles and reducing inflammation while supporting your overall mobility. Look at these beads moving from the powerful vibrational motors.
It's amazing. It's like 1,000 little fingers just vibrating my body from head to toe.
Infrared heat penetrates deep to relax and soothe your body, reducing joint pain and stiffness and increasing circulation.
Remedy gets in there and helps deal with the source of the pain, so you feel much better.
The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 infrared heated nodes is designed to mimic a professional massage specialist's hand kneading and working tight muscles in just the right way to bring maximum relief and pleasure. It is even detachable, allowing you to get a deep tissue relief in your upper and lower back, neck and shoulders, feet, calves, or anywhere on your body.
I can't even describe to you the feeling. It's just something that you're gonna have to feel for yourself.
Call or go online now to receive the Remedy Massage System. Your system includes the Zero-G memory foam layer, the vibrational infrared and ultra shiatsu therapies, the removable shiatsu pillow, remote control, and a convenient carry bag free. Just one massage visit can cost almost $100, but you can own the Remedy Massage System and have as many therapeutic treatments as you want. The sooner you order, the sooner you can experience the true remedy for your pain, stiffness, and stress. Call now.
Terrence Bates here with your Real America's Voice news break. Thanks so much for being along for the ride. President Trump is wrapping up his trip to Scotland with a visit to his golf course in Aberdeen. He's set to return home tomorrow. First, though, he has secured a number of trade deals and allies on foreign policy. In fact, while meeting with British Prime Minister Keir Starmer this morning, the two leaders agreed on a path forward in Gaza that does not include Hamas in leadership or influence. But like much of the conversations the president has been engaged in over the weekend, trade remains a key focus for him. One industry where the commander-in-chief isn't willing to negotiate is pharmaceuticals, though he does see a continued relationship with Britain on that front.
We want to bring a lot of the pharmaceuticals back to America where they should be. If you look at COVID, it sort of taught us a lesson. We were getting our pharmaceuticals from other countries. We almost didn't make any. We used to make them ourselves, and we're going to want to be making a lot of them ourselves, all of them in a sense. But you also have a good pharmaceutical business. We'll be dealing with you on pharmaceuticals also.
And back here at home, a man accused of stabbing 11 Walmart shoppers at a store just north of Traverse City, Michigan, is expected to face terrorism and multiple assault charges as soon as today. Investigators say he'll be arraigned either today or tomorrow. But you're probably asking yourself, well, why the terrorism charge?
It is something that appears at least to be just a very random act of violence. It's something that is done not to individual people, not to those individual victims. Obviously, they are most affected, but it is, we believe, in some ways done to affect the entire community, to put fear in the entire community and to change how maybe we operate on a daily basis. And so that is why we're looking at that terrorism charge.
I think, can I follow? What would the maximum penalty be that he would face?
That's a life offense, yes.
Okay.
Investigators say the 42-year-old suspect has a record of prior assaults and controlled substance violations. After going on his rampage in the store, the guy was detained by bystanders in the store parking lot before police ultimately arrived and arrested him. The video you just saw was that confrontation. That's a quick check of your headlines. I'm Terrence Bates.
Love him. Leftists hate him. Nobody ignores him. It's the Charlie Kirk Show.
Welcome back, everybody. Email us, as always, freedom@charliekirk.com, and subscribe to our podcast. I'm going to tell you about Patriot Mobile. Make the switch today at patriotmobile.com/Charlie. You have a lot of choices for cell phone service with new ones popping up all the time. But here's the truth. The only one that stands boldly in the gap for every American that believes that freedom is worth fighting for, that is Patriot Mobile. Worried about coverage? Don't be. Patriot Mobile uses all three major networks. If you have service in the country today, you'll have good or better coverage with Patriot Mobile. Think switching is a hassle? Well, it's not. Go to patriotmobile.com/Charlie or call 972-PATRIOT. Use promo code Charlie and get a free month of service. Switch today. That is patriotmobile.com/Charlie. patriotmobile.com/Charlie. Stop financing woke wireless with your money. Go to patriotmobile.com/Charlie. patriotmobile.com/Charlie. Okay, I'm very interested in this story because I hate being lied to and I hate being propagandized. And this weekend, there was an all-out propaganda campaign trying to make it seem as if Israel is intentionally starving the people of Gaza. I hate being lied to, especially by the media networks. They lied to us about COVID. They lied to us about the vaccines. They lied to us about open borders. They lied to us Hunter Biden laptop. Joining us now is Rabbi Walicki, a great friend, and thank you so much for defending me the other day. Rabbi Walicki, you're also the YouTube, people can find you on YouTube, Israel 365. Rabbi, let's just go through the facts here, and then let's get into the lies. What is the situation in Gaza as the truth would bear it out, not the New York Times propagandist network?
Well, if we're talking about the starvation lie, and thank you, Charlie, thank you for having me on to talk about this. It's so important because this is really pure propaganda, as you say. So since the beginning of the war, since October 7th, the whole issue of the food getting into Gaza and how much food is getting in has been weaponized by Hamas and by the whole pro-Hamas crowd. And what they're doing most recently is claiming that there's a starvation crisis. The quantities of food, I'm not going to get into the weeds of the numbers, but the quantities of food that have been brought into the Gaza Strip since the beginning of the war and month over month is enough to feed the Gaza Strip, according to the World Food Program's numbers for what it takes to feed people, for longer than this war has gone on, for about 27 months worth of food. And there's plenty of food getting into the Gaza Strip. But what's happening is that Hamas is trying to perpetuate this narrative that Gazans are starving because starting about 2 months ago, the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, which is run by Americans and is in cooperation with the Israelis, has started distributing food, started distributing humanitarian aid directly to the people of Gaza. And why is that important? Because until they started doing that, the only way for Gazans to get food was to get it from Hamas. All of the tons and tons of food, all the truckloads of food that have been coming into the Gaza Strip as humanitarian aid since the beginning of the war until 2 months ago, were brought in by United Nations organizations that were working hand in glove with Hamas. It was going directly to Hamas, and then Hamas would sell it at exorbitant prices to the people, hoard it for themselves, take all the fuel to fuel their war machine, use it to recruit new recruits into Hamas, and it was basically Hamas's oxygen. The estimates now by the United States, by the State Department, is that Hamas has made approximately $500 million just from selling aid to the people of the Gaza Strip since the war has began. So Israel has realized for a long time that this is a problem, because while the aid has to get to people, the aid is also fueling Hamas. So 2 months ago, they started this new program where in areas that are under Israeli security control on the Gaza Strip, they distribute the food directly to the Gazan citizens. All the aid is supposed to be free. In fact, there are videos and pictures online of packages marked not for sale being sold by Hamas vendors to the people of the Gaza Strip. So what's happening now is, because food is being distributed directly to the Gazan citizens at these distribution centers, that's cutting off Hamas's oxygen, because the people can get food directly from the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation. They don't have to pay exorbitant prices to Hamas, and Hamas is both losing control of the population and also losing their cash flow. So they started perpetuating this starvation narrative really just over the course of the last couple of weeks. It has no basis in fact. We see this even from the Gaza Health Ministry, which is Hamas's own numbers for casualties, for deaths throughout this war. There's nobody dying of starvation in the Gaza Strip. But you could also see it looking at the pictures on your screen right now. We know what starving people look like. These are Gazans. They're not emaciated. They're not starving. The people of Gaza are not starving. But Hamas needs to perpetuate this narrative so that the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation is discredited, and they could go back to the old system of all of the food and aid going through the UN to Hamas, so they can retain control over the population and keep their cash flow going. There's a lot more to this story than that. I don't know how into the weeds you want me to go, but if people go to our YouTube channel, Israel 365 YouTube, we've been covering this for months.
Yes, so let's just put this picture up here. This is what really set me off. And these lies against Israel are relentless. This is a mother holding a baby. And by the looks of it, this is pure visual warfare. Plug a 309. This is all this is. This is propaganda, emotional, visual, optical warfare. Optical warfare. And so no one likes to see what you're looking at here. Looks like a kid who's starving to death, right? So the whole story says this. The story says young, old, and sick starved to death in Gaza. That is the front page of the New York Times. And so the picture they're using is of Muhammad al-Matawak, a child with a muscular disorder, and they're using that as the face of famine in Gaza. And so what you are saying, Rabbi, just to respond to the New York Times here, I'm going to read the New York Times just for people understand. Israel, it's got a little blurry, but it says that trading of blame and chaos as violence hit aid routes. There is nothing here. They are starving to death. And then the picture they are using is a young kid who tragically is suffering from a muscular disorder, but he's not starving to death. So just to repeat what you're saying, Rabbi, you're saying that there is no starvation in Gaza. Is that correct?
Look, it could be that that in certain areas under Hamas control, where they still control things and are hoarding the food, that they're not distributing it in order to create more of a starvation and a desperation problem so that Gazans could be going hungry so that they can perpetuate the narrative. And that's not just, a conspiracy that I'm saying. Just the other day, there was drone footage released by the Israelis to debunk the whole starvation narrative of 1,000 truckloads of humanitarian aid that had been delivered into the areas that are still under Hamas control, that were sitting on the other side of the Gaza border, meaning on the Gaza side of the border, 1,000 truckloads sitting there for weeks and weeks. No one was coming to pick it up. And the UN was saying they had logistical problems. And then but right after Israel released that drone footage of these 900 truckloads, over the last couple of days, hundreds and hundreds of those truckloads have been picked up because they were humiliated by the release of this drone footage that showed that they simply weren't taking the the aid into the Gaza Strip. Now, let me make it clear. 1,000 truckloads of aid is about what it takes to feed the entire Gaza Strip for 2 weeks. And a significant portion of the Gaza Strip is being fed now by this other organization, the American organization, the Gaza Humanitarian Fund. So for the Gazans who remain under Hamas control, this 1,000 truckloads is probably a month's worth of food, and Hamas was simply not picking it up.
Listen, I'm going to play this piece of tape here, live from Mount Aid. This is quite a video. But you think about it from Hamas's perspective. Hamas would want the people of Gaza to starve. Number one, they don't care about their own people. They're just cannon fodder for their radical Islamic aims. But secondly, if they can starve their people, then they can get a media narrative in the West to try to end the brokering of the war. So it's a circuitous way. It is a loophole way of them to use their own kids to starve, blame the Israelis for the starvation to get the war against the terrorists to stop. Let's play cut 312. This is from someone, Fish Burger. I want to make sure I get that. Fish Burger, who literally sees 1,000 things of aid. Look at all the aid that is not being distributed to the people of Gaza. Play cut 312.
I don't know if you guys have ever seen what 600 trucks worth of aid looks like, but this is what it looks like. That is a lot of aid. Wow. It's all going to waste because the UN refuses to distribute it. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Look at this. Look at all that. Literally mountains of aid. Literally, look, standing on it. Standing on mountains of aid.
I mean, that is an extraordinary amount of food and aid. So is the UN intentionally allowing the kids of Gaza to starve? What is going on here?
When you talk about the UN in Gaza, you're not talking about the people sitting in the United Nations in New York. The UN in Gaza is Hamas. That it has been for a long time. That's, if you remember all of the flap earlier on in the war about UNRWA, the UN Relief Works Agency, which it turned out that a lot of their employees were actually members of Hamas who even participated in October 7th. Because the UN employees in Gaza are all locals, and Hamas controls the UN in Gaza. So when you hear about the schools, for example, that Hamas uses as military sites, so that when Israel bombs a military installation and they say, oh, you bombed a school, those schools are UN schools. So there really is no distinction. It's kind of a fictional distinction between the UN and Hamas. When it comes to the Gaza Strip, the UN is just kind of a cover for Hamas.
Yeah, and it's just such a lie, and it's creating so much hysteria here in the United States. And just so we are clear again, this is the only way that Hamas can, quote unquote, survive the war is through a narrative war where they win sentimentality in the West. So they are willing to have their people starve, and they're willing to have invoked famine so that they can win points in the West and then blame it on Israel. These are the very same people that did this on October 7th against the innocent Israelis on October 7th. Why wouldn't they also do it to their own people? But they are. Rabbi Wielicki, stay right there. We have you for another segment to talk about our Israel focus group. What do we have, guys? GoodRanchers.com. Check it out right now at GoodRanchers.com. Good Ranchers is amazing. By the time the show ends, another American family farm will be shut down, not because they stopped working hard, but because a lot of grocery store meat doesn't come from them anymore. Over 85% of grass-fed beef sold in America is imported, and most people have no idea. Guys, it's amazing. You guys can get Wagyu burgers, boom, hot dogs, bacon, straight to your door. Why are you going to the grocery store? If you're going to the grocery store, you're wasting money with fuel, gas, parking, time. Instead, imagine high-quality American meat coming to your door. You get your pick of free meat for life. Again, Wagyu burgers, hot dogs, bacon, chicken wings, and every box for lifetime for your subscription. And if you use my exclusive code KIRK at checkout, You get an extra $40 off your first box. Go to goodranchers.com, use promo code KIRK to get your free meat plus $40 off. Goodranchers.com, American meat delivered. That is goodranchers.com. Again, imagine if you guys get a knock on the door and that is the meat man. And I'm telling you, their chicken nuggets for kids, seed oil free, gluten free, so nutritious, full of protein. Boom, they are a 10. If you guys like grilling, Wagyu burgers, steaks, New York strip, this is the place for you. GoodRanchers.com, American meat delivered straight to your door. The next time someone knocks on your door, it'll be a smiling person with New York strip steaks for you. GoodRanchers.com, promo code Kirk. We'll be right back.
This right here is confidence in a bottle.
Not only does it change you on the outside, but something in the inside, knowing that you're looking better.
It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt in my life.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Well, today we're going to see one for ourselves and let you be the judge. It's called Plexiderm, and lifestyle expert Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and you'll notice the model has bags underneath his eyes and some sagging, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face, and that's how easy it is.
All right, what's the active ingredient?
Okay, so it's silicates that are minerals found in shale rock, and what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes, and as little as 10 minutes, no prescriptions, and very little effort. Even watching the video, this is a real, it's a model, but it's a real guy with real bags underneath his eyes.
My real true opinion is holy words I can't say on camera. This is absolutely unbelievable. I mean, I could feel it just lifting my skin. It was amazing. It feels good. Feels great. Looks even better.
And I did this to my father. We were at home. So we applied it to his under eye bags. And let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view. And now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. He calls me every single month saying, "Hey, Annette, I'm out of Plexiderm. Please send me more." And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles. The way you want to do it is you want to have a clean, dry face. You use a small amount because it's so powerful. You have high school reunions, you have events you want to go to, you want to look years younger. This is it.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work for yourself after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 1-800-854-0295.
The Charlie Kirk Show, where talk meets action.
We're going to play a word association test. What's the first word that comes to mind when you hear Israel?
Judaism.
Aid. Aid.
Netanyahu. Tax dollars. Liability. Sacred. Tax dollars.
Conflict.
Complex.
Controversial.
Scary.
Strategic.
Mossad.
There is a lot there with this Israel focus group. We'll get to that with Rabbi Walicki in a second. This has gone viral, and it's worthy of your attention. You guys can watch it on our YouTube page. I have a lot of people text it to me, and some people that were very upset about it. And we just did an entire segment defending Israel against the lies. You guys know where I stand on this. But also, I am here as an interlocutor to try to explain what is coming next and what is real. Don't be upset just because someone is reporting the information. Anyway, there's also been a lot of positive on it as well. So you guys can check it out on the YouTube panel page, Charlie Kirk YouTube page, and I think you'll really enjoy it. We have Rabbi Walicki continuing in just a second. Email us as always, freedom@charliekirk.com, and subscribe to our podcast. That is the Charlie Kirk Show podcast page. We are doing really well right now. Let's see where we're at. I think we were top 10 this morning, which is terrific, all things being equal. Stay right there, everybody. We're here at the mobile Bitcoin.com studio. That is Bitcoin.com studio. Rabbi Walicki is with us. Rabbi, I want to play this piece of tape here, and then I want to give you some time to react to just the entire focus group. Let's go to cut 302. This is with our Turning Point USA students. They say that anti-Semite is becoming the new word racism, which means almost nothing, unfortunately. Play cut 302.
You're not anti-Israel. You don't wish them harm. You're not, like cheering on Iran.
No, I support Israel. I think they're our ally. I want them.
But you would be called an anti-Semite by some people for saying this.
And I think that's ridiculous. I don't hate Jews because I think a nation should defend themselves.
Exactly.
Yeah. Like, I think that's the most ridiculous thing ever.
I feel like it's becoming like the word racism. Like, we just disagree with them, so we just have to call them a name. I don't think they're actually anti-Semitic. I think people just can't agree with them and they can't prove them wrong. So they just throw a word out and be like, you're anti-Semitic because you think that we should stop sending our money there.
Rabbi Willicke is us. Rabbi, what was your reaction of our focus group?
Well, Charlie, first of all, I commend you for doing it. And the fact that you're getting criticized by those who support Israel and by those who are anti-Israel, I think shows that that you did something very important, and really just listening to what these kids have to say. And if much of what they have to say or some of what they have to say is based on misconceptions or incorrect information, that just tells me as an Israeli and as someone who is an advocate for Israel that we have more work to do. But what I was really thinking as I watched this is that there's a question that's been on my mind really for more than a year now, almost since the beginning of the war here in Israel, which is, and I don't mean this as a criticism of anyone, this question. If you look around the world at populist, nationalist, Christian conservatives, right-wing Christian conservatives, everywhere else in the world, whether it's Viktor Orban's supporters in Hungary, Geert Wilders supporters in the Netherlands, the Bolsonaro supporters in Brazil, and you go around the horn, virtually everywhere, those populist, nationalist, Christian conservatives are pro-Israel, almost lockstep pro-Israel in this war. And yet somehow in America, things are a lot more mixed. And again, I'm not saying that as a criticism at all. It's something I've been thinking about. Like, what is it? What is it that young Americans are seeing that the rest of the world isn't seeing? And I believe that the answer is right there in your focus group. In all those other countries I mentioned, their tax dollars are not going to Israel in the form of aid. And the fact that aid was the most popular answer in your word association at the beginning there really speaks to the fact that the entire relationship of America giving foreign aid, military aid to Israel, it clouds the vision of young Americans about what they're seeing in the Israel conflict. It ends up becoming what the Israel issue is all about, their own tax dollars. And the second issue that I think is part of this mix is that there are organizations in America. The vast majority of American Jews are progressive left liberals, what we used to call liberals. They're part of the progressive left. By polling, over 70% of American Jews identify with the left. And what that means is that if I'm a young Christian conservative in America, unfortunately, a lot of the leading Jewish organizations and the Jewish establishment are on the other side of the issues that I care about most. Organizations like the ADL, who, in my opinion, promote anti-Semitism more than they fight it, end up demonizing anyone who is out of step with their viewpoints. Now, let me also say parenthetically that same Jewish establishment is also increasingly, over the last few decades, uncomfortable with the state of Israel, because Israel has become more right-wing, more religiously observant, more faithful to God. And Israel hasn't had a left-wing prime minister in over 20 years, and we're not going to have one for a while. Israelis are more conservative than their parents and grandparents were. But I think the combination of the Jewish establishment in the United States and the aid issue end up dominating the thoughts about Israel of young American conservatives. Now, the flip side to all of this is that it is worthwhile. It's important for young American conservatives, even as they have these issues, to also think about what is it that their counterparts around the world are seeing that make them pro-Israel. Because for the rest of the world, for the rest of the conservative Christian populist nationalist world, they see in Israel a nation state that is Jewish, that is based on the Judeo-Christian civilization, that is fighting against an Islam that is trying to destroy it, and that the Red-Green Alliance's number one enemy is the state of Israel. They see that war, and it's obvious to them to back Israel.
Got it, Dash. Rabbi Willicke, it's well said. The young students that we talked to, they were not anti-Israel. They were Israel fatigued. We have to be on Team Civilization. We're up against the Marxists and the Islamists to stand for the West. Rabbi Willicke, thank you so much. God bless you guys. We'll see you tomorrow.
Rav Family, from the group who brought you the hit songs 81 Million Votes, My Ass, MAGA Nation, and Trader Joe, comes a brand new single. Daddy Trump is available everywhere, and we need you to make some noise. Go download it on iTunes, and let's run it up to #1 on the charts for President Trump.
So I just want to thank everybody very much. Thank you.
Get ready. You're about to get bombed by the truth bomber.
Didn't raise y'all, but I had to step up. Put the Ayatollah on a no-cap checkup. He calls me Daddy Trump. NATO knows what's up. Why they played pretend, I call they bluff. Kim and Vlad acting bad, throwing fits on the floor. BB screaming from the back, saying, Daddy, there's a war. I walk in like Sunday school.
Don't you hate that dirty old hose? It kinks, splits, and it always leaks. And it's way too heavy to carry around. It's time to get the brand new Pocket Hose Copperhead. Just turn on the water and watch it grow to a full-size hose. It stretches and expands like a rubber band. Old-fashioned hoses get kinks and creases at the spigot, but the new Pocket Pivot swivels 360 degrees. Just connect to the spigot and watch it pivot. And when you turn off the water, away it goes, shrinking back to a pocket-size hose. And it makes it easy to carry and put away. Copperhead. It's the hose that grows and pivots, flexes, and sprays. It puts itself away for another day. The Pocket Hose is so unique and so innovative, it was awarded over 100 patents. Call or go online now to get the super light 25-foot Pocket Hose Copperhead today for only $39.99. But wait, order right now and you'll receive an instant $10 discount. So it's only $29.99. And it gets better. Order right now and get our copper spray nozzle with our exclusive thumb drive free. Simply use your thumb to turn it on or off. And with 10 unique patterns, you'll have a setting for every job. A $30 value. Yours free with every 50-foot Copperhead. Plus, Copperhead comes with a full 10-year warranty. It's that durable. That means you can order right now with total confidence. But this special offer is not available in stores or on Amazon. So order right here, right now. And with rising costs, this may be your last chance at this low price. There is a strict limit of 3 per order. So don't wait. Order now.
To order, call 1-800-957-6191 or visit getcopperhead.com. So call 1-800-957-6191 or visit getcopperhead.com. Order now.
Happens when the fourth turning meets fifth generation warfare.
A commentator, international social media sensation, and former Navy intelligence veteran.
This is Human Events with your host, Jack Posobiec.
Christ is king.
Russia is making rapid advances in eastern Ukraine in a fresh offensive push. Russian forces have captured multiple villages in Donetsk and Dnipro region. Ukraine has confirmed Russia's offensive onslaught. According to Ukraine's general staff, 69 combat engagements took place across the battlefield in 24 hours. Kyiv claims dozens of Russian attacks were repelled, but Russian forces were successful in breaching Ukrainian defense in several places.
If the victory wasn't stolen from him in 2020, maybe the Ukrainian crisis that arose in 2022 would have never appeared.
I'm not so interested in talking anymore. He talks, we have such nice conversations, such respectful and nice conversations, and then people die the following night.
Russia, earlier you said that you were going to change the deadline from 50 days
Yeah, I'm going to make a new deadline of about 10 or 12 days from today. There's no reason in waiting. There's no reason in waiting. It's 50 days. I want to be generous, but we just don't see any progress being made.
Last administration lost track of 300,000. So President Trump committed, we're going to find every one of these children. We've already found 13,000 of these kids, over 13,000 of these kids.
New details about what Team Trump wanted to know over these past 2 days of talks with Maxwell.
She was asked maybe about 100 different people. She answered questions about everybody, and she didn't hold anything back.
100 different people? 100 names?
Mr. President.
And by the way, I never went to the island, and Bill Clinton went there supposedly 28 times. I never went to the island, but Larry Summers, I hear, went there. He was the head of Harvard. And many other people that are very big people. Nobody ever talks about them.
There was a group of people who attacked a couple folks on the street in Cincinnati.
What I saw is a mob of lawless thugs beating up on an innocent person, and it's disgusting. And I hope every single one of those people who engage in violence is prosecuted to the full extent of the law.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard today's edition, Human Events Daily, here live, Washington, D.C. Today is July 28th, 2025, Anno Domini. Over the weekend, there were a number of stories that came out, but one of the ones that came across the wire that I just couldn't stop thinking about over and over and over was this massive, obviously racially incited mob violence in Cincinnati. And people want to go back and forth. They say, oh, well, someone said something and that led to this and this led to that. And people were being intimidated. I said, look. It's very clear that what started out as a situation, and this is me just watching the videos. And as I've always said in any situation, show me what happened 60 seconds before the viral video began. Show me what happened before, of course. And I'm always going to have that standard. So show me what happened before, show me the context. But what you can see on the videos is very clear. There are women being thrown to the ground and stomped on and beaten, young women, old women. And you hear a mob of people cheering, applauding, clapping. We don't have to live like this. We shouldn't live like this. And in a serious country, it wouldn't take the federal government getting involved for this situation to be dealt with. Mob violence, regardless of if it's a white mob or a black mob, should always be put down. There's no question. The only question apparently is that people have is whether or not anyone cares. Because you saw over the weekend that it was social media that drove this story to the national forefront. It was not, in fact, local media. It was not, in fact, national media. No, it was social media. Social media and the special connection that the Trump administration has with social media, Donald Trump himself, of course, being a longtime user of social media. In fact, the platform X, he doesn't quite use it as much as he used to. He now has Truth Social. Elon Musk drove this over the weekend. And of course, J.D. Vance, who hails from Ohio and is the former senator of Ohio, is now our vice president, and he has spoken out up against it as well. Folks, it's becoming untenable, becoming completely untenable over and over and over. If two people want to engage in mutual combat, that's one thing. All right. We have no idea what started this. But what you're seeing here is group on group violence, where we are members of one racial group. So we are black and you're white. So we're going to wage violence on all of you. All right. This is what happens when civilizations break down. This is what happens when societies break down. This is what happens when the rule of law breaks down. You don't go back into some sort of primordial stew where everyone's living in peace and harmony. No. What do you get? It's my tribe versus your tribe. And my tribe has to destroy your tribe. That is human nature. That is human history. Whether you like it or not, there are cave paintings from 50,000 years ago that you can find and depicts exactly this. The tribe taking out someone or a group of people that they decide are the other. So this is what we've got. Tribe on tribe violence on the streets of Cincinnati. We'll be right back. Jack Posobiec, Human Events Daily.
To avoid digital threats, just turn on NordVPN. Improve your protection against trackers, malicious websites, and malware-ridden downloads. Get the deal now.
A heart attack? Do they have life insurance?
No.
But we have life insurance. John.
I'm trying to find something we can afford.
Fortunately, in only a few minutes, SelectQuote found John a $500,000 policy for only $29 a month. And his wife Anne a $500,000 policy for only $21 a month. Go to SelectQuote.com now and get the insurance your family needs
at a price you can afford. SelectQuote. We shop, you save.
Friend, do you remember when it felt good to withdraw your cash from the bank to expand a business, go on vacation, or buy a new car? Well, today, withdrawing your own cash has become a very risky business, according to The Secret War, a shocking new research report. I just read it. And folks, I was amazed to learn why banks are now required to spy on us for the government and then report any suspicious or unusual behavior. I suggest you get The Secret War free. Just call the number on the screen, no charge, from the folks at Swiss America, and get this. Did you know simply spending cash today may be enough to have you branded as a potential criminal? That's right. The new war on cash is really a war against all freedom-loving Americans. The Secret War is yours free, so call the number on the screen and you can tell them Pat Boone gave you the number.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff, tense, or less active? Introducing the Easy Well Remedy Massage System, a triple fusion of therapeutic experiences. Full body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation and reduces inflammation. Infrared heat penetrates deep to reduce pain, soothe, and relax. The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 heated nodes mimics a professional massage. Plus, it's detachable for deep relief anywhere you need it. Experience the true remedy for your pain and stiffness. Call now.
The bathroom of your dreams is only a phone call away with BCI Bath and Shower. We can make your ordinary bath and shower extraordinary. This is not a cookie-cutter design. This is a complete custom build that will fit your every need, and discounts for seniors and military.
In our way, and our golden age has just begun.
This is Human Events with Jack Posobiec.
Now it's time for everyone to understand what America First truly means. Welcome to the Second American Revolution.
All right, Jack Posobiec here. We are back live, Human Events Daily. All patriots within sound of my voice, watching right now on Real America's Voice or anywhere you're reading us, go to patriotmobile.com/POSO or give them a call, 972-PATRIOT, and you right now can get a free month of service with promo code POSO. Why is this so important to patriots? Because patriots need to support other patriots. It's really as simple as that. Are you a patriotic American? Are you a real American? Well, then guess what? Why are you going in with one of these globalist cell phone providers like the ones out there that are supporting all of these woke ideals? No. Let's go with the Patriots. The Patriots, of course, over at Patriot Mobile. PatriotMobile.com/POSO. They put America first. They put veterans first. They put first responders first. They put the people who actually create the backbone of our country first. You go to patriotmobile.com/POSO, check them out, sign up right now. If you want, you can get a free month of free service with promo code POSO, patriotmobile.com/POSO. All right, very excited to have on now our program, a former Department of Defense official, Dan Caldwell, joins us. Dan, how are you?
I'm doing great. Thanks for having me on.
Yeah, of course. So had to get you on and right into the mix of it. President Trump made some comments earlier today there in Scotland, where he was meeting with UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer regarding the situation in Russia, these peace talks, which really do seem, I'm just going to say it, they seem like they've been stalled out. The battlefront is what it is in eastern Ukraine, in those Russian-speaking provinces. President Trump initially saying 50-day deadline, now saying 10 to 12-day deadline. We're not exactly sure what happens at the end of that. Seems like he's trying to get talks to restart. But I wanted to get your sense on what the situation really is on the ground in Ukraine and what cards the U.S., if any, really has to play here.
Well, thanks, Jack. And this is a very important question. Look, I understand why President Trump is frustrated. President Putin has not had a real incentive to move rapidly on peace talks. And that is because there is an unfortunate reality. And that is that Russia has a military, manpower, and material advantage that the West, including all of NATO, can't really overcome. And so he's not in a position right now where he feels like he really needs to stop the fighting, because he feels like he can achieve more of his military objectives over the next few months. So what does that mean? So the reality is the Russians have a 3-to-1 manpower advantage over the Ukrainians. They just simply have more people than the Ukrainians. In addition, the Ukrainian military is having a lot of problems. The people in the West like to focus on how much aid that the United States or NATO is giving Ukraine, but their biggest problem, again, comes down to manpower, is they just don't have enough people. They're having higher levels of desertions. I've read reports that there's been over 100,000 desertions already this year. Now, in fairness, some of those are guys actually deserting from one unit to another. They don't like the unit they're in, so they're going to go to a unit they think's better. But a lot of it, too, has to do with that people just don't want to be thrown in a meat grinder. So I've even seen some very pro-Ukraine voices in the last week or so acknowledge that the Ukrainian military is in really bad shape. There may be a breakdown in some of their lines, and the Russians' advances may accelerate. And so that is a really unfortunate reality. And here's the tougher pill to swallow, I think, for a lot of people in the West, is short of a direct intervention by NATO, which, of course, would be really dangerous and could lead to a nuclear war, there's really not a lot that we can do to fundamentally change the battlefield dynamics in Ukraine. So it's a very difficult situation. And again, I understand where President Trump's coming from. He doesn't like to see the killing. He doesn't like to see the destruction of these cities. But there's not a whole lot that we can do unless we risk nuclear war, or we do things that can hurt us economically, to really change the current balance of power on the battlefield.
And not only that, but we also saw over the weekend two items, and I kind of put them in contention, because you've got the massive protests now we're seeing in Kiev and other places where they're calling out. Now, these are not anti-war protests. I want to be clear about that to everyone. But they are sort of anti-Zelensky in the sense that he has signed this new bill effectively shutting down a lot of the anti-corruption watchdog bureaus that were set up post-2014, post-Maidan within Ukraine. So he signed a new law basically shutting them down. Again, this is a guy who's been in office without an election now for a very, very long time. He was elected in 2019. So he's now been in office for 6 years. Martial law, of course, was imposed on the country due to the invasion, but he continues beyond his original term. And so that's sort of what you're starting to see blow over into this deteriorating political condition, which lines up with everything you're talking about regarding the front lines between the movement of people and troops from unit to unit, and as well as the lack of supplies. The EU just announced over the weekend, by the way, that they are going to be cutting their aid to Ukraine, I think almost $2 billion over these corruption concerns. This is certainly something that's very serious. And at the same time, on the battlefield, we were talking about this earlier in the spring. We said end of July is when you would really see Russia attempt to make a breakout along some of these lines. That's when the fighting season really kicks off. And we've got this map up that I can show of Pokrovsk, which is right there now getting squeezed as the Russians really move to envelop this key city. And, you know, people say, okay, well, what is this? We're zoomed in. If you look at all the green right there, that's exactly the spot where this late July offensive is that we predicted would come out. Lieutenant Colonel Tony Schaefer was on here. That's now happening across a key intersection for logistics in terms of a hub between the highways for pretty much all the main cities on the Eastern Front. So if they take the logistics hub, now you've got a straight shot potentially all the way back down to the river from the Dnieper, and which runs north-south, and of course is the same river on which Kiev itself sits. So Dan, when we're talking about this, those eastern cities, those really are the ones that have the most defensives. Those are the ones that really have the most built up armaments, the built up battlements. You know, the cities beyond these areas just don't really have the level of defenses that we saw in the East.
That's correct. And they started building up those defenses all the way back in 2014 during the first phase of the Donbass war. And I think this has been a mistake of the Ukrainian military, is that they have chosen to prioritize holding cities that really there's no strategic advantage to hold, like Bakhmut in 2023. That incredibly bloody battle, had they not sacrificed, potentially tens of thousands of troops in that pointless battle, their counteroffensive likely would have been more effective. And continuing to double down on these cities that they know they're going to lose in the coming months, they would make the argument as, we're bleeding the Russians. But again, the Russians have more men to sacrifice. And by prioritizing these types of operations, the operation into Kursk, instead of moving back to more defensive positions, hardening up in certain areas, shortening their lines, they make these decisions that are more political in nature than based on sound military strategy. And that gets back to what you were talking about earlier about Zelensky and his political position. I think we have to be honest here. Is Zelensky and his right-hand man Yermak, who I just have to say is might as well be a Russian agent, because I think he's done more to harm Ukraine over the past couple of years than just about anybody else. They really know that they're done as soon as the war is over or there's an election. So they have an incentive to keep this going and to keep these spectacular political operations that keep some of their supporters in the West happy. But again, they really have to make some hard decisions here, shorten their lines, move to more of an active defensive strategy, and that will allow them to hold on longer and get to a place where they are in better shape in negotiations. But again, that requires acknowledging some things that will cause them to take some political blows that Zelensky and Yermak just aren't willing to do.
And of course, this is also why I think, if you see from the Russian side, they're saying if we're enveloping these key cities, if we're at the point where they might even be looking at the potential for severing Ukrainian supply lines to the east, I think they're sitting there from the perspective of saying, why should we negotiate when we're winning?
Absolutely. Absolutely. And that's a key thing, is they have a military advantage. And I want to get back to something I said earlier. There's just simply not a lot of things the West can do to change that. There's been a lot of talk, for example, about giving Ukraine more Patriot missiles. And I think President Trump has found a way to do it effectively in the short term without undermining our own readiness. But it doesn't change the reality that the United States only produces around 600 Patriot missiles a year. The Russians produce 1,200 Iskander ballistic missiles a year. And that doesn't include their Kinzhal missiles. It doesn't include their Jarin drones, other things that at times we've used the Patriots to shoot down. That's a mathematical reality that's not going to change over the next few months. So even if we were to start surging supplies to Ukraine, you'd only buy them another few months in their current position. And that would at the same time completely undermine our readiness in other key theaters, mainly the Pacific and, the Middle East, where, God forbid things kick off there. We may have to expend more munitions there. So there's some mathematical realities around manpower, around the West's ability to produce things that unfortunately we just can't change. So I would just say to President Trump, the administration, I understand where you're coming from. There's some short-term things I understand you're trying to accomplish. But in the long term, this is going to ultimately end with Ukraine making some tough concessions and Russia controlling more of Ukraine, likely what they do now.
And this really is the threat. And by the way, it's the people of Ukraine who suffer the most here. And that needs to be said over and over and over. And I remember traveling there during the war to some of these areas that were, not at the front, but pretty close. And these are good people. They don't deserve any of this. Right back, Jack Posobiec, Human Events Daily, Real America's Voice.
Time to take a survey for our disabled veterans? Do you have time to take a survey? Hey, do you have time to take a survey? Hey, ma'am, how are you today?
I'm good, how are you?
Great. Well, I'm with Disabled American Veterans. Do you have a moment to chat?
Yes,
awesome. If you had the opportunity to say thank you to a disabled veteran, do you know what you would say?
I feel like I just thank him for what he's done for me,
We actually have that opportunity right now.
Oh my God.
If you turn around, we have one of our veterans with us.
Hi.
Hi, my name is Mike. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. I just want to thank you so much for risking your life for me and everyone here. And I thank you for the sacrifices you made. And I appreciate you.
You seem a little emotional. What's going on?
I looked down at your arm and I shook your hand and I realized that you did it at the cost for me. You did it for me and you didn't have to, and I just thank you for sacrificing yourself for me.
It's okay. I'd do it again and again.
You can show your gratitude as well when you call the number on your screen right away, or go to helpdav.org today with your monthly gift of only $19. When you do, we'll send you your very own DAV blanket as a symbol of the care you're making possible for veterans.
When you support DAV, you're supporting veterans like me when we need you the most.
Please call or go online to helpdav.org right away. Your monthly gift makes a difference in the lives of our veterans, now and into their future.
Hi, Chef Daniel Green here with Rice Robot, the 1, 2, 3 rice cooker. Watch, 1 add the white cup for rice, 2 add the blue cup for water, 3 click it and let Rice Robot perfectly cook it.
The secret is perfect cook technology for even cooking. Then Rice Robot senses when it's done, auto stops and keeps it warm to serve.
It won't burn, overcook or undercook, guaranteed.
Get the complete Rice Robot cooking system, all for just $39.99. Order now.
You talk about influencers. These are influencers, and they're friends of mine. Jack Posobiec. Where's Jack? Jack, he's done a great job.
All right, Jack Posobiec, we're back live here, Human Events Daily. We are talking about all things Ukraine. We're talking about all things that are going down on the battlefield. And we're speaking with Dan Caldwell, former Department of Defense official. Dan, one of the things that I've heard a lot of people say, politically speaking, is a potential political situation that the Trump administration could certainly find themselves in, just scenario down the line, that if Ukraine does, and as we're sort of talking about, this sounds like a situation that runs the risk of a collapse. And if there's an Afghanistan-style collapse going into midterms politically, that's obviously going to be a huge price for the administration, as it was for Biden. If, of course, that's only really if this becomes Trump's war, even though I think it's still more seen as a Biden thing at this point. But, those images that we saw of Afghanistan, certainly ones that no one's ever going to forget. And I think a lot of people would hate to see images like that coming out of Ukraine, coming out of Kiev, especially. And then there's Zelensky himself. They're already protesting him. I mean, what happens if we're in a situation where Zelensky is fleeing to London before Christmas?
Well, I just would say that, I think one solution here is just to give Zelensky Stephen Colbert's spot on CBS. Give him something to do, get him out of Ukraine.
Going back to his
that could
roots.
be part of the deal. I mean, we were talking about it. That's Zelensky was the Jon Stewart of Ukraine before all of this. So that could maybe be part of the peace deal. But joking aside, you bring up a very, very important point, and that President Trump doesn't want this to become his war. So I think going forward, He needs to find ways to continue to get the Americans extricated out of a leading role in supporting Ukraine, make this more of a European problem. And at some point, he has, again, I think it would be good the United States helped drive a peace deal, but we need to be able to walk away at some point and say, this is a European problem, this is a Eurasia problem. The United States has other more important things to deal with. Because again, there's a political ramification to it if this thing falls apart under President Trump's watch, and if we are ultimately more and more involved. And I would just go back to what I said earlier. It's just kind of like with Afghanistan. The way the withdrawal happened, the way the collapse happened was disgraceful. But we have to admit is that there was no path to real victory in that war, just like there's no path to a total Ukraine victory in this war. And we need to acknowledge it's going to be somewhat of an ugly peace, but at least it preserves a future for Ukraine and its people going forward, as opposed to a total collapse or total Russian domination.
Well, this is a European Christian nation, and certainly we hope the best way forward and fastest way forward for peace is something that can be achieved, especially while, again, this is on the European continent. We know President Trump is there right now working very hard to focus on this. And of course, what everyone's thinking about is the risk of a wider war escalation, something that would draw the United States in. And that, of course, leads to the question of our veterans and leads to the question of how we treated the veterans of the last war. And unfortunately, I saw a statistic that I'm trying to run this down, so I haven't really put it out too much, but it claimed that the number of suicides that are directly attributable or at least associated with the global war on terror is in the tens of thousands. And to me, that struck even more than this ubiquitous statistic we always hear, 22 a day. Tens of thousands. I mean, you would really have to add that to the total casualty rate of the global war on terror itself, but we just don't do that because we don't count numbers that way. You've got a new piece out in the New York Times today on veterans and the treatment of veterans. Tell us about that.
Yeah, so I would just say on that statistic, I served in the Marine Corps, I served in Iraq. More Marines I served with have died by suicide than were killed or injured in the Iraq or Afghanistan wars. And that's a very common experience. Jack, I know you served. Yeah. That's a very common experience across our peer group. So my op-ed was focused on the problems within military housing and military healthcare. And I wrote it with a good friend of mine, Darren Selnick, who served at the DoD with me. And he was focused very much on personnel. And right now, in large part because of decisions made over the last 20 years, and particularly in the Biden administration, there's serious problems with the military healthcare system and military housing. Is you have literally tens of billions of dollars of maintenance backlogs in military housing and in the military healthcare system that are impeding their ability to care for our service members, their families, and veterans, because the military healthcare system also takes care of military retirees. So the message of the op-ed was this is a problem that President Trump inherited, just like with Ukraine, but they have resources as a result of the one big, beautiful bill. They need to make sure those resources are being used to fix these problems, and they're not being moved into some, failing acquisition program that just feeds the military industrial complex or helps, some pet pork project in some congressional district. We need to fix these systems, because when a military member has to focus on his housing or his health care and problems facing his family, that's less focus they have on their ability to do their actual jobs, which is fight and win wars. And unfortunately, that often gets overlooked. So that was the key message here, is this is a problem the president inherited. He has money to fix it, and him and the Department of Defense should really make sure these problems are fixed, because they've also had a lot of success around recruiting. They want to keep those people. And if these problems aren't fixed, then people aren't going to have an incentive to re-enlist or re-up and spend 10, 20, 30 years in the military like we want them to.
Oh, that's exactly right. No, I couldn't agree more. Please go check out this op-ed. It's very important. By the way, I did run down that statistic, and this is a report from Brown University, the Cost of War Project. And okay, so Brown University, that's what's put this out, and a project from the Watson Institute for International and Public Affairs. Their estimate is 30,000 suicides among post 9/11 veterans and active duty personnel. So 30,000. Which is just a number that needs to be said over and over.
And it's moral engineering. It's how we deploy these guys over and over again.
We're taking National Guardsmen and putting them on 22-month deployments to the sandbox.
Yeah. It just infuriates me. And I mean, that's a whole nother episode, but it's a shameful that the people responsible for that haven't.
Dan, we'll have you on again. Where can people go to follow you, man?
Follow me on X at Dan D. Caldwell. That's the best place to find my work right now.
All right, Dan Caldwell, former DOD official. We'll be right back here. Human Events Daily, Real America's Voice.
It's just like our new house. I hope you have an American Home Shield warranty. Leaky toilet? Fixed. Oven beyond repair? If AHS can't fix your covered item, then replace it, no matter its age. Sign up today at ahs.com.
This right here is confidence in a bottle.
Not only does it change you on the outside, but something in the inside, knowing that you're looking better.
It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt in my life.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Well, today we're going to see one for ourselves and let you be the judge. It's called Plexiderm, and lifestyle expert Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and you'll notice the model has bags underneath his eyes and some sagging, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face, and that's how easy it is.
All right, what's the active ingredient?
Okay, so it's silicates that are minerals found in shale rock, and what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes in as little as 10 minutes, no prescriptions, and very little effort. Even watching the video, this is a real, it's a model, but it's a real guy with real bags underneath his eyes.
My real true opinion is holy words I can't say on camera. This is absolutely unbelievable. I mean, I could feel it just lifting my skin. It was amazing. It feels good. Feels great. Looks even better.
And I did this to my father. We were at home. So we applied it to his under eye bags. And let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view. And now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. He calls me every single month saying, "Hey, Annette, I'm out of Plexiderm. Please send me more." And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles. The way you want to do it is you want to have a clean, dry face. You use a small amount because it's so powerful. You have high school reunions, you have events you want to go to, you want to look years younger. This is it.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work for yourself after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 1-800-854-0295.
The bathroom of your dreams is only a phone call away with BCI Bath and Shower. We can make your ordinary bath and shower extraordinary. This is not a cookie cutter design. This is a complete custom build that will fit your every need, and discounts for seniors and military.
Where's Jack? Where's Jack? Where is he? Jack, I want to see you. Great job, Jack. Thank you. What a job you do. You know, we have an incredible thing. We're always talking about the fake news and the bad, but we have guys, and these are the guys who should be getting Pulitzers.
All right, Jack Posobiec, here we are back live, Human Events Daily. So, Jeffrey Epstein, Todd Blanche, the Deputy Attorney General, going down and meeting with Ghislaine Maxwell for 2 sessions totaling up to about 9 hours. Now, longtime viewers of Human Events Daily here on Real America's Voice will remember this is something that I've been calling for since her very trial itself, all the way back in 2021, saying, look, you know, I remember from my time at Gitmo, when you've got someone behind bars, yes, it is punishment, but it is also a source of information. And, in fact, a source that is in a fixed position and cannot leave. So you think of that as a library. You think of that as an archive. And now, finally, all the way up at the highest level, thanks to the pressure, by the way, of people like the Human Events audience, people like the Posse, and the Patriots writ large, we're now finally starting to see the wheels turn on this. at a very high level. And you can't deny that it's a very, very high level when the deputy attorney general has gone down. And Todd Blanchard's a very serious guy. Worked with the president on the impeachment. Very, very serious. So I wanted to bring on Shane Cashman to get into this a little bit, chop it up. Shane, you know him, of course, from Timcast. He joins Human Events Daily once again. Shane, how are you?
Hey, Jack. It's good to be here. Thanks for having me.
So what do you make of where the current status of all of this? You know, a lot of people said, oh, they're going to cover it up. It's never, and certainly there have been cover-ups. And a lot of people thought the government would never go back to it. President Trump has sent his deputy attorney general there to a prison cell, or at least the attorney meeting room, with Ghislaine Maxwell.
Well, I think it's great that we're talking to her finally. I want to hear everything she has to say. I think the American people deserve to hear everything. She is a great source of information, although I urge everyone to be skeptical of what she says, just in terms of her past. You know, what she's in jail for is very serious. Very reluctant to want to say she deserves a pardon, but I want to hear everything she says, just because what she's complicit in doing is some of the most evil stuff I can imagine happening on earth when it comes to children. And then, my skepticism is also rooted in her familial ties, her father being Robert Maxwell. He was involved in some very serious, also high issue crimes with the Promise scandal in the early 90s. And he himself was a bit of a media mogul, a bit of a Rupert Murdoch. I think there were even competition around that same time in terms of owning presses like Pergamon Press and even owning 51% of MTV. But that all said, I think there has been a mismanagement of information coming from the administration. And I think a lot of the people around the president seem to be saying things, maybe multiple things, and I don't think he really knows how to handle it, honestly, in terms of how I hear the messaging, which has been tough for the people to hear. But this is a great step in getting, hopefully, some more transparency. Hopefully we can trust it. I'm very interested to see what she has to say. Who are these 100 people she's talking about? I think we probably know quite a bit of those names already. And then my skepticism is also rooted in, this case has gone on so long, and people talk about the files, which is, I think are important, but it's hard to trust those as well, because they've been through so many different hands, through so many administrations and people that, we don't know what's been done to them, who to trust. And, but, I'm very, very eager to hear what they've learned from Ghislaine this time around.
Well, that's right. And I keep saying over and over, people say, how do you take the word of someone who's been associated with this? And I point out that that's the same as any source, right? Any source on any story that you work with, whether you're an investigative journalist, whether you work in intelligence, whether you're an investigator, again, you always take it with a grain of salt. You always take it as skepticism. You're not doing your job as a reporter or an investigator if you're not. What you have to do then next is called corroboration. Okay, so does this match up with flight logs? Do we have another source, maybe a pilot or something like that, someone who worked there that can also corroborate what this person has said? Do we have other? And again, when you're the deputy attorney general, you have the full resources of the federal government at your fingertips. So you've got access to every file that was created from the previous investigations, as well as to data for, in terms of cell phone records, all sorts of things that can be sought for. So it's really something where, and I remember I used to get that question all the time when we would have congressional delegations or senators down at Guantanamo. So how can you trust these guys? I said, well, we don't, right? That's the obvious answer. We don't. I saw Speaker Johnson got asked the same question. I think he was on Face the Nation this weekend, and he got asked that question. He said, well, I hope she's truthful. I said, well, but it's not just that, Speaker. It's that you don't trust. You trust but verify. Trust but verify. That's the answer. That's what it comes down to. And really, look, you saw even President Trump now. Even President Trump is talking about Harvard University and their connections to Epstein. And boy, we know Harvard University obviously is connected to so many CRT and all of these, Occupy movements and all the rest of it. So the idea that a place like Harvard would be so tied to Epstein, Reid Hoffman, people who are going down to the island, President Trump, of course, confirming that he did not go to the island using some select language. And
can I say something about Harvard really quick? Is, that is extremely important, because not only Larry Summers was the president of Harvard from 2001 to I think 2006, but then he, as far as we know, asked for a donation for his wife's poetry videos from Epstein. I believe that happened after the conviction. That's extremely suspicious. Trump, I believe this morning, the president mentioned Summers as well when he was talking about the island. So Harvard is very, very interesting to me in terms of Epstein. The other connection would be Eric Weinstein was a student there, and he's talked about Jeffrey Epstein's connections to the math department and how Jeffrey Epstein was very interested in gravity technology. I don't know what that's all about. I would love to hear more about those connections. And when it comes to that investigation, the corroboration you're talking about, I hope to see a lot of that and how it affected Harvard, because our universities have been completely captured. And this is just going to be one example of how they're captured. Someone like Epstein is a gatekeeper, a blackmailer, and why he's so interested in these things is quite interesting, especially if I connect it to what I said previously about Robert Maxwell, who did Pergamon Press, with a lot of science textbooks that were in a lot of colleges, So there's these very strange, coincidences, I'll put in quotes, that connect Epstein, Maxwell, Ghislaine to things like the sciences industry in this country.
And this is what it's all about, these ideas of, he talked about genetic stuff at one point. He had this ranch where he wanted to get into, basically it was reproduction of himself, but on a mass scale. And he had these ideas of sort of like global depopulation, and it's sort of like, a seed bank, but a genetic seed bank. And who knows, perhaps he's got some of those squirreled away somewhere. But at the end of the day, people are saying that we want to come at this from a political perspective. And yes, of course, it's very easy to make this into an R's versus D thing. But I think to your point, it goes way deeper than that.
I think this is part of the spiritual warfare that we are unfortunately trapped within. We're in a revolving door of tragedy and trauma that's connected to, in my opinion, satanic pedophiles that are, unfortunately have ingratiated themselves into almost every institution, maybe every institution in the country, education, the arts. It's not just Epstein. He's just one part of a much bigger thing. And so when I hear Trump campaigning on Agenda 47 and obliterating the deep state, something I care deeply about, this Epstein story is a part of that invisible network of, evildoers that are running this country into the ground, that are turning it against us, that have weaponized the government against the American people. The Epstein case is so important, not just because of the children, which we want to protect and keep protecting, and, they're harming the innocent. And on top of that, it's also, what are they gatekeeping? What are they doing to politicians to make them vote a certain way with our tax dollars? So this is like a really important situation. It's really important for people to not talk about. They say don't talk about it or move on. I think a lot of people are underestimating how important this story is to even people who don't live online as much as you and I might. I spent the weekend talking to a ton of people just in the real world, family members, friends, and strangers, and just talking about Epstein. And they're like, yeah, that's an insane story. And I'm like, are you on Twitter? And they're not on Twitter as much as I am. I'm addicted. And people do care because they see it as this destruction of innocence and the attack on children, and also why is it so closely related to our government and also governments around the world. It's not just ours. So I think this is incredibly important, and I'm very anxious to see what we get out of this Ghislaine Maxwell questioning.
Well, and it's simple as that. And when it comes to the nature of these crimes, when it comes to the nature of the crime, by the way, just the crimes that we know about, just the crimes that are public, the crimes that are actually out there in the public domain that you could see there, that she was convicted for, that she's currently serving serving sentence for right now, that all came out at her trial. Beyond anything else that could be involved, even though we're told 100 names came up during the course of this 9 hours of questioning, which is really just an opening. 9 hours, by the way, at Gitmo, 9 hours is nothing. That's like day one, day two, right? That is nothing.
I can't imagine. And I just also want people to remember, this is also about the justice system. We all know how it's been mutilated over the decades and turned against the people, and how other people are allowed to somehow walk. And we can't forget that when Epstein went to jail in Florida, when he was put away it was supposed to be 2 years, he only did 13 months. That was a pretty sweet little deal he had. He was able.
You even have to stay there overnight. We'll be right back. Shane Cashman, Jack Posobiec, Human Events Daily.
He was only 47. Aneurysm. Did he have life insurance? Do you? No. You got to get on it. Check out SelectQuote. Trust me, the peace of mind, it's worth it.
Life insurance is too important to put off another day. That's why SelectQuote makes getting coverage you need easy, for less than $1 a day. Now get up to a $2 million policy with no medical exam and same-day coverage.
Don't you hate that dirty old hose? It kinks, splits, and it always leaks. And it's way too heavy to carry around. It's time to get the brand new Pocket Hose Copperhead. Just turn on the water and watch it grow to a full-size hose. It stretches and expands like a rubber band. Old-fashioned hoses get kinks and creases at the spigot, but the new Pocket Pivot swivels 360 degrees. Just connect to the spigot and watch it pivot. And when you turn off the water, away it goes, shrinking back to a pocket-size hose. And it makes it easy to carry and put away. Copperhead. It's the hose that grows and pivots, flexes, and sprays. It puts itself away for another day. The Pocket Hose is so unique and so innovative, it was awarded over 100 patents. Call or go online now to get the super light 25-foot Pocket Hose Copperhead today for only $39.99. But wait, order right now and you'll receive an instant $10 discount. So it's only $29.99. And it gets better. Order right now and get our copper spray nozzle with our exclusive thumb drive free. Simply use your thumb to turn it on or off. And with 10 unique patterns, you'll have a setting for every job. A $30 value. Yours free with every 50-foot Copperhead. Plus, Copperhead comes with a full 10-year warranty. It's that durable. That means you can order right now with total confidence. But this special offer is not available in stores or on Amazon. So order right here, right now. And with rising costs, this may be your last chance at this low price. There is a strict limit of 3 per order. So don't wait. Order now.
To order, call 1-800-957-6191 or visit getcopperhead.com. So call 1-800-957-6191 or visit getcopperhead.com. Order now.
Jack is a great guy. He's written a fantastic book. Everybody's talking about it. Go get it. And he's been my friend right from the beginning of this whole beautiful event. And we're going to turn it around and make our country great again. Amen.
All right, Jack Posobiec back live here, Human Events Daily. Now, this is a story that Shane Cashman over at Timcast has been working on, and he wanted to share it with us because it's very interesting and perhaps goes deeper than we originally thought. And it's called, and I'm just going to ask Shane. Shane, what is the Gothic fire at Area 51?
So the official story is that lightning struck in the area around Area 51 on July 4th and started what became 40,000 acres on fire surrounding Area 51. It's been, I think, contained. Last I checked, it was down to half that. But, it's been worrisome to people. There's all different theories about it. Oh, my goodness, they're trying to get rid of evidence. They're, trying to get rid of technology that they don't want to be found. Or it's just, a natural disaster and a fire happening near a super top secret area. But the thing that's interesting to me is that fires in Area 51 have a long history of infecting people, making people sick who work there. You can go back to the early 2000s and find articles in SF Gate where former staffers at Area 51 say they were in charge of burn pits that gave them cancer. And they were burning chemicals. This is Area 51, for those that don't know, is where like Skunk Works does a lot of building of high technology, the stealth bombers, which I'll get into in a second. And they were
wait, Shane,
no, sorry.
Let me zoom out for a second. So, guys, anyone who doesn't know this by now, Area 51 is 100% real. It's an actual place. It is part of the Nevada Test and Training Range in southern Nevada. It's right next to Groom Lake. So it has been a place where the Air Force has used for many, many years for these test and experimental aircraft, as well as perhaps other things.
Yeah, there's a ton of theories out there. People believe there's extraterrestrial life there. People tried invading Area 51 a few years ago. But there's definitely Lockheed Martin and others out there working on future technology that we can't even imagine yet. So like I said, in SF-Gate in the early 2000s, there's articles from staffers at Area 51 saying they were sickened by these burn pits, probably from chemicals used, maybe from paints or who knows what, from things they were building. But the reason this is so interesting now with the Gothic fires in the news is that at the same time, there's a new group of Air Force vets who are also staffers, hand-picked staffers at Area 51, working on multiple top secret projects, one of which they're allowed to tell us was working on the stealth bomber. And they had a barbecue a few years ago. This guy, David Crete, had this barbecue together. And this was first reported in Newsmax. I want to shout out them for just breaking this crazy story. They all realized at this barbecue, they had all been suffering from terrible cancers. And not just like your normal cancer. It's like they all had grapefruit-sized tumors. They all had multiple cancers. David Crete believes, and this is according to his doctors, that this they call it the invisible enemy from these chemicals in Area 51, actually altered his DNA, so much so that it gave his son a brain tumor when he was born. So these guys started talking and being like, wow, there's a ton of us that actually 491 people have died as a part of this program over the years. They were out of touch for a while. They got back together for this barbecue and realized, oh my goodness, that's a lot of people from one, department out there. 491, there's actually a wreath now in DC for these 491 who are dead. And they're trying to pass some legislation to get help, because on top of all these issues that they can't talk about and their illnesses, all of their information is data masked because it was all classified information. So the VA can't help them because they have no way to prove they were around anything dangerous while they're out there working. So now there's this big push, and I hope it happens for them to get help, to get these things unmasked so these guys can find, some of these guys have just lost their tongues. They can't walk. Like I said, the altered DNA, it's affecting children. And that might remind some people who are listening of things such as Agent Orange, made by Monsanto during the Vietnam War. When they said, we're going to spray our enemies with Agent Orange, not really thinking, maybe they did, who knows, how it would affect our soldiers. And it affected our soldiers in horrible ways. I have people calling into my show who are family members of people who had died from Agent Orange, and it's tragic. And, that also affected their children. So this is another one of those stories that I find egregious.
Yeah, growing up, I had a buddy whose dad was a Marine in Vietnam that he ended up being part of it, getting some of the settlement. I remember the whole thing from a young age when that happened. And I would also add that something else this reminds me of is, take the military potentially aspect out of it, East Palestine. So East Palestine, I know you've done a ton of reporting there. Our network, of course, Real America's Voice, and the great Ben Berquam was one of the first on the scene, has gone back multiple times. And again, what we're all getting around, and by the way, I know veterans who've had all sorts of horrible experiences with burn pits, people whose toenails and fingernails are falling off, all sorts of things. So these are all chemical symptoms. What we're all talking about and talking around are clearly related to chemicals. The specifics of which, to your point, are very hard to pin down sometime, but the symptoms don't lie, do they?
No, and East Palestine is a huge disaster. Our government was semi-involved with the quote-unquote cleanup, and I just got to shout out Ben for being there. He was there, I was there, Ben was there, and Steve Bannon were there in those weeks afterwards when those people were completely abandoned. Buttigieg showed up as like a PR stunt, totally ridiculous. And these people, for those who forget, Norfolk Southern had the train wreck. They decided to blow up the car that had this crazy, I'm spacing on the chemical they had, with vinyl chloride. And they literally, what they call it is they inverted the atmosphere above East Palestine, trapping everything, all the chemicals, major die-offs. People with apiaries lost all their bees. They were told they can't use their cattle anymore. Their agriculture just was done. They couldn't use their water. And that was horrible. And they got I think $200 from Norfolk Southern. Later, come to find out they didn't have to blow anything up. But this is a problem that affects so many places across the country. Talk about stuff like dioxide in Times Beach, Missouri. They just had to close down the entire city, and the government took it. It's a brown site with eminent domain because you couldn't live there anymore. It was completely. It would make you sick. It would give you cancer. So East Palestine is still suffering, and I think about those people all the time because they just decimated that entire town. So, yeah, I mean,
gotta add, by the way, two other people who were there, by the way, of course, then Senator J.D. Vance, and as he was running for president, Donald J. Trump. They went at a time when, to your point, nobody is. I've always, by the way, referred to East Palestine as a real turning point. That was the turning point in the story of Trump after Jan 6, in a way that even the Mar-a-Lago raid wasn't necessarily a turning point. I really think East Palestine gets overlooked as just how important it was.
And I think it was a political thing in terms of, I don't think it was political that they blew it up, but it was political that they were forgotten and abandoned by the Biden administration. Because if you go there, it's Trump territory.
These are the little towns of America that,
when Pete showed up,
the Hollywood doesn't care about, finance doesn't care about, nobody cares about.
But Trump clearly cared, and it was great to see. But, those people are still out there suffering. They had illnesses like that, little kids with rashes that week. And I just hope that they're getting the help that they need. But, those people will tell you they grew up, say an hour or two north in Ohio, and there's a lake that just sometimes lights on fire because of chemicals that are in it. So, these things are unfortunately everywhere.
Right. And I'll never forget, the EPA administrator going down and people walking up. Would you want some of the water? Drink some of the water. Go ahead. It's all safe. Here you go. Here's a cup. Go for it. Will you drink some? Look, at the end of the day, people are tired of the lies, whether it be East Palestine, Area 51, Jeffrey Epstein. We're going to be doing a whole piece on Oklahoma City next week. People just want the truth. And by the way, they want the truth, and let the chips fall where they may. Let the chips fall where they may. Give us the truth. We can handle it. Shane Cashman, where can people go to follow you and get your show, man?
Jack, thank you so much for having me back on. It's always a pleasure to talk. You guys can find me online at Shane Cashman on X and Instagram. And the show is Inverted World Live. We go live every Monday through Thursday at 10 p.m. Eastern. We're a call-in show. So if you guys have weird stories, strange encounters, something you just can't explain, you can give us a call. We're here from 10 to midnight, Monday through Thursday.
Shout out to Inverted World as a former longtime listener of the great Art Bell. Even visited his compound once. Oh yeah, share that story at another time. Ladies and gentlemen, as always, you have my permission. Belay ashore.
Hello, my friend. Pat Boone here. You know our country's under financial assault like never before. Our government has put us $34 trillion in debt. The interest alone's more than we spend on military defense. And what's worse, other countries no longer believe the U.S. is a safe place to invest. There's a growing international movement to dump U.S. dollars at a record pace. Some economists say this may signal the end of the dollar. Now, these countries are instead buying gold, and I'm suggesting you do the same. My friends at Swiss America have been helping Americans like you and me for over 40 years to buy physical gold and silver for delivery to our homes or held in our IRAs. I've trusted Swiss America for nearly 25 years now, and you can trust them too. So don't wait. Call or text the number on your screen today for financial peace of mind in these troubling times.
Rav Family, from the group who brought you the hit songs 81 Million Votes, My Ass, MAGA Nation, and Trader Joe, comes a brand new single. Daddy Trump is available everywhere, and we need you to make some noise. Go download it on iTunes, and let's run it up to #1 on the charts for President Trump.
So I just want to thank everybody very much. Thank you.
Get ready. You're about to get bombed by the truth bomber.
Didn't raise y'all, but I had to step up. Put the Ayatollah on a no-cap checkup. He calls me Daddy Trump. NATO knows what's up. Why they played pretend, I call they bluff. Kim and Vlad acting bad, throwing fits on the floor. BB screaming from the back, saying, Daddy, there's a war. I walk in like Sunday school.
This is America's